the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to our new days. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new day. We are traveling with our gravity.
is iRacing.
It's the last stop on the iRacing World Tour, the endurance calendar that has been so brilliant. This is Petit Le Mans from the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta here in Braselton, Georgia. And it's time for every single driver to put their last great stamp on 2024. They will know, Joey, that after today and today's racing, they'll have to wait till January and for the Daytona 24 to roll back around to get back onto that winning wheel once again. So it's important for all of these teams today to get the result that they want in their splits with a bang.
We're here at the end, call it, of October. That is the time that you go to Road Atlanta. And you're right, we're going to have to go through all of the holidays before we even get into the new year and the new racing season. So, yeah, you always want to end at Petit Le Mans with a bang. That's exactly what these drivers are here to do in the top split.
They absolutely are. There is the Bordeaux Sud competition car making its way forward, BS Plus as it's likes to be known, running through the final corner here at turn number 12. 3 different categories of vehicles here today. We've got GTP, we've got LMP2 and GTD all in action out there, and this is your top splits worth of racing as you go, and there you can see the BMW hybrid out there. 10 hours worth of racing, so IMSA GTP, Dallara LMP2 and IMSA GTD. No fast repairs available. If they damage that car over the course of 10 hours, it is in trouble. And of course, you've got to be a C-Class safety rating or above to join in and race, and it's an open setup, so you've got to design, Joey, how important each and every single one of the 14 cars available are going to work to you, which is why choice and balance of performance is so important.
When I think of those open setups versus fixed setups, I guess the easiest way to explain it, a fixed setup is spec racing. That's not what we're doing here. Each of these drivers and teams has call a Lego model, a clay model that they can come out here, whether it's the BMW, the Acura, the Cadillac, the Porsche, whatever car you want to choose, you get to go out there, you get to open up that garage, open up the suspension settings, tweak and tune on that car so that way it drives exactly how you want it around Road Atlanta. There are a few tricky sections, a couple areas that are really bumpy over the curb, so I'm sure that all of these teams have really put in, call it, that setup time, that practice time to make sure their car, their platform is handling perfect for all 10 hours.
I have never seen a strength of field as strong as this here, just as you go in towards iRacing. It's an estimated session strength of field, Joey, of 8,969. We talked about, once upon a time, about 10 years ago, how 5,000 or even 3,000 iRacing would get you into the top splits of these races. Now, you'll struggle to get in if you're on 7,000 iRating. This is a wonderful, high-level split here, right at the end of the season.
It's pretty incredible, and for all those that are a little unfamiliar, iRating is basically how they rank the drivers. It goes into safety rating as well as skill, how you're placed and how clean you are out there. And you're right, Jake, 9,000 plus iRating, call it, in terms of the strength of field. I see plenty that are well over 10,000. I think I even saw Aaron Vasquez in here, 12,000 iRating from him for the sports cars.
Yeah, 11.5. Beckham Jasia is in here as well, who certainly can prove to have some great pace. There are champions like Gustavo Ariel, who's in there. Diogo Pinto's going to want to prove. Jaden Munoz as well up in the 10,000 club. But at the moment, in terms of GTP, it's the BMW M-Team BS Plus competition car that's done well, as we see a few cars now starting to pull it over to one side. Williams Esports Academy, currently the fastest of the LMP2s. And then it's gridandgo.com VC, the 001, who are right up there on a 117.9 at the moment. Now, this might feel like quite a bit of a longer circuit out there, Joey, but what it offers here in terms of how it gets the action going is that it's incredibly fast. You're talking 66 seconds for the fastest cars around here, and that drop off to GTD, we're seeing 77. So there's going to be a lot of cars in a very condensed field. It's going to be very, very much a case of how alert are you going to be once traffic comes into play, because you won't have room to breathe. This will feel like rush hour.
It's kind of the natural theme of Road Atlanta. It's meant to put multi-class racing on. That's why everybody shows up every October for Petit Le Mans. It gets crazy, and honestly, once the sun goes down, it seems like the gloves come off and it just gets wild on this racetrack. So I think when we talk about the multi-class, Jake, it's going to be a topic all 10 hours, maybe not in the first minute and a half, but these GTP cars, like you said, they are wicked fast around here. A minute 6 is what I'm seeing, 106.1 right now is provisional pole time. That means they're going to be catching that GT3 field, that GTD field, pretty rapidly, call it in the first handful of laps. And then we finally start to see kind of the landscape of the race start to get painted, because we're only single class for those first few laps. The rest of the 10 hours, it's going to be wild with everybody out there.
Focusing with Ross Woodford here, driving for Race Clutch Black. He's gone over the line. He's gone 4th fastest. A 106.422, 0.3 of a second off of that BMW M Team Bordeaux Plus competition car. Apex Racing Team currently 2nd overall with these efforts. A lot of drivers looking to try and get those times in late then in the session, and the majority of the late times that are coming in are actually from your GTP field here, Joey. A lot of drivers have put themselves in with a great effort out there. The majority of the cars here, almost half the cars in this split, are part of the GT3 field, currently led by the Apex Racing Team at the moment in the 198. That is car number 1 out there that we are focusing on at this stage, looking to really charge on through, which is the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, and that's Alessandro Bico behind the wheel qualifying.
Going down the back straightaway here in this Mustang GT3. You see only about 50 seconds left here in qualifying, and it is the same standard 2 laps, 8 minutes for these teams to go out there and put in their, call it, qualifying effort to set their grid position. So we will have our grid, our official grid, set here in the next, call it 30 seconds, as we watch the number 1 car streak across the line here. Let's see what kind of time Alessandro puts in. Looks like it's going to stay there at a 117.814.
Yeah, we just had some late movements as Team Redline have certainly made progress in GTP and GTD. The 21 car is on the pole position right now as we focus on the 12 with about 10 seconds to go. All 49 drivers in the 49 teams have set a qualifying time out there. The Williams Gaming Club has just gone through. But Joey, talk to me about Road Atlanta, because this is a track that basically has 2 halves, the technical first section and the high-speed second.
12 turns, 2.54 miles in length. You see right there, first opened in 1970, and it's an incredibly fast circuit that, like I said, is famous for multi-class sports car racing. It rises and falls through that red Georgia clay that lines the track limits, along with those blue and yellow painted curbs. Turn 1, it's incredibly fast, and drivers really have to take advantage of the incline and elevation at that exit, which makes an entry speed dance at the limit, really. You got to be careful not to overspeed in there. And then also, don't forget about that turn 3, rapidly approaching at the top of the hill. It's always difficult to pick out your visual markers here in the simulator. And then 2 more points of interest. Turn 7, the slowest corner on the track, that leads out onto the back straightaway. You got to make sure to get the power down, get a good corner exit there, because you do have passing opportunities into that turn 10A and 10B chicane.
Yeah, we're now going to take a look at our grid here, and it's the Team Redline 21 on a 105.952. Look at that in qualifying, nothing between them and the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 3, who find themselves on the front row. It's then the Williams Gaming Club, who find themselves 3rd, along with BMW M Team Redline 20 in 4th, Williams and Redline on the front 2. You got then the Borussia competition car 5th, and the Apex Racing Team in 6th with the 299. Then you got row 4, Borussia competition and Race Clutch Red with Drago Racing and MSS Movano Azzurro. Never count Movano out of a field like this, with Race Clutch Black and Apex Racing Academy. The last car in GTP is the WSI Esports Butt Kicker team right now. And Joey, I tell you what, that's a pretty stacked field up in your GTP. LMP2 will look to be just as interesting.
Yeah, your pole sitter is that Effect Simulations 909. Next to him is going to be William Esports Academy there in 2nd. 3rd is going to be another William Esports BenQ Academy there. 4th is the Apex Racing Team 198. Also, another Apex Racing Team teammate, the 199 next to him. Williams Esports Academy in the number 5, starting 6th with WSR Esports Butt Kicker in 7th. Team PGZ 124 and 21st here. BS Competition in 9th, and Simplify Esports here in the top 10 in LMP2. See the Maradness car in 11th with Delente Esports by TK in 12th. Team PJZ, the 129 car is going to be starting 13th with Beckham Fan Club here in 14th, and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage is going to be rounding out the 15 LMP2 cars.
There's a lot in your GT category out there. They will have a lot here in GTD. Apex Racing Team on top. 3 red line cars inside of the top 5, 2nd, 4th, and 5th, with Drago Racing and Williams Esports Racing Prodigy in 4th and 6th positions out there overall. Williams have back-to-back because the PitFit team find themselves in 7th position overall, ahead of BS plus Turner. And then you've got the GridandGo.com VC001 team and Marla Racing team, along with another of the Apex Racing teams in 98, and more of the WSR Esports Butt Kicker team there down in 12th position. You've then got the likes of the Apex Academy, Falcon Sim Racing team are there, more of Team PGZ we see there, and row 9 with Mag Performance Red and Mag Performance SRT. Nice to see them out there. Simplify Esports on the back row, row 10, and then Team PGZ 119. The final cars out there pushing themselves into the limit. This is, of course, your Petit Le Mans, which is powered by VCO. These drivers know that there are important factors at stake, like, for example, the IMSA Championship, which will be coming up, which they'll be keeping a close eye on the action that's going on here. Gustavo Ariel driving for the Team Redline 21 to open up his stint going forward. It's Alexander Spetz who will be in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. The second row will have Josh Ladd and Diogo Pinto, with Daniel Alves Lorenco and Maxime Briant on the third row of that front of your GTP field, leaving a lot of room to the iRacing pace car here, Joey, which will dive down into the pits at the end of this run forward and will start 10 hours on the clock. They will look to race to the dark.
This is where all the drivers, spotters, all the team members are a little bit antsy. It's always kind of the guessing game on what's going to happen in these first couple laps. It's kind of a street fight for each class to fight it out, at least for a handful of laps, like I said, before that multi-class comes into play.
Well, put 10 hours on. Barney, the flagman, waits as the green flag drops, and we are underway. A good, clean start then out of the front. Ariel getting the launch that he wants ahead of Spetz. Ladd having to scrap as they go forward. Down the hill, here come your LMP2s, led by Benjamin Frigerio.
LMP2s are getting that green flag. It's single file for the first 4, but then it gets very, very busy in the back half of the field, and now the GTD field is also under green flag. They're going to take that start-finish line.
Alejandro Sanchez leading the Apex Racing team, Josh Thompson in chase, and then it's Manuel Troncoso who is there with Gianni Vecchio, Florian Labigra, Vasilos Belisiotis is in there as well. Up we go then to the front, and how they stack up in GTP as they get themselves going. Gustavo Ariel with half a second's worth of gap, which he'd like early. Williams happy to settle into this race in at the early goings. No one really wanting to throw a haymaker off for the start of this race, and with good reason. They've got 10 hours to go and make their moves. This is going to be a game of strategy, as we will talk about all race long. They're thinking, do I want to be out front? Do I want to save fuel? Do I want to save tyres? There's one car slow down the hill, I've just noticed, which I think was Vlad Kimikev for Drago Racing, dropping 2 places in the early goings.
You guys see the LMP2 field streaming through the turn 10A, 10B complex for the first time. Everybody is on the track limits. You see the GTD field in the bottom right screen there. They're also making their way down to that heavy brake zone. I know the GTPs are on their second lap, but you still got to worry about those cold tires, heavy fuel, and the drafting mile an hour down that back straightaway. It can catch drivers out on those opening laps.
Oh, it absolutely can, as we look back then at what is going on in your GTD field at the moment. Gianni Vecchio is the one who is under pressure from his own teammate, technically, in the sister car, the Team Redline 71. That's Florian Labigra, who is behind the wheel, the Frenchman there. And then, of course, they got Vasilios Belisliotis, who is there for Williams Esports Pitfit, just behind. Continuing on, Alessandro Bico behind that. Felix Kimbach who is there for the Braselton Plus Eternity, and then Hugh Barter for the Apex Racing Team 98. It is as stacked can get, and you're really seeing the differences of what drivers are looking at in terms of what cars they want to be playing out with at the moment. And we're seeing quite a lot out there, a few Lamborghinis out there trying to make their progress, a couple of BMWs, but most are leaning very heavily a certain direction in GT3.
Certainly looks like that Ford Mustang is the popular choice right now. You got the top two leading the way, and then you've got that Lamborghini sitting in third place. But I think it's a beautiful part of the GTD classes. How many different manufacturers? It's kind of like ice cream out there. If you don't like one flavor, well, go pick up another, try it, see how it drives, see how it sounds, see if you like the Mercedes a little bit better, or the BMW, or the Mustang, the Corvette, the Lamborghini, the Porsche. It doesn't matter. There's going to be a flavor out there for you.
Troubles out there then for the number 89 machine on circuit, so that's not going to be great. As up the hill into turn 6, you can see how the back was struggling with all of the compression damping over the curbs there. That was the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car, so Daniel Alves Lorenco already having early troubles out there in the race, and that's what happens when you go flying over the gravel there and go up the hill. You need to be on a tightrope through that section. Speaking of tightropes, here goes Gianni Vecchio looking to make his move forward, and on the Drago Racing 169 car, there is not much that Manuel Troncoso can do. A comfortable pass by Gianni Vecchio.
Another one of those Mustangs moving up inside of the top three there. It seems like that Lamborghini is now comfy in the slipstream, is actually pretty slick there sitting. You see the aero profile. The Mustang definitely seems like it's got plenty of horsepower to charge down the straightaways. You saw that next car in line pop out in the brake zone, not quite close enough to make a move. It's pretty impressive how evenly matched all of these manufacturers here are in GTD. Doesn't matter if it's the brake zone, the acceleration, the top speed. They're all going to have pretty similar markers on where all the drivers are looking.
We've just hit lap trafficsville for this race already, and it's taken us less than 5 minutes to get ourselves into the peculiarities of it as Gustavo Ariel tries to weave his way through the traffic. This is nearer the front of the field, and they've all got to try and bully their way into line. You'll see it in the horizon. They're just at the back at the difference makers in speed. They are right there and on the back of Vasilos Belistiotis at this moment from Club DH in the GTD car. They're going to have to start moving out of the way pretty quickly because Ariel and Alexander Spets, they're going to want to strive and keep as close as they can in this race. And this is where it's so important, Joey, you know from multi-class racing, hold your line.
You have to be predictable, right? Don't be nice, be predictable out there. That way the other drivers behind you can read the situation and apply their strategy. That way they can get around as clean as possible. I know that we kind of hold our breath here when we have multi-class for the first time, but it's going to be like that for the next 9 hours and 54 minutes as you see how busy it is, just like rush hour, trying to get the car stopped on an off-ramp up here. There's problems at turn 10B. That's including some of our GTP leaders as well as GTD cars off in the gravel.
Yeah, Martial Hubert for the Apex Academy's in trouble. So too is the Movano Azzurro car of Pablo Lazar. And it's so difficult to try and dive back down into the pits. It looked something more resembling of a parking lot as they went through. Disastrous at that stage, and that's what happens. You put the pressure on, you say, we'll get through everybody. Lap one, so first time through the traffic, so to speak, and it's just drama as they go through. I think it was Maxime Brion who caused the initial issues with the gridandgo.com VC002 of Johan Rouillère, and I think that's where it all started off from.
We're watching the number 23 GTP right now, sitting in 7th place as they work their way through, but this multi-class deal, if you've never seen it or if you've never been a part of it, the easiest way to describe it is all of these children, they're playing on the playground, and you got to make sure you're going to share the playground equally. If you don't share the slide equally, well, guess what? One of them's going to get pushed off and hurt and have to come down into pit lane. It's going to be something 9 hours, 53 minutes. It's going to have to go on for.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of everyone's going to want to play ball. This is one of the few races out there where you can say, keep an eye on the attrition level over the course of the racing, because I think that's where you're going to see a number of drivers in trouble. There are 4 teams who are in the pits. We've got the 299 Drago Racing, MSS Movano at Zuro, and as well, we've got the other of the Apex Racing Academy cars. We'll take a look at the incident here. So they throw it down into the corner, so it's 2 wides and 3 wides. You can see there right at the front was the initial issue with Rouillère, and Rouillère I don't think does anything wrong in that sense. As I've just noticed, we need to come back to life because Josh Thompson, the second place car in GTD, is in the barriers and has only just got himself back going to running again here from turn 2. So Thompson, Team Redline 70 from second place, has found the barriers. Whoa, big
There's
one.
a huge wreck there going towards turn number 6. I expect that kind of evolved out of the exit of turn number 5, but there is some chaos going on early. Remember, we're not even 10 minutes into a 10-hour race. I think this kind of sets the stage of how frantic everybody is. This is not an endurance race. This is a sprint race where the drivers are doing 110% qualifying laps the entire time.
Do you want a shock on that instant on the straight between turn 6 and 7? It was Benjamin Frigerio, it was your leader of the LMP2 category, getting caught out. The second car got caught in the mix as well. Suddenly it's the Williams Esports Academy car that's on top. David Sobrero has managed to give himself a gap, and a good gap at that, to Stanley Delonde in the Apex Racing Team 198, who has been an endurance specialist for a number of years here in iRacing. Dramas already in the opening 10 minutes, and it's catching the big names out.
Yeah, I can't help but to chuckle to myself over here. This is Road Atlanta, and I love that shot down the S's right there. Is just one stream of cars, and then you see them fan out towards turn number 6 as the faster prototypes try to make their way through, squeeze in between these GT3 cars, and then this area of the racetrack gets so narrow. You see the LMP2 class nice and tucked down to the inside. For now, that group of GT cars was playing nice, leaving plenty of room at Apex, but now the drag race games go on, and those drafting games ensue.
They certainly do, as Delonde here in second position is going to lead Aaron Vasquez, his teammate there in the 199 car, going through. Apex Racing Team second and third. We'll take a look then at the replay here to see what all kicked that all going up at the top of the hill. Now, you're going to get a sense here as you go through 6 how easy it is to get yourself in trouble. Car into the barrier, back across the circuit. Frigerio with nowhere to go, comes across, takes the third place. LMP2 out of contention as well, and that is just a chain reaction, and it's why you've got to be careful on the exit curve of 6.
Turn 5 is one of my nemesises here at Road Atlanta. I have spun there in competition several times, not proud to admit that, but it is so bumpy. You see him bounce over that apex curb and that exit curb. I think the exit curb is more important to really be able to drive over. The apex curb, that's usually where things start to go wrong. If you upset the platform in the middle of the corner, it just seems to be even more upset by the time you get over to that apex or that exit curb, and then it can be really, really tricky to kind of hang on to it up over the top of the hill.
You are absolutely correct. Turn 5 there proving to be a really, really difficult challenge out there on circuit. You can see your gaps in the field on the left-hand side on your timing tower to see where everyone is charging about at this moment, focusing on the LMP2s at the moment. 1.4 seconds for David Sobrero at the moment, who finds himself there. More dramas for teams out there. Mac Performance SRT in trouble. WSR Esports Butt Kicker 123 is there, and the Delinte Esports by TK team in trouble as well in the early stages. We go on board here with the number 1, Alessandro Vico, currently piloting the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car at the moment. Florian Lebigra just in front of him. They'll have Robin Claren, who's trying to get through behind in the Williams Esports BenQ car, which was caught up in the initial contact. They've been able to keep it running. They were running up in third position before their contact a couple of laps ago, but it just gives you a sense of how much wheel work he's having to do. And you quote unquote here, Joey, at this looking around, the GTD field should be the easiest class of the 3, so to speak.
I'm going to put that in air quotes over here. Yes, easier, so to speak. You've got ABS, you've got traction control. The cars are a little bit more kind of boxy shaped, right? It's a true sedan car with fenders on it versus a prototype, kind of like an extra large go-kart. So Yeah, I think that the margin for error might be a little bit greater here with the GT field, and you can kind of approach that limit a little bit easier out there. However, once you get to the sharp end of the field, knocking off those final tenths, those final hundreds, or even those final thousands, it doesn't matter if you're in a GTP, an LMP2, or a GTD car. Competition at the front is always tough.
It absolutely is. Of course, this is going to be a long race. It's going to be a tough race, and you're going to be in it for the ride. And it's not just a case of building a car that suits you or a car that works well in the opening 20 minutes of the race. You can't win the Petit Le Mans in the early stages. As much as everyone loves to try year in and year out, Joey, you can certainly lose this one over a long period of time that we've got chasing up the hill in towards turn 5 once again. This is going to be a long game. And talking of setup, it's not just you who's got to connect with the car, it's everyone else in your team as well.
The team effort. You mentioned you got to make it through the entire race. I mean, I'm looking at approaching 10 vehicles that have already been knocked out, or at least in the pits taking repairs right now, so already on the back foot. You never want to do that. Yes, when we talk about those open setups and everything, you want to be able to make sure all of your co-drivers can drive the same exact car. And I think kind of what you were referencing, Jake, is that one driver might like a little bit more of a loose feeling car, while one driver might like a little bit more stability in the front end and a little bit more understeer. It can be a huge difference in terms of setups here at Road Atlanta, because you can trim the thing out down the back straightaway. But during the first half of the racetrack, you really want the confidence and the downforce in the car. So kind of to your point, you need to have all of the drivers on the same page, at least with the platform they're driving.
Yeah, we're just watching there with Alexander Spets, who is making his way around the GTD traffic out there at this moment in time, trying to keep in contact with Gustavo Ariel, who can pick and choose his line. And we saw it beautifully illustrated on the back stretch there, Joey, just how difficult it is for the GTD field to get out of the way of the traffic. They can run left side of the road, right side of the road. They end up stuck in the middle of the road, and all of the GTP cars just choose their line around. It's like, where do I look? Left, right, and suddenly you hit a braking zone.
I think it goes back to what you were mentioning earlier in the show, that you just have to be predictable, right? Don't go left to right across the racetrack all of a sudden. If you see the prototypes in your mirror, be predictable on your line. If you gradually go from the left side of the track to the right side of the track, that is A-okay in my book, because guess what? Turn 7, you exit on driver's left. The entrance to turn A down there where you want to be on the racing line is driver's right. So the drivers, they're naturally going to progress the car across the track. Be predictable, don't be erratic.
No, they really can't afford to be erratic drivers out there over the course of this race, because they're also looking around at such a high strength of field. You get the elements out there of what they're looking at. This is an iRacing official race, Joey, and so when you've got a field strength of about 9,000 out there, this is a great chance for drivers to pick up iRacing. It's also an absolutely fantastic chance for those in the 10K, 11K, 12K clubs to go and lose it.
I'm looking at that driver I mentioned earlier, pre-race, Aaron Vasquez, because he's sitting P3 in that LMP2, and I'm looking at his iRating, 12,006 iRating. So I think that's a perfect example, Jake, of what you're talking about, kind of putting it all on the line out there. But guess what? You don't get up that high without doing big races.
The Braselton Plus Turner car then, Felix Kirnbach behind the wheel. He's got Hugh Barter for a bit of company, who's been out there doing a wonderful job. The Australian now living in France, looking to pursue his Formula careers out there and doing a great job with the Apex Racing team. The 98 car diving down to the inside at turn 10A, getting it sorted through the corner, has the confidence at 10B to put the power down on the exit. Kirnbach, nothing that he can do, and then it's Rainer Talvar in the Mahler Racing team car behind, who's going to say, you know what, I want to pick up that position as well. I might have a look into turn 1. Why don't I? Definitely a place where you can throw it, but you've got to be alongside to make it happen.
Pretty big diversity in the field of cars here between the Mustang, the BMW. I see one of the Lamborghinis, and I think one of our Ferraris back there, as well as kind of the 4th or 5th car in this train as we work our way down the S's. This is upcoming to that tricky turn 5 section. Let's see, do the cars bounce it off the apex curbs? You see, they don't. They run all over the exit curbs, which is needed to be able to put the throttle down, but they're avoiding those apex curbs to not upset the platform, and then come up here to turn number 7, where you really have to slow the thing down, be so tedious and tiptoe through the first half. Make sure you get your right foot down as soon as possible leading out onto this back straightaway.
And this is important to talk about with GTD, because you see quite a lot of the cars, the majority of the cars have that higher style profile, the BMWs, the Ford Mustangs that are out there. You look at the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris, they've got that sleeker, slimmer profile out there, and it goes to ride height, Joey. How important is that profile of the car, where that center of gravity is, compared to how aggressive you can attack the corners out there with the likes of the ride height of the cars, or the Italian manufactured cars, which look a little bit sleeker, a little bit more wider in terms of their base?
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily call it the ride height per se, but more the aero profile of the car. I think we get to see some chonky boys out here, especially in the past with some of the previous BMW models. That's been made a meme of out on the internet world. So the new BMW is a little bit smaller, but that Ford Mustang GT3, still a pretty big car. And then, yeah, you look at the Lamborghini, it is much sleeker. That roofline, so much lower than what these, call it, true sedan type cars are. However, I'm going to go back to the recess, the playground theme, because all of these, they're toys that the kids have brought out here to play on the playground with. And if you bring a toy that's maybe a little bit too big or a little bit too small, the principal, the chaperone, they're going to come over and say, you know what, let's adjust the BOP a little bit so that way you've got the same type of toy that everybody else does out here on the playground. That way everybody can play evenly.
GTP hotting up here for 3rd position. The Williams Gaming Club, currently being driven by Josh Ladd at the moment, has Diogo Pinto in the BMW M-Team Redline 20 behind, hoping to try and move up onto the podium of the GTP category. And behind them, who's been very quiet in this, is the lap-down car of Jere Lehtinen, who is staying out of the way. The car behind them is about 3 seconds down the road. It's Nicholas Bowe in the Borussia Plus competition car that's there. Pinto, who has been making big waves, of course. He's a Porsche champion out there here in iRacing. He has won so much when it's come to his career. He's sort of been the consistent utility tool that Team Redline have gone to in recent years.
Always nice to be constantly picked, and you got to be consistent if you're going to be doing that. As we jump up to our LMP2 battle, riding along board with the 199 of Aaron Vasquez here. Got a nice run out of that tricky turn 5 we've been talking about, but going into turn 6, you see the GT traffic, you just kind of have to time your moves. It also doesn't help that it's also Aaron's teammate Stanley right in front of him, so I think that they're both going to kind of play nice as they work through that traffic. You see that 4th place car that's just out of frame? That's the Williams Esports Academy, that black and yellow car. That's another LMP2 trying to chase him down.
They're bump drafting. They are working together and bump drafting the Apex Racing Team LMP2s to try and get themselves as far forward as they can. They know how important it is to work together. They've built this gap, or they're trying to build the gap over Kamil Grabowski in the Williams Esports Academy, number 5 behind them. So they realize that, okay, what's going to make this race easier for us? Now they've got all 3 types, because they've got the Movano car who's trying to make its way back through. That's the Movano Azzurro Pablo Lazar, who's come out 6 laps down, dealt with the traffic, having to deal with it. He'll be next up upon them, and look out through the S's section, down the hill and back up. You really feel a case when you're driving here, the gravity. And the big difference there that you saw going up forward is how well the GTDs were able to hold it through the middle as everybody searches for a bit of grip. The mechanical grip in the GTDs is that on par with both of those categories in front, which is why the straights are so important.
Trust me, it has to be a cooperation effort, especially going down the S's there, because if you're a GT car that's kind of, call it, hung out on the outside with a bunch of prototypes going down the inside, shuffling you out of position, you can go 4 wheels off on the racetrack down through the grass there. So you just have to be careful. There is cooperation. I think when we talk about the GT drivers going into some of these areas, it's better if they actually lift, let the prototypes by, and then sneak back into line. That way you lose minimal amounts of time. We got more trouble down there in turn 10A, 10B.
Yeah, we absolutely do, and that is not what the doctor was ordering for them. I think that would have been Olivier Piatek in the Beckham Jacir fan club. It is busy can be. They're almost 4 wide in through the opening corner. Make a lane as they go through. Josh Ladd there with Kevin Desnoyers and the team PGZ 129. All the traffic coming up together. Diogo Pinto able to sneak on through, and those are the very close breaks that you'll see over the course of this race, and they are checking right up here for third position. And for the race lead as well, you've got Josh Ladd, the Williams Gaming Club, who's been trying to keep himself in play, but all that traffic has meant Gustavo Ariel now has the gap he wants. The Brazilian doing what he wants at the front, and everyone now looks behind. Second, third and fourth in GTP is ignited.
It is rush hour in Braselton, Georgia, 3 wide down the back straightaway between the LMP2 class and the GTs. You see our leader in the GTPs coming up on all of this. They have to manage this for the next 9.5 hours. This is going to be incredible stuff. I don't see the pace backing off at all either. It is just qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Yes, there is give and take, but these GTP drivers, they have really been aggressive in terms of making their way through the field. You see the flash of the lights as they go down underneath the 124 LMP2 car there and head up towards the hill at turn 3.
Now, those lights are a communication tool between the drivers. This will be, I understand, I need you to move out of the way. Please move out of the way of me. It is such a stressful bit of driving. You've got to be switched on at every given point. Lots of air there through turn 5. The charge there from Alexander Spetz. We'll take a little look at what's gone on then for the number 19 machine out there. And this is what happens when you're in trouble. It's the Maradness team out there. Nathan Olsen behind the wheel. So diving down in towards 10A. So it's 2 wide in front there with, I believe, the Falcon car and the Red Line car there, and they split the difference, but he's tried to cut the apex thinking I've got both clear. That Falcon car was steaming into the corner, had every right to be there, and just unsighted, there's the contact.
Perfectly analyzed there. Yeah, just wasn't aware that there was still a GT car there at the apex, and I think he probably came down just a little bit too aggressively. That's kind of the name of the game for the LMP2s and also the GTPs, that if you can clear a GT car before the entrance of a corner, it kind of leaves all the track up to you. But if you don't get clear of that, it can certainly cause chaos. You just have to be aware and probably always leave half a lane.
Yeah, I think it was one of the Williams eSports cars, actually, that was the contact there, not necessarily the Falcon one. So there was the contact as second and third continue on their charge at the moment. The Apex Racing Team 198 and 199s, keeping an eye at Kamil Grabowski for the Williams eSports Academy. Sat back there just having a nice look at these drivers in front. They've really split out this field here. They've got about 8 seconds. It's working out there right now, Joey.
So remember when we were watching these 2 LMP2 cars battle it out a little bit earlier? They were actually bump drafting down the back straightaway. Now you see Vasquez once again all up behind his teammate. See if they're going to do the same exact thing. Yes, they are opting to bump draft down the front straightaway. So pace is definitely very, very urgent right now inside that Apex Racing team. In my opinion, I actually think I'd want to be fuel saving rather than bump drafting. I don't necessarily think that there's a huge advantage in terms of time to be gained when you bump draft here at Road Atlanta, especially in the prototypes. However, if we talk about fuel saving over the course of 10 hours, I do think that there is time to be gained.
Yeah, and of course the 2 sister cars, 198 and 199, are going to be really working hard together here to make that happen. They're down 3 seconds on the Williams eSports Academy team car, piloted by David Sobrero out there at the front. So they've got to try and work to every trick in the book to try and make sure they work that through. They'll see in the distance for the first time they look like they're about to get lapped by Gustavo Ariel and the Team Redline 21 car, which is making great progress of its own. 3.1 seconds clear of the Williams eSports Chill Blast team at the moment. We look a little bit further back down the hill in towards it. This is third and fourth with Diogo Pinto's 20 and Josh Ladd in the Williams Gaming Club at this moment in time, trying to do what he can, as we're going to take a little look here, Joey, at a replay here that's coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be that same replay involving that number 19 car, but put yourself in the stands at Road Atlanta at turn 10A, 10B. This would be your view of it, nearly 200 miles an hour before you hit the brakes, and then there's the contact. You see the cars spinning around, so if you like this view, trust me, book your ticket to Road Atlanta next year. Go see these cars race. This is exactly the view that you'd be getting out there in the chicane.
I'd absolutely love to sit there and have that ability to watch great racing for 10 straight hours, and they will race into the dark here today at Road Atlanta, which will be the challenge. It's okay when you're driving out here in the daytime and you've got things there. It's worth talking weather actually at this moment in time and what they're having to deal with. So at this moment in time, track temperature 29 degrees Celsius out there. The wind blustering in from the east though at 20 kilometers an hour. It's definitely been very busy on that point, and round goes Diogo Pinto for a half spin. Contact there with Josh Ladd, and the recovery to try and get back on the circuit. Just about rejoins behind Nicholas Bowe in the number 7 Borosov Plus competition car. They've lost a place on that mistake.
And Pinto, I think, really got away with one on his rejoin. He just kind of came 2 car widths back into the racetrack. Thankfully, that number 7 was heads up, lifted off of the gas, and did not go piling into the side of the number 20 here. It's always those little things that can catch you out in an endurance race. You don't think about it, especially when you're running up front. Your mind is, get back on the track, get up to speed. But you always, always, always have to see if anybody's in that mirror.
You really do. It's a case of everybody, as you try and rejoin a highway, so to speak, is going to just jump up and say, you know what, I want to get myself involved. And speaking of involved, all that bump drafting, and it hasn't really amounted to much. Kamil Grabowski was 0.2 quicker on that last lap, and the Apex cars have been caught. They've got company here in the form of this one right now with the number 5 Williams Esports Academy car, which will want to try and get past 199, then 198 to go and help out car 66, which is leading at the front of the field.
I think that Grabowski's done a very good job to kind of reel in these 2 Apex Racing teammates. It kind of goes back to what I was mentioning just a few laps ago. I do not see a big benefit in the 199 bump drafting the 198. I see a bigger benefit in the fuel-saving game and say, okay, if this Williams Esports Academy car of Grabowski, that black and yellow car, is going to be closing on us, I at least want to know that I'm going to have a shorter fuel fill time. So, okay, if there's maybe a little bit of contact with the car, gives me a little bit more buffer in the pits to have a shorter fuel fill stop, but it definitely seems like it's gloves off, attack at 10/10 right now.
I find it quite interesting there that Lucas Perez in the Simify Esports 22 flashed his lights, almost an apology there for the tiny bit of contact that went through between himself and Aaron Vazquez there. The 2 Spaniards then finding themselves with a little bit of argy-bargy as they went through. That's given them a tiny bit of a gap split between them, which they'll have to be quite alert to, especially when they've got the likes then of Josh Ladd trying to make progress through, and Alexander Spex, and you just saw there a tiny bit of 3 wide onto the Lamborghini piloted by Manuel Troncoso at this moment in time in Draga Racing's 169. Let's listen in to the noises around here as we take ourselves full throttle. troubles out there for Alexandre Delatraz out there then for the Delatraz team. So he's found himself then with a little bit of trouble out there for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, and that was out on the front stretch. There is your leader, the number 21 Team Redline car, piloted by Gustavo Ariel, as he's done well. I think we're just about to take a little look here, Joey, at what's just happened.
Yeah, these cars kind of tripped over themselves, so watch the red number 16 on screen here. I think he's going to get into the back as they trip over a GT car, and you see Delatraz spin off to driver's left, actually make contact with that concrete wall there on the driver's left side. That can definitely cause some suspension damage, but Jake, that was just a case of running on a GT car, the LMP2s trying to make their way through, and a big stack up, an accordion type stack up happened.
Absolutely, we see that quite often, and actually it's one of the worst places, Joey, to have that as they go through. And I believe we're going to take a look at what happened then from the 16's perspective then. That'll be the Beckham Josiah fan club who ran over the top, and this will just give you an understanding of just how difficult it is to find an angle. So gets a little bit of space there, tries to find a way through on the 44, manages that, and then it all happens because you see that Lamborghini just dives through, takes the natural line, doesn't hold the line on the outside for the two fast cars to go through, and that's where you find a malfunction at the junction.
It's tough. I think that the GT car is flat out through turn 12 with nobody else around. However, if you are, call it 1.5 car widths off of the racing line coming through turn 12, let me tell you folks, that is an incredibly fast corner. And if you're way off the racing line, you do have to lift off of the throttle coming down the hill there. So if the GT car decides not to lift off the throttle, he needs to make it to the racing line. I think the prototypes should probably be aware of that situation.
I think they very much have to be as well, as we focus on the GTPs up at the front here. 35 minutes through, 10 hours worth of racing, 1.6 seconds the gap at the front. It has been larger, it has been smaller, and there is some LMP2 action as they now try and crest up the hill. This is Christian Steenberg, who is there for Team PGZ's 124. Behind him chasing is the Simify Esports LMP2, Manel Kubo Torres behind the wheel.
Not only that, but I think the number 19, that Maradness car, is trying to make a little bit of a comeback. Also, I see a Williams Esports car back there in 12th. So even though these front two are, call it the closest, include 2 or 3 more LMP2s just right there in the mix. Using the draft game down the back straightaway, try to gain whatever top speed you really can, and then you see him shuffle back over onto the racing line. In my opinion, Jake, I always think that's a little bit of a dangerous move if you're a prototype, because if you take away all of the air on a GT car that you just went right in front of him, his braking distance is actually going to increase.
Very much will. That PGZ Team 124 will have Thibaut Prevost in behind them at some point during this race. Keep an eye out on that Simify Esports car behind. They'll have Lucas Camba Marrero behind the wheel at their stop when they decide they want to change drivers. Now, they don't have to change drivers at their pit stop. They can go for 2 stints, 3 stints, 4 stints, infinite stints, so long, Joey, as they adhere to fair share rules.
Let's talk a little bit about that strategy, those fuel games. I think it comes down to, is a driver good at qualifying? Are they good when the pressure's on at the end of the race? Do they like driving in traffic, or is it better if they just get out there on an empty racetrack and can do laps by themselves? So each driver is going to be a little bit different in how they prepare themselves for it, but no matter what, you got to be consistent and be able to at least run multiple stints. Some drivers are totally comfortable doing multiple hours at a time. Some drivers have a PC that's going to be next to their rig where everything gets crazy hot and they need to turn on a fan or get a glass of water. So you just have to understand your equipment, your drivers on the team, and then employ the best strategy that's going to be the fastest for you for the 10 hours.
And talking about the drivers on the team, Joey, it's such a delicate art in terms of putting together a sim racing team that can go out there and challenge, because it's, you look at the top level, for example, now you've got the best drivers all the time who can go out there, who can do it for a living. You look a little bit further back, it's not necessarily going to be the case that they can all go out there and race for big amounts of money and be on contracts and do what they need to. They would have to plan pretty much who's available first and foremost, what car are we running first and foremost, and do we have any drivers, say, that we can look at to on a different continent to say, can you pick up this run for me?
I think one of the neat parts about it, though, Jake, is that in the sim world, you can have a driver in North America. You can have a driver in Europe. You can have a driver in Japan, Australia, spread about the entire globe. So when it comes down to the endurance races, maybe not 10 hours, but when we talk about the 24-hour races, you do have that aspect that you can say, all right, let's adjust the time zone so everybody's a little bit happy. But you're right, trying to organize multiple drivers to be on the same page can be a little bit difficult, as it looks like Florian Lebigre is closing it in as a GTP car goes scorching up the inside here at turn 10.
Yeah, will not be the happiest fan, will Florian Lebigre in the Team Red Line 71 of Pablo Lazar in the MSS Movano at Tsuro car, just because he was lining it up, had it all perfect on the Lamborghini of the Drago Racing 169, Manuel Troncoso, having that move all nicely wrapped up in a nice neat bow, and suddenly there's a car exactly where I need to be when I want to make that move. So frustrating if you're a GTD driver trying to make that pass, because you're effectively waiting for the heavens to open for a free space to pass, and you've really got to plan, well, do I have the space to make the move or not?
It's what happens in racing, and the driver just kind of has to shake it off. You see the Lamborghini maybe a little bit bouncy up over those turn 5 exit curbs, so the Mustang definitely seems to have a little bit more pace, at least over that Drago Racing 169 right now, and you see just off the apex there of turn 7 as well, so maybe the setup not ideal, at least for the temperature conditions right now, as it seems like the LMP2 field, the first round of pit stops has begun.
Yeah, it has. So we are fully in the cycle. They can only last 40 minutes, 40 to 45 on their tanks, and pretty much everybody has jumped in. PGZ are in, WSR are in, Williams Esports Academy are all in, which included the race-leading 66 car, which is now just pulling out of their box right now and looking to get going again. So this is an important phase of the race. The Apex Racing Team cars, though, were able to go a little bit longer, and I think that's a rather telling fact that the work they were doing on the opening stint here, Joey, is allowing them that opportunity. One extra lap for Stanley Delonde, who is going to dive down into the pits along with Aaron Vasquez, as we see now one of the BMW GTPs now climbing up the hill, rushing through, and that will be the one in the number 11 out there, the gaming club car of, or the Williams Gaming Club car of Josh Ladd, as now you see those Apex cars diving into the pits a little later than the others.
Looks like the Apex Racing team has done a good job. I was wondering why they weren't fuel saving more, why they were bump drafting earlier in the race, but apparently they were at least able to save enough fuel to go one extra lap. The only other LMP2 car that was able to go one extra lap I see was that number 19 Maragnis car of Nathan Olson, but remember, they had problems early on, had a little bit of a spin, so I expect their fuel economy to be a little bit different than the rest of the drivers.
And that will be due to the fact that if they picked up any sort of damage or so there, Joey, would you say that the characteristics of the aero are different over the car, causing more drag and therefore more fuel consumption?
Yes and no. I think that if you have a wreck early, you've kind of made your bed already. You have to take your medicine, so do what you need to kind of recover from that early mistake. And I do think that extending the first stint, if you have a mistake, it is a good way to kind of leapfrog your way back up onto it. But I noticed they were still 20 plus seconds behind those Apex Racing cars when they hit pit lane. So definitely lots more work to do, but also lots more pit stops to come.
Yeah, there is certainly a lot that's going to be on the horizon as we focus on the WSR Esports butt kicker car of Daniel Ferguson as he looks to try and pilot his way through the traffic, dealing a little bit here with Will Murdoch, who's just come out of the pits in the Borisov Plus competition, 95 LMP2 in front of him, started 13th right at the back of the group, and look at this for progress over the opening stint, already up to 6th and only 6 seconds back of the number 7 Borisov Plus competition car, and that would be for the top 5.
Talked a lot about the different manufacturers in GTD. Well, this is the top Cadillac that is running right now here at Road Atlanta. It seems like the BMWs are the GTP of choice, but I am always a fan of those Rumbly Boy V8s.
And now to 11th in LMP2, which is getting close as we focus on the Simify Esports LMP2 of Manel Kubo Torres, and they're just trying to find a way around there. That's Robin Clarum, who's making the recovery in the Williams Esports BenQ car, gets it done on the exit of 10B down the hill, and now using that pace to try and run through the group. Christian Steenberg will be the next one to try and get through, but they're dealing with a little bit of the lap traffic there. Johan Ruya in the gridandgo.com VC002 is there, and Alessandro Bico really having to work on his battle out there at the moment in the number one. As you can see here, just how much he is having to really go out there and prove what he's got.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened here to this number one car, and I think I was able to find it. They just had a spin in turn 10A. That has put this number one car far, far back in terms of track position. That is exactly why this driver is so animated. I think that he feels like he probably deserved a little bit more room at Apex and basically just had to go shuffling downwards through the order.
Yeah, this is with the Team Redline 70 car, so Josh Thompson here, who definitely likes getting his elbows out, then was trying to defend it. You can see he's a little erratic on the brakes, but goes into the corner, and Josh just puts it right on the apex and says, there is no room for you to go. I can see why Alessandro Bico is so animated there. Josh just completely took the apex away from him and said, no, you're not getting past me, sunshine.
It's really tough because I can armchair quarterback this, that Bico wasn't even up alongside in the brake zone, so did he even have the right to the apex down there? I think that Josh took it crazy deep onto the brake, so I think that's one that the race control stewards would probably have to look at if this was real life, because both teams would be complaining on the radio.
They absolutely would, and it's a case of 6 and 1 and half a dozen of the other, and you can always spin an accident in many different ways out there on circuit. He'll now have to try and regroup here and get himself going forward, because the car behind him is Mattia Kolnagi in the Mac Performance #red car there behind in the number 13. And as that's going through, that is your race leader Gustavo Ariel who's there. We'll take a little look at this one again, and this will give you a much better view here behind the trees, straight to the inside. He does get a tiny bit alongside, gets up to the A panel, so at the time he gets the A panel is there, 1 touch, 2 touch, red touch, blue touch, round he goes.
I agree that Thompson probably could have left half a car with more, but we're talking about a same class battle here. I think that if Bico really wanted to be upset, get that car another half car length up alongside, and then you've got a legitimate argument.
Oh. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on this because Gustavo Ariel had the hold there, Alexandre Pilocra, and now this is your top three all there together at the same time. Now, pick your lane here through the final section. The differences aren't very much between your GTP and LMP2, and can you find an angle through? Having to work the outside is Alexander Spetz for Williams Esports there. He gets through very nicely in the Chill Blast variant of his machine. It's a lot more waiting here for the car. We're on board with Josh Ladd, who's trying to angle away to the inside and couldn't quite manage it. This is wonderful stuff up here at the front of this field, and Team Redline now have a little bit more to deal with. They now make their way past the Apex Academy car. They'll now dance past the Simplify Esports, I would say $11, and now they deal with Josh Thompson. One will get through and one won't. Very cleverly placed by Redline. They know exactly how to play this game, Joey.
Yeah, that was pretty savvy between the two different classes to kind of separate them out. But I want to give some credit to our P3 car, Josh Ladd, because he had to deal with that LMP2. And trust me, he was not making life easy for our GTP top three here. So Josh was incredibly patient, didn't make any sort of contact, and he's still just kind of hanging out there. In fact, because of that traffic, he's closed it in again.
Oh, watch out at the front. It's getting very, very dicey for Ariel. Didn't really have much room by Johan Ruyer, who moved across then at the circuit with Jesse Jones in the Falcon car, and then the other grid and go car of Miguel Costa, who was all there. It is getting mighty, mighty dicey at the front, and this is right before their pit stop window as well. So track position, you'd feel as well, Joey's going to be vital heading towards the pits.
Track position is always important. It doesn't matter at what point you are in the race. You always want to be ahead of your competitors, and you always want to have more fuel than your competitors, because that means less time in the pits. So when I look at these top three in GTP, they've got to be approaching that kind of end of stint. We've been racing for almost 50 minutes here. You got to wonder how low the tanks are.
Again, you look at these two teams, Redline and Williams, they are two of the best sim racing teams that the world has to offer, and they're all throwing in there. There's contact there for Josh Ladd in third position, and he comes together with Rainer Talvar in the Mahler Racing Team GTD there, the number 10 car, and that would have caused him a little bit of concern as he went through, just side-to-side contact, so it's okay, he continues on, but now it really gives the green light here for Alexander Spets to attack without worrying about losing his position up into turn 2, one of the toughest places to try and get things slowed down because you're right up on a plateau as you go through, dancing by Florian Lebigra's team Redline 71 and up the hill through the S's into turn 5.
Up and over those bouncy curbs. Doesn't seem like the GTP cars have as many issues with jumping over those exit curbs, but whenever you put a fresh set of cold tires on, that can change everything too. Something else I'm noticing, at least from these overhead shots that I'm looking at, I know that we're not even an hour into this thing, but I'm seeing a lot of rubber buildup off of the racing line. It's just going to get dirtier and dirtier and dirtier as the race progresses, which it reminds me of rain, right? If you go off of the racing line, it can be very, very slick and treacherous. That racing line gets narrower and narrower.
Yep, and into the pits comes one, but not the other. Gustavo Ariel will dive in and make his stop. Williams Esports will both go out longer. So Williams Esports Shilbass there and the Williams Gaming Club, they both stay out. So an early call by Gustavo Ariel to come in. And would you say with when he's decided to come in that he's pitted to strategy?
That's difficult to say because it's up to the driver. If he looks out his windshield and sees a bunch of GT traffic on the horizon, he might say, all right, this next lap is going to be junk. It's better if we pit now. However, it's up to each situation, and it's going to be a moving target, right? I think that on lap 44, being the first to pit if you are the leader, it just tells me that he has not done any fuel save. He has been hammered down the whole time. Just run away as fast as he can.
I think it's designed here, Joey, because the BMW M Team Redline 20 is also in the pits.
Could very well be. We see the number 15 car go up on the stands right here. And I think the number 15 is actually getting a black flag right now for a mechanical as we see our overall leader, the number 3 car of Alexander Spets, hit that pit road entry. Look at the power slide getting onto the pit lane speed limiter.
Oh, Alexander Spets having to do so much. Yeah, the black and orange mechanical flag for the 15 race clutch black car. That's a real shame for them. That'll be them done. But both the Williams cars then have managed to go an extra lap out there in comparison. And now this is where the outlaps are going to be important. Their long stops here, perfect in their boxes as they now look to get their tyres, look to get their fuel, and any driver changes should they so wish to do so. There is car number 21, the team Redline 21. Gustavo Ariel has stayed behind the wheel as he now runs through turn 6 and in towards turn 7, and that tyre rubber build-up that's starting to find itself there. That's basically a case of what we call the marbles.
That is exactly what they are. The clag, the marbles, the dirty stuff, whatever you want to call it. When you get off of the racing line, it gets slippery real fast. So as we watch the number 21 come down through 10A and 10B, the number 3 and the number 11 and the number 7, they're all still receiving fuel, changing the tires, so this blend is going to be pretty tight here. 50.6 seconds was the time stationary for the team of Redline number 21. Seems like Williams Esports, 50 seconds is going to get out in front.
And not only one's going to get him, it might be 2 here because Josh Ladd, yes, he has got out ahead. So big drama then. Redline have dropped 2 places in the pit stop. Williams have pulled a blinder.
Absolutely wonderfully executed by the number 3 and the number 11 out there. So the 21 does have warm, fresh tires. They are up to temperature, but it seems like Alex Spets and Josh Ladd have leapfrogged that Team Redline car.
So work to do for Gustavo Ariel, who will now look to try and pilot his way back forward. The early call has not played off the way that maybe they would have desired it, but now look on the straight here through turn 8, now heading to turn 9. I've got that traffic out of the way. That's Jackson Rosenda in the Delinte Esports by TK for Tony Kanaan. Down on the brakes then again, 10A, 10B, no angle there, but too deep goes Josh Ladd. Look at this, a big up and under that comes through under the Fox Factory Bridge. They're going to be dueling wing mirror to wing mirror as they go through down the bottom, trying to share the same piece of real estate. Oh my goodness me, what a pass by Gustavo Ariel.
Josh Ladd had to relinquish that, and now he slips back into the 3rd position. It could also be that tire warm-up delta that I was telling you about. Remember Josh Ladd, that was the opening lap on that set of tires after he had just come down and gotten that pit stop, while the number 21 already had one complete lap. The tires already up to pressure, already up to temperature, just was able to provide him that drive through this corner right here, turn number 7, allow him to draft down the back straightaway, set up that late braking move, and ultimately it was just Josh Ladd on cold tires going in too deep.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to be quite dramatic then in terms of this race, with Ariel and Josh Ladd finding exactly what they want out of it. We are going to take a little look at some of these pit entries here, because you are going to have to push to the very limit here, right up to the commitment lines as you've got, and this is the difference. Down the hill, trying to push, you've got the grass on either side, you don't want to make the contact there. 15, that's where the damage came along, into the guardrail on the inside, just couldn't get it slowed.
And you see there's the guardrail, and then to the left there's that white concrete wall. And you're going to see the driver's eyes, they're looking down pit lane, but they see that white concrete wall. This guardrail jumps out. Look at Spets just power slide the thing in. He is on the brakes, got the thing locked up, trying to get it down to the pit road speed limiter. But you're right, Jake. I think that pit road entry, this is just the first wave of pit stops. It's going to happen a lot more.
Oh, it certainly will. These drivers are looking at masterminding that, and they'll have lap after lap after lap in which they are able to do so here at Road Atlanta, a 12-turn, 4.09 kilometer circuit, which is producing some fantastic racing up and down the order. And look at the changing again. Josh Ladd doesn't want to give this one up. He'll see a move back on Gustavo Ariel. Ariel doesn't want to give him to it, and the two come together. Ariel scampers off. Ladd goes spinning across the apex of 10B and ultimately can continue on. Pinto picks up a freebie.
Yeah, and now things are really stacked up behind Ladd as everybody gets rolling again. So Josh Ladd is going to have to deal with the number 14, the race clutch red car that's now pretty much in his rearview mirror. I think that was a little bit of a sketchy move, especially when you're Gustavo Ariel on the outside there. I want to draw back just a few laps ago. You had just watched Josh Ladd go way too deep into turn 10A and pretty much drive it off of the racetrack. And then if you put yourself in Gustavo's shoes, he just put himself on the outside of the racetrack where Josh couldn't get the car stopped before. In my opinion, a recipe for a disaster.
It very much is. And oh, speaking of recipes for disaster, goodbye. I think that's going to be it. Daniel Ward in the Team PGZ 114, who's gone around there on that stretch. We'll take a look at the replay first and foremost. So this is what happens between these two and how much they want to give it. Josh Ladd throwing it to the inside. Gustavo Ariel didn't want to give it up, tries to pinch him, and then ultimately they're going to come together because 2 into 1 ultimately makes 1.
And you saw the wiggle of Josh Ladd going down there into turn number 10A, and I believe this is going to be a separate incident going down through the S's. That was incredibly close, trying to squeeze through it, and that was our overall GTP leader getting through the GT traffic.
Oh my word, Alexander Spet is throwing everything he can at it to build a gap. He's now got 7 seconds. Now, keep an eye out on this for Josh Ladd, because that is Jere Lehtinen driving for Race Clutch Red. Now, they came in and pitted on lap 8 of this race, Joey. They are very much on an alternative strategy.
They are. So if I'm Josh Ladd right now, let's look at the delta difference between the lap times, because do you have damage after that contact that you had with Gustavo Ariel? Is it holding you up? Is it making basically the car behind you have to drive in a defensive manner, so it's actually slowing the both of you down? You just have to analyze the situation, and Josh Ladd doesn't want to give up the position, but you also have to understand this red car right behind him, he's going to pit in, call it 2 to 3 more laps.
Yep, so he's certainly going to be looking around thinking, well, he's going to be due soon to dive down into the lane, so I don't necessarily have to worry about him for too long. But you will sometimes see that from certain teams, that if they do get into trouble early, for example, Joey, in the race, they'll try and count back as they go through. Speaking of counting back, watch out in your GTDs. because they're going to be battling in through. That is Josh Thompson through on Felix Kimbach, who's tried to come back in the Bordersud plus Turner car. You got Johan Rouillet for gridandgo.com VC002 getting close up into the action and just not able to put himself into the situation. The Ferrari finding no way past the BMW, past the Mustang.
It's good to see a Ford, a BMW, and a Ferrari all battling it out here in the GTD class. We haven't seen much of those Ferraris up towards the front. It's more kind of been the Ford, BMW, Lamborghini battle as these LMP2s and GTPs kind of split up this three-pack right here. All of them kind of get separated an equal distance as they come out onto the back straightaway. I actually want to include, there's another car into that, the Simify eSports car. That number 6 car is tailing onto the back end as well.
Yeah, certainly trying to make some progress. We'll take a look here with our replay. So this is what happens to get this group all close. So the 114 car, this is Samuel Ward that we just saw the back end of as he went around. So there's the Porsche down the inside, throws for looking for a lane. And that's the issue. He goes for a lane that doesn't quite exist. It was taken up there by the Bordersud plus Turner car. And then ultimately for Samuel Ward, he just gets dumped into the concrete.
A really tough situation because it's a slow part on the racetrack and you think, oh, okay, I can squeeze into this little gap there, but definitely not room. That BMW was already there and he's got his foot to the floor accelerating off of turn number 7, so I wouldn't expect him to lift at the beginning part of the straightaway. It's just all part of the multi-class racing. It's not always the prototype. Sometimes it's your own class that you got to watch out for as well.
Oh, you absolutely do, and it's the one that you least expect out there as they go through. There is your race leader diving into the pits of GTD. We've hardly seen him for the first hour's worth of racing here. Joey Alejandro Sanchez and the Apex Racing Team 99 have been simply put on a different planet to everyone else.
And been doing really good. Here's the P2 car, the number 72 Team Redline with Gianni Vecchio behind the wheel. I think we're going to see all of the GT cars finally hit pit road. Looks like they're clicking over to lap number 46 on their fuel stint. So the GTPs call it about 44, 45 laps. These GTD cars, maybe a couple laps longer than that.
Well, they're all coming in now. File them in, one after the other after the other. Thompson, Kierbach, Rouillet is in. Tom Ryer has jumped in for the Apex Racing Academy. So they're all looking to make those stops. They've gone about an hour, and they've got to be careful on how they run through the box. You're seeing a couple of them, because the boxes are so early, they haven't quite judged it, and they're missing the boxes.
Don't beat yourself in a race. It doesn't matter if it's a sprint race or an endurance race. It can be very tricky here in iRacing, not knowing exactly where your pit stall is coming in, because remember, that qualifying order, when you get into the session, it can really base on when your pit stall is. Always have to maybe even have a teammate say, hey, this is our pit stall, and count them in, just like it's the real world.
Well, right now, there's the car in second position after the stop. So the Apex Racing Team 99 of Alejandro Sanchez has done well. It's now the Drago Racing 169, Manuel Troncoso, who's gone to second position in class, getting a very lovely pit stop done and managing that brilliantly as the two red line GTPs move their way around second and third positions. There is Josh Thompson's car right now, who's finding himself in the mix. Or sorry, that will be Florian Lebigra, in the 71. Who is there at this point. He'll have Vasilos Belisiotis, who is there behind in the Williams Esports Pit Fit car, trying to find a way through. And this is going to be for fourth position right now as they take that long launch through 8, heading towards turn 9 on what is colloquially the backstretch.
Now, I'm a true racing nerd. I love vehicle dynamics. I love car setups. So when I see two identical manufacturers running together, I'm always trying to analyze where is one faster than the other, and they looked pretty gosh dang even down the back straightaway, so it kind of tells me they're running incredibly similar wing levels. It's going to be down to that mechanical difference. You know, what springs are they running, what cambers are they running, what toe angles, ride heights, all of that little minutia. That's basically going to be the difference between these Ford Mustang GT3s out here battling for what is fourth place.
Yeah, so they are trying to throw what they can at the wall, and these two, they're battling in two different categories, technically, Williams and Redline, and everywhere they want to battle, they're trying to prove that they are top team, they are top dogs out there at this moment, and they do have to have their battle slightly interrupted here as through around Daniel Ferguson will go and into the grass, having to find that level. That's Vlad Kimikev there for Drago Racing, who had to try and split the difference going forward. And I tell you what, Florian Lebigre is desperate for that slipstream. He almost tagged the back of Kimikev there running through towards turn 6 because he's just desperate for any launch that he can get to break away as we pass the hour mark in this race.
Well, let's put ourselves in that driver's racing seat, if you will. Florian Lebigre in this team Redline number 71. You look in front, he doesn't have anybody in front to draft off of. So the reason why he was trying to draft off of that prototype, try to sniff whatever he could to pull him along, is to try to run away from that car behind him, because he's pushing all of the air. That Ford Mustang GT3 that's directly behind, I don't know if he's fuel saving. I don't know if he's trying to overtake, but guess what? He has that advantage of the car in front of him pushing away all that air.
Yeah, and it's that push that I think has been rather important in terms of how much are you able to give yourself a tiny little margin out there, and that I think is going to be the key. On the top of your screen, they've got the race on for 10th position overall at this moment in time. 10th in LMP2 at this moment in time. So we've got some brilliant racing up and down the field. So this is going to be what's on between Christian Steenberg and Robin Hlerum, who is trying to get himself into play in the number 8 Williams Esports BenQ car. And at this point in time, there's not really that much that's separating them here, these two. Hlerum, of course, caught up in the early incident in the opening hour here, Joey, and is trying to recover through the field.
You've got to think also that these drivers are kind of finally settled in, right? The first 10 minutes, an extreme scramble where everything is so frantic, and really call it the first hour, is the drivers and teams trying to find their footing. You know, where is everybody else's race pace? What is the aggression level like? So now that they've had, call it a full fuel stint, and really these LMP2s 1.5 fuel stints so far, I feel like the drivers are finally into their natural rhythm, how they like to drive, how they've been preparing, and it really is the pace coming out now.
Yeah, the pace, I think, has been rather important to keep in mind, that now they can settle in and find those rhythms and really push themselves as they go forward. Let's talk about what's happened over this opening hour's worth of racing here at the iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. The drop of the green flag then as waved by Barney the flagman, and really it was a race at the front that got ignited after just 5 minutes, Joey, when we got ourselves into the lap traffic and we started getting all of those amazing battles sorted, and that was the first sign of it right there for the Braselton Plus competition car.
Turn 5 and turn 10A, 10B right here have been chaotic, to say the least. We have had multiple incidents down there at turn 10A, and then here's another one at the turn 5 exit. So whether it's the apex curb or the exit curb, the place that I'm circling right here is turn 5 and turn 10A. We got the fan cam earlier, 3 wide going down into turn 10A. So if you want to be watching stuff, you definitely want to be down at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, we saw earlier that the leading LMP2 car got caught out in troubles. This is what happened for Alessandro Bico, with Josh Thompson getting that little bit of contact. It's just been these single car incidents, and that's the big one between second and third, in class at the time, as they battled right up at the top. And that's what happened then for the PGZ 114 Porsche, finding the barriers at the wrong place at the wrong time. There's been some wonderful racing that's been going on in this opening hour, and your top 3 here of your iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO, have really proven to be fantastic. This is what they look at after the first hour. Williams Esports Chill Blast on the top at the moment, ahead of the 2 Redline cars, but it's the BMW TM Team Redline 20 that's now the one chasing them instead of the 21. Braselton Plus competition finding themselves in 4th, and as they run on down, troubles already early for the Apex Racing Academy 298 and the MSS Movano at Zero Car, Joey, who have found themselves in trouble. 8 BMWs in your top 10 in class.
Yeah, definitely a heavy BMW up there in the GTPs. We also have the LMP2s the first hour right here. It has been Williams Esports Academy, followed by those Apex Racing team cars. But remember, Apex Racing was able to go +1 lap in comparison to some of those other LMP2 competitors. Williams Esports also inside the top 5 there, but Jake, third class is GTD.
Yeah, and at the moment, it is the Apex Racing Team 99 Ford Mustang that leads over the Lamborghini of Drago Racing 169. You got there a number of Ford Mustangs there, the 2-team Redline cars 72 and 71, and the Williams Esports Pit Fit team doing well. 1 or 2 BMWs inside the top 10 currently there, with the Marla Racing team and the Borisov Plus Turner team finding themselves in there as well, as we have had a wonderful first hour's worth of racing here with all of you. Make sure to leave out what you're loving so much about what is going on with your iRacing Petit Le Mans. And if you haven't had the chance to already, you can see in the bottom right corner there, you can sign up if you're brand new to iRacing. You can start your iRacing career today. It is 40% off of brand new memberships if you want to try and get yourself in and once upon a time find yourself here racing at Road Atlanta in 365 days time. We got some wonderful work, Joey, that's been going on. We've been keeping that big focus on, and nothing I would say so far from anywhere in this field is out of reach after the first hour.
The field is still packed incredibly close. We might not have wheel-to-wheel battles through every single position, but when I look down through the order, it's not these huge, giant gaps. So that tells me if you're a driver, you cannot be making any sort of mistake out there. You can't be getting held up by GT traffic, as you see. I believe that's the PGZ 129 really getting choked up from that BMW GT car that allows the Maradness car of Nathan Olson to get right on the back here. So these LMP2s, they're about 3/4 of the way through their second fuel stint, working lap number 24 right now. The rest of the cars have been able to go 40+ laps, but these LMP2s are a little bit shorter in terms of their fuel stint, how long they can go, and basically what each driver can do out there as we watch. I believe this is Kevin in the 129 trying to pull away from Nathan Olson in that red number 19. Head down into turn 10A, 10B. It looks like he's going to be able to actually get a little bit of a gap there, separate the battle by a GTD car. So be able to have a little bit of room to breathe over here as they head down out onto the front straightaway.
Well, both of them are trying to catch the Beckham Jasier fan club car, which is currently painted up as Lightning McQueen. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, let's hear the noise. We're full throttle. chase has been very much on for a number of drivers out there as they've been looking to put that progress. Alexander Spetz on screen is your main focus, running through second and third in LMP2 right now, and Spetz for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team has now got 11.5 seconds on the BMW M Team Redline 20. They have done wonders after the pit stop, capitalised on a bit of misfortune behind Joey, and now they're starting to reap the rewards.
Yeah, got, like you said, about 11 seconds right now between P1 and P2, and sometimes the traffic can give it, and sometimes the traffic can take it. And right now for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, seems like everything is going right, and even starting to extend that gap a little bit. I even see that they've got one of the fastest lap times of the race so far as well, a 106.9. Those are qualifying times.
Oh, they really are, and when you get yourself into play with those sorts of laps, you just smile from ear to ear at how quick you can go. A 106.9 would have been good enough to get past the likes of 13th position, and would have only been a second off of their main qualifying lap time that they've got on at this point. So they've certainly done a wonderful job here at the front of this field. Those two Apex Racing Team cars still trying to play the long game here, compared, as you can see, your manufacturers on the right-hand side of the timing tower here to say how they're going. At the moment, BMW certainly on top. It's all of them on Delaras in LMP2, and then Ford, 4 of the top 5 at the moment with the Mustangs in GTD.
Yeah, got a good diversity of manufacturers out there between the two classes that offer the different manufacturers. Of course, in the LMP2 class, we only have the Delara chassis, but seems like down in the GT categories, the Ford Mustang has definitely been the most popular. We've also seen plenty of the BMWs up front, one of the Lamborghinis, as well as some of the Ferraris.
Yeah, so certainly there is going to be a lot going on there for them at this point, but you can see now what this is. Now you've got this opportunity to say you've got through the first hour. There are a few casualties out there over the course of the racing that we've got so far, and so that frees up that little bit of space. It's still busy. We expect it to be busy, passing the Williams Esports Academy car that leads the field, David Sobrero, behind the wheel. But this is just what you get when you are a GTP driver trying to make your way through. You've got to try and get past every single driver as quickly and as efficiently as you can, and sometimes you do have to wait for the traffic to come to you. It's a give and take, and it's very much a yin and yang style that you can't really force your will upon the drivers around you. You've just got to wait for the opportunities and take your chances when you battle with the traffic.
I kind of want to expand on that point a little bit. It's a playground that everybody is playing on, and it has to be the same rules, right? If you're a GTP car, you can't just go barging your way through every single car that you see. There's going to be times that you say, okay, well, I can't make it into this brake zone without clearing a GT car or an LMP2 car. So you have to lift off the throttle, maybe adjust one of your racing lines to say, all right, I'm going to be the bigger person here. We're not going to come out of this side in a guardrail. Everybody's going to be on the track. And then when the shoe is on the other foot and you're a GT car, you also have to raise your hand sometimes and say, okay, this is a bad situation that I'm going to be in. I'm going to lift off the throttle, or maybe give a little bit more room on a corner entry to an LMP car or a prototype that's coming steaming up the inside. So when I look at the multi-class and the drivers that are involved, it has to be a two-way street, sometimes even a three-way street when it comes down to 3 classes at the same time.
Yeah, and you really do have to understand and pretty much entrench yourself in this style of racing to understand, okay, well, this car can only go this quick through this section, and that's where you're sort of giving the gives and takes as they go through. Now, this is the perfect example of that right for you, Joey, because you've got Marshall Hubert in the Apex Academy car, same category of style to get by. They're past the Mag Performance SRT car of Andrea Bristow behind the wheel there. And then, of course, they've got the LMP2 in front of Alexandre Dulatrat, who went behind earlier on in the Dulatrat Automotive by Major's Garage team. So you're getting the sense of, oh, hello, I'll give you a nice friendly flash of the lights to say, yeah, I let you through. I hope you have a good day. update. Thank you very much for making that painless and easy for me. And then, of course, next up will be Dulatrar Automotive, which will be where to go through. The car that is up technically 7 places off the start, 5 of which due to dropped dropped GTPs in this field. 5 of them, currently of the 13 that started, find themselves outside by at least 6 laps, and through he goes.
I'll talk a little bit more about the multi-class traffic and kind of the give and take that we see between the classes as well. Remember, as a racing driver, you always want to go as fast as possible. You want to be aggressive. You want to make the clean overtakes. You want to be that guy, that girl out there that is on top of the timesheets. But if you go barging your way through and you never give, you only take, everybody out there on the racetrack, on the playground, they see that, and they're going to understand how you race, and when you come up on them, they might treat you a little bit differently than how you would, say, see somebody else go by and they just left the apex completely open for them. So it's managing the aggression, managing the moves, but also staying friendly to everybody else out there. They can dictate your race, sometimes in the worst possible way.
Kevin Desnoyers, who is in the 129 Team PGZ car, has got Olivier Piatek in the Beckham Jazir fan club. There you can see as the fan club car goes through, the classic stickers from the hit movie Cars there on the side there as they go through, trying to get himself every way through. The power of Owen Wilson will be flowing through him as he tries to get himself forward and up. Couldn't quite get the 95 car. That went to the Borussia Plus competition team, so Will Murdoch 2 places down. There's a little look at it there. Some of the rusties there on the side and the big smiley grin that's there. And of course the eyes, which are up there at the top. If you ever wondered what Lightning McQueen would look like as a Dallara P217, I think we find the perfect example.
I mean, ka-chow to the max as he comes down pit road right here. Hopefully he gets it stopped. You see a little bit of counter steer. The car behind had a huge slide coming in like we saw some of those GTP cars earlier. But the LMP2s have officially hit that fuel window about 33 to 35 laps.
Oh, misboxed there by Piatek. That's not going to be very helpful as there is the Apex Academy car making its progress through. Car number 97 out there in a bit of a battle at the moment. Now, once again, Stanley Delonde in the 198 Apex Racing Team car and Aaron Vasquez in the Apex Racing Team 199 have both stayed out an extra lap, and we'll count that as an extra 2 because they continue out for a second run. So consistently, they're getting an extra lap, and the lights flashing there from the red line car of Diogo Pinto, who definitely wanted to get through and get through quickly up the hill. The Mag Performance hashtag red car of Mattia Kolnagi that they had to get by. They're past Kolnagi now, but Delonde and co definitely doing a great job at this stage.
I'll try to explain that fuel save the best and being able to go 1 or even 2 laps longer like we're watching these Apex Racing Team cars do. You think, all right, well, 2 laps, not that big of a difference right now. They all come out at the same point off of pit exit, which is true. However, the next time that 2 laps is going to grow to a 4-lap delta, and then the next time that 4 lap is going to grow to a 6-lap delta, and so on through every single one of these pit stops. And the further and further you can work yourself towards a whole pit stop or even half a pit stop, think about that time difference about being stopped in the box, only taking half a tank of fuel, call it 16 laps of fuel, instead of 32 laps of fuel. That is a huge time difference when it comes down to on the racetrack track position.
Yeah, and they're taking these full stops, Joey, time and time again, but the fact that you're trying to get a lap here, a lap there, just trying to get an extra lap each and every time, it adds up over the course of the race. And Joey, if they can continue keeping in range of the likes of the Williams Esports Academy, they're going to be saving themselves a pit stop by the end of the race.
They definitely can do that, and it can be a little bit deceiving, like I said, because they always come out at the same time out of pit exit. So you're saying, well, there's not that much of a difference between going 1 or 2 laps longer as the number 19 car. Remember, this was the other car that was able to stretch it a little bit further other than the Apex Racing Team on their first fuel stint. So the number 19 doing a good job to stretch it again on their second fuel stint. But what I was going to get ready to say is that it doesn't seem like it's paying off right away. But when you cash it all in at the end of the race, that's when those big dividends pay off.
They certainly do. Driver changes for them as it continues on in GTD. Miguel Costa dealing with Josh Thompson now for a bit of drama, as here down the inside goes Diogo Pinto to just allow them to continue on their run. Miguel Costa started 37th on the grid, out 4 spots so far in this race to 33rd, so they've been holding quite stationary in the overall. That team red line 70, down 4 at the moment from where they started. So 2 very contrasting stories as they now run through the S's section and go through. For those driver changes at Apex, it's Gordy Much who's now behind the 198 Apex Racing Team car. It's Daniel Civichabo who's got behind the 199.
I was happy you pointed that out there, Jay, because I saw that the cars went up on Jackson. They did that driver change. So at least in LMP2 right now, it seems like 2 full fuel stints is the way to go, and then they're going to be swapping out to a second driver. I'm curious if the GTPs are going to do the same thing with the GTDs. I would expect so, because remember, these cars are actually going about 10 laps longer than those LMP2s, about 45 to 50 minutes or longer for each fuel stint.
They've changed at Williams Esports Academy as well, as here comes the look side by side down the hill. Josh Thompson getting it sorted, commanding the apex as he has done all day long around at that corner, and getting the pass done on the Lamborghini there and making that one easy. They've changed at Williams Esports Academy as well, so the 66 car is now piloted by Matthias Orjuela, and it's now Santeri Martikainen who is behind the number 5 here, Joey.
I think it's just going to be the natural progression. I'm not surprised to see him do a double stint and then swap into a next driver. In fact, honestly, I'm surprised that they didn't do a triple stint in that LMP2, because we're not even an hour and a half into this race. So I would figure a solid hour to 2 is a good rough time frame for each one of these drivers. Some of them might not be like being in a sim that long. Some of them actually prefer going in for a longer amount of time.
Now, here is Daniel Alves Lourenco, who is currently piloting around the number 9 BMW M-Team Borussia Plus competition car, and has his eyes set on getting to the car, not in front, but the car in front of that, which is Daniel Ferguson right now in the WSR Esports butt kicker $1.23, which is out there. So trying to find some ways through. That's Thibaut Prevost in the Team PGZ 124 LMP2, which is dispatched of out there at this point. So that's one easy bit done. But the thing is, it's a case of very much the old line from Star Wars. There's always a bigger fish. There's always a bit of lap traffic in front, and right on the middle of the apex, Lucas Perez for Simplify Esports says, I'm not going to move out of the way. You're going to have to dictate the way you need to get past me.
It was a good job, though. He was predictable. It's not like he parked the car on the apex. Now, being top split, I don't think I would see any games being played between the multi-class traffic here. It's just going to be, if they can manage their way around without tripping over each other. There's that Rusty's Kachow car in the LMP2 class as we watch Lourenco try to get around it and just kind of get tripped up here in turn number 5 once again. So that traffic game, it's not always going to go in favor of you. You have to be the bigger person the majority of the time and realize what is going to get me to the end of this fuel stint and then at the end of this race.
Patrick Hingston now behind the Beckham Jasiah fan club car, the Lightning McQueen machine, which is out there at this moment in time, as Daniel Alves Lourenco has made his way forward and has certainly been looking to try and chase his way back through. He was one of the few drivers caught out very early on, Joey, in the opening hour over the top of turn 5. So has certainly been battling to try and get into play. Here is the number 97 car then. The Apex Academy is back in play once more. Tom Ryer trying to find a way to Johan Rouillère in the gridandgo.com VC002, which is out there. So 001's been doing well. Here's 002. And Tom Ryer, who's been giving chase +5 for the day, has had a good job.
We watch on board the number 97. We've got our full GTD standings as they run on the left side on the timing tower. Right now you see the top 17 all on the lead lap. One car that is 1 lap down, and then a few that have had some problems here. But as we watch Tom go up and over the S section, here's the tricky turn 5. You see it gains that elevation and then jump all over those exit curves. Seems like the Mustang is handling itself pretty well over that, call it technical bumpy section. This is the other area of the racetrack that I'm always curious about. Up on the driver's left curb, does he hit the apex curb or not? Yes, he does, which means the Mustang pretty compliant. Same thing with that exit curb, was driving all up on it. You need to have the compliance in this car to be able to put the power down, run all the way over all of those curves, because that's what allows you to open that radius and maximize the speed through turn number 7.
Yeah, and then all that run through 7 gives you this launch down the hill to 10A and 10B, this delayed chicane out there, I like to call it, because you go into the corner, you just about finish the corner, and then you've got the second part of the chicane to hit through. I wouldn't say it's a direct chicane, it's slightly indirect, which gives it a lot of that challenge. It's almost like it's a stutter step that you're doing when you're out there playing American football, rugby, or however you want to go about it, your sport of choice. Johan Rouillère in the Ferrari from Club France. He's certainly been in and a bit busy over the start of this race, as it'll be the race leader now who will be making his way around, Alexander Spetz, who will be waiting down the hill to go up to turn 5. Now you can see that there's definitely a sense of I don't want to get by at turn 5, is which we just saw. 6th overall right now, and you can say now it's 5th, 6th and 7th, because the Williams Gaming Club car of Josh Ladd has certainly lost all that pace that he had early on, and I think he is really having to battle with what he's got in the early goings of this race. Remember that Josh Ladd machine there for the Williams Gaming Club got caught up early in the incident with Gustavo Ariel, and as such that number 23 is really trying to make some progress. Big up to the Cadillac who's trying to make that charge.
We ride on board the number 23 of Ferguson, chasing down that car you were just mentioning. You see we're kind of getting tripped up by a GT car. Time this run through turn 5 to be able to run away. Don't look in the mirror, because Lourenco is going to be making a move, maybe down into turn number 6. Didn't quite make the lunge, but what has gone from an attack from Daniel Ferguson onto Josh Ladd is now actually a defense coming out of turn number 7, because directly on his rear wing is that BMW M Team BS Competition number 89.
I just want to point out that the Race Clutch Red number 14 car is down in the pits with the black and orange mechanical flag. They are on the alternative strategy, as here comes the move. Straight down and through. The Braselton team make that pass and get that comfortably sorted, but not yet, because look at this, you can attack back off the exit at 10B that people seem to forget. So that's the move, straight back, thank you very much. But the Race Clutch Red number 14 team are down in the pits. They are with damage, and the black and orange mechanical flag, they'll have to wait for repairs to be done before they're back out again.
Shame for that number 14. They had a pretty solid run going, as things are pretty hectic. You see us once again getting tripped over GT cars, and you just can't make a move down here into turn number 5. Maybe in the closing few minutes you see one of these prototypes force the issue, and here comes Lourenco back down to the inside here. Let's see if he's going to secure this move. It was an over-under through turn 10A that basically had him relinquish the position after he was able to get it done, but seems like this time is able to get through and into that solid 6th place, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we've seen some brilliant running there, and that's the key to finding these passes. You've just got to find the right time. There is the Drago racing car sat behind, which is lap traffic, 13 laps adrift to the race lead here. Vlad Kimikev is just trying to pick up what he can here in this race. It's a long road to recovery for Drago, and they're looking for the finish first and foremost. But Daniel Ferguson here in 6th place, was in 6th place, now down in 7th, seeing Daniel Alves Lourenco through. He's now going to have to try and do his best to keep that chase up and alive at this moment, and especially when there's another car in the train trying to chase down. When you're trying to get to Josh Ladd, that's going to be really important. Down and up the hill, it's going to be a little bit of a check-up here, which is going to bring back into play, and it's his own teammate in the LMP2, Will Murdoch, that's certainly not helping things right now for the, I would say, bigger sister in the GTP. So that pretty much told you all you need to know about how tough it is for the BMW M Team Borisov Plus competition team. They've got a lot of work to do, and they are having to fight everything.
I loved watching that rear-facing camera. It was really showing off the elevation at Road Atlanta. Of course, down the back straightaway here, you've got this downhill into the braking zone, which just kind of adds to the trickiness of things, right? You got gravity pulling you down into the brake zone, accelerating your speed, if you will, so it just makes things even more difficult to slow them down to that apex speed that you need for those front tires to grip up. But seems like these prototypes have everything under control right now. Still watching Daniel Ferguson try to get that position back from Lourenco, when Lourenco trying to hunt down Josh Ladd. Remember, it was Josh that was really kind of maybe holding up these couple of cars before, but because of the traffic, it seems like he's able to escape down the road, and as I say that, everything compresses once again.
Oh, left, right, up, down, slantways. You can use the great glass elevator to try and get through everybody there, and just about managing it. Woo, my word, you can't get much closer than that as you start scrapping through the middle of the groups, and Josh Ladd there having to get through, and you've got the likes of Isaac Phelps there in the WSR butt kicker 223 who had to try and navigate his way through. Pablo Araujo was in there, you got Gonzalo Vergara who was there, and Mattia Kolnagi, who are all having to try and find themselves a bit of space after a little bit of condensing, and breathe and relax and go on to the next phase of the race. That all very much nicely there. There is the BenQ LMP2, the number 8 machine there. It's now Sami Matti-Trogan who takes over from Robin Claren behind the wheel, and Patrick Hingston is the next challenge up ahead.
Yeah, Hingston is in that number 16, that red Rust-eze car. So this is a good LMP2 battle for what is 9th place on the racetrack. I also think I see 7th place is pretty much just as close right here. So with the prototypes, good battles in GTP, good battles in LMP2. The GT field, maybe a little bit spread out. I see a couple battles further back in the pack, but what's going on right now between Williams Esports BenQ and this Beckham Jesser fan club is probably our closest argument. Let's see what they can do down here in turn number 6 and 7. I mentioned those marbles, that clag, that dirty stuff off of the racing line. It is going to do nothing but build up even more as this race goes on. So that racing line, hitting your brake marker, hitting your turn-in, hitting your apex, and making sure you don't go too wide on every single track exit, it's going to be important.
Every trick in the book being used here. You can see Sami Matti-Trogan flashing on the light, see if it's going to distract going into some of these corners against Patrick Hingston. So he's really trying to throw what he can at it. Little push wide out of the corner might open it up. The lap traffic in front, of course, of Mattia Kolnagi is going to be important to get through, and they'll manage that one on the first bit. Will there be a little look into turn 1 there? What? Oh, the car in front is going to completely go. Gonzalo Vergara in the Simify Esports 11. Very nearly finding dramas for that group duo.
That was a close call for sure, and look at how tight it still is with these prototypes. And now we're going to jump up to the GTP field. So this is Josh Ladd. He definitely got held up again with some more GT traffic. Lourenco and Ferguson are those two that have just been stuck on the back bumper. They haven't gone anywhere. It's actually Ferguson that's close enough to make a move on Lourenco right back in front of the GT car. And now you see that red prototype who's a few laps down actually get in the middle of it all.
Yeah, every right to unlap himself and into the pits diving. Then is going to go Josh Ladd. And he very nearly clipped the barriers as he came into the pits. So that was pretty much a case of, well, how much are you going to avoid it? And it just about managed to get through. So Ladd goes into the pits. The other two continue on at this moment in time, Joey. And at least for the time being, right now, it's Daniel Alves Lourenco who is trying to impose himself on this race as he now finds himself P5 on the road, P4 on the road, sorry. P5 on the road. It's the Boris Plus competition car number 7 in 4th, and that's what he's chasing down, his own teammate.
I know I was kind of interrupting you there, but remember we just saw Josh Ladd come down and hit pit road as we watched these prototypes once again kind of draft each other down the back straightaway. That was only lap number 39 for that car out there, so that's, call it, a handful of laps shy. I wonder if there was damage on the car and Josh really was struggling for pace, so you opt to bring it down early, get tires and fuel, and while that is going on, the crew can actually fix some of that damage and hopefully get the car back up to pace. Or I just wonder if Josh was screaming to get out of the car. He just hasn't been having a good time out there in terms of these other cars kind of closing in the gap. But either way, it was about a handful of laps early.
Yeah, so he's definitely decided I am losing way too much with what I'm doing in the Williams Gaming Club. They are going to put Matt Farrow behind the wheel, and Matt is someone who is lightning when it comes to prototype racing. He's been lightning for at least 6 years when he's been up there at the very top, so it's nice to see Matt Farrow behind the wheel with the Williams Gaming Club car, and now looking to start attacking and going away again. But still, as we focus on the number 89 and Daniel Alves Lorenco, it's a case of drivers are pretty much looking at 2 stints and trying to go and see what's next. They'll have Phil Denez and Ryan Barneveld that they can go to put into the car. 2 drivers then who are there. So you've got Club Diaz, Club Benelux, and I think Phil Denez is also Club California. So I think Denez might be a great drive to put in the late stint of the race, Joey.
I think that's probably the trend that we're going to see, right? Not a 1 stint, and as I say that, here comes the number 23 car down onto pit lane. That's the WSR Esports butt kicker car of Daniel Ferguson, bringing it down pit lane. Lap number 42 of their fuel stint. Looks like we're going to get a replay here of the number 22 Corvette. We haven't seen very many of the Corvettes have some action here, and I see a couple LMP2 cars just in the rear view. This is that incident into turn number 1. I mentioned how fast turn 1 is, and you see the uphill at apex and an exit. That means entry. You actually have to overspeed it a little bit going in there. So if you overstep that overspeed, it can wind up just like that, a huge slide that pushes you out to the outside of the track.
You're fighting the limit of grip, and the moment you step over 100%, the back's going to step out, and that's what happened for the Corvette. So very dramatic in the early stages that brought itself into play for him. But at least at this moment up the hill, this is the BMW M Team Redline car, which is out there, the number 20, which is Diogo Pinto. So he is certainly looking to try and push himself forward with Marshall Hubert in front, and a big gap now of 14.7 seconds to the car in front and 12 seconds over to the car behind. So Diogo Pinto is certainly trying to go, but Joey's on an island of his own.
Yeah, he's just got to keep on chugging out there as the number 20 car in this GTP class. We are coming up to that fuel stop, though. It was about 44 to 45 laps for that first fuel stint, and this is lap number 43. Let's see if Diogo decides to hit pit lane, or yes, here he comes. So I also wonder if that opening, call it pace lap, the opening slower lap maybe added a half a lap to these GTP cars, and now we're seeing kind of run that true 43, 44 lap stint.
Yeah, we're right in the wheelhouse now of the pit stop window. So the red BMW M Team Redline 20 is in. No surprises, Gustavo Ariel in the Team Redline 21 car to make those stops. Now we'll see whether driver changes are going to come in for the Redline teams out there at this point. It looks like Diogo Pinto is staying in the car as things currently stand. Gustavo Ariel will be certainly looking at his stop, and now we get more in, because there goes one of the Borussia cars in then to make the pit stop. We're firmly in the cycle. Daniel Alves Lorenco is in. The 7, of course, has stayed out and continues longer, and Ariel also stays in, so they're going to triple stint here at Redline.
Sometimes those drivers are just more comfortable, and you have to evaluate that with each driver and each fuel stint. Sometimes they might say, you know what, I'm sweating my butt off inside this sim rig over here, and I need a break. I need to go get water. I need to go to the bathroom. I just need something. Other times, drivers might feel like they're in a little bit of a groove out there and say, you know what, I actually like doing laps right now. I understand how the traffic is being played. I understand how all the competitors are racing each other. I would actually prefer to stay in the car. But it's up to the team managers, the spotters, the drivers, whoever's basically in charge of each team, is to evaluate the driver, evaluate each stint, and then, like I said earlier, employ the best strategy that's going to get you to the end of the 10 hours the quickest.
There's been technical issues out there for one of the Williams Esports Academy cars out there, and I believe it's the one that is Kamil Grabowski, so it's the number 5. They've dropped way down the order in LMP2, and now they've got to really make their way back forward. Grabowski's back in behind the wheel, issues for Santeri Martikainen, and suddenly they're on the back foot moving forward.
Going to be up and down for a lot of drivers. I see the majority of the GTP field actually on pit road right now, are going to be stopping, just taking their first or second stop, I should say, is that number 5 car. Comes down the hill here. That's that car that you were talking about, the Williams Esports Academy, here in the LMP2 class with Grabowski behind the wheel.
Yeah, so Kamil Grabowski there, the Polish driver, is going to be back in earlier than he expected to be, and they're going to be on a different strategy now between now and the end of this race, not what they want. Finally, the number 7, longest of the lot, Nicholas Boe, is going to dive in. Now, they have changed at number 3. They've put Ate Kalpanen behind the wheel, so Ate's turn now to get forward and really show what he's made of. We'll see whether Borisud want to change that 4th place car's driver at all. Boe's been in for 2 stints currently. As we look on forward, they will change, and I'll put Owen Carroll in behind the wheel, Joey.
Owen Carroll, one of the most popular streamers, one of the fastest guys out there, so you know that he is going to get in and give it 10 tenths as we watch this car, the number 3, get around one of the LMP2 cars on the front straightaway here. That was not for position, but the number 3 will resume the lead here as they go up and over turn number 1. You see that BS competition car officially in pit lane, so Williams Esports Chill Blast officially out front.
Yeah, so they've done what they needed to do. They've got Ate Kalpanen now, who will be looking to try and put some consistent stints down on the board and build that margin, which is currently 15 seconds at the front of the field. And we're talking about those gaps, 10 seconds at the front for the team that we've talked almost none about at the moment, who is currently the 99 Apex Racing team right now, with Alejandro Sanchez on the front, as we focus on forward right now to some of the other cars that are making their way through. There's the Mag Performance team red car of Mattia Kolnagi, who's getting the lights on, because this is a battle for position for 37th and 38th at the moment. Pablo Araujo for Team PGZ, which likes to call themselves the mean team out there, is certainly looking to try and make some progress. And the Apex Academy is also going to be in a little bit of a scrap right now, because they will also have Johan Rouyer trying to reach here in terms of this one against Tom Ryer.
Yeah, and then that black and red Mustang, that 3rd car, that caboose in line, is Lucas Perez in the Simify Esports 22. That's also right on the back. So we've got Mustang, Ferrari, Mustang in terms of this sandwich right here. This is around the far end of the circuit, that turn 6 and now turn number 7. Let's see what kind of top speed is between these 2 different manufacturers. The Ferrari does have a little bit of a draft with that other Mustang of Rouyer directly in front of him, so he won't be suffering completely by himself. And it actually looks like it's got some decent top speed on the back end of the straightaway here. And for reference, these GT cars are hitting about 160 miles an hour before they jump on the brakes down there to about minimum speed of about 65 miles an hour down there at turn 10A.
Yeah, they really are going to have to jump on the binders there, and they are throwing it around. 78 seconds around here is still no slouch in terms of how quick they're running, but it just goes to show you the difference makers that they're currently 11 and soon to be now, as Ate Kalpanen will try and dissect them both. 12 laps down on your overall race leader, which shows you the difference here that they have to be dealing with. Isaac Phelps now trying to move the WSR Esports butt kicker car through the group, and with good reason as well. Every single place that's made is going to be important in the context of the long run of this race. But Johan Rouyer, I think, is doing exactly what he wants to, just holding that gap, as there is car 4, which is Team Redline 71. Florian Lebigre, currently 3rd position overall, shadowing down his sister car, the Team Redline 72, piloted by Gianni Vecchio.
Both of them doing a very nice job just laying down consistent laps. I am all about the data. And now these GT cars, the fastest laps they've been turning is, call it 118 flat. Team Redline 118.2, 118.2 from both of those drivers that last time around. The only problem, the leader, Alejandro Sanchez, a 118.2 as well. So when we look at the top of the field and how competitive it is, I don't think it really gets much closer than really the entire top 10. They're arguing over hundredths of a second each lap time.
Yeah, there's not much between them. An 18.295 from Florian Lebigre on that last lap, an 18.289 by Gianni Vecchio. This is a case of Vecchio being 0.06 of a second quicker, and he's not having much love with Andrea Bristow. Is Vecchio just in front? Andrea in the Mag Performance SRT car getting put a lap down, or now what is 8 laps down in the context of his race, just about is able to allow Gianni Vecchio the chance to go through. And Gianni Vecchio, as a sim racing driver, Joey, is someone who has been around the furniture for a number of years. He's been right up there for at least 6 or 7. He was a part of the Pure Racing team before they had the merger with Redline, so that's how he found himself there. But ultimately, he has been a fantastic soldier as Gianni Vecchio for Team Redline. He's been a stalwart for them.
You look at the history of this driver, and I'm just looking at the iRating here on our live time and scoring. 10,000 plus iRating from Vecchio out front. But he is in good company, because guess what? Sanchez, our leader, also 10,000. Florian Lebigra, his teammate, right behind him at 9,700. Bellis just in 4th place, also 10,000 plus. We mentioned that strength of field before we even dropped the green flag. It is incredible, the competitiveness out here. It doesn't matter if it's GTP, LMP2, or GTD. I think when you look at the top end of iRacing and these sharp drivers, there is not much separating them.
No, there really isn't, and it's very much a case of pick a flavour once you get up there. They are so quick, they are so fantastic, and they are so consistent at what they are able to do. It's magical when you see them running at the very highest levels that sim racing can offer them at this point, and Florian Lebigra is certainly one of them who is looking at that going through. That number 4 car, by the way, was last year's winner, the number 71, in the GTD. So that's why we've been keeping an eye very focused on it, because this is what happened, Joey, last year in the battles at Petit Le Mans, and it was very much a case of all of these drivers trying to say, well, what can we do to make everything happen? And that was a very intense battle that they had all the way through the 10.
I think one of the coolest parts about Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta is basically watching this green flag, right? And then you get into the multi-class traffic management out here. You have 3 classes that you have to all cooperate on the racetrack. And then ultimately going from this into the daytime or into the nighttime, it's truly a fantastic event.
Yeah, the VS Plus Turner car there running a little bit wide through, having to deal with that, and then getting a secondary little bit of drama there. And there you can see just how big the contact is. One of the VRS Coanda cars, not seeing them this year, but ultimately getting turned around up at the top of the hill. And it is that traffic management, and we haven't seen it nearly as dramatic as last year. And I think these drivers have certainly learned from their experiences, especially here. You can see the traffic management will be more important when you start putting the headlights on and the sunshine starts to disappear.
What I'm also getting at here is last year, there was a lot more issues at the top of the hill, turn 3, and coming down the hill versus what we've seen so far here in 2024. And this is what I was talking about. Once the sun goes down and those headlights come on, everything just seems to get cranked up to 11 out there. So yeah, we're in the early stages of the race, but what we're seeing right here is what we have to look forward to, the closing stages of the race, where the fastest drivers are in, the cars are as light as possible, the temperatures are way down, and we're seeing them go as fast as they possibly can to try to claim that checkered flag.
Really there, the number 5 Malakar did a wonderful job out there, and Williams Esports there getting exactly what they want out of this as they went through. So you really get the sense that when you're out there and racing, you're throwing what you can at the board. This is going to be one of those races where you're not going to win it straight away, but you can certainly lose it, and we saw a lot of that, of course, a couple of last year out there, and it looks like there's troubles as well for the 33 MSS Movano at Zuro car. They are down on the lane, and it looks like they are out of the race as well. It's a second hit that they've had. They spent 6 laps in for repairs, and now they're back in again on the damage, and that's a real shame for them. The Apex Academy car, I think, has just leapfrogged them for position now.
The other one that I was noticing that is no longer running, that's a little bit of a shame, Jake, is that number 1 car, right? The Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. We saw Alessandro Bico and I believe it was Josh Thompson kind of come together down there in turn 10A a little bit earlier in the race, but a little bit of a shame to see that number 1 Williams Esports car already on pit lane, taking repairs, and from what I see, heavy repairs.
Yeah, very heavy repairs, and that's not what they were hoping for out there as we focus with Kevin De Neuer, who is there with Nathan Olsen of the Maradness team behind. They're trying to chase themselves down onto Will Murdoch, and there's a little bit of battling there from 002 out there. The gridandgo.com VC team, Johan Rouillère just about holding Lucas Perez behind in the Simify Esports 22. We're right on the cusp here in the next 5 minutes or so of getting into that GTD pit stop cycle. So they're looking at this thinking, well, I could make the move now, I could gain that position, and look at that, the light flashing is very much there. Come on, move out the way, please. Down the inside though, watch out, because like a whippet, that is Gordy Much in the Apex Racing team 198, and they've done really well over this stint here, Joey, so far, to keep that gap to Matthias Orjuela to 2.5 seconds, nearly 3.
I think that both of those Apex Racing team cars are doing a good job, both extending the fuel stint, being able to go that 1 or 2 laps extra, and then like you just said, be able to maintain the pace here as we watch Perez still try to get by this black and green Ferrari that's directly in front of him. We've definitely seen the Mustang be probably the dominant car, at least in the first couple hours of this race, but see the LMP2 and then a GTP car is going to slide up the inside. It's always watching that mirror and wondering, hey, is it going to hold up me? Or maybe are you going to kind of choke up that car directly in front of me, push them off of that entry racing line and allow me to close in that gap and maybe have an opportunity to pass in the future corners?
Yeah, that opportunity, I think, is going to be rather important, and they are looking to try and find their way forward and really give themselves what they can at this point. Simify Esports, one of those teams that wants to shatter the glass when it comes to their racing. They run a fantastic simulator company up in Barcelona and Madrid, so Spanish-based team that has been really, really good at putting themselves together. They got some of the elite Spanish drivers out there that's going through, the likes of Adecoba Lopez is one that keeps myself in mind in terms of what sorts of great drivers that they've got, as we're going to get very busy up again at turn 6 around some of these drivers. That is looking very, very nice out there, as that is Pablo Araujo once again, another one of the Spanish contingency out there with the Italian Colnaghi just behind trying to get through. But you're seeing all of these drivers here really, Joey, they're looking at it, and the teams, they're thinking, wow, how do we challenge the establishment?
I like seeing the challenge of the, call it BOP, right? Because this is a Mercedes and Corvette up here. We've really seen the Mustangs, the BMWs, and the Lamborghinis up towards the front here, but seems like the Corvette and as well as the Mercedes, as I say that, the Mercedes is going to hit pit road right now, come in for that fuel stint. I think that might be 1 or 2 laps early. I got on my notes here, Jake, the GTD cars stopped at about 46 laps on their first fuel stint. The majority of the top 5 right now, they're working lap number 41 on their current fuel stint.
Yeah, they're in, and so too is the 96 Borosud plus Turner car, who's just leaving there. They have got sim racing royalty in that car at the moment in the form of Kei Kashube, who about 8 years ago, Joey, was nigh on unstoppable when it came to GT racing.
Well, you're going to have to inform me more over here, because I know all about the Real World Road Atlanta, have had my fair share of track records over there that have stood, but when it comes down to sim racing and the global names, there's amazing talents out there that are discovered every single year.
Absolutely, and that's what I love about sim racing, is that anybody can jump on and become the next great out there, and Kei Kashube was one of them back in the days of Huizenveld Core Motorsports. He was someone who, with Alexander Voss, was someone who could not be stopped when he got behind a wheel. Every time he went out there and raced, it looked like you just had to try and get through. He had some legendary battles with Maximilian Benecke, and someone who really could try and rock the apple cart out there. Nice to see him back out and running once again, as we focus on with him or with some other drivers out there. And there is, of course, the number 90, one of these cars out there really trying to prove it, going down the backstretch and heading over towards turns 10A and 10B. Once again down the hill, there's going to be the traffic going through. It's Hubata in the 98 Apex Racing team car, which is a little bit further down the order now. 5th place overall, certainly still doing a good job, and couldn't take to the pits out there with what was necessary. More drivers now making the call.
believe this is the number 2 car, another Williams Esports Pit Fit team, and they're actually going to be doing a driver change. Looks like Parker White is going to be getting behind the wheel there as we see more of this GT traffic come on down here. I believe this is the Molly Racing team with Barnveld behind the wheel, the number 10 BMW. So these GT cars, they take about 40 to 42 seconds in terms of changing the tires and getting all of the fuel into maximum capacity. Plenty of time for that driver to hop out, the new one to click that button, get in, and get ready.
The Falcon Sim Racing team also change over. They got Alexander Thebe behind the wheel, a driver who is always amazing at making overtakes when the cameras are not on him. Parker White, then, you can see here, is going to be getting himself off and away again. Truly one of the great all-rounders out there is Parker White. You can put him in the same sort of realm with the Sturgios brothers and Alex Bergeron in the sense of how good he is as an all-rounder on iRacing, and he is someone who is looking to really go out there and get himself a nice good stint to chase up towards the red line cars out there. There is the Falcon Sim Racing car of Alexander Thebe, which will now be leaving the pits.
As we watch these cars come down through pit road and get back out there on the racetrack, I just want to highlight this driver of the number 2. If you've been watching iRacing on the Esports Network, especially eNASCAR, you recognize Parker White as your most recent eNASCAR champion. It truly is amazing to watch him go perform at Miami Homestead and then go out here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, the 4 wide with a lap to go is something that will live on in sim racing infamy in the eNASCAR Championship out there, and that really did prove. But he will see Alejandro Sanchez be officially 1 lap ahead and due to make a pit stop. Car number 99, who has not been challenged out there at the front. He's been slowly building that margin, 11 seconds over the 2 red line cars, and really Apex Racing team has been a team that has been there and has done it. They have been a team that has been part of the woodwork for a decade and a half, and the work that Alex Simpson and the crew has done there has been simply sensational.
A well-established team for sure, and you can just see how many entries they've got throughout the classes that they are one of the places to be. There's lots of competitive teams out there, but you're right, Williams Esports, one of the teams that is always on top. You can't forget about Apex Racing, you can't forget about Team Redline, you can't forget about these Simify guys. There are so many great esports teams. I think it kind of goes back to what we were just talking about with the driver you just mentioned, that every single year there's more talent, there's more fast guys, there's more fast girls that are joining the service. And this global championship, if you will, it doesn't matter if you're looking at Daytona 24 hours, any of these special events that iRacing has, they all congregate here, and it's getting better and better and better every year.
Oh, absolutely it is. And there are more and more great championships for drivers to go out there and prove themselves as we tick over 2 hours here with your Petit Le Mans here on iRacing, powered by VCO. And at the moment, Alejandro Sanchez happy with what he's doing and really having to get on the binders to dive down into the pits, as we're going to get dual stack stops, as LMP2 will also now make their calls in. So Matthias Orjuela, your race leader in class, is in the number 66. Pretty interesting that we're already hitting fuel stop number 3 for the LMP2 cars, as you see the 66 slide to a stop. Now, did a great job getting stopped in the box. I always say, don't beat yourself. And that comes down to pit road. Don't speed when you're coming down and hitting that pit lane speed limiter. Don't get yourself a black flag. Don't slide yourself through your pit stall. Make sure all the simple, stupid stuff is done properly. That way you can get back out to focusing on the racetrack. Yeah, car 95 down in on the pits. That is the Borussia Plus competition car of Will Murdoch, which is in. Kevin De Neuer is also in right now to make his stop, and driver changes galore coming in. Jorge Garcia at PGZ is going to be in behind the wheel. Thomas Leboutle is going to be there for Borussia at this moment in time. Phelps has stayed in the car. Sammy Matty-Trogan still in, and we got a driver change at the top for car 99 in the Apex Racing Team 99 that was leading. They have got rid of Alejandro Sanchez, and they've gone to the familiar French hand of Johan Hart.
Yeah, it looks like the majority of the GTD field, at least call it the front runners, have officially hit their 46-lap fuel run and are going to be hitting down pit road, at least getting new fuel, getting some new tires, And in the case of that number 99, getting a new driver, Johan Harth, like you said, Jake, is now in the car. Is pit road, it's a very busy place. It doesn't matter if it's GTPs, LMP2s, or GTDs.
Well, they're all in and they're all out again, and they will be looking at trying to get that next phase in, and that's sometimes what you get here when you get those critical pit stop phases. You look around at the drivers who are going to be in or who are going to be out, and you realize, well, hang on a minute, we've got to make sure we're making the right call at the right time. And when pit lane gets busy, it's normally when you get multiple categories that pit together, and that makes that pit entrance so difficult.
I'm going to simplify a fuel stint strategy. When you start, you've got 100% fuel. When you end, you want as close to 0% fuel as possible, as long as you can make it to your pit stall, right? You don't want to run out, and you don't want to have to fuel save on the back end. But the lighter that you get the car, aka less amount of fuel, the faster it actually goes. So you need to run it all the way empty in order to have the fastest car possible at the end. But then comes the multi-class traffic. What if you come up on that last lap or last couple laps of that fuel stint and you see just a huge amount of traffic out your windshield? That's when, Jake, you were saying you got to be smart about the decisions that are being made. The manager has to call them in and say, you know what, we're going to actually lose time if we stay out there in traffic. Let's manage our strategy and our fuel stint and come in, and that's when kind of the cards start to get played.
Yeah, and those cards have been played over the course of 2 hours. Hour one proved to be something very, very akin to what we saw last year, and there you can see the Boris car of Daniel Lorenko finding himself up over the top. But it's the dramas that you get. It's not been, I would say, the massive accidents that we've seen. We've seen little accidents there. That's probably the biggest one we saw overall. Gustavo Ariel and Josh Ladd coming together, but into hour two, it's settled down. It's got a bit more mellow as they hit the pit stop. A small missed box, maybe the only thing we've seen of true drama and notes.
Yeah, and just kind of squeeze in between the multi-class traffic. You were right that hour one was much more chaotic than hour two. Single car incidents more in hour two. It seems like everybody has kind of got their feet, their sea legs underneath them, but that doesn't mean it is not hectic out there on the racetrack.
No, absolutely not. You can see how aggressive they are making those moves over to the inside, realizing what they've got. And car 2 seeing car 99 put a lap on them. Parker White seeing Alejandro Sanchez through, as in now as things stack are the two Apex Racing Team cars. As they stand here with Petit Le Mans at this point, it is Williams Esports Chill Blast who find themselves on top at the moment by 17 seconds over the BMW M Team Redline, and the likes there of Team Redline 21 in third position. Just the 4 currently on the leading lap, Joey.
And then we also have the LMP2 class standings. Right now, the top 5, it was Williams Esports Academy. I'm sorry, it was Apex Racing Team 198. I said Williams Esports because they just hopped into the lead right now, but it was the Apex Racing Team. They were able to extend their fuel stint a couple laps longer. Same thing with that number 19 Maradness car. They're a little bit shuffled from where they are on this timing sheet right here, where they actually run right now.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle for the LMP2, so that's no surprise that we've got a tiny bit of shuffle going on at the moment. In the GTD field, Apex Racing Team 99 are continuing their charge forward at the front ahead of Drago Racing 169, and then the two Redline cars, 72 and 71, which is currently the number 4 car, just to make things very, very confusing out there, is there in 4th position. Then the Williams Esports Pit Fit team in 5th, and the chase on the BMWs of Tamala Racing Team and Boris plus Turner currently in the top 10. It's been a day of dominance in the manufacturer field out there at this point, as we focus there with the BenQ machine out there at this moment for Williams Esports, the number 8 machine currently piloted by Sammy Matty Trogan, as he is thinking about what's in front of him, and that is the Maradness squad, which is currently being led by Nathan Olsen, who has yet to get out the car so far in this race.
I think he is on fuel stint number 4, because these LMP2 cars have done, call it 3 pit stops so far. And I think that Nathan Olsen is kind of given the duty after that early mistake to rebound a little bit. Remember, they were buried in that LMP2 field, and because of the fuel save, because of the strategy, they've actually been able to kind of climb their way back up. They're right now in 6th place. You see the PGZ 129 of Garcia, who we're watching right now, they're the ones giving chase, but I really do feel like that red car directly in front is actually going to start to pull away just slightly.
Yeah, and with that free air, that clean air, you've got that ability to go out there. Of course, you've got Team PGZ in the middle, the 129 piloted by Jorge Garcia, who is going to be in there and trying to hold his margin out there. Now, what I find interesting about the driver swaps is we haven't seen really any driver swaps at 1. We haven't seen really any driver swaps at 3 in the LMP2 field. It's got some amazing action going on at the moment here with the GT3s. It's Luke Bennett now behind the Team Redline 70, taking over from Josh Thompson against Alexander Thebe in the number 44 Falcon car, who's taken over from Jesse Jones. So Thebe here trying to work out, can he find a way past a quick driver like Luke Bennett?
Ford, BMW got the two-tone Turner scheme back there with that BMW giving chase and bounce it up over that turn 5. It's just going to be what I'm saying all day long. You have to abuse the curbs here at Road Atlanta, at least if you want to be fast, and then you got to have the shock and spring setup be able to absorb all of those undulations in the track, allow the confidence for the driver to roll on that throttle. Let's see this BMW right here. He's really tucked up right behind this Falcon Sim Racing Ford Mustang GT3 car. Use that top speed. Does he poke the nose down to the inside? Yes, he does. So K moves down to the inside. Let's see how deep on the brakes they can take the BMW. Stays off of the door. Now going to try the over-under, but it seems like that Falcon car has got some good grip.
Two German drivers who know each other like the back of their hands. Lights flashing for Kei Koshube as he looks to try and find a way past Alexander Thebe for position, looking at the inside of turn 1, and he thinks about getting right to the nose, but he's not quite there. So ultimately, nothing more that he can do except that. So he'll sit and look for another chance. Most of the teams have made their driver swaps. So Drago Racing now have Jaden Ladich behind the wheel. Redline 72 stay with Vecchio. The number 4 Redline 71 have Ole Steinbrassen behind the wheel. Now we've noted Parker White and Ryan Barneveld as the Apex Racing Team 98 have Gail Valero behind the wheel currently for them. So the driver swap certainly in play. Thebe will have to do it all over again here out of turn 7. Kei Koshube doesn't get as much of a run as maybe he was hoping for, and again has to sit and wait for that chance to manifest again.
Watch some of these prototypes just kind of streak by on the right-hand side. Hopefully not cut off the GT car in the middle of the straightaway. They all played nice enough to not yell at each other or give any hand gestures out the window. And the BMW of K definitely seems to be very, very confident on the brakes down there into turn 10A. Going to get another one of these GTPs scooting up the inside. This might spell trouble for the Falcon car. This is going to provide a run for the BMW down into turn 1, but it's just not a big braking zone. You see him show the nose, but there's just not enough of a difference in speed to really make a lunge in turn number 1.
Well, the longer that they go on about it, they've got David Bushka, who is there in the gridandgo.com VC001, who is trying to group up with these drivers and find a way to chase it down. So for Kei Koshube and for Alexander Thebe, they have got to really start thinking about what they can do. Got a race on for 7th as well in your LMP2 category right now. So keep an eye on Jorge Garcia on the top of your screen, and the car we're focusing on, Sammy Matty Trogan, who is trying to get the Williams Esports BenQ car from what was 3rd position at the time in the opening hour, where the contact put them way down the order, to now up into 7th position possibly, and continuing on that launch to jump through the field. It's been a wonderful day's worth of recovery from Sammy Matty Trogan, and he's certainly been trying to do what he can out there at this point. No moves on the bottom hand side of your screen. Bottom hand side, the bottom of your screen, to try and make that move. Kei Koshube is very much keeping his eyes firmly focused on where he goes for it, and close but no cigar there as one of the Borussia cars makes its way through, and that would have been the number 7 car, I would believe. Sorry, not the number 7 car, it would have been the other one. It would be the 89 there that went through of Danny Alves Lorenco.
What's going to be pretty amusing here is both of these battles are going to converge. So we've got the top half the LMP2 cars in the bottom half with the GTDs, but you see the GT cars going down the S's, and now here comes the LMP2 cars going down the S's themselves. So both of these battles are going to converge. I think that Kay has done a terrific job to stay consistent behind that Ford Mustang GT3. Remember, we've really seen the Ford just be dominant at the top side, at least of the GT field so far. So I feel like the BMW being able to hang right there, and actually here is that huge opportunity with the Mustang being pushed way wide in turn 7. Here comes the BMW on the top end.
Oh, and trying to steal the draft from Jorge Garcia. I think that's rather important. Now watch out, Sami Matti-Trogan on the left-hand side of your screen makes the pass through. Koshube trying to push for a little bit of angle and lift out of it. Why don't you, Alexander Thieme? Because that is Kei Koshube, and that's what he does so well. He waits and waits and waits, and like water, he will always find a way to break through.
A great job, and you're right, he was just patient, right? There were several times that he had a decent run on the back straightaway and even here on the front straightaway, but the actual opportunity didn't present itself. Koshube just stayed patient, and sure enough, in turn 7, kind of traffic part of the seas for him, pushed that Mustang a little bit wide, and there was the opportunity that he needed. He's very confident on the brakes down into 10A, so as long as he was side by side, I felt like Kay was going to be able to secure that position.
And secure it, he very much did. So that was wonderfully constructed out there, and now it's a case of next one up for Kei Koshube in his race in the Borussard plus Turner car, and that will be the Team Redline 70, currently piloted by Luke Bennett, who will be next up on the list to try and find a way through. Worth keeping an eye on the gap, which now Williams Esports Academy has now started to pretty much open up with in LMP2. That gap now is up to 5 seconds here for Matthias Orjuela, who has done very well against Gordy Much over this last 15 minutes as they go through. But we'll go over to GTP in just a couple moments time, where the number 3 machine of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, there he is, Ate Kalpanen, there from Finland, who finds himself with a quarter of a minute in the back pocket right now. Started second, up to first, but it's BMW M Team Redline who are trying to give chase. Diogo Pinto has been in there for what is now going to be 4 stints, I believe he's gone right now. And they're not changing on the odd numbers, Joey, because I think they're trying to change on the tyre swaps when they go through with this machinery to make sure that they're not going to get into trouble with any additional time in the pits with the driver change.
You know, I wish I could bring out the whiteboard and kind of describe how this strategy is done, because you really work backwards from the end of the race, right? Sure, you start at the green flag and you got to do your math in terms of fuel stints and who's going to drive where as we check in on our LMP2 class. This is our leader, the Williams Esports Academy, with Arjula behind the wheel right now in this number 66. But back to my long-winded point, it's all about working backwards from the end of the race. So when we look at the mathematics and the numbers and everything, those strategists, that's what they're playing for. And maybe the front 20% is kind of some leeway, some margin room where you can kind of try a few things, but you have to get on pace by the time you hit, call it, hour 3, hour 4.
And speaking of pace, Johan Harth has been reeled in over the last couple of laps by Jaden Ladich in the Drago Racing 169. He has now got that gap, which was over 10 seconds, down to 7.5. And I think Johan Harth realises he's in a bit of a race with Drago at the moment and that Lamborghini, which is certainly tried to prove itself. Drago, relatively a newer team into the sim racing fabric. Only about a couple years ago they started to form, and they really formed with a large amount of Polish talent that said, bang, we want to try and get as much as we can forward as quickly as we can. And that's why drivers like Jaden Ladich are part of the team, because they are looking to try and be the very best that they can. And they are effectively the pinnacle of what we saw from Triton Racing back in the day. They are the likes of those sorts of drivers that have gone on to do so well. And there is Jaden Ladich, Club Oz NZ, who is having a really wonderful drive. And I tell you what, I would not want to see that in my mirrors. That looks scary.
It's a good-looking Lamborghini. I always feel like one of the coolest parts about sim racing is kind of the expression, right? You can paint the car whatever you feel like it, and because it is so easily and accessible to paint, right? It doesn't cost you any money in terms of the paint or vinyl wrap. You get really, really cool custom schemes just like this 169. However, I'm going to point something out between the 99 and this car right here. I know the Lamborghini is currently sitting in second place, but they're actually off sequence in terms of their fuel pit stop. They're going to be having to come down pit road in the next, call it 10 to 15 laps, while our leader, Johan Harth, in that number 99 Ford Mustang GT3, has essentially just started his fuel stint. So Drago Racing just a little bit off sequence.
Yeah, and we'll see how that sequence comes into play, whether they'll have to look behind at the red line cars, for example, instead over the course of their run. This is Jorge Garcia now looking behind. Again, Sammy Matty Trogan trying to get close enough there in the number 8 Williams Esports BenQ car to make that move. And once more, finding out that parity is resumed. They go by Gianni Vecchio, who is yet to get out of the car right now on his run forward in the team red line number 72. But at least for Sammy Matty Trogan, he's had a few laps to really size up Team PGZ, who are out there. And they're a great group of friends who've gone out there and are just racing for the fun of it. And they say any result that they get, Joey, is just an extra bonus for them. Oh, how close do you want to be there with Emanuele Olivieri in the Mac Performance Red?
I want to touch on your point of it's fun, right? And look at this side-by-side battle here. We're going to see if Trogan can get down to the inside, hanging tough on the outside. Is that 129? But the apex is going to go here to the number 8 BenQ car from Williams Esports. Puts the power down right here and is able to run away down the back straightaway.
Now, next up on your special event list is the BRSCC iRacing FF1600 Festival. That will be on November 3rd from Brands Hatch. It will be 3 great races that will be coming along through, and one of the great national events that the UK produces every year, Joey, and one of the most fabled trophies that you can get in the world of British motorsport.
I think when we look at those cars, those FF1600 cars, especially at Brands Hatch, talk about one of the coolest track and car combinations. And Jake, just like you said, if you want to start your open wheel career, that's the place to go.
It absolutely is, and we see it so often that a lot of great drivers put themselves through the paces and use that trophy as a way that they want to go through at Brands Hatch, one of the fabled English circuits out there. And now up the hill, this group's going to be interrupted by Ate Kalpinen making his way through and getting that one done on his Finnish compatriot and technically teammate Sammy Matty Trogan, getting that done, and now we'll give him a little bit of a tow to try and run away. So they'll manage that. They'll get by Johan Harth here, the leader of the GTDs, that they will get through him, and that gap now down to under 7 seconds now. So it really is coming down bit by bit, and this is one of the great things about endurance. You talk about a gap, for example, of 15 seconds, and you can say, well, it's still a close race, whereas you'd say take an open wheel style race or a quick style race, and you say, oh, well, the gap's now 2.3 seconds. It's nigh on impossible to catch.
Totally different atmosphere, right? Yeah, sprint racing is different. It is just all about going as fast as possible. Well, here, yes, it's still all about going as fast as possible, but you've got multiple other classes. You've got, 48 other cars out there to deal with. So not every single lap is going to be, call it a qualifying 10 tenths, 11 tenths lap. You're going to have some laps that are multiple seconds off the pace. You're going to have some laps that are maybe only a couple tenths of a second off of the pace, but it's all about managing that through the entire fuel stint and really just kind of limiting mistakes, limiting the time loss, and what I like to think, be as nice as possible to every single person out there, because the nicer you are to them, the nicer they will treat you back.
Well, it's a game of give and take, and if you give what you get, so to speak, you're not going to get very far if you start being nasty to them. So that's very much what's on the horizon, and they're trying to mitigate that as much as they possibly can. 4 cars currently on the leading lap of this one right now, as we will jump on board with car number 98 right now out there on circuit. This is Gail Valero, who is trying to make as much progress as he can at the moment, and you get a sense of the speed differentiation. There's going to be the Race Clutch red car that's going to be making its way by in the moment, and you think, okay, well, we're charging along quite quickly on this straight. Just watch on the right hand side now, go flying on by. See ya.
Yeah, I said it's about 160, 165 miles an hour for the GT cars at the end of the straightaway. Well, the GTPs, they're approaching 190 miles an hour. So you're right, that closing rate can be quite drastic the further you get along down that back straightaway. But as we're riding aboard this Ford Mustang GT3, you might as well talk around Road Atlanta a little bit here. Coming up to turn number 1, remember, overspeed the entry because look at this compression. It goes up the hill, so you have to use that extra grip. Be confident in the car that it can, in fact, do that. Up over the hill here to turn number 3. It's so tricky visually to be able to nail that apex down there, and then down the hill we go. Be able to tuck the front end into each one of these S sections, and then the tricky turn number 5. Be careful about these exit curves. You see how wide Valero really went, almost putting 2 wheels in the gravel over there on that right side. Spot your braking marker down here for turn number 6. You really carry as much momentum through that corner as possible. Lots of camber and banking into there, and then it is all about putting your right foot down out of the exit of 7. Don't overspeed in 7 because it is all about the top end speed going down this back straightaway. And then really all it is a brake marker down there at turn 10A, up and over the hill to start finish.
Now off camber is the Williams Esports Academy team who are in the pits, and I believe Kamil Grabowski will come out of the car, and it will be Santeri Martikainen who'll get back in, who of course had the issues earlier on. Now for all those drivers up there in top split, if you want a chance to represent your team, come chat with us. We'd love the opportunity to have a little talk and say, you know what, how's your racing going? What are you looking at doing out for the next stage? And hey look, there's even some sponsors that you might get plugged as well if you want to try and get yourself up there. So wonderful action is going on here at Petit Le Mans, and we are seeing some of the best in the world go out there and try and prove that they have got what it takes, and that gap is slowly creeping out again for Ate Kauppinen, who is now up at 17.5 seconds, and you're really looking at that car 20, Joey, and the work that is being done by Diogo Pinto out there. I would have said that Chris Lullum might be the one who is looking to try and be the next one into the car, so keep an eye out on that as he looks to try and get on forward. But look at how important each and every section of circuit is going to be for Sami Matti-Trogan as he deals with Kei Kashuve, and he will look behind and see that Jorge Garcia, he's not letting go. He's effectively got a tow rope and gone, right, take me along with you.
That's the best way to put it, right? Put the fishing line on the rear wing and let them pull you along right there down the back straightaway. This has been the same battle that's been going on for, what has it been now, at least 20 minutes or so? It goes back to the point I made it about the GT field and how close they really were in terms of lap times. The last 2 laps out of these gentlemen right here are 110.3 out of the 129 car. Compare that to the BenQ car at a 111.0 and now a 110.8 from the BenQ car. So we're only looking at about maybe a quarter of a second difference in terms of the overall lap time through 12 turns.
Tell you what, I want to give some big credit to the WSI Sport Butt Kicker 17 team at the moment, who are 4th position at the moment in class. They're having a wonderful run with Yang Gagnon Renault behind the wheel to start. They've got Isaac Phelps at the moment currently going for them, and they have certainly been proving that they are lightning fast at the moment. They've got the 2 Apex cars and Williams to chase, and they've done a brilliant job at this phase of the race to try and put themselves in a position where they can have the biggest smile on their face. So you can't really fault the way that they've been running out there at the moment. They have just gone through the gauntlet. They're +9 for the day, and I would say a job well done by them so far.
If you're +9 for the day, you just got to keep plugging along. We are very, very early in this race, so your opening driver done a terrific job, but that's not time to say, all right, we can take a breath, we can lift off of the throttle a little bit. You need to keep that attitude. You don't want to settle out there on the racetrack. You want to keep climbing forward. You want to keep pushing on, but you have to push on within the margin of error. If you overstep that limit out there, things can go out the window really, really fast. So push as fast as you can, but stay within the limit.
Yeah, and the limit is what they are all looking at here. How close can they stay to it? What more can we do to keep ourselves in play with it? We've only lost, I would say, right now, less than half a dozen at this moment. I think we've got 8 cars down on pit road, officially out of this race, and that's about it. at this moment. It's been really, really good racing out there, and here comes the look straight back once again. So you're not going to get rid of them that quickly. Jorge Garcia through on through past that is Santeri Matikainen that he's got by, but you got Sammy Matitrogan, and he's looking around at what's in front of him here. It's Diogo Pinto straight behind, and then Owen Carroll in front there in the Borussia Plus competition car. It's a lap down on the 20 just about to be.
A few of the GTP cars working their way around this BenQ Williams Esports LMP2 vehicle. I know that they can look very, very similar out there in terms of the prototypes and the shape and whatnot, but the easiest way to really define them is the taillights. The headlights and the taillights on the GTPs, I would call them much more pronounced in terms of each manufacturer and what they look like, especially those taillights. They're very easy to identify, and then when you look at the LMP2 cars, the prototypes, they're actually a little bit more square, a little bit more boxy with how their fenders are shaped. And then especially the back end, they've got these two big old rectangles on the back that hold the diffuser back there, so they are easy to identify from the back.
Yeah, they really are, and it's all of that profile and how much you're going to work with. And effectively what you've got is you've got an aeroplane upside down when you get to the high-end performance cars out there in the world of motorsport. And you see it right there, how much work and design time gets put into what are we doing with the back, that shark fin that is there on the back, which is channeling all of the air in different ways to give more aerodynamic downforce to the car. It is something, a joy of wonder right now that we see. And then running through the opening corner, you get a real understanding of how fast they're having to push, what they're having to deal with out there at this point, as Olivieri's dealt with, and so too Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez they're dealt with too. And down the hill, oh, hello Gianni Vecchio, it's me, Diogo Pinto. Can I have a way through, please? No, I'm going to have to wait till the exit. Well, that's not quite nice, but you didn't really have a choice. Thank you very much.
It was the right thing to do, though, especially when you got the teammate in front of them. And I noticed that Pinto did a really good job to just kind of lay way off at the entrance of 5 to really capitalize on the exit run, you know, lose as little amount of time as possible. As we jump back up here, this is a fight for LMP2, and this is actually a lead battle between the Williams Esports Academy and that Apex Racing Team 198. Gordy Much back there has closed it in.
Yeah, Matthias Orjuela had a big gap, and ultimately, when you're looking at the times, Gordy Much took a full second out on that last lap on Matthias Orjuela. So he is certainly going through, I think, the traffic ringer at the moment. And Gordy Much, who is someone who has a lot of real-world experience, actually, in terms of the way that he's been about and racing. He's someone who is always up to something. He's always busy. It's great to see him out there going. And he, right now, is someone who's got his eyes firmly set on Matthias Orjuela and whether he can go in and make the big change necessary to get back up into the race lead. That Apex team has been running chase for the longest time over the stint, but the key that they've been running is they can go longer than what Williams Esports Academy can. So this is where you're looking at car 66. Well, if they can go longer than you and faster than you, you're in trouble.
And they're about 2/3 of the way through this current fuel stint that they're on. And I would say the biggest difference between the LMP2 cars that we're watching as the Apex Racing Team car definitely gets choked up from a GT car going down through the S's. That's going to cost him some time. So what was about 3/4 of a second has now ballooned out to 1.5 seconds as he worked his way around one of his Apex Racing teammates, albeit in a little bit of a different class. I think that Gordy Much has done a terrific job. The big difference in terms of the outlier of strategy that I'm looking at, the 66, our lead car, is actually 3 laps shorter on fuel than this Apex Racing Team car. So the dividends haven't paid off yet later in the race, but if it keeps trending that direction, all Gordy Much and Apex Racing Team have to do is keep the same pace, but with saving fuel.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at here. They're looking at every single litre of fuel that will go into that car will be a little bit less that they put in, less time on the lane, because they're having to put less fuel in the car, and then they'll be off and away again. And sometimes that can add up to a whole pit stop over the context of a race. And if it gets to that point, I doubt it'll be a whole pit stop, but they'll get maybe at least half a pit stop in front potentially. You're talking about minutes and minutes and minutes, which is all that they are looking at right now. How many minutes can we save when it comes to how many seconds can we save if this one is going to remain close in the context of this Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. In through turn 6 and turn 7 goes Gordy Much, and it is very busy all of a sudden because they've got Ryan Barneveld in the Marla Racing team. They've also got Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez to get by in the Simplify Esports 11, and as such they'll get by both of those without any troubles. As in comes Redline to make their stops. Diogo Pinto has just jumped into the lead, into the pits, followed by the 21, and they'll be making their pit stops known.
But once again, I'm just thoroughly impressed from a few of these class front runners. The Apex Racing team, obviously, in LMP2 being able to save as much fuel as they can. You see them go too wide down the downhill. You can't do that in the downforce cars, not so much the GT cars, but I also want to point out that number 3 cars. We're watching the GTP cars come down pit lane. Our overall leader has also gone 1 lap longer than the rest of the GTP field, so once again, they are setting the pace not only with the outright lap time, but the fuel save.
Well, top 4 now, all in, as in comes the number 3 car. So driver changes to plenty. Enzo Benito is in the Team Redline 21, who has been so good for so long. Chris Lullam there for the BMW M Team Redline car will get out of the way, and now he needs a full lap to catch Alce Kalpanen, who is in there, and it's Phil Denez behind the wheel of the BMW M Team Bordersud Plus competition car, number 89. So they have now got themselves a brand new driver in the wheel. They've got rid of Daniel Alves Lorenco from the car, and now they will move on to their next phase as they go about running. So there is certainly an eye set here of what can you do, and Gordy Much, who is there right now in 9th position overall in this race, 2nd overall in class. You can see on the left hand side, when did they all last pit? So a 3-lap difference between Williams and Apex, and Apex really have been the class of I can go a bit longer than anybody else can.
That's exactly what I was pointing out. So as long as Gordy, the car that we're watching right here, is able to maintain this pace that he's doing, it puts him in trouble. Oh, that was huge trouble with GT cars at the exit of turn 5, but it does not affect our LMP2 class lead, but definitely a little bit of a sketchy moment, almost like real Petit Le Mans with that Mustang being spun around just over the hill.
It's Phil Denez, who's just come out of the pits for BMW M Team Bordersud Plus competition, found the barriers, bounced back across the circuit, took out Jere Leighton in the race clutch red, and then there was nowhere to go for Anjan Amathan in the Team PGZ 119 and Vlad Kimikev for Drago Racing.
It can all happen at turn number 5 so fast. We've circled turn 5. We've circled turn 10A already. Those are the 2 most dangerous areas so far here in the first 2.5 hours, and especially leading into turn number 5, there's this giant funnel. It's not a passing opportunity going into turn number 5. So if it's stacked up going into 5, you better be aware of that exit. It is going to get crazy with all the prototypes behind trying to get the launch. And if there is a GT car out of shape, you better look out.
And GTP car, cold tyres, new driver in behind it, recipe for disaster.
Can happen. Look at how close this is. Remember, folks, this is the lead in LMP2. So Gordy Much not only being able to save the fuel, but he's also got the outright pace. It seems like this Williams Esports Academy car was able to get a decent run down the back straightaway. So let's see what Gordy Much can do in the slipstream.
Well, 265 kilometers an hour, 275 over to 284. Looking for an angle, wasn't going to get it on Orjuela for position. Williams Esports Academy currently on the top as things stands, but the Apex Racing Team 198 are holding firm at this point in time and realizing that, you know what, they are going to go through. So it is going to be a case where you've got 198 that's there. We'll take a little look here at the replay, and this is what happened with the number 89 Bordersud car up the hill. Looking at it, cold tyres, grabs a bit of a huge tank slapper, hits the barriers, bounces back hard, and look at that for a chain reaction. Absolutely huge, and it's carnage.
Yeah, that was a 1-car incident that turned into a 4-car absolute pile up there in turn number 5. Man, that was really tough, especially with the car bouncing back out onto the track. You got to feel for those other competitors that were essentially caught up into a wreck.
Yeah, no, it's all about the kinetic energy there of that first incident was massive to bounce the car back into the circuit and the path of play, so to speak. And effectively at that point, Race Clutch Red, who'd already been down on the pits for one lot of damage over the course of this race, passengers, you can't account for that amount of coming back. They could have dived to the inside, but it's impossible with the nature of that corner. They were in for the wreck whether they wanted it or not.
It's how racing is.
Oh, watch this.
Sometimes it gives and sometimes it takes, as we're too wide for the race lead. Can Much pull this off. Traffic gets in the middle of it, so he's going to have to look towards the top of the hill here, towards turn number 3. See if he can maybe close it in just that little bit more as they now start to plunge their way down the hill towards this turn number 5 that we were just watching caused so much chaos. And you see both of these LMP2 cars are actually pretty aggressive in terms of trying to get the lap time out. I think you want to be as smooth as entry as possible in turn number 5. Stay off of the entry curb, stay off of the apex curb. But what I saw out of both of those drivers, they both used them all. They're on full attack.
They are. Gabby Montoro breathes a sigh of relief there at turn 1 with how aggressive Matthias Orjuela was trying to get himself through and into the position that he wants to at this stage, which is stay in the race lead. You've got Gordy March, who is sat there at this moment, and we get that look, and we'll take a little look at how aggressive that was here on the replay. This is a fan perspective then of what you get with car number 89, and it's going down through this section, up the hill. You can see it goes barreling towards and bang, straight across the circuit, and at that point, you know, you see all of that go through, and, you know, you just look at it and go, wow, that was quick, and just like that, 4 cars are totaled and out of the race.
We've been able to highlight 2 of the most popular areas to watch Road Atlanta, from turn 10 out there, and then also from the turn 5 hill. Always the 2 most popular spots to go out there and watch Road Atlanta. As we watch Parker White, remember we were mentioning him just a couple weeks ago, became the latest eNASCAR champion down there at the Hall of Fame in Charlotte. Was able to celebrate with his friends, his family. Dale Jr. was there, Austin Dillon was there, lots of cool stuff going on, and what a bigger accomplishment for Parker White. I mean, talk about it being on top of the sim racing world.
That might just be the biggest sim racing trophy in existence, Joey. It's so big that he had to ask Junior to go out there and help him and pick it up, basically, at that stage. It is a wonderful trophy. It was a wonderful bit of driving that he did over the course of his year, and it just goes to show that he is very versatile as a driver, and when he puts his mind to it, he is one of the best sim racers in the world, hands down. Name a track, he can challenge at it.
I was just extremely impressed with how he won that race down there at Miami Homestead. Now, if you didn't catch the eNASCAR race, definitely go back and watch it. But Parker was not in the lead going into the last lap or the last couple laps. He was able to use the racecraft, be able to pull off some amazing passes, and then ultimately claim the victory from another car that really had dominated all night. So he's doing a terrific job being able to transition from the stock cars into these sports cars right now, and he's actually running inside the top 5.
Yeah, and look at the car in front of him here, as it'll be Jorge Garcia who'll get by. That car there that is looking like it's about to be passed is 3rd in class right now. That's Ole Steinbraten, the Norwegian driver for Team Redline, that they'll be trying to get through here. And Ole is going to have to be looking behind, thinking, you know what, that is Parker White who is starting to chase me down, and I'm going to have to be quite alert in the next few laps to what's going on, as the likes of Santeri Martikainen makes his way through, and so too Lucas Cambamarero, who is there. And we look back here in LMP2 for 5th in class right now, because that's also getting busy right now, with Thomas Laboutelet, who is there for the Borisov Plus Competition 95. Moradnas being piloted by Nathan Olsen. And then, of course, everyone's favourite, Sami Matatrogan.
Nathan Olsen has done a very good job after that first little slip-up of an incident earlier to kind of rebound from that as we watch LMP2 go back to our lead here. I think that the Williams Esports Academy car is just still barely, narrowly ahead of the Apex Racing Team 198 as they give chase on the back straightaway. Remember, Gordy Much was able to kind of pass Arjula before, but they've just been going back and forth, and that number 66 still holds the point.
Yeah, and has done so quite wonderfurly on car 198. So Gordy Much has been putting himself in at the right place here to keep this close. Has pulled 5 seconds over Daniel Civi-Charbot over the course of those 2 stints. But we're in the pit stop cycle, and the Williams Esports Academy car has had to dive into the pit. So Matthias Ohuela in, followed by Christophe Habigno in the Dulatrol Automotive by Majors Garage team. So we are now in the cycle, and we're thinking 4 laps is going to be the time that Gordy Much decides to jump in.
Yeah, so I've got on my notes here, LMP2 cars are about 33 to 35 laps in terms of how far they can run on their fuel stint. Gordy Much is currently working lap number 31, so I do believe that that number 198 car can probably stretch it at least another 2 to 3 laps, as long as he's been able to maintain that fuel save. The rest of the LMP2 class, as you see, is going to have to come down pit lane.
Yeah, the Williams Esports BenQ team there with Sammy Matty-Trogan. They're in. Thomas Leboutelet in for Borussia Plus competition. So they are making those calls, and they are deciding it is time to dive down into the pits and do what we need to. That 198 getting a little bit bottled up behind Lewis Woods in the Team PGZ 114 Porsche out there, which has had a little bit of dramas, has found the barriers at a certain point in the race today, but they're able to continue on with their challenge. And Gordy Much, 110.4 for him on that last lap, which relatively, I would say, is in line with what he's able to do, but of course he had a little bit more traffic on that lap, so slightly slower than what he wanted.
Once again, I'm all about the data. You were pointing out the lap times. The fastest lap from Gordy over here has been a 109.3. Like you just said, a 110.4 was the previous lap, so about 1 second off of his fastest. That's going to come down to traffic and being able to manage his way through, as we see the number 17 here. This is the WSR Esports butt kicker car with Isaac Phelps behind the wheel coming down pit road. So our leader with Apex Racing Team and the other Apex Racing Team car that are currently sitting in first and second, they should be able to go +1 from here at least, Jake. Potentially +3.
Yeah, that WSI Sports butt kicker car did just actually miss their box by a little bit, which led to the embarrassing turn back at the wheel, and you'll have to try and reverse from here. So not much there that could be done about that. Much continuing on for what we expected to be another lap out there, and really trying to get that going. You can see the differences out there in terms of stop strategy. Apex all in at the same time. Williams Esports Pit Fit expected to come in about 3 laps earlier, and then that 1 lap difference there between Williams Esports Chill Blast and the 2 team red lines out there at the moment. 21 seconds the margin for Chris Lulham to chase down Ate Kalpanen at this moment in time. But Gordy Much here looking to try and get the leapfrog sorted. It will depend on how quick the outlaps are really here from the Williams Esports Academy 66. They have done a driver change here, Joey. They've put David Sobrero back behind the wheel.
Just got to cycle through your driver, see who's available. Remember, we were talking maybe an hour or so ago about the different driver combinations. Not all of them are located in the same city or even in the same time zone, sometimes not even on the same continent. You have to have that organization, to have the strategy come together. You just always got to have one driver. I know in the real world, when we did endurance races, you would always have the next driver, call it on deck. They didn't necessarily need to have their helmet on, but just in case there was an issue, what if the driver out there gets something in their eye? What if they have a mechanical failure that they have to come down pit road? You need to have your next driver, call it on deck, ready to go.
And I want to talk about the track for the moment here, because we have been seeing this as a quite difficult matter of fact. That track has really heated up from where it started under the clouds. We're now up at 36 degrees Celsius track temperature at this moment for those on the European. It's now a case of weather temperature 78 degrees Fahrenheit, track temperature 96 degrees Fahrenheit at this moment in time. We are heading to the hot part of the day, and basically from here to about 4:30 on the iRacing weather system that they've got, because you can get a 2-hour forecast on that, we're expecting it to stay at around the same air temperature, and we're expecting that to drop when we hit to about 4, 5, 6 o'clock.
I've been watching the weather. It's stayed pretty stable, but you're right. I think the big shift in it is still yet to come. We are in the daytime hours. The sun is beating down on the racetrack, and here comes our race leader. So call it 34 laps is what Apex Racing Team Gordy Much was able to do. And now he's going to be bringing it down pit road. I expect him to stay in the car, just put new tires and fill the thing up with fuel. But back to my point, the lap times, they'll get faster and faster once those temperatures start to drop, once we get through the afternoon hours and into the evening.
Yeah, well, Joey, I can just say that the Apex Racing Team have just done a driver change there, just to disprove the point. But 10th here in LMP2 continues to be a very important battleground along the back stretch here, because you've got everybody now trying to line up whether they can go through. That's the number, that's these drivers now trying to find what they can for a tiny bit of position, and it is getting busy right now with car number 5. That is the Williams Esports Academy of Santeri Martikainen. Now looking at the Simify Esports LMP2 of Lucas Camba Marrero for position, and here is the blend, which is going to be important. Dana Moore, who is now behind the wheel for the Apex Racing Team, and he has got himself the jump on car 5, but crucially the car behind car 5 is car 66, which is an important jump, because now for the first time in this race, Apex Racing Team 198 are your race leaders.
Yeah, that is definitely important, but look at the run from turn 5 up into turn 6. It is going to get busy. We've got GT cars in the way. The LMP2 cars trying to go around the outside. That's not where you want to be in turn number 6. You see the Apex Racing Team 198 continuing to lead the way. He sees all that in his mirror, and he says, thankfully, I'm not caught in that mess.
Well, it was a Williams car, and believe it or not, a third Williams car trying to get through. Santeri Martikainen, Alte Kauppinen and David Sobrero all trying to get past Kei Kashuba in the Bordersud Plus Turner car out there on track. So really trying to get it all sorted, and still Lucas Camba Marrero has to deal with car 5, and that's why he's not going to be very willing to let Dana Moore go through, because when you're looking around at who's trying to get through, well, yeah, you got Martikainen, you've also got Sobrero, who wants to try and get back to the point here of the LMP2 race lead. So there is everybody looking around left, right, up and down as Kauppinen puts one on the LMP2 leaders.
Ooh, did you see Moore just kind of get out to the outside a little bit there, was flirting with the track limit, and that's not where you want to flirt with the track limit up on top of the hill in turn number 3. We haven't seen very many issues there this year, but as we saw from that highlight package in 2023, turn 3 was definitely a danger area. The drivers have kept it in check so far, but all it takes is one.
Well, one driver can rock the apple cart and find yourself into all sorts of trouble, and we have seen that time and time again. 7 hours, 11 minutes remaining and under here at the Road Atlanta here in Braselton, Georgia. Here, this is Petit Le Mans, and it is really hotting up in LMP2 right now with Dana Moore, the Apex Racing Team, and as well you've got Santeri Martikainen, who is there right now behind, but it's David Sobrero who is going to be the driver who is trying to give that chase. You can see the gap, 1.2 seconds. It's a little bit closer between Williams Esports Chill Blast because of all the traffic that's had to be dealt with by Kauppinen out there at this moment in the number 3 Williams Esports Chill Blast. That gap now is 16.7 seconds to Chris Lullum in the BMW M Team Redline, who's trying to give chase, and then that gap, of course, now up to 12 seconds for Johan Hart in the Apex Racing Team 99, as Gianni Vecchio is trying to catch this down in the number 72 Team Redline car at the moment. As things stand, it gets rather interesting at the moment, where Santeri Martikainen is concerned whether he wants to try and find a way through and pressure Dana Moore, knowing that he's not on the same lap as him at the moment, but would be doing David Sobrero a good favour at this stage of the race. I think that might be something worth keeping in mind, whether that's going to be the moment that you keep an eye out on, whether that doesn't. We're going to take a little bit of a listen in at this big chase going on. We're going iRacing full throttle. Well, it's all chase now as David Sobrero, over the course of that full throttle, has pulled himself onto the back of Dana Moore here in the Apex Racing Team 198. Williams Esports Academy are not willing to relinquish the race lead here of LMP2 for long out there in your racing of the iRacing Petit Le Mans for 2024, powered by VCO. It's Jake Sperry and Joey Atterbury bring you into it. And Joey, this has been an important phase for David Sobrero. He cleared his teammate of traffic, and now as he closes right up to the back of Dana Moore, he's looking for any sort of pick to get the move sorted, and he may just get it off of the race leader of GTD in the form of Johan Hart's 99.
So our LMP2 class leader is this black and blue Apex Racing team, and then the blue and yellow car is that Williams Esports Academy car. We've highlighted it. Oh, there's a squeeze moment right there with a GT car on the exit of turn number 3. That was very close, definitely a funnel section, but I think that Williams Esports Academy in these yellow and blue cars, they've got to get a move on. They're bouncing it up all over those curbs there in turn number 5, but they are less. They have a disadvantage in terms of the fuel when we look at the leader of this class. So they really need to get a move on, or they need to start saving fuel. Yes, we've got 7 hours and lots can happen, but if we think it's going to go green flag, which it has to until the end, you need to start employing your strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a strategy game. David Sobrero, I think if he's clever about this and he can get the extra lap by just sitting on the back of car 199, he'll have a smile from ear to ear. He'll only be losing 4 laps in terms of his strategy right now, Joey, and I think that would be quite telling in the way that they go. I'd rather lose 3 laps in terms of fuel at the final pit stop than I would lose 15.
It's a good point, right? So if you're sitting here in P2 and you know you're, call it 4 laps down on the pace, you'd be able to essentially fuel save.
Yeah, and I think it's all about trying to get that fuel save and how much you have to really go and make that happen. But at least for the moment, they can see, we can call this battery cam at the moment. The Duracell battery up on the top here by David Sobrero, pretty much charging him up to maybe a move at turn 6. A thought about it was just that, a thought trying to get through. And I tell you what, he's looking for a little push. He's looking for a little bit of needle here and there. And if you can find it, it's pretty much, how far, Joey, do you want to push out the pool noodle?
Let's see about the slipstream here. Does he go for the move down into turn 10A, or does he opt to lift off the throttle and fuel save? He's closed and he's going for the move. Look down to the inside. Here's a GT car at Apex, and the Apex Racing team gives up the lead. Williams Esports Academy to the front.
Lee Sebastian of the Apex Racing Academy 97, the car that causes the pit. And just now, it means that everybody else look out, because David Sobrero puts himself now at the point in LMP2 and leads by 0.8 of a second. That car behind them directly is the BMW M Team Redline 20 trying to give chase. So that's Chris Lullum, who's going to have to look and try and find a way through right now. And he's not getting much luck of it, but he'll get it up over the top of the hill, use all of that hybrid recovery that he's got available to him, and run on through and gain that. So the M-Team Redline 20 car, second overall in this race, gets the clearance that is wanted. But a massive move for David Sobrero. 1 lap ago. Look at the gap he's pulled.
Did a nice, really nice job to kind of put himself at a stiff arm distance between himself and that Apex Racing team. Doesn't have to look in the mirror going down the back straightaway at all. And in fact, I'm watching Dana Moore. He's got LMP2 traffic. He's got GTP traffic that he's contending with. So when we're looking at this lap time, I expect David Sobrero up front to actually extend that lead. We're up to 2.3 seconds almost between second and third between those Apex Racing teammates.
We certainly are. There is the number 70 Team Redline car, Luke Bennett behind the wheel. He finds himself there in what is the battle for 4th overall, and this is with Gael Valero, and this is an important battle between the Frenchman Valero and Luke Bennett, the Brit behind. And I really found it interesting when we went on board for a lap with Gael Valero a little while ago out there, Joey, because you could see how much force feedback was going through the wheels. He was visibly shaking through some of the corners where he just wanted a bit of feeling and a little bit of fight with the steering wheel.
I kind of do the same thing. Now, in the simulation world, you're not sitting in a race car, right? You don't get the G-forces, you don't get the feeling of the pitch, the yaw, as we see that 129 car get down to the inside there. So you have to kind of accommodate with the equipment that you got. One of the ways is to crank that force feedback up, so every single little pebble, every single curve, every single undulation in the road, it is transferred through that equipment so the driver then understands it. Same thing with the audio cues. A lot of drivers will start to crank certain audio cues up so you can hear the tires start to slide. You can feel that stuff actually happen without actually having any of the G-forces inside the simulator. So these drivers using their equipment and keeping it on the narrow edge.
Chris Lullen very nearly giving Luke Bennett the biggest favour in the world. He threw that back from a mile away to try and get through on Gail Valero, who just left enough room there for the GTP to dive on through. That would have been a huge scary moment for Valero, and he'll look behind and realise that it might be line it up Luke Bennett.
Let's see what the slipstream can produce. I saw a little bit of a blinking out of that car number 98, and that will affect this Team Redline car. So you're just trying to stay directly in the tire tracks, use up that draft, use up that slipstream, but not close enough. Just going to stay right in line in the brake zone in turn 10A and 10B. If anything, I would expect that Luke Bennett is actually fuel saving.
Yeah, and they've got all of the LMP2s now that's coming through. Sobrero, who's building a margin. Dana Moore is there, and Aaron Vasquez is actually closing down Dana Moore at the moment. We take a look here at Gail Valero and what he's got to deal with right now through the middle of the corner. A lot less confidence from Dana Moore, and look at the difference in confidence then going by that Dana Moore had compared to Aaron Vasquez, who's third at the moment. I think the 199 car might be filing a petition at this moment in time, Joey, to say, I want to get by the 198.
That's a good point. Our LMP2 class second place is really close, but let's see if Valero can be able to defend here against this Team Redline car. This has been a battle that's been going on for a few laps now. The number 70 seems like it has a little bit more pace, but it's just waiting for that right opportunity. Sometimes the opportunity doesn't come along, but a little bit of a wag of the tail there from Valero might provide that opportunity that he needs to run down the straightaway. Let's see if it's going to be the fuel save or the overtake.
Well, he's close, and now through turn 9, is there going to be a look? We're now getting GTD cars in the pit. So you've got Apex Racing Team 99 and Redline 72 in at the moment. Move made by the Redline 70. Gail Valero, not much that he can do, and there is the sense that that was a must-need pass because they're both going to dive in. Big throw-in from Luke Bennett and getting all the turn, and that tiny little kick that you get off of putting the pit limiter on, he's certainly got, and then some.
See, does he get it? Stop, slides into his box to a stop, and immediately up on those air jacks to get a new set of tires. I think that was a pretty savvy pass by Team Redline to get it done right before you jumped into pit lane, because in terms of actual track position, it may not look like much on the timesheet, but it's actually going to grow in pit lane.
Change of drivers then at the 72 Team Redline. Out of the car finally will be Gianni Vecchio. Into the car is going to be Sam Keita, who will be behind the wheel and looking forward. It now puts then up at the top of your field through all of that the Drago Racing 169 of Jaden Ladich, who remember has been putting the times in on an alternative strategy out there to try and pull himself to the point. And when you look at car 99 and Johan Half by comparison, he came in about 6 seconds behind him and he's come out about 5 seconds in front.
Yeah, the Drago Racing car, like you said, is well off sequence. We're going to have to wait hours and hours and hours until we can find out if they'll get back on sequence, if this was going to be a smart move at the beginning, or if just traffic caught them up, an incident, and this is kind of the cards they're forced to play. But we'll call it another 20 laps or so before this red Lamborghini has to hit pit road. So let's just watch the pace, see if Apex Racing and Johan Hart can close it in, or if it's just going to kind of be that stalemate between the two cars.
Well, is this going to be a case of Dan and Moore? Aaron is faster than you. Do you copy? Is it going to be that sort of scenario that Apex are going to put themselves in? Because Dan and Moore has not been able to hold the same pace as David Sobrero, who's taken the race lead back. And this is sometimes where you look to where you are in racing from times to times out there, Joey. You are only as strong as your weakest link.
This is a tough situation for Apex Racing, right? Because obviously Aaron Vasquez is a little bit faster in terms of the lap time performance. He's closed in what was a 3+ second gap to now only a quarter of a second. He's got his teammate right in front of him, but also you will save. It's not like our leader is way up the road. He's only about 3.5, maybe 4 seconds up the road. So at what point, Jake, do you start battling your team with strategy? I know everybody's on the same page and trying to get to the end of the race to win, but they are still a competitor.
Yeah, they are still very much have equal right to go out there and try and win this race as anybody else out there at this moment. So they're looking to try and unlock that, and this one straight might be the time where we see that move, because Aaron Vasquez is someone who is a serial winner when it comes to racing. You don't get to 12,006 by rating by doing that, but let's take a look at what has made this all so amazing over the course. Hour 1 has been incredible. The move, we will just say, has just been made. But that hour 1 was where most of the drama came into play. Hour 2 is quite quiet, and then we had a big one-moment crescendo in hour 3, Joey.
Yeah, and I think that the gist of this has been turn number 5 and turn number 10A. This is turn number 1 where one of the Corvettes got caught out, but most of the action has been through turn 5, those exit curbs, as well as that turn 10A braking zone. So I don't expect those two areas to change at all. What I do expect here through the next coming hours is more strategy to be played, and more aggression is going to come out at different areas of the racetrack.
I think it very much will. There was the likes of Alexander Thieve and Kei Kashube trying to deal with those battles. Kashube making his way through and gaining that position. And then there was the Duracell Williams car making that pass, which was so very much needed. All of the chopping and changes has been important. And then the big one by Phil Dinez across the circuit. Bang, 2. And there'll be 2 more, 3 and 4, bang.
That was the big one that you were talking about. It was just not a highlight moment in terms of what you want in finishing a Petit Le Mans, but turn 5 is always a sketchy area, and even in the real world Petit Le Mans, we saw an incident very similar.
We certainly did. Dan and Moore jumping out of the pits, getting the jump through the work of Gordy Much to get on top. And there's the pass that got it back sorted again. Straight back down the inside. Thank you very much. That position going back to the Williams Esports Academy right now. And David Sobrero, who's got himself in that position at the moment. Williams Esports Chill Blast, number 3, your overall leaders at the moment. And they are 21 seconds to the good over BMW M-Team Redline in the number 20 with the team Redline 21, the only other car on the lead lap as things stand. 9 BMWs inside your top 10. The only Cadillac, the WSR Esports butt kicker car in the number 23, 1 lap down in 6th position, giving that chase. LMP2 is what we've been keeping the main focus on here, Joe, because it has been fraught with change.
It really is these top 3 teams, Williams Esports Academy, and then both Apex Racing Team 199 and 198. They have been setting the pace. Now, this sheet is a little bit off sequence here because most of the cars are still on the lead lap, but those top 3 are the ones setting the pace.
Oh, they are setting the pace. They are proving that there is going to be some great racing going on. And we talk about the gaps and the top end changes which are there. Apex Racing Team 99 finding themselves a little bit more in the middle as things go. You take a look at the gaps. It's Drago Racing on the alternative in the Lamborghini, who have pulled from a 6-second deficit now to a 6-second lead. So Jaden Ladich is making this pay so that Drago can put themselves up to the top by the end. They're trying to pull out a full pit stop stint, because if they can do that, Joey, then it won't matter where they need to be in this race. If they can pull out 30 seconds worth of gap, they've got 30 seconds to play within the stop if they have to make an extra one, which they probably will, as we look at 5th and 6th in your LMP2.
Remember this number 19 car, that red LMP2 car that is giving chase right now. I've mentioned it a few times. They had that early slip up, and then they've just been on the back foot. But Nathan Olson has yet to get out of the car. He is the driver that started, and I don't want to say that he's the one that dug the hole, but he's definitely the one that's bringing the team out of it right now. He's been able to secure 6th place. He's right on the back of this Williams Esports BenQ car. So I think, if anything, this number 19 Maradness, a nice redemption drive, at least here in the opening 3 hours.
Well, talk about redemption for the number 8 Williams Esports BenQ car, because they got caught up with Robin Claren behind the wheel in an accident that was not their fault, which other drivers, like, for example, your race-leading 66 car out there with David Sobrero, was very much able to avoid. They went right down to the back of the field, Joey. They've clawed themselves all the way back up, and they now find themselves inside the top 5, and they're about 10 to 15 seconds away from the WSR Esports butt kicker number 17.
I always say you got to keep swimming. It doesn't matter if it's a sprint race, and even more so in an endurance race. Throw away a lap. If you have an issue, forget about it as soon as possible, because guess what? That same, call it unfortune, can happen to your competitors out there. It might not happen this lap. It might not happen next lap. It might happen 4 hours down the road, but you have to keep swimming. You have to keep doing laps. You don't know what the future can hold.
So we've got a lot that's been going on, and that Maradness car has certainly been one which has been throwing itself in, up, down, all around. They are plus 12 for their day right now in 6th. They're looking behind at Thomas Le Boutelet in the Borussia Plus competition, number 95 behind them. But I think we're going to get a little bit of an understanding of what makes going on for that opening hour so difficult for them. So that number 19 out there certainly found themselves caught up early. This was the contact that Nathan Olson had going about 3 wide. The Williams Esports car down there on the inside, just unsighted, tagging them, and around they went. Needed to try and recover back through right in the early stages, but that's what they had to come back with and try and scrap back, and they've done a very good job of doing that so far, as they now look behind in the mirrors at car 95.
Most importantly noted, it was on that kind of opening jaunt through the GT traffic, so even though it didn't look like they lost a lot of track position, all the LMP2 field was stacked up at that time, so they dropped like an anchor through the order right there. They definitely have to get back on it, and in fact, BS Competition is right on the back wing of the number 19 car. So take back what I said about Maradness moving forward. It seems like this number 95 is now applying the pressure.
Thomas Le Boutelet has been going backwards a little bit since he took the car over from Will Murdoch, but he's now starting to find that level where he can use all of what his talent is at the moment. The Maradness car then is going to be looking a little bit sheepish and tentative, but I think is safe this lap down the hill into turn 10A. And we haven't talked about what makes that the prime overtaking place and such a difficult place to get the pass done, because basically you're attacking down the hill and it plateaus out down at the bottom of the hill when you hit the brakes. It makes it very easy to just overcook it, because you think you can brake a little bit later than you can.
It is truly a downhill brake zone, and yes, you're right, at apex it does flatten out, but it doesn't provide the compression, the extra grip that the drivers really want to kind of send it into the corner. You have to be confident on the brakes going into the downhill, and you have to understand that gap, that judgment there in order to make the move and essentially not go flying off of the racetrack. We're going to have a GTP car kind of interrupt this battle for, call it, 1 or 2 corners here in turn number 6 and 7, but turn 10A is the best passing opportunity because it leads from the longest straightaway, and it also has the biggest brake zone, therefore can provide the biggest lunges.
Yeah, it certainly does. That was Chris Lullum, by the way, making his way through. About the 3rd time we've seen Chris Lullum interrupt some of our battles here in Petit Le Mans at this stage. Just the 6th of the GTPs now, currently within 1 lap of your race leader, or within 2 laps, so to speak. Every single other car has been caught in some dramas somewhere. Jordan Johnson, the next big chaser, down in 20th position, will soon be looking at trying to pass some of the LMP2s, and that would be for position out on track. Chasing in through turn 1 and up the hill towards turn 2. This is where you're going to have to be switched on and making sure that there are no mistakes as you go through there, because you are very reliant on getting the turn in. They pass Sam Keiter there in the Team Red Line 72, but Le Boutelet here has been very happy just keeping eyes on Nathan Olson and what that number 19 car has been able to do so far. They do have currently a couple of drivers they could go to. Of course, they got to go to Mr. Muradness himself, Daniel Murad, so to speak, Joey, or they could go to Alec Bergstrom at this whenever they want to make that driver change happen.
I do find it a little interesting that Nathan Olson has been in there for, call it, 3+ hours. I expect him to jump out of the car. He's working 22 of 33, call it, on their fuel stint, so another third of a fuel stint to go. But if I was to guess the strategy on that number 19 car, it is going to be single driver stints, not single fuel stints, but single driver stints is what I'm probably guessing between the three drivers.
Yeah, we've certainly been seeing drivers making some progress over the course of this one, but how about this team right now? Car number 6, Simify Esports, right now have themselves in a good place. Gabby Montoro behind the wheel and trying to go through, and they started 20th in class, they're now up to 13th, so call that a gain of 7 for them over the course of this one, and they have really been making that progress work right now. It's a 49 car field. They started in P48, and overall in class they're up overall in the race they're up 15 places into 33rd, so they've had a really nice run, and they can just see in the distance that's Leif Sebastian just in front in the Apex Racing Academy 97, so they've got the target in front of them to say, look, carrot on a stick, let's go chase.
Yeah, it's got the target in front and really no pressure out the back either. The Grid and Go car, the number 002, is well back, call it 10 or 11 seconds behind, so the driver, the number 6 out here, Montoro, he just needs to focus out the windshield, put together some solid laps, and look at this battle once again. Laboutelet is all over the back of Nathan Olson, and here comes the run down the front straightaway. Turn 1 is not a typical passing opportunity. Olson leaves the door open at Apex and capitalizes on exit with that momentum.
He just left him a hint of room if he had the grit to go out there and push through the middle of the corner. Unfortunately, Laboutelet didn't, and as such, Nathan Olson still keeps himself very firmly put into this race, and the Muradness car is doing what it needs to at the moment, number 19, and that is just simply put, holding its station, holding its nerve, and dealing with the cars in front. The aforementioned Gabby Montoro is going to be next to try and get through, pick up the run off for the exit, and get the drive that is so necessary along the long run of turn numbers 8 and 9 coming along, and as such, parity is resumed again.
Nobody's close enough to make the move going down here into the brake zone, so let's ride on board one of these LMP2 cars, really see how fast they are. We're going to pretty much out-accelerate this GT car up and over the hill, but you got to squeeze to the inside, because if you don't clear right here, it can leave both cars in a very peculiar position, but Thomas does a great job, and now into turn 1. Look at how fast and the commitment is here.
Yeah, you're going there through at 220 kilometers an hour through the opening corner, up the hill, then down to 150 to go through. And in terms of miles an hour, I need to do a direct translation out there. So I would say about 160, maybe, no, 140, I think, going through the opening corner. So that's going to be something that's very much a case of how much do you have to chase up there at this moment. And they're going to get stuck behind David Boschka in the gridandgo.com VC001, and one will get through and one won't. And Thomas Laboutelet will feel rightfully hard done by there.
I think that the cheeseburgers per Freedom Eagle measurement is definitely going to stack up a little bit better here at Atlanta than the kilometers an hour for sure. But Laboutelet is just trying to get around this number 19 car. And in fact, Jake, do you see maybe a little bit of front right damage on that number 19? I'll take a look at it a little bit closer myself. I know that the fenders are a little bit boxy, but remember that incident that we highlighted not long ago? I wonder if there's some lingering damage on the front fender of that car.
Well, I'm just taking a little look myself, and it doesn't seem like there's too much out there, but there is for Nathan Olson. There is a tiny bit of front right wheel, which is currently exposed out there, and that is going to be causing a little bit of drama out there with the balance of the car. It is going to want to try and pull ever so slightly over to the left-hand side as it goes. So he's really having to deal with a car that's not quite 100% optimal at the moment, and I think that's going to be something worth keeping in mind, that Nathan Olson here is trying to work with a car that is not quite at 100%.
And we don't know exactly where it is going to be down on pace. What I can tell you is typically in the sim, if you have any aerodynamic damage or any body damage, it's going to show up in the top speed. It can definitely show up in the cornering speed as well, because think about it, you have less downforce working on the front of the car, so it's going to provide less grip on the front end everywhere. However, where we typically see it kind of rear its head is down the straightaway, and I just think that Nathan Olson right now is probably nursing just maybe 1 or 2 tenths of a second off pace from his optimal race pace out here, and that's really why he's got so much pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly on at the moment, and he is trying to do whatever he can to try and release that tension. Of course, for those who are wondering what about in miles an hour, it's about 135 miles an hour into turn 1. Yes, I did just have to go up and look at it. So, at least at this moment in time, it's a case where Nathan Olson is trying to get himself into play. So, this still going on is going to be important. Gail Valero, though, he's still got his job to try and deal with here, because he'll be looking behind in the number 98 car for 7th here position. This is in GTD. This is Manuel Troncoso in the Drago Racing car, who is now looking to try and get the 169 through. They've taken Jaden Ladich out of the car, and this is, oh, what a move! Oh, that's brilliant. Can he get it sorted through the second part? Blocks it on the apex. Oh, Manuel Troncoso, that's part of the race.
That was a great late lunge into that turn 10 complex, and now a prototype right at the apex of turn number 12. Looks like both the Apex Racing team and that Drago Racing car were able to squeak through, and in fact, both of those prototypes that just went through, that was that LMP2 battle between that BS Competition and Maradness car, so it all has to go together out here on the racetrack. It doesn't matter if you're GTP up front. It doesn't matter if you're 8th, 10th in LMP2, or wherever in the GTD field, everybody still has to play nice.
Yeah, that was brilliant from Manuel Troncoso, though. He looked like he was going to the outside, and he just feigned the dummy and went straight to the inside and took that place away. They are on an important mission here, Drago Racing, and they didn't want to get held up behind the Apex Racing Team 98 for any time at all, knowing it's the 99 that is their big target at the end of this race. Valero, you can see the way that he's out there and racing right now. It almost looks like he's so scared to breathe. He's so much concentrating, and now has a little bit of a stretch there on the straight there. Has a little bit of a chat to his pit crew saying, you know what do I need to do? I can't really quite catch this. So he's definitely got that communication value in there at the moment, and he just is trying to keep himself pretty much focused on what's in front of him.
His team needs to be letting him know that, yes, that red Lamborghini did get by, but it's off sequence in terms of the fuel strategy, especially the sequence that you are on, meaning the number 98 car. So you kind of have to, as a driver, throw that car out of your memory bank. Just act like it's not even there. I understand it's for position, but it's not going to hold up your race. You need to focus on what you are doing out there and let everything in terms of the strategy sort itself out on paper.
Here's your race leaders, the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 3, Ate Kauppanen, behind the wheel right now, just getting the move done on the number 66 Williams Esports Academy, leading LMP2 David Sobrero. So important there for Ate Kauppanen to get what he wants, and he has got 25 seconds in the back pocket over Chris Lullam, who has just dived into the pit, and so the cycle begins in the your GTP category out there at the moment. So for Chris Lullam, he has now made that call to jump in, and for Ate Kauppanen, he's been in the car for a rather long time. We're expecting maybe Alexander Spetz might want to get back in. Lullam, of course, hasn't been in the car for an incredibly long time, so I reckon he'll stay in the car and continue on going a little bit longer with his strategy. There was a change, of course, in the 11 car as Jaden Munoz there, and issues for the 21. That's third place. It's Enzo Benito coming into the pit, who's had a big spin trying to get it slowed up, and he just completely lit up the rears.
I was expecting this car right here, Kauppanen, our leader, to go +1, but he has hit pit lane. I'm really curious to what happened to that number 21 of Bonito entering pit lane. I know you said he kind of spun up the rears, but the way that he was pointing was very peculiar. Almost seemed like a tank slapper that he had to come to almost a complete stop to save.
I think he did a full 360 there in the pits, and he was trying to get him through. He's very lucky that he didn't pick up the black flag for dangerous driving. Alexander Spetz will, in fact, jump back behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Chill Bus car. But my word, Enzo Benito, who's been a part of the sim racing sphere for well over a decade, is one of the few drivers that you look at and say he's been one of the most dab hands and probably has the most experience over at Team Redline. And there you can see it. He just gets the full 360 going, and that's what he was trying to do. The way it was awkward, he was trying to use the momentum of the car, Joey, to get himself turned back around, give himself enough room to flick spin and get back out again.
Yeah, he had to stop and turn it around, kind of an Austin Powers three-point turn there on pit road, so he definitely killed a lot of time. I had said earlier during one of the pit stop cycles, don't beat yourself. That is the easiest way to lose track position out there, as it looks like we're going to get another replay of exactly what happened. So he's going to come down the road here, just going to come way too fast, turn in right here, lock up the rears, around it goes, and now he's going to try to spin it around once more, but the front end can't clear that guardrail. He's got to Austin Powers back that thing up and then get back out onto the racetrack. It's tough because you always practice laps, right? You practice turn 1, you practice turn 3, you practice the brake zones for turn 10A, but not everybody practices pit road like it's religion, and sometimes you need to, especially when it's as tricky as this here at Atlanta.
Yeah, I think that's really telling, Joey, in terms of how you go through. You've got to practice pit entry. It's the most underrated factor, and there was a certain red line driver once upon a time who was the king of the pit lane, and that was, of course, the 5-time world champion Gregor Hutu. Oh, he just gets so close to that inside wall. I wonder if he even tagged it, potentially, as he went in, and he was so scared of hitting it that he just locked the rears up because, oh, I'm a little bit too close to what I was expecting. Enzo Benito, it's not done him any harm, I'd have thought, out there. He's not under immense pressure from Owen Carroll in the Bordeaux Plus competition car number 7 machine, but I think that definitely gave him a little bit of a kick to say, you know what, you're going to have to wake up a little bit here. You've still got 6.5 hours still to go here in Braselton, Georgia.
It can be a tough thing to practice pit road too, because typically in the sim, when you go out there and practice, you don't necessarily bring it to pit road at the end of your, call it, practice, right? You might have an off at turn 7, or you might have an off at turn 1, and you just hit the reset button. In the real world, you come down pit road every single time, multiple times a session, so you get a lot of practice down pit road entry. In the sim world, not nearly as much, and I think we've already seen it once have a big effect, and it's actually caught a couple cars out that we saw prior as well.
Yeah, I think it really has, and you've got to be so alert to it out there as we're focusing on car number 5. This is the Williams Esports Academy. Santeri Martikainen then we'll see going through. Alexander Spets, your race leader in the number 3 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, who is back behind the wheel. Absolutely fantastic driver. Doesn't always get the due that he rightfully deserves, because he is wonderful out there in terms of the way that he drives. It's like watching poetry in motion every time he's out there on the circuit. Never seems to truly put a foot wrong, and always has a massive turn of pace as he goes through that 5 team there. Worth noting as well, that 66 car has come in LMP2 to make that stop. In finally comes from 3rd position, the Bordeaux Plus competition 7 to serve their pit stop. Owen Carroll's done well on this stint.
Yeah, brings it down into pit road, lap number 44. Click it over to 45 for this number 7 car. Is going to have to relinquish the 3rd place as he gets that thing topped up and new tires put on. I know that we talked about the strength of field earlier, Jake, but I'm just looking at each of our class leaders. Up front, 10,000 plus iRating in GTP. In LMP2, 12,000 iRating leading the way. GT, another 10,000 plus iRating. It is incredible how stacked this field is.
It really is when you consider how good you've got to be in sim racing, and this is basically like having an ELO in chess, that you can't just race against drivers who are 1,000, 2,000 iRating drivers and expect to pick up the points the way that you want to. You need to continually be the best drivers in the world to continually gain the iRating that you want out there, which I think is really, really strong in saying who's got what. Nicholas Bowe back behind the wheel of the Bordeaux Plus competition car out there at the moment, but we've been keeping an eye on that number 5 that has been trying to go through. Santeri Martikainen, remember they're on that alternative strategy, and there is quote-unquote number 4, Team Redline 71. It's Florian Levigre who is there behind the wheel, as now he is looking to try and get that Team Redline car back to where it was just 12 months ago, which is finding himself up in the race lead. Now, traffic management has been the key to racing, and you've got to keep an eye out, Joey, on what you do, not just as the cars that are prototypes trying to get through, but also what you are doing there. And that was the fine example of how close it was for your race leading number 3.
Typically, you see the prototypes be pretty sendy into these corner entries because if they get stacked up behind a GT car, they can lose massive amounts of time with the momentum. But we've talked about it. It is a two-way street, sometimes even a three-way street between the 3 different classes. And trust me, folks, all of these drivers, they take notes. They have memories like elephants. They remember every single little thing out there. So if you are nice to a competitor, they will treat you nice back. If you get out your elbows and start roughing people up, they're going to treat you the same way.
Well, we've been saying that the margins have been close, they've been fine, but they haven't been, I would say, dramatic so far over the course of this race. I mean, that was probably one of the closest ones there. Gustavo Ariel going through and very nearly making the contact that was there necessary. That traffic management, I think, has been really well done over the course of this race, but at least for the moment, of course, it's starting to spread itself out. So it's getting easier as they go.
It is, and that's typically what happens with multi-class endurance racing. We don't have the yellow flags, the safety car periods to kind of stack it all back up, so things do get stretched out a little bit, but that doesn't take away from any of the action that goes on track, because guess what? The GTP cars still have to get around LMP2 and GT cars every single lap. They still have that risk versus management on the reward side of things. You can't just go barreling into people out there. You have to treat them nicely.
We are on board with Aaron Vasquez, and this is what it looks like to be a driver of an LMP2 and iRacing, with a bit of drama in front for Daniel Ferguson in the WSR Esports Butt Kicker car. If you want more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today. In the bottom right, it says if you're brand new, you get 40% off of brand new membership. So do jump on. That's how you get your first 3 months and how you get yourself hooked in with us on iRacing. Please sign up if you haven't had the chance to already. But there has been a business decision here, Joey, that has gone through, as I think we're going to just get a little bit of a look here of what's happened with Daniel Ferguson over that run up at the top of the hill, turn 6 and 7. So through 6, he's all right. Through turn 7, oh, that's a really weird one.
It is a little bit weird, but the GTPs have this rear brake system that's quite a bit electronic, so the management of it can be a little bit funky. Combine that with the drivers are all the way far left between turn 6 and turn 7, so if you squeeze that brake maybe a little bit too hard, the platform is already uneven and around he went.
Well, I was going to make the point here, Joey, that there's been a business decision in LMP2, as that's the 199 of Aaron Vasquez. They have only gone one stint with Dan and Moore. They've thrown Gordy Much back into the car because I think they realise they're losing too much time in the 198.
They are losing a little bit of pace. Aaron Vasquez, ever since he got in, call it 2 laps ago, maybe 3 laps ago, he has put the hammer down. It was 5 seconds between Williams Esports and Apex Racing Team, and it is now under 1 second. So Mr. 12,000 iRating himself is trying to get the lead.
Yeah, he's putting the hammer down a little bit more than Pat McAfee would be doing at this moment in time, and he's certainly hoping right now that he can move up to David Sobrero, make the pass, and for the first time get the 199 car up into the lead of this race in LMP2. It has been a wonderful scrap battle that we've had out there, and there's been a lot of different points of contention that we've got out there as we got the 16 car there. This is the Beckham Josiah fan club car of Olivier Piatek, who has got himself in there, and I think he's just been passed there by Sobrero, so he lost a second over that last lap. I don't think he wants to be there. I think he wants to be beyond there and looking towards, okay, I want to try and get closer to the front, and Kachow, there he is, and there he is, possibly the most striking livery we will see all the time. It's not just about the professional side of it. We love a great livery like this, Joey.
You even see the spec map on the lightning bolt on the fender, just like how Lightning McQueen had it. I'm sure if the sun reflects off of that thing, you can definitely get a nice Kachow. I'm sure there's even some Miatas up there in the fan parking lot that might be going crazy over it.
Oh, there very much would be, and I'm sure that Jeremy Clarkson's somewhere giving a little bit of a pep talk to the team, potentially out there back in the truck. But for the moment, Piatek is keeping himself in play. He's doing quite well, actually, at the moment, when you consider that he is 9th in class at the moment with the Team PGZ 129. The next chase a little bit further along up the hill, and keeping exact pace, actually, with the race leader right now, David Sobrero, who's back behind. So he's certainly doing very well. Let's talk paint schemes right now, because we've got some lovely there. And this is the classic out there, the Borisov plus Turner car out there, the Turner Motorsport partnership there that you got through. And of course, the iconic white and black, which is there of Borisov colours, which is representative, Joey, of the zebra.
Yeah, it's got the two-tone Turner theme. If you look at it on the left side, it is your classic blue and yellow Turner Motorsports. They've been racing BMWs ever since the mid-90s out there with Will Turner, specifically the M3 and M4 models. It's pretty cool, the two-tone livery that they've come up with. They also love tacos out there in the real world. This is the number 11 car sitting here in the GTP class. Lots of purple multicolored going on this one.
Yeah, this is the Williams Gaming Club team that's out there at the moment. So you've still got the Duracell battery up top, but slightly different sponsorship, slightly different colours out there. So you're certainly getting the difference maker there. That's the 129 here, Team PGZ. Always iconic in the black and yellow, as Wiz Khalifa once said. So there will certainly be a lot for them as they try and push. That's what we call the iconic Team PGZ colours.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the car that I was spotting for full-time last year in WeatherTech, the AWA LMP3 car. Now, this is LMP2, obviously, but really reminds me of that black and yellow scheme that AWA put out there. If you remember, they also ran McLarens for a little while, and they've now got that Corvette out there in the GTD class.
Yeah, of course they do, and of course you cannot go anywhere without seeing the iconic colours of Falcon out there, and the Falcon Sim Racing GT3. It is a tale as old as time. That is classic, and it will never ever change from looking so pretty.
The blue and blue theme, it doesn't matter if it's drifting, if it's road racing, if it's hill climb. That Falcon livery is easily identifiable. And quite honestly, Jake, I know that I'm a little bit of a Ford fanboy over here given my racing history, but these new Mustang GT3s, it's nice to see them up front, and they do look gosh dang cool.
Oh, they do, and they have been driving fantastically out here today. With the way that they've been running, it has been their performances that have been worth keeping in mind here today. Back then, looking forward at who can find what. This is the number 7 Borisov Plus competition team car, who are in 5th position at this moment. So Jaden Munoz has found his way forward into 4th position for the Williams Gaming Club. So for Nicholas Bowe, who's behind the wheel, his game, I think, is rather important. He's got to try and chase down a car, and he in front of him that has leapfrogged over the last stint, and they were 4/10 quicker on that last lap. So they are trying to chop the tree down. They've got half a back stretch here to try and chase.
I think the biggest thing about this number 7 is the off sequence in terms of the fuel strategy. Now, they are working lap number 7 of their fuel stint. If we look at our leader, they're working lap number 11. The car directly in front of this car that we're watching, they're actually working lap number 15 of their fuel stint. So GTP, especially the top 5, a little shuffled. I still think it's the top 3 that are really setting the pace up there in both prototype classes, but 4th, 5th, 6th, they're all arguing amongst themselves for those positions as well.
They certainly are. It's half a minute between 1st and 4th in LMP2. It's a minute between 1st and 3rd in GTP at the moment. The spin from Enzo Benito in the Team Redline 21 car, I think, has been rather telling. And as such, now he is the all soon to be put a lap down by Alexander Spett in the Williams Esports Gilbluff car.
Watching this number 7 go through the slowest section of the racetrack here, and being off strategy, you kind of have to put everything that's racing in terms of what's happening on track kind of out the window, right? You just need to focus on your own race, hit your markers, hit your break points, and turn the cleanest laps as you possibly can, because if you don't do that, you're actually just digging yourself a bigger and bigger hole out there. You need to focus on your race and your race only, and when you've got 10 hours, it can be a little bit of a difficult thing to do. Remember, Nicholas Bowe right here, he's sitting 7.5 seconds behind 4th place and 45 seconds ahead of 6th place. So it's a little bit of a lonely area for a driver to be in. They've got to get in the right headspace and really keep focused out there.
Joey, there is apparently 2 deck chairs and a cooler for us. We're going to sit down at turn number 10, and we're going to have a look here at a fan's perspective here of what Petit Le Mans is all about. So this is just going to be what you see as you go by. Every single time that you get a race like this is the fan's perspective, and it's the great place for overtaking. It's the prime spot on track, and there's always something going on here, which I think is so fantastic. Different types of car all going out there, and one going very, very wide, if not in the gravel, and almost spinning.
You want to know why this is one of the best spots is because you can see the most amount of action, the most amount of passing from right here at turn 10A. Big shout out to my buddy Trevor McClure. He was actually sending me pictures of right here, just up the top of the hill. So just to our left is the overhead bridge. He was spotting from this exact same point. So yes, it's capturing all the action. And folks, if you're actually working for one of these race teams, you're going to be sitting out there watching this. If you're a spotter, the best place to watch from.
Yeah, it really is. You get a really nice understanding of what this circuit does, and this is a track where it actually is rather hidden, a lot of this circuit, so you've got to try and find one of the best angles to get the moves done, and you really get that sense of, well, how much are you going to look. There is Kei Kashube in the Bonnersud plus Turner car, who is going out there going forward, and you're really getting that look of, okay, well, how quickly are you going to get action? Because you'll get 40 cars that go by you in the space of about 80 seconds. Which is effectively, you get one car down there every 2 seconds, and that just gives me such a giddy smile.
And Road Atlanta has done a really nice job stepping that grandstand over there to make sure everybody's got a view. You can go down to the bottom of the hill or up to the top of the hill, and you've got some good view of the action. This LMP2 lead has not gone anywhere. Aaron Vasquez has actually closed it in, now only a 1/4 of a second behind David Sobrero right here in that lead. The other point that I was just going to mention about that turn 10A complex, that's also where Formula Drift does their drift events, probably the most popular spot in Braselton.
Oh, that might be the moment here that Aaron Vasquez gets what he wants. David Bojka was not trying to play inside line looking, outside line looking. It's not there. Is there an up and under attempt coming along for turn number 7? No. But now you've got that long launch, and Aaron Vasquez knows all too well about how he wants to go forward, how he wants to pick up these places, and what he is capable of doing. David Sobrero, watch out, because that Williams Esports Academy car might be seeing the blue, black and white of Apex Racing Team flying through. Not quite getting what he wants just now, but that's the closest we've seen it.
Also got a GTP car that's coming up. I see one of those Team Redline cars coming up. He's going to clear Vasquez into turn number 1, maybe. Let's see if Vasquez moves to the middle of the road to kind of dissuade that. He lets the GTP car go. I think that was the smarter decision of the two. Do not cause an issue with a different class out there. The nicer you are to them, the nicer they'll be back to you.
Oh, don't tell me that's just happened there for Aaron Vasquez. No, he's just all right, but at least...
No.
Oh, there's contact! And that's Vasquez. He's around. Olivier Piatek in the Beckham Jassia fan club car has run into the back of him, then up the hill, heading over towards turn 5, and that was not what he wanted. Vasquez got run over, and Gordy March now will move up into second for Apex.
That was a really, really tough situation there. We noticed that the car of Aaron Vasquez blinked out going down the hill, so that other LMP2 car, it didn't know that Vasquez was there, and by the time Vasquez reappeared in turn number 5, there was front to rear contact. I would say the only good thing, the only silver lining is it doesn't seem like there's any damage on that 199.
Yeah, he didn't get into the barriers. That's a huge point of contention for him, and I think he just got away with that, just with the way that all happened. So Aaron Vasquez is going to be breathing a sigh of relief out there, as now we got it on for second now between two teammates again, but instead of Apex, it's Redline down in GTD. Sam Keiter has been reeled in by Florian Lebigre, and that number 4, which won last year, is looking to do so all over again. They've got the traffic of the same type in front front, that's Gununso Tasdelen, who is there for gridandgo.com, VC002, so they'll have to find a way through. But Sun Kaiser has been seeing that gap reeled back in, and both of these red light cars have been doing well. They've kept the gap steady to car 99, piloted by Johan Hart, and they've kept it at 10 seconds, as through goes a very, very fast duo of Robin Clarem, and also, I believe, Enzo Benito going through.
Yeah, kind of slipped Lebigre back maybe a quarter of a second here behind his teammate of Keitert, but I wouldn't call it a big loss at all. And you see these GT cars coming down the hill, they're really struggling for that front end grip, a little bit more understeer in comparison to the prototypes, and just kind of stresses how important it is to keep the front end tucked towards the apex there. If you get pushed around from some of these prototypes, it can mean you going off the track.
It really can, and you've got to remember this is give and take. You've got to remember that, okay, sometimes you're going to get a car that does work and you could be there and playing the game and saying, I dictate when you make the move. You might get a time where, no, I'm just going to push my way through anyway, right up to the back. The big R there of red line, which has been a staple in sim racing for 2 decades. They have won everything that there possibly is to win in the world of sim racing, and they've had some of the best drivers in the world come through their ranks and really show that they are top dollar when it comes to billing. But at the moment, Keitert looks around at Florian Lebigre behind. They're happy to keep things as they are for the moment, and I'm sure there's a little bit of banter between them, as there always traditionally has been on their streams, Joey.
You have to have communication between the team cars. Now, you don't want to have so much communication that it is distracting, but you need to work together. That's the point of being on a team. What I am curious about is the car that we're riding on board with, Florian Lebigre in the number 4 car, is actually 1 lap short in comparison to Keitert, his teammate directly in front. So does he take this opportunity to kind of match his teammate in terms of the fuel strategy, maybe go +1 longer than that 72 car directly in front? Or does he put the pressure on to try to overtake? That's the story of endurance racing.
Well, look at the lights flashing here from Sam Keitert. He realises that Gununso Tasdelen has not moved out of the way, and he really wants to go through. And now they've got 3-lane traffic here. Daniel Ferguson going through. We saw earlier Alec Bergstrom in the Maradnas car go through. They've finally taken Olsen out of the car. They've got rid of the traffic that they want in Tasdelen, but crucially, with getting past the traffic, the way that was done and the way it was orchestrated by Sun Keitert, it meant that Florian Lebigre didn't have a home.
And I'm looking at the lap times. Our leader, Johan Hart, with these two kind of trying to work their way through traffic, is continuing to extend the gap between first and second. So I feel like these two Ford Mustangs of Team Redline need to get on the same page, and they need to get on it now if they want to try to close in the gap. If they're fuel saving, okay, throw that out the window, what I just said. Keep on your strategy, but I see 10 seconds and growing between our leader and these cars.
Yeah, I see that gap as well, and I think that's a rather important one to keep in mind, that this is a gap that could very easily be one that you open up a little bit later on and go, well, it's 10 seconds now, it could be 30 seconds, it could be 50 seconds, it could be 2 minutes, if you just don't manage it and you start fighting amongst yourselves. So that's going to be where their focus is, making sure they're keeping each other honest at this point, and keeping in mind at 169, which is out there, of course, which is Drago Racing. Here's the other main battle that we're keeping an eye on. This is, of course, the 198 and the 199. We saw what happened to Aaron Vasquez a little bit early on, that slide through turn 5 after he got run over by Lightning McQueen. But at this moment in time, he is looking like he wants to become the king of Dinoco Fuel at the moment, Aaron Vasquez. He wants Gordy Much's place.
You're saying he wants that Dinoco chopper is what he wants. He wants to go for a helicopter ride. I think that Aaron Vasquez is the fastest driver in LMP2s currently that's out on the racetrack. Now, we haven't gone through all of the data and seen all of the drivers yet, but he was able to close in a 4-second gap up to the Williams Esports Academy. Then we saw that incident between him and Mr. Kachow. Now he's closed it back into his teammate, Gordy Much. He's only about 3/4 of a second behind that number 198. If the Apex Racing team is watching this and concerned about their strategy, they need to dial up Gordy Much and say, let Aaron Vasquez by. Do not hold him up, because this is the fastest way forward.
Yeah, and the fastest way that they are trying to make that progress is realizing at each given point what is the car in front. Not getting much love from Ryan Barneveld there in the Marla Racing Team car, so that could have very much have been a case for Barneveld of, oh, well, that's going to help Aaron Vasquez out a little bit, and this is where the inter-team dynamic comes into play. Vasquez a lot newer to the Apex Racing Team than what Gordy Much is. Much is one of those drivers that you look at and say, that is he 100% of the time in and around sim racing? No, because he's got his real world career. So you've got these two different dynamics of, I'm the best sim racer in the world, and then Gordy Much going, you know what, you might be, but I'm a very quick driver in the real world as well, and so I want to prove what I've got, what it takes. But the question is, will they put egos aside, or will they say faster driver goes through and makes the charge up to Williams Esports Academy?
If I was the team manager, the strategist, I would wrangle up my drivers and say, you know what, throw your ego out the window. I don't care how fast you think you are right now. I'm looking at the data, and the data shows the 199 is the faster of the two cars. If you want to get in line and play the team game, the 199 needs to be in front of the 198. Now, if Much wants to go out there and try to lead this pack and maybe fuel save a little bit more for the 199 in the draft that he can kind of lift off the throttle, okay, kind of come up with that strategy. We're only halfway through this fuel stint, but I do feel Vasquez is the fastest LMP2 car on track.
Have you just noticed here how the skies have just got a little bit darker all of a sudden? It's partly cloudy. We're heading towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon as they go forward. Get a listen in on this. We are iRacing Full Throttle. 2 battles at the same time. wow, we have had ourselves so much good racing over the course of this race here of your iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. 6 hours and 4 minutes counting down at this moment. Gordy Much holding his own here in comparison to Aaron Vasquez, but in comparison to the Williams Esports Academy there and that number 66 team, which find themselves out there at the moment, it's been a tough one for them because that gap is extended out then to almost 9 seconds out there at this point. And so it's a case of, well, they've got to make a decision right now, otherwise they're going to be just looking at it, and I think it's just to wait. But at GTP, I think this has been really interesting because what work has been done by Nicholas Bowe quietly here, Joey, because he's caught Jaden Munoz and we've hardly seen a lick of it.
Yeah, we haven't. The number 7 has just been churning out some consistent laps. That last lap was a 107.5, less than a half a second off of his fastest lap of the race. Let's see if he can actually make the move here on the Williams Gaming Club machine of Jaden Munoz directly in front of him here. Not close enough into turn number 1, but that lap time of 108.5 compared to a 109.1 that he's chasing. Definitely seems like Bowe has the pace.
Just want to note that the Williams Esports Pit Fit team, Parker White, has just dived into the pits. Traffic is going to completely disrupt this one for Nicholas Bowe. Munoz will get a reprieve thanks to Ganonso Tazda then, who will find himself then in that position to say, you know what, I just affected that a little bit, but look at what's coming up next. They've got, of course, through Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez, but then you've got Florian Lebigra and Sam Keiter, who are both there, and you don't want to get yourself involved in red lines antics.
I don't think you want to get yourself involved in anybody's antics, but you're right. When you have multiple cars in multiple classes painted the exact same, word can travel quite fast about how you are acting out there on the racetrack, how somebody else is acting out there on the racetrack. It's almost like some of these teams have more than one pair of eyes.
Exactly. It's very much a case of you look around the paddock and, you know, it's the same in sim racing as it is in real world sim racing. It very much sometimes feels like a high school locker room at times, where it's like, okay, well, this person said this and so I'm not going to be friends with them anymore and all the rest of it. So you really do have to basically tiptoe around, and basically any flavor of the month, someone could be loved and someone could be unloved.
It's part of racing, right? And the more that you involve yourself into the community, the more you get to know the names and your competitors. And every single week when you race with these guys and girls, you're going to get to know them a little bit more. Is so-and-so aggressive? Are they easy on outlaps? Do they give room at apex? What are they like in a prototype car when there's a late lunge available? Do they close the door, or do they just get super sendy out there? So we talk about the community. I know that the iRating, the strength of field in this one is way up there, and all of these drivers, they're very familiar with each other.
They are, and because they are some of the best sim racers in the world, they'll be racing each other on the weeklies to try and go through, as in comes the Falcon esports car to make it stop. Nice to see them out there and running, so they jump in, the Falcon sim racing team, to make their pit stop and put Jesse Jones back in behind the wheel. Sam Keiter will stay out with Florian Lebigra. They're on a very similar strategy out there to what Johan Hart and the Apex Racing Team 99 have been doing out there at the moment. It's not been dramatic here from Johan Hart out there leading in GTD here, Joey, but it has been exactly what you want from what I call an anchor style driver. Don't make any changes to what's going on. He's kept the status quo.
I was talking about the gap between first and second, between Hart and Keiter that we're watching here in the Team Redline car. It was 10 seconds, call it about 15 minutes ago. It has now grown 11.9. I'm seeing a click over 12 seconds between first and second. So to your point, Jake, I think that Johan is doing a terrific job, and he's doing it without any sort of pressure in the mirrors. They've got a strategy. They've got to execute, and they're doing it right now. They're fuel saving. They're on the same fuel strategy as both of these Team Redline cars. So even though there's a 12-second gap, there is no gap in terms of the fuel difference.
No, there is no gap at the moment in that fuel difference. Maybe one lap for Florian Lebigra that he's got to try and find a way, and that's maybe why he's been sat behind Sam Keitel for this stint. He's trying to find that extra lap, pull himself back onto the same strategy as all those around him, and then work from there and say, you know what, I can now play on the same level playing field as everyone else is, and maybe go out there, be aggressive, and try and chase that gap down. You are constantly in motorsport and sim racing buying a ticket to the end of this race. There are many drivers who haven't been able to do that and many teams that haven't, but those who consistently do are the ones that are constantly lauded.
Got to make it through all 10 hours first as we watch this GT battle get interrupted by a teammate car, albeit a different class here, down through turn 5. The other incredibly close battle is about to be closing in on the spoiler here. You see those two LMP2 cars just in the rear shot of the frame. That is your battle for what is second place in the LMP2 class. So 2 by 2 in terms of the pairs of battles here.
They certainly are. I'll just put this as a little bit of a phrase for you right now here, Joey, with Team Redline. They've got 5 cars running, and they're all inside the top 4. They've got 4 spots on the podium, but nobody's winning.
It's tough sometimes, but I want to go back to the strategy thing. So we're only halfway through, not even halfway through. So if we're going to see strategy cards be played, they're on the table right now. However, they haven't paid off yet.
Yeah, they haven't paid off just yet. That was the Apex Racing Academy car in, and in on cue is car 4. So Team Redline 71 in. Guillaume Levesque is behind the wheel for Apex Racing Academy number 97. Florian Lebigra has hit his box. I think he's staying behind the wheel at this moment in time, so he'll be looking at his strategy and how he can go on and attack. We focus back to second in your LMP2s, where Gordy Much and Aaron Vasquez have been very much equal with each other at this point, equal in terms of what they are trying to do out there on circuit, but they are trying to play the fuel game as well, let's not forget. So this also could be construed maybe, Joey, as a battle of, well, if they continue to go on a lap shorter than us over at Williams, we're battling for the win, and it's who wants it.
There's 2 options that can be going on here, and us as commentators, we don't know the strategy. It's not like we can just dial them up on the radio.
The car off.
Yeah, that was one of the Team Redline cars. Enzo Benito, remember, he had problems on pit road earlier in turn 10A. The slowest corner on the racetrack, or second slowest corner on the racetrack, definitely caught out this Team Redline car. But back to my point about the Apex Racing team, there's 2 options here, right? They can go as fast as they possibly can and try to close the gap between first and second, or they can continue down the fuel strategy game because they've got a 4-lap advantage in terms of that fuel difference. So if they continue down that fuel strategy game, they will be gaining on our leader, albeit not on the timesheet.
Well, GTD are all in, your leaders. So Apex 99, the Team Redline 72 are in, and I believe that the Redline 70 will also have been in with Luke Bennett potentially out there. The issue that was there as they went through for Enzo Benito, he found himself with the Team PGZ 129 of Jorge Garcia, who turned into the corner and he just drove through him.
Yeah, that's a really tough one. The GTP car had already made the pass, was already clear of the LMP2 car, but I think it was just a misjudgment on that LMP2 that he turned into the Apex. He thought that GTP was already clear, but he definitely was not, made contact and spun him around.
Yeah, and that will hurt really for Enzo Benito. He's had 1 spin, he's now had a second, and he will be a little bit concerned about how much he's spinning, because that Williams Gaming Club car and as well the the Borisov Plus competition car are both going to want to try and close in. They've got about half a lap to chase. There is car number 99 out there at the moment, and they have put the hot shot back behind the wheel. Alex Sanchez is back there again, and he is looking to try and rush away as quickly as he can. We'll take another look here at what happened. This is the view from behind, so he goes straight on through. You look at it there, he's there, and he's just driven through him.
It's tough, right? He saw the car there, and he definitely should have given room, and I think that he was just trying to probably focus on 10B more than 10A, because you want to get the run out of the corner and up the hill. But Oh, man, it's tough to turn a competitor around, especially in a different class.
Oh, it really is difficult out there, and so you can constantly find out how much these drivers are pushing, and this is what has been going on for a very, very long time, just brewing away under the surface. Jaden Munoz, who will be looking behind at Nicholas Bowe, who is hoping to try and get that pass done for the Borussia Plus competition car. They'll have to deal with Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez that they get by, but for the moment, Bowe has just been staring at the back of car 11, and at the moment he wants it to be a 7-11. He wants some convenient service in terms of the order, 4th and 5th. He can't get it. It's 11-7 at the moment.
Well, I tell you what, Jake, if he is patient for another couple laps, he will get that convenient service with the Williams Gaming Club, because they have to come down pit road. Currently working lap 41, and per my notes, the GTPs can only make it about 44, maybe 45 laps on their fuel. So maybe Nicholas Bowe will be seeing that neon 24-hour sign light up pretty soon.
Yeah, and that call to come into the pits. What a big slide by Jaden Munoz as your leader in LMP2 has dived in. So they have just switched drives again. They've once more put Matthias Orjuela behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Academy car out there at the moment, and he's having to deal with what he's got. But once more onto the straight we go, dear friends, and over towards 10A and 10B. The same old chestnut that's there. Bowe is a little bit further behind, though, at this time. So he is really going to be looking at that going, you know what, I can just back it off a little bit here, just so long as I stay within 0.5 to 0.6 of a second. I'm going to be quite happy with what I'm doing here. The one thing he can't afford to do, though, is if Munoz makes the lunge on a bit of lap track in front, like Rainer Talvar, for example, in the Mahler Racing team coming up, that he's got to follow him at exactly the same point. Otherwise, that's where the gap comes and gets itself into play. And look at them nose to tail.
Yeah, definitely closed up through turn number 1. Looks like we are going to get our hour highlights here through hours 1, 2, 3, and 4. It definitely opened up with a ton of chaos. Lots of car contact through turns 10A, as well as at the other side of the racetrack. Turn number 5 has definitely been a danger area today.
Yeah, you saw that in the opening hour, the troubles for the Williams Gaming Club, who were doing well with Josh Ladd there to slide through the middle, whereas hour 2 was relatively tame by comparison. But hour 3 had the big one with Phil Benez and the BMW Borussia car, which found itself in trouble. 4-car incident up over the top, which pretty much put a stamp on the first quarter of this race. Then there became the moves, and who can find what as they rushed on through into the certain sections. And this has been an important hour, and that by Troncoso might be the move of the race.
It was really impressive the way that he just kind of feinted off to the right and then was able to slide the Lamborghini up the inside, secure that position. That was one of our few incidents in turn number 7. One of the GTP cars getting it wrong there on the apex curb, or I should say the entry curb. And then this was Aaron Vasquez getting some help from Lightning McQueen in turn number 5. And now Vasquez is basically back on the rebound. That was a big squeeze that he had right there through turn number 7. And this was the most recent incident between the two LMP2 cars and the GTP.
Yeah, that was Enzo Benito, who ended up on the wrong side of it there, turned around there by the PGZ car, and as such, the team red line, number 21, still circulating in 3rd position, but now fully a lap down on the Williams Esports Chill Blast. Number 3 currently being piloted by Alexander Spett out there at this point. It's the 2 red line cars, 2nd and 3rd, the Williams Gaming Club and Borussia Plus competition in 4th and 5th, and you can see the 1 Cadillac there being the survivor there at 1 lap down, or sorry, now 2 laps down. That, of course, being the WSR Esports Butt Kicker team, LMP2. Now, that has been the story of the race so far, Joey.
I think it's been the closest to end. Right now, Apex Racing Team is on top because the Williams Esports Academy, they actually just came down pit road. So you see both Apex Racing Team 198 and 199 lead the way. They've been separated by, call it, a few feet. It has been that top 3, though. Williams Esports Academy has about, call it, a 10-second gap once the pit stop cycles come to a complete. Moradness hanging out there in P4 as well.
Yeah, Jaden Munoz has just come in for the Williams Gaming Club. They are in on the stop on the 11. GTD has been an interesting affair, but it's been a little bit quieter, all things considered. Apex Racing Team 99 have dominated from the front. There has not been a lap that they haven't led so far. Team Redline 71 and 72 have been giving the chase, along with the Williams Esports Pitfit team, who find themselves in 4th position, proving that they are going to have contenders in each and every class out there. Team Redline 70 has just dropped a little bit further back. Luke Bennett, they're currently behind the wheel of the car at the moment. So there's certainly been a lot to try and get through at this stage, but you're taking a look at what makes it important up the hill. This is where the chasing becomes really, really crucial right now. This is Sammy Matty Trogan out there for the Williams Esports BenQ car, trying to recover through. That is a move for position, mind you, by the way. That's Martial Hubert, who is there behind the wheel for Apex Racing Academy 29A. They got caught up in the early lap issues, and look at that, a couple of Apex cars leaving the pits at the same time. Gordy March has still got the lead over against that other Apex car, and now as they get themselves out and away, they're thinking, well, where have we come out in comparison? And the answer is still 10 seconds down the road. There's the drama, and they're both going to go scrambling across. How on earth have they both survived? The PGC 129 of Jorge Garcia turns around with one of the all-important grid and go cars, and that's Johan Riera in the 002.
And Aaron Vasquez, I mean, just put the splitter straight to that PGZ car, so you got to wonder if there's any damage there. If you ask me, Jake, I think that black and yellow car forced an issue going down the hill, and those Apex Racing Team cars were definitely just smack caught up in it.
Yeah, there's damage, front left. There's damage to Aaron Vasquez's car. It's the front left that is now slightly worked up and damaged, but I think he's okay, because look at how close he is on circuit at the moment. He's still right there. We will take a replay of that, because that was huge in the context of the LMP2 battle, and it goes to show you any given point, and right out of the pits, out of the frying pan into the fire, Joey.
That move was never going to work from the 129. The GT car was already committed going down the hill, and this was never going to work. The Apex Racing Team had a front row seat. They're trying to follow the prototype through, but right here, they both get on the brakes, and plain and simple, nowhere to go. Like you said, they actually got extremely lucky not to get more damage.
Yeah, and what was key there is that Gordy March was able to get through it, but would have, of course, had to assert the slowdown penalty, which is where they stacked themselves up, and now they watch as they pass Sam Keiter, and now they've actually changed positions then over at red line. It's 71 ahead of 72. Florian Labigra's got the jump, and somehow flying through all of it is Enzo Benito with all of the Italian flair and passion that he has, and he manages to get by then with Much and with Vasquez. They're just happy to sit and watch out there at this point in time. So Vasquez and Much continuing on, and in terms of what it's cost them 3 seconds, all things considered, with car 66 Matthias Orjuela, who would have gone, what's going on? I haven't seen anything. It's quite quiet up here at the front.
I'm very interested in this 199 car, because Aaron Vasquez does have damage on the front end. Now, I don't know how much damage Gordy Much has if it's on the underside of the car and he's actually suffering as well. But there's two kind of forms of communication to kind of go about it, is that you make the knee-jerk reaction, say, come down pit lane right now. We get to fix the car and get it back out on the racetrack. But you have to talk to the driver and say, hey, evaluate the car for me. Is it way off pace, or can we keep it out on the racetrack and keep going? And that's obviously what they've decided to do.
That certainly is. We'll take a little look then, one final time at it. So this is exactly what they'd have had to have dealt with out of the pit. So they'd have seen climbing up the hill there, that car in front, which they'd have had to have dealt with as they went on through. So in through turn 2, and then as they follow through, I tell you what, Vasquez does so well of not running into Gordy Much, because Much is on the brakes. That is such a difficult situation. They could have been collected there by the GTD car going through that section. All things considered, all drivers did the right thing to try and avoid it, and somehow it's only a tiny bit of damage that is there for Aaron Vasquez, and that's about it. Chris Lullam in the BMW M Team Redline 20. Enzo Benito has just followed in the Team Redline 21 on schedule.
That was spot on with the analyzation, and you're right, the Apex Racing Team drivers did a terrific job to avoid catastrophe as much as they possibly could. We saw those Team Redline cars come down pit road, so this is back to that LMP2 second place. Looking at the lap times, our leader in LMP2, the Williams Esports Academy, a 110.3. The Apex Racing Team, Gordy Much, sitting there in second place, a 110.3 as well. So evidently that big incident going down the S's hasn't affected their pace too much.
No, Gordy Much got away with that one. Pretty much scot-free, as in comes your race-leading number 3 Williams Esports Chill Blast car of Alexander Spets, who is looking to try and make sure that that team doesn't have any worries at all out there. He's been in, he's taken over from Autic Alpinen. He also started in the car, and he's certainly been doing very, very well out there in this one, and there's been nothing to really worry about. We've seen the great recovery that's been done as well by this driver, Sami Matitrogan, in the Williams Esports BenQ team. They were right down at the back of the field in the opening minutes of the race when they first went through the lap traffic, and he got caught out with the race leader, of course, of your LMP2 category at the time. They have fought themselves back up, and in sight is the 17 WSR Esports Butt Kicker 223. So that is next on their list. Isaac Phelps, the next pass they want.
Got to keep the head down and not too far up the road. You can see him just on the same part of the racetrack. Got to deal with these Team Redline Mustang GT3s. Maybe got held up just a touch going through turn number 5, and going to have to deal with a different Team Redline car here down the back straightaway. I see one of the GTPs sneaking up in the rear view mirror of this purple number 8 as well. Not going to affect him because obviously they'll just put the foot down and draft right on by, but I gotta think down the road, is it going to affect his competitor in turn 10B, down turn 12, up to turn 1 and turn 3? You always have to be thinking a half a lap ahead.
Yeah, and they also pilot their way around Guy Levesque, who is there in the Apex Racing Academy car and managing a way around. And so as we take a look from the rear view of Isaac Phelps, you will see it's Chris Lullum there in that BMW, making his way through past the Dallara and comfortably managing that to get himself forward. But now he'll see behind it's the ever-looming sign of Sami Matitrogan, but crucially gets around Lucas Perez in the Simify Esports 22, so managing that one quite nicely, and a bit close there for Sami Matitrogan as he found his way by.
It's a funnel section. I'm surprised we haven't seen it catch more drivers and competitors out. I know in the real world, going down the hill is a giant funnel. It's always a cause of confusion, but I think here in the sim world, it's a little bit easier to kind of hang out on the outside, the outside the entry going down the S's. So it kind of alleviates a little bit of that funnel effect, but we saw it bite once just a few minutes ago, and guess what? We still got 5 hours and 41 minutes. I don't think that's the last time we're going to see confusion going down the hill.
No, I don't think it's going to be the last time either. They've still got over half a race to try and decipher a little bit more of what everyone's dealing with. So I do reckon that we're going to be running into the phase where that section of road is going to be quite troublesome. There goes Nicholas Bowe through on Sami Matitrogan in the Borussia Plus competition car, who, remember, is slightly off kilter to the rest of your GTP field at this point as they now look to navigate. Isaac Phelps has been driving a wonderful race with Ian Gagnon Renault, the Canadian driver out there, and Phelps has certainly been proving that he has been Olympic in the way that he's been going from Club UK and Ireland. As right now we've got to keep an eye out on Redline. Remember, they did swap those positions, so Lebiga is ahead of Sam Keitet right now, but Keitet's done a great job to try and hold himself steady and stay with the Frenchman in front of him.
What I was pretty surprised about between these two positions being swapped is that last pit stop is Florian was not able to extend it that +1 lap to match his teammate and to kind of call it equalize the fuel strategies between the two. So even though Lebigra is out front in the number 4 in second place, with Keider giving chase in the third place car, the fuel strategy still goes to that number 72. I was just a little taken back that they didn't take advantage of that other car behind and fuel saving more.
Well, yes, that is the question that always needs asking. Can they get a little bit more out of it? How much more can they find, and I'm just keeping an eye out on their lap times as they come across the line. Lebigra doing an 18.5. It's an 18.7 from Sun Kaita, who loses a couple tenths of a second, and I'm just keeping an eye on the 18.7 that Parker White's just done in the Williams Esports pit fit, because they're only 7 seconds adrift, and I'd say very much in the race for the podium.
That's a great call. We had mentioned Parker White, remember, NASCAR champion here this year, and he's been in the car for a couple fuel stints. That last lap time right on pace with those cars sitting there in second and third, those Team Redline cars that we've been watching on screen. So don't forget about Parker White. Don't sleep on that driver. He's always fast.
Don't sleep on Marla Racing Team. We said nothing about their position all day. They're 5th and 3 seconds behind Williams Esports.
What a terrific job out there. Yeah, that's that number 10 car. Watch the GTP kind of get squeezed to the outside of the track there. That was Munoz getting around one of the GT cars, kind of checked him up a little bit, allows that number 7 of Nicholas Bowe to close it back in. There is still a 9-lap difference in terms of the fuel stop strategy between the number 11 and the number 7, but they are right back to that convenient store battle.
Yeah, they certainly are. Nicholas Bowe losing out maybe slightly after pit stops have come into play, so he'll need to gather that back up once more. But right now, I'd say good job, well done. Sammy Matty Trogan, who's been working hard today with Robin Claren for position. He has now done so well to bring that gap in. Isaac Phelps from Club UK and Ireland is going to be looking back behind and thinking, well, is there going to be a chance for me to make this move, or am I going to have to start thinking about defence? Not at the moment out there, so they'll continue on. They will have to deal with lap traffic of their own variety, and it is everybody's friend at the moment, Jorge Garcia, who is just in front of them, that they'll have to deal with, and they will have that Drago Racing LMP, which is 26 laps down, back on track, trying to deal with. That's Dominic Hoffman, who's now going to have to try and navigate through all of this. Oh, this does not look pretty, Joey.
Watch the top of the hill here. It is contact between the prototype and the GT Mustang there, but thankfully they all keep pointed the same direction. Have yet to see a big chaotic moment there at the top of turn 3. One of the reasons why turn 3 is so difficult, there's not much visual reference right there, and the driving line kind of comes back from the left to the right, back to the left, and then jump up over that turn 3 apex. So between not being able to see the racetrack and it going back and forth, lots of confusion.
Yeah, it's very easy at turn 3 to lose sight of where you are, and if you can't find a relative breaking point, you're going to be there in a world of hurt around this circuit. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that the longer this race goes on. The latest casualty is the gridandgo.com VC002 that we saw getting caught up in that incident earlier on. They're now 5 laps off the back of the nearest car, and they have joined the likes of Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage and the BMW M-Team Bordersud Plus competition car 89 out of the race. We are down, I would say, consistently to 36 runners here at Road Atlanta in your 2024 Petit Le Mans here on iRacing, powered by VCO.
There's been a few of the cars that dropped out early in the race, but you're right, Jake. We've had a very strong field out here. They haven't given up at all. And really, other than that one big accident that collected, what, about 4 or 5 cars, it has really been kind of single car incidents, maybe 2 car incidents, so that has kept the majority of the field running.
Yeah, and the majority of this field have been playing a very, very good game out there at this moment. They've been able to keep themselves nicely situated out there on circuit and making sure that they're not running into any troubles, but they have been dealing with quite a heavily fluctuating circuit in terms of temperature over the course of this one. It went up as high as 96 degrees Fahrenheit. I reckon it's dropped about 10 degrees since we last checked it here, Joey, out there at this point, because it is really having a big amount of fluctuation in comparison to what the weather is doing. It's partly cloudy conditions at the moment that you can see 88 degrees Fahrenheit. They're reckoning here at the moment that by about 6:30 those clouds are looking like they're going to start clearing up, but then that's a different disaster in a different way, because if you've got clear skies going into the night, normally it goes colder.
It does go colder, but if we talk about track conditions, the track temperature is coming down. What does that mean? That means more grip is going to be available on the racetrack. It's up to the drivers to understand how slippery it is. You know, can you really push it deeper into some of these brake zones, or maybe can you carry more apex speed through turn one, you know, one of the fastest corners? They have to judge that, and also that temperature drop out there. And when you said the sun goes down, not only is the track temperature going to drop, but the air temperature is also going to drop. So the grip in the racetrack going to be faster. The engines, they're going to be producing more horsepower because guess what? It's colder air being forced into those combustion chambers. That equals more horsepower out the back end of these things. So combine faster speeds that the car is capable of, plus the track getting faster. It's just a recipe to set track records, and that's exactly what you see out there in the real world. As long as the conditions can make it go fast, these drivers can drive blindfolded, as proven this year.
Yeah, they definitely can drive blindfolded, and they can certainly prove that they've got all the pace that they want. Phelps dispatching of Jorge Garcia and building that gap back up again to Sammy Trogan. So when that gap was being brought down, Phelps has turned up the wick and said, you know what, I don't really want to be dealing with him too much over the course of this race, so I'm just going to let that gap go out a little bit more and feel a little bit more safe. There is Sammy Trogan and the work that he's been having to do there in that number 8 machine. It has been wonderful, the work that they've been putting through, and they find themselves maybe about half a minute down on the Apex Racing Team cars at this moment in time. I reckon that if they can put their heads together, that second half of the race, you're talking about it, they only need 5 seconds pretty much every hour, which you put that down into perspective, they only need about 3 seconds a stint.
About 3 seconds a stint, and I'm looking at their pit stop times. They're about 35 seconds to take the full fuel load as well as the tires. Now, the fuel is going to take longer than the tires. That's traditionally how it goes, right? Single lub hubs, get those things off, get the new ones on. It's always the fuel flow that takes the longest. Now, if we start to kind of mathematically analyze who's fuel saving, we can actually say, all right, if you've saved half a tank of gas, guess what? That 35-second stop now turns into a 17-second stop, right? So the more you can save, you can mathematically say, all right, we're going to be 10 seconds up the road. We're going to be 14 seconds up the road, and really kind of start to plan it out.
Yeah, and speaking of planning, how do you plan that move in the convenience battle that we've got, as it's 11 versus 7, and I believe 7 wants 7-11 out there at this point. So right now, you got to look at Nicholas Bowe, who's trying to go and get this done. Munoz held up by Jesse Jones there in the Falcon Sim Racing team, and now down the hill, this is perfect for what Nicholas Bowe was hoping for. He wants a run, but up the hill, God, Jaden Munoz knows how to attack turn 5, and it gives him the platform he wants.
He was very fast through Apex, but I actually thought it cost him maybe just a touch on exit. Turn number 7 here, even more important than turn number 5. Bowe gets a terrific run, but we've seen the top speeds be pretty gosh dang similar between all of these cars. I'm looking already north of 170 miles an hour. There's 180, 183 miles an hour from Bowe, giving chase in the draft before he had to jump on those brakes.
Well, where can he find that move? He's been staring at the back of the Williams Gaming Club number 11 for a very long time. I've just noticed Kamil Grabowski dive in for the Williams Esports Academy as they continue on, but for the moment, Jaden Munoz, all that you ask of a driver is that he keeps it clean on the track and he makes sure that he deals with the traffic so that the car behind doesn't have a chance. He's done exactly that over the course of the last couple of stints. Jaden Munoz has been doing wonders in the car, and when you consider that number 11 as Matt Farrow and Josh Ladd at some point, he's done well. And they now, as we take a look from the back of Aaron Vasquez, which will be the next group on the horizon they'll catch, it's Samuel Ward's Porsche there for the Team PGZ 114 that they've got to clear. They managed that, but again, that gap extends again, Joey, and all of a sudden, 2 battles, same real estate.
I'm curious, does our GTP car here of Munoz be able to clear the Apex Racing cars? It looks like he's going to probably clear 1 going into the brake zone, so it's actually going to separate both of these battles just a touch. The number 11 car, or I should say the number 7 car, probably going to lose just a touch of time, and the same thing with Aaron Vasquez there in the LMP2 class. just kind of separating out that little bit, as this is what multi-class racing is all about. You have to share the same piece of racetrack.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how powerful your race car is, you are going to have to try and make it master on the track. And look at the hold up here. We've got 5 going down the hill. Now, remember the last time there were 2 Apex cars here where 5 went down the hill? It was very scary, and it very much was the same again as Hugh Barton clattered the curb down the hill in the Apex 98 out there, and as such, opened up the door massively for the gaps to open up, so the battles do not resume out there. But look at what the Williams Esport Academy 66 has done over the course of this stint right now. Matthias Orjuela has been on an absolute tear, Joey. It's now 18, if not 19 seconds at the front.
It's pretty drastic. I was firmly thinking that the Apex Racing team had a grip on the lead. They were only, call it 5 or 6 seconds between first and second place, and they had a 4-lap advantage. But you're right, what Orjuela has done out front there, now 19 seconds between first and second place. He's pretty much thrown that fuel strategy difference out the window and says, you know what, I'm just going to go hammer down, come and catch me if you can. And right now, Apex can't.
No, they can't, and all of a sudden it now means that GTD is the closest lead battle that we've got out there, a gap of 12 seconds at the front between the Apex Racing Team 99 and Team Redline's number 71 team, currently being piloted as the number 4 car, just to make life a little bit more confusing for us here, ladies and gentlemen. The gap at the front of the field overall is now 39 seconds between Williams Esports Chill Blast and the BMW M Team Redline number 20, which is the largest that we have seen that gap for a very, very long time. Chris Lulham having to really try and throw what he can at Alexander Spetz, and Spetz is getting what he wants and then some out there in this race. Bo continue on his charge, and remember that this Marla car with Rainer Talvart behind the wheel, +5 on the day, and not a million miles away from Parker White out there at the moment. He can see him on the horizon. It's only a couple of seconds. That BMW there has been doing the work to try and close this down.
We've mentioned the strength of field a few times and the I-rating that is here in this top split race, and +5 positions to work your way through such a stacked field is no easy feat. In fact, I'm looking up and down the order. There is not a car that is, in fact, plus double digits. I see +7, +8 in a few different areas, but this number 10 car has been marching forward. They've stayed consistent, and they're still, call it, on the same rough strategy as all of the cars directly in front of them as well, which is the most important thing on paper.
Yeah, if you can stay on the same strategy as the drivers around you, it's pure pace that will decide whether you can get through it or not. There is Olivier Piatek there in the Lightning McQueen machine out there, part of the Beckham Josiah fan club, and looking to try and get a lot out of this race in car number 16. They have had themselves a little bit of drama, of course, with car number 198 out there on circuit, and 199 out on circuit, and Aaron Vasquez, of course, that was about an hour ago. And here's the recovering car, who is now up 5 places, Marshall Hubert, currently driving out and around now in the Apex Racing Academy 298. They are 8 laps down, though, off your race leaders.
I'm looking to see who's closest in terms of the GTP, and it seems like that car, the Apex Racing Academy car, the 298 that we were just watching, even though he is +5, this car right here, the number 23, is actually +7 from where they started and are chasing the lead lap right now. So some of these prototype cars have been moving forward as well.
We've seen quite a lot of the BMWs being the car of choice. The Cadillac certainly hasn't. So, Joey, why is the Cadillac a choice which drivers are not looking at here in comparison to the BMW when it comes to GTP?
There's horses for courses. That's the easiest way to explain it. Sometimes a Cadillac is going to feel great around a certain racetrack. Sometimes an Acura is going to feel great around a racetrack. Sometimes it's going to be the Porsche that feels great around a racetrack. And we kind of see that with the GT class as well. There's horses for courses, and no pun intended, the Mustang has kind of been the horse to be in the GT class. everybody wants something a little bit different in how their driving style is. Somebody might want a little bit of a pointier car. Somebody might want a car that kind of parks it in the corner but is able to roll on the throttle as soon as possible to get that launch coming out of the corner exit. I mentioned the different flavors of ice cream with the manufacturers of the GT cars. It's kind of the same way with the GTP cars. If you don't like one, try another.
Not everybody loves rum and raisin ice cream, I will say that for a fact. So there is going to be a case of everyone now trying to find their particular flavour that works, and back together again go the Apex Racing Team cars, Gordy Much and Aaron Vasquez. Now, we did talk about earlier how Dan Moore and his one stint behind the wheel didn't necessarily give what they wanted out of the Apex car. What they've now walked into is the fact that now they're not finding what they need at all with Gordy Much and with Aaron Vasquez here to really keep themselves honest. They're probably looking around thinking, well, how much time can we afford to bleed if we continue on the fuel strategy that we're going? So at this point, I think Williams Esports Academy have turned up the wick and said, well, we've got to, in the middle phase of this race, build the margin we need for the end. So we're done waiting at 5, 6, 7s. It's go time.
Let's set the math out for everybody watching with this LMP2 class, because if they are 4 laps to the good on the fuel as they squeeze by that Team Redline car, nice job getting down the hill there. These LMP2s are only doing about 33 to 35 laps on their fuel stint. Remember, we've covered that. And their fuel stop time is about 35 or 36 seconds. So call it roughly 1 lap per second out there. If we do the math, that's only 4 seconds to gain if you're 4 laps to the good. It is a 21-second gap between first and second. So clearly, by the math, this is not going to work. They've got to save more or pick up the pace.
Well, one or the other, take your pick. But Gordy Much right now here with the 199. They might be looking at each other thinking, well, we'll still have 2 cars on the podium and we'll take that as a smile out there at this point. So they might be thinking, okay, long term we could have a very nice result, and sometimes they'll be looking at that. But remember, Joey, they are race car drivers. They all want to win.
Everybody wants to win, and I think that's kind of what puts the fierce mentality of that you have to keep doing laps. If you're falling behind right now, throw it out the window. It doesn't matter. You don't know when your competitor is going to run into trouble themselves. You have to keep doing laps. I think that's a perfect example of Vasquez right here. I mean, how many times have we seen this 199 fall down from second, back down to third, get caught up in incidents, and here he is back swimming.
Yeah, he has certainly been in Dory mode, I think is the way that sometimes I've heard it being called, where you've just got to keep swimming along and finding everything that you possibly can out on track, and just know that you will take the lumps and bumps of racing, but you will still be better for it once you get down to the end of it. And remember, this is an Aaron Vasquez that's holding on. You look at the front right as you go there, that's certainly going to be something there. But Joey, I believe we've had our cooler and as well our deck chairs moved ever so slightly, because we're up at turn 5 where you get the perfect view down the hill and back up again.
Yeah, an area that you can go set up the easy up right there on the side of the hill, and it's honestly one of the cooler places to watch Road Atlanta, because you get to see the cars all the way from the top of the hill up there at turn number 3, and then you see kind of the snake of the train go all the way down through the S's. They got to jump on the brakes right here at the bottom of the hill, jump it over the apex curbs, jump it over the exit curbs. It is a very, very cool place, albeit if it's raining out there in Atlanta, I would probably want to be over by 10A. It can get a little wet out there at turn 5.
It can, because you've not really got much foliage to go and help you out, unless you brought your own umbrella. But with the bright, glorious sunshine that we have out here at the moment, Joey, there's definitely no need to worry about that at this point. But I think what's stark is actually how far in the distance it is up at turn 2, you can see back there, and actually how much of a drop it is down the hill, and how quickly these cars come up upon you and fly around at turn 5. It's staggering.
Another thing that I was noticing from that camera angle is, did you see the racing line and how dark it was getting? So that means the track is getting heavily rubbered in where the cars are all driving. Now, if you look to the outside of that racing line, look at all of those marbles. Even there at turn number 7, one of the slower corners. I just look at that stuff, and as a racing driver, if I'm in the actual car and I see that, That looks like ice to me. I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, we're just going to get a look here at what's happened with car number 22 out here on circuit. So this would be dramatic for the Simify Esports 11 and Gonzalo Vergara, who's had one big spin out there on circuit, and it's exactly the same style of spin for the Corvette, just on its own. And the Corvette on its own is a little bit trickier to handle, and you can see there it's exactly the same style halfway through the corner, and the rear just gives up the ghost.
It was another right-hander as well that he lost it. This might be a little bit advanced in terms of the setups, but traditionally, Road Atlanta here, you want to make it hook up around the right-hander, so it's not surprising to see a slight asymmetrical setup. We would play with it with wedge and crossweights all the time, because if you can roll the speed through turn 1, if you can roll the speed through turn number 3, you can actually gain a ton of time. Same thing with turn number 7. Think about that turn going out onto the back straightaway. If you can be rolling the speed faster than anybody else, you can be faster around those right-handers and then just kind of park it in the left-handers where it doesn't matter at all.
Vasquez has got to be very careful he doesn't just run up the back of Gordy much there through turn 1. That very nearly was disaster central for the Apex Racing team, and quote-unquote, Joey, rule 1 of sim racing.
I don't think it's just sim racing, Jake. I think it's rule number 1 of racing anywhere. Do not touch your teammate. I was always taught, you've got a race car. It's a box out there on the racetrack. Do not put your box in somebody else's box. Leave it alone.
Exactly, it's not going to fit. It's a box in a box. You can't really make that happen. You can't really get that to work. So you're just going to have to play patience out there and hope that there are no dramas as they go through. P14 and 15 in a bit of a battle further down in your GTD category. This is Mag Performance Red here with Mark Calver behind the wheel at this moment, and Samuel Ward in the 114 is looking to try and give some chase and get the move sorted. Samuel Ward, Club Scandinavia out there. Mark Calver, of course, I believe is Club UK and I at the moment. So Mark's doing what he can to try and keep this one away, but this is a battle of two different manufacturers out there that we haven't really had a chance to see, Joey. It is, of course, Mercedes versus Porsche.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Jake, and this is actually the only Porsche that we've got in the field. I think I see maybe 2 Mercedes out there. I'm going to have to scan through the list as well. No, that is the sole Mercedes out there. So the lone Porsche and the lone Mercedes have found themselves out there on the racetrack. The German makes are going at it here in Braselton.
They certainly are, and this would be net on the road for 34th and 35th in overall at this point. On the right-hand side, there goes Enzo Benito, making his way around. Now, Mac Performance have certainly been quick. They are very good when it comes to their GT effort. They've got a nice open formula effort that they're going on with at the moment and doing a great job there with the likes of Jorge Martinez, for example, as a driver to keep in mind. But at least for the time being, Samuel Ward here in the Team PGZ 114 has got a little bit of damage there on the front, which he won't be too happy about. It's kind of making a bit of a concerned face at the moment, the front of that Porsche.
It's not the smiling dinosaur face like we're typically seeing out of Rexy with the gold teeth up front. And we talked about the damage on one of the LMP2 cars a little bit earlier. In the sim, it's a little bit difficult to diagnose exactly where it is affecting the car. In the real world, we can say, okay, it's got a splitter damage, it's got front bumpers, so we can look at the coolers up front, we can look at the front end grip, but it's actually just a little bit different here in the sim. It could only be affecting you going down the top speed. It could also be affecting the downforce on the top end, but right now Sam Ward is dealing with it. He knows he's got some damage on the front end. It's not affecting him too much. He's still closing it in on the Mercedes in front.
Yeah, so he's definitely gaining in the areas that he wants to gain, but along the straight, I think, is going to be more of the difficult factor in terms of finding it. Calver is doing what he needs to against Samuel Ward, and I think that he is finding what he wants in this race, which is a gap just enough, which means that Porsche can't quite gain what it needs to. The Porsche looks so good through the corners, though. Give some credit to Samuel Ward and what he's able to do. I think he'll be looking for somewhere like turn 6 is the best place for him to make the pass, so he can use the S section to his advantage.
I think you're right. I think that if you're struggling with straight line speed, try to clear them in a different area, because you're not going to be able to close it in on the straightaway like you would like to have that opportunity. So here's actually a team car from the GTP class maybe getting in the way at turn number 3. Doesn't really help Sam out at all. So just kind of follow this Mercedes down through the tire tracks of the S's. Focus on this exit right here. And that's the second lap in a row there that the Mercedes kind of gives up the entry a little bit much, focuses on the exit. You see Sam be able to close it, but not really capitalize.
Yeah, and if he can't get the drive that he wants, which unlocks that move that he needs, and he slightly misses the apex as well, going through at turn 7, I think that pretty much spells what we know about this one. He might just be waiting for a pit stop, and speaking of which, we're getting them now in LMP2, because we've just had the Williams Esports BenQ Car 8 go in, and a change of car then for Dion Fiallo there. It's nice to see Dionysus out there racing in the Borisud Plus competition car, a driver that used to be out there and winning all the time with Movano back in 2017-2018. So he's certainly someone who knows his way forward, and he was part of the Vendaval sim racing team once upon a time back with Fabrice Cornelis and Koen Klopman there, who really did prove that they were doing a fantastic job of things. But once more, the charge continues on with Ward and Calver, Mag Performance versus Team PGZ, and still they can't break the deadlock.
Our LMP2 leader has officially hit pit lane, and it was about an 18-second delta between first and second place at the time. Here's the number 66 coming down pit lane. Gotta make sure you get it stopped right there in the box. Don't overshoot it. Nice and slow coming up to the marks there. You got plenty of gap back to this car right here, this Apex Racing Team car. So what was 18 seconds pre-pit stop, I expect the 198 and 199 to go another 4 laps, and then we'll see what that gap is.
We certainly will. Matthias Orjuela still behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Academy car that's down in the pits, dropped down the hill, and then back up it once again as they now look to give that charge forward. Aaron Vasquez then seeing Gordy Much starting to extend out a little bit at this point, and maybe that's where Gordy's trying to think about, what can I do? Well, he can't make a pass on Lucas Perez, so that's going to mean that they're going to be back together once again as the likes of the Simify Esports cars are together, the 22. Currently the GTD effort is there. They go past Sam Kaita, then the Team Redline 72, and then they'll have Manuel Kubo Torres, same lap traffic then in a Simify Esports LMP2 to try and deal with. Down the hill, it is pretty much these two trying to work out, well, what do we need to do and who do we need to throw it to?
Kind of lap times they're going to be doing this time around. They've been pretty much inseparable this entire race, as this battle hasn't gone anywhere either. Remember, this is for what is 14th in the GTD class. Got the Porsche chasing the Mercedes. You see Kachow, Mr. Rusty, slide his way up the inside there, but this has actually been the closest the Porsche has been exiting turn number 7, but we documented that front end damage. You got to feel like it's probably down a little bit on top end speed here, which you see the Mercedes pull it away down the back straight.
Yeah, that Mercedes has got a wonderful cadence underneath it, where it plays with the gears fantastically and just jumps up through them, and there's not really much that the Porsche can do, which has always been known maybe for a little bit more of a downforcey car by comparison. So basically not much that Team PGZ can do about that. Maybe the 124 car can give a little bit of help through the corner. Christian Steenberg, no, not quite. So ultimately Samuel Ward can't get much help out there, as the Marla Racing Team number 10 car is just going to leave the pits now after making that stop, being close to the Williams Esports pit fit team out there for the longest time, those couple of laps difference. And so there is that car, which was 5th on the road at the time, the number 10, now leaving pits once again.
See about the blend as they come up the hill here. Only had to deal with one of the prototypes, so was able to get back on the racing line nice and easy. This has got to be a frustrating part for Sam Ward, because you feel like you're faster than that Mag Performance red car directly in front, but there's just no way that you can get by. Sometimes you just have to kind of tune it out of your mindset and say, you know what, this is the best we've got. We'll get the car fixed up when we bring it back down pit road, but I'm going to have to live with this for now.
Yeah, certainly will. Oh, look at the oversteer. They're trying to go and back with that. Aaron Vasquez is pushing around the circuit as Jesse Jones finds himself then overtaken. Alejandro Sanchez is going to be there as well, and so too Gordy Much. We are expecting them to dive down into the pits very soon, and Vasquez at the worst possible time has given a gap to Gordy Much in front.
Yeah, let's see if they dive down pit lane this time. Not so. So Much and Vasquez are going to go one more lap, and quite honestly, looking at the board here, Jake, they might be able to go +2 from where they're at right now. It just depends on how much they've been saving this current fuel stint. That last lap was a 110.1, so they're definitely got the hammer down. It's just up to that strategy that they've employed.
Yeah, they are currently 7th and 8th overall at the moment. Couple of cars up there. That's Felix Kienbach, who they're going to have to try and get by, and they managed that. And also David Bojka, who is there. And they go 3 wide behind as Manuel Cubo Torres puts his Simplify Esports LMP2 into play. And the sticky wicket of it all is Aaron Vasquez once again, who can't catch a break at the moment, because look at that, from being absolutely there right on the rear, latch him on a couple laps ago, Joey, it's now 2 seconds.
Yeah, and he's going to have a GTP car that's going to outbrake him into turn 10A, so that's not going to help his pace at all either. I know that the LMP2 car isn't quite as fast as the GTP, but they can trip over themselves depending on who's fuel saving, who's got the right brake marker, who's taking it a little bit deeper, and both Apex Racing team cars are staying out on the racetrack.
Well, they are. We've also had Mark Calver dive in for Mag Performance, so they are going to continue on. They are going to try and make a little bit more of it. So now Aaron Vasquez realizes that, okay, I've really got to go. I've really got to move. I've really got to find my way to the back now and save what I can in what is a very important phase of the race. And they are matching the times being set by car number 66 out there at the moment, which is Matthias Orjuela. That's some damage repair for the number 19 car out there at the moment. So that is definitely not what the Miranda's car was hoping. Nathan Olsen giving a little bit of a weave, trying to get some tyre temperature in and sorted there. So the Miranda's team there of Alex Bergstrom then changing drivers, putting Olsen back in the car and going out and going for it again here, Joey.
Well, Nathan Olsen is going to be one tired puppy at the end of this thing. I think he did a quad stint to start it out and then was basically just took a little breather out of the car. And like you said, he is now back in that number 19. We had documented that front right damage that he had as these Apex Racing team cars finally hit pit road. Lap number, let's see here, 35 for their stint on LMP2. So they are continuing with those 35 lap stints. We'll see if it can actually extend further and maybe close that gap to that Williams Esports Academy, who has really just kind of rocketed off down the road.
Double driver changes. Stanley DeLon will jump back in for the Apex Racing team. Daniel Civi-Chabo back in for the Apex Racing team 199. Parker White we focus with on screen here. Your eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, having a wonderful, wonderful drive at the moment, staying pretty close to the red lines right now of 4 and 72. 72 his nearest challenge at the moment as he flies on through, and he now realizes that yes, we've got a lot that's going on in terms of this race, but right now it's just another day. You can be champion and say, yes, I'm great, I'm champion, Joey, but at the end of the day, you're only as good as your last race.
Well, one of Parker White's last races certainly means he's pretty gosh dang good holding up that giant trophy with Dale Jr. over there, so don't ever count out this number 2. And he's actually extended that gap. Remember, it was Team Redline that was closing it in for that 4th place, so he's actually pulled away from that Team Redline number 70 car, and he's kind of in the middle of a Team Redline sandwich. He finds himself still 6 seconds behind the number 72 of Sam Keitert, and a little bit off strategy as well when it comes down to that fuel stop strategy, as we see a GTP kind of go rocketing off down the back straightaway. Don't count out Williams Esport Pit Fit team. This Ford Mustang GT3 well inside the top 5.
Oh, it's very much inside the top 5. It's been a wonderful day for Williams. They've got 2 cars leading at the moment with their Chill Blast number 3 and their 66 Academy car, which the gap has now just crept down to about 16 seconds then after all things considered at the pit stops. But right now, 4th position in GTD is not going to be quite the set so to speak, but if they can sneak that one onto the podium past a couple of red line cars, I think they would have had the best day here at Braselton, Georgia that they could have possibly asked for.
And like watching Parker White right here, you see how focused he is, Jake? He's not nervous at all. He's just kind of slightly turning the head into the corners. You see the force feedback that you were mentioning on one of the other drivers, definitely shaking his arms around. But what tells me as a confident racing driver is that he's not glancing in the mirrors all the time. He's not worried about everything else going around. He's at home in his sim rig. He's comfortable. And when a driver is comfortable, they can attack and go fast.
Just look behind what he's got. He's got the nice chair out there so he can relax into after he's done this stint. The bag's there ready to go for where he goes through. He's having a great time.
He definitely is. And when you are the NASCAR champion, you can afford to do that. You can have a good time in the sim because everybody else knows who you are. So, back up here to the GTP cars. I believe this is our leader in the number 3. This is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, working its way down through the S's here towards turn number 5. We're coming up on that hour 5 mark, which will be halfway through this 10-hour Petit Le Mans race at Road Atlanta. It's currently a 41-second gap between the Williams Esports Chill Blast, our leader, as well as the BMW M Team Redline number 20 of Chris Lullum.
Yep, so Lullum here, of course, who is second position, is going to try and fly away forward and gain a little bit of time. So he's down there by 41 seconds out there at the moment. He'll be needing to try and charge forward and gain what he wants. He here has been, it's the number 3 who's been out there and dominating proceedings out there at the moment. That's Alexander Spetz, and that 41 second margin at the front, he's 2/3 of a lap clear, and I think if he can win this by a lap, it's one of the great performances of sim racing endurance that we've seen over the course of 10 hours. Williams Esports Chill Blast have been untouchable.
It's pretty unreal, the pace that they've been able to do in this BMW here. I'm looking, fastest lap is a 106.7. Through the GTP field, the majority don't even have a 106 on the board. Their majority 107s or slower as Parker White finally ends his fuel stint. He's going to bring it down pit road in this number 2 Ford Mustang. And looks like he's probably going to be getting out of the car as well. So a driver change here for that number 2 vehicle.
Yeah, Vasilios Beletsiotis is going to get back into the car. Took the opening stint out there, did Vasilios, and he'll be looking to try and get himself back through into the middle stages of the race. We are just 2.5 minutes away from the half-hour stretch here at this Petit Le Mans race here in 2024 on iRacing, powered by VCO. But this has been some wonderful driving we've seen out there from Alexander Spetz and the Williams Esports Chill Blast. A leading margin of 40 seconds, dealing with Team Redline quite comfortably at the moment, and what they've been able to throw on the board, a lap on the 21 and 40 seconds on the 20. It's a smile where Williams can say 2 cars which are up there, and one of them crucially as well, Joey, being the Academy team. That's huge for them.
I think that no matter what the car, you can be impressed by the pace up front. You're right, the Academy team is showing how fast they are down there in LMP2, but it's all the Chill Blast guys in this number 3 car that have just been setting Road Atlanta on fire, pretty much. I know that it was a little damp in practice, but that has not stopped them. Like you said, 40 seconds out front. And not only 40 seconds out front, Jake, they also have a 2-lap to the good fuel advantage when comparing themselves to that BMW M Team Redline number 20. So Williams Esports Chill Blast, at least currently for the first 5 hours, doing everything right.
Well, what more can they want? They've got the fuel advantage, the pace advantage. They've got all the advantages out there in the world. There's not much more that you can say about it, except they're dominating out there at this point. So as they go through, we're almost at halfway. So let's take a look at the halfway highlights of this race and see exactly how tough it has been off of the start. Joey, quite simply, per hour 1, we expected it to be fraught. It was. Hours 2 and 5 have been very calm, but we've certainly had a lot of drama. That was the one that took the BenQ number 8 back down the field. They've been working hard to charge back, and Williams gaming there with Josh Ladd having that contact, falling back to 4th position.
And then things definitely got busy going down the hill here in hours number 2 and 3. You see some of the great overtakes going into turn 10A down here. And then this was the big one involving 4 different cars of different classes through turn number 5. It has been a chaos area as well as turn 10 down here, probably providing the most amount of passing on the racetrack.
Yeah, and then, of course, you had some of the big issues out there. We kept an eye on Apex. They went through. Aaron Vasquez took the tap from Lightning McQueen going through the middle of the corner. So Kachow had himself a lot of lost places there. And then the issue for Enzo Benito as he got turned through the middle of the corner. But this last hour, the big one there, and the almighty save by both of the Apex cars, the tiny damage that was there. And that's what took out the VC.com car as that went through. The perfect save, Joey.
Yeah, the Apex Racing team cars definitely got caught up in it, but they kind of got lucky and able to get their way through without too much damage. But that was the first real big one going down the hill that we've seen. And then, of course, the view from turn 5 here, these Apex Racing teammates have been separated by, call it 1 car length at most throughout most of the first 5 hours.
Yeah, and there you can see the Corvette that's been struggling there, the simplified Corvette, which has had a couple of little spins out there, which have been dramatic. Let's talk our standings as things go. Williams Esports Chill Blast dominant, 39 seconds to the good. On the BMW N Team Redline 20, you can see there it's 9 BMWs through the field, a lot of retirees out there, but of course the WSI Esports Butt Kicker team have done well in the Cadillac. Over with Joey and LMP2.
Yeah, it's really been dominated by these top 3, and it's Williams Esports Academy that has kind of put their foot down in the last couple hours with that pace. Apex Racing Team 198 and 199 are on the same fuel strategy as each other, currently to the good on our leader, but well off pace in terms of where they are in track position.
Yeah, they need to make something happen out there, and Apex Racing Team 99 have been dominant in GTD. They've been at the front of the field for the majority of the time, and then it's Redline 2, 3 and 4 at the moment, and Apex then bookends it. That's a triple-decker sandwich if ever I saw one with the 98 team. You then got the likes there, of course, of Williams Esports, who've just come in and made their stop, and I think Falcon Sim Racing as well have just come in. Drago have really dropped off the pace. We're expecting them to challenge there, now back down in 10th.
Yeah, I think those GTD standings are definitely going to shuffle up here in the matter of the next few laps because we've got lots of stuff going on. Those pit stops are currently happening.
Yeah, those pit stops are definitely happening. We're looking forward to seeing all of that on the horizon, but there is some great action which will soon be coming up on the horizon, and that is the IMSA Esports Global Championship. The schedule is here. We'll be back here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta November 24 to kick things off, over to Indy on December 8th, and then back-to-back weeks to finish it off. Sebring followed by Daytona. That's what you call, Joey, a Florida doubleheader to end the season.
I am so excited for this IMSA Esports Global Championship here on iRacing. Like you said, kicking off in November, has another event in December, and then January, like you said, the double Florida races, Sebring and Daytona. If you look at the schedule, it's pretty much like the IMSA endurance events in reverse order. Kick it off here at Atlanta and then go towards Daytona. If you like multi-class racing, if you like seeing the prototypes, the GTPs, the LMP2s, fight it out with the GTs at the same time, you definitely want to tune in to that IMSA Global Esports Championship.
You absolutely do, and the focus is going to be on where they are and what they can handle with out there. We, in just a few moments' time, will be handing over to Mackay and to Joe Peak. We are going to have so much fun on the second half of this one with you. Listen in right now, because we are iRacing Full Throttle.
5 hours down and 5 hours left to go here at beautiful Braselton, Georgia, as we are in the thick of the iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. I'm Joe Peak here, joined by Peter Mackay. We're going to take you to the checkered flag. A huge thank you, of course, to Jake and Joey for kicking us off with the opening stint. But Peter, I'm looking forward to this. I love sports car racing. I love Petit Le Mans. This is one of the most challenging tracks in North America, and putting 3 different classes on at once is definitely asking a lot.
That is Petit Le Mans, though, isn't it? How you have that really intense battle through traffic, particularly when you go through the section turn 3, 4 and 5. That's where it gets really, really tight and twitchy with the prototypes mixing it with the GT cars, and so far we've seen a massively high rate of attrition, with many cars retiring already, and well, it's just simply making it to the end of the iRacing Petit Le Mans is an achievement in itself.
One driver that's made it well into this one is Parker White. He's joining us in the booth. Parker, first off, congratulations, because I haven't got to talk to you actually since you won your championship over in eNASCAR. But also, I'm hearing you've been doing a great job out there. From what little I've been able to catch up till now, it seems like you've been solid. How does it feel on track?
Yeah, it feels much better than I expected. Those 3 stints went very well for me. The car was handling very well. Basically handled just how I expected it to. So I got lucky with traffic, I think. I maintained the gap, I felt like, as best as I could to the red line cars and the Mala car behind. And we look to be in a very good spot right now. Looks like the Mala car behind us right now is a bit off our strategy for at least fuel-wise. So Vasilis is in the car now, he's doing a very good job. And yeah, like I said, those 3 stints for me were pretty clean. So I was very happy with that.
It's looked as though, as we expected, very difficult to try and make up time on one another. Everybody's super evenly matched. Do you think it's all going to come down to traffic, or can strategy do anything? What do you think is going to make the difference today?
I think it'll mostly be traffic. If you get like an LMP2 GT in the wrong spot, like the S's, you can easily lose like 5/10s. Luckily, I haven't had to deal with that much. I think there is maybe like 5 to 10 times that happened to me so far this race, which really isn't a lot considering I ran just over 100 laps. So I don't really think there's much we can do just straight up pace-wise, because obviously we put so much time into prepping for these races. Every single team does, like each driver probably does over 20 hours of prep, so I don't think there's really going to be much catching anyone on track. But we saw Florian just get in the red line car, and he just like completely took off from us, and it looked like he overtook the other red line car. So yeah, I think really the best thing we can do is just really hope we get lucky with the traffic and hope it plays into our favor.
Well, we'll keep an eye out and see how that all plays. But the question I'm sure a lot of people want to know, what's it been like since you won your championship in eNASCAR? Did you do anything special to celebrate with friends or family? Has the town done anything for you?
Well, not yet. I would say probably the most exciting thing is going to be my trip to Phoenix here in a couple of weeks. I'm going with all my friends. NASCAR and iRacing are actually sending me out there, so thanks to them, I don't have to pay for my flights, and looking forward to doing everything at the track in Phoenix, just my whole late championship thing there, so it'll be a lot of fun.
Again, just impressive stuff. Congratulations. You saw my reaction beat on the Williams broadcast, and can't wait to see how this one plays out here at Road Atlanta.
Thank you.
So Parker White racing for Williams Esports Pit Fit and their Mustang. And like we heard, he was very good in the car with a consistent top 5 running so far in today's event. Peter, been riding on board with this car for quite some time now, but let's check out the 10 car. It sounds like something may have happened as we were talking to Parker.
Let's take a look then and see what is what with the number 10 coming through traffic, and it's again classic turn 8 here at Road Atlanta. It just, that's the Mala BMW getting tangled up there, and that is, the number 10 Mala BMW just getting tangled up there with an LMP2 car. And how often do we see that at that corner here at Road Atlanta. Everyone's trying to get the best exit possible onto that very, very long back straight. And yeah, tangled up, and that is going to put the Mala team really on the back foot. And they were by far the biggest challenger to the absolute onslaught of Mustangs. It's amazing how predominant the choice has been for Mustang. I'm trying to remember what the collective noun is for a pack of Mustangs.
I'll have to look that up.
Gallop.
Is it really?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, it does. I mean, you could have told me and I would have believed you. It sounded so right. So, yeah, they have the top 5 spots right now to the Fords. It's a BMW for Mala Racing Team, the number 10. Just had their problems, who were the closest, so that'll set them backwards a bit. But honestly, I feel like that turn 7 onto the back straight is one of the most deceiving corners, because you look at it on a map, it looks like just a 90-degree corner, and yet every time I've tried to hit it, I feel like I've never gotten it right.
It's an awkward one. It is a really awkward one. There's a few different ways you can attack it, and of course particularly if you're in a prototype and you're trying to get through traffic, you might have to approach it from a very different angle to what you normally would on a clear lap. And that's again what we're going to talk about all race long, is how to handle traffic here at Road Atlanta. It's narrow in places, and the closing speeds in certain parts of the circuit are just huge. If you're in a GTP car, the worst bit has got to be coming up through turn 3, over the crest of the hill, and then down towards the S's to turn 5. That's where it can get very, very busy, and sometimes the prototype has simply just got to back right out of it, lose a couple of seconds, and then get through. But often you'll see the prototypes trying very, very hard to get through without losing any time, and that's where we can see incidents quite regularly. So watch out for that over the next 4 hours and 44 minutes. It's always a factor at Petit Le Mans.
And you heard Parker White say that he felt like traffic is going to be the sort of make or break of this race, which makes sense to me with everybody being so close on pace at this sharp end of competition in iRacing. We've been watching the Williams Esports Chill Blast car at Kalpanen, currently in that number 3. They've got a gap of about 43 seconds over BMW Team Redline, with Diogo Pinto in that number 20 chasing. So a bit of a gap, but this far into the race, you kind of expect things to spread out to that degree. Not too great of a shock on that one there. Looks to be about 6 laps into this stint, so they've got a long ways to go. They must have pitted pretty recently. They can do about 44 to 45 laps around this place. And it is compared to a lot of endurance tracks, Peter, this is a really short lap.
It is. You feel dizzy driving around here for prolonged periods of time. A GTP car, you're just under 1 minute and 7 seconds for the fastest cars. In fact, last time by at Kalpanen, it was just hauling the mail, a 106.922 on his last lap by. That's just off his best lap so far of a 106.773. For reference, Diego Pinto in second, a 107.8, and a 108.2 for Team Redline with Gustavo Ariel at the wheel. So it shows you just how much time can fluctuate here. If you get a clean run through and you've got pace, you can really land the punch quite quickly. And that's why it's so frustrating if you get stuck in that traffic. But this BMW M Hybrid V8 looking very, very strong right now, and also proving to be the car to have. The top 5 are those BMW M Hybrid V8s with a sole Cadillac of the cars fighting at the front, the WSR Esports butt kicker car of Nathan Moore. And it's good we have a Cadillac in, because we've got a car to go on full throttle on board with, because of course you have to.
Exactly. They sound phenomenal. Even the next one down behind that caddy is Apex Racing's 298 with Jordan Johnson, also in a BMW, and Drago Racing. I think the only other GTP that's still running is also a BMW. We've lost a number of them. The BS Competition car is out of this race, along with Race Clutch Red, MSS Movano Azzurro, Race Clutch Black, and Apex 299, all already retired in this race. And if I'm seeing this right, I think most are also BMWs. There's an Acura for the Azzurro team, but with them being gone, no longer representing here. BMW seeming to be extremely strong here today at Road Atlanta. But this leader just plugging along, hoping to keep this 44-second gap. As you heard Jake mention, there's no full course cautions to bunch everything up here. So it is all about pushing as hard as you can, as long as you can, getting the right strategy, and of course, making no mistakes.
Well, speaking of mistakes, there's a little bit of trouble that appears to have gone the way of the third place car, the number 21 Team Redline car coming into the pits. I don't believe it. It's hit the pit wall on the way in. That's the number 21 of Gustavo Ariel. I mean, at this level, you do not see that very often. I have to say, now that might explain it. Just maybe got a little bit flustered after tangling with an LMP2 car, and then that was bad enough, but then to hit the pit wall on the way into the pits, I actually don't think I've ever seen anybody do that at this level before.
I've seen them lose it under braking going into there, because that's a tricky pit entry, but
it is.
He was pushing it maybe just a bit too hard there, trying to get to that inside, and yeah, that happened quite some time ago. Same with the contact down into the chicane, and that goes some way to explain why they are 3/4 of a minute behind the sister team Redline BMW number 20. If they hadn't have had that problem, then they'd probably still be on the lead lap, which they are not right now, actually. And pretty close on strategy. The three top teams, all 10, 12, and 11 laps into their stint respectively. No big surprise. We're seeing most of them try to kind of stick to that same strategy out there. And it's only 2 cars left on the overall lead lap at this stage. But we watch that 21 try their best to make up the time. Gustavo Ariel has taken back over for Enzo Benito. He hopped in the car after a couple stints, but it's been mostly swapping between those two, checking to see who else they've got, and don't see anybody else logged into the car right now. So the Brazilian and the Italian mostly holding it down.
Great to see Lightning McQueen taking part in Road Atlanta. And of course this time he's got lights fitted because the track is not lit at Road Atlanta. Very important. This is the number 16 car, not the 95. The Beckham Jasier fan club, driven by Patrick Hingston right now, running in the LMP2 class in that Dallara P217. Here the Gibson V8 just screaming away in the background. I wonder if he's got the tongue fitted for any photo finishes, just in case.
You gotta hope so. I know they have the eyes on the banner across the windscreen, which is honestly a bit eerie looking. Yeah, I'm not sure that it works with this car very well. Same thing with the mouth, frankly. But it'll scare anybody out of the way, that's for sure. I'm sure some of the virtual fans will be a bit lit by the end of this one. 10 hours of racing. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves as we watch the 95 blast across that start-finish line and start lap 268 now at this stage. This is actually one of our closest battles out on track. They're chasing PGZ 129. Jorge Garcia is up the road by 1.3 seconds. In terms of most of the other fights, there he is right there. That's pretty darn close. A lot of curb there coming up through the S's. Car handles it just fine. Let's see whether or not the traffic plays any part in this one.
It could well do, and the thing with these LMP2 cars is they do draft very well. They give off a big draft to the car behind. So if you get underneath a second, all of a sudden you're starting to pick up little bits of a slither of slipstream there. So like McQueen might be about to get close in there to the team PGZ number 129 car. I noticed that it's Cars 3 specifically that's on the tail fin of that car.
Yeah, that is a bit strange. But 16 still giving chase, doing his best. Unfortunately lost a little bit of time actually in that exchange, and it's now up to 2.2 seconds. So the traffic worked a little bit better for the PGZ car. And he's going to get held up again, it looks like. This is just behind the Williams Esports Academy. This is actually our leader. They were just getting lapped. Oh, and I think there was a tiny bit of contact between Hingston and I think that was Manuel Troncoso in the Drago Racing Lamborghini. They're going to get away with it, but that was a sketchy moment. And, you know, you talked about the time that can be lost through traffic here. I feel like that goes a big way to explain why we've seen some really ambitious moves in traffic here. The drivers are so desperately trying not to lose time.
That's classic Road Atlanta, absolutely classic. And yeah, if you've got the race leader ahead, of course, they're running a lap down. With the lap being so short here, it's very easy for that to happen. But yeah, it's for the 16 crew chasing behind that race leading car. Sometimes that can part the way of the traffic a little bit as well, because the leader's usually the most decisive and positive through traffic, particularly in a race like this. But yeah, that was tight. And the Drago car, to be very fair to the Drago Lamborghini, did as best as possible to try and give a gap, which is not easy because it's kind of one line through there. But the Drago Lamborghini definitely assisted as much as possible, which is not much, but as much as was within their power. So they both get through there clean, but such a difficult part of the track there. You've got to be so careful. Pit taker now. BS competition car number 95, the Zebra, is in for service.
Already Dion Fiallo in that car. Has he been the lone driver so far? No, it looks like he's actually had two teammates in. Will Murdoch and Thomas Lulutele have also helped out. Is he going to swap out is the other question. It doesn't seem so, as he's not hopped out of the car yet, so he'll be in for at least one more stint. And we've got another one of our LMP2s on down through the hill with Matthias Orjuela and the Williams Esports Academy. That was the leader we were talking about a little bit earlier, the 66 LMP2 with about 16 seconds over Apex number 198. The Landis is giving chase there in that LMP2 class. So a healthy gap, but not as big as we've seen in some of the other classes. And you can see those cars using as much as they can coming off of turn 5, try to open up that corner. They can go over those curves, but boy, is it a very stark limit going a bit too far through that corner. We've already seen a couple drivers fall victim to that turn 5, Peter.
Yeah, it's a bumpy ride through there, coming out the exit of turn 5, the fast left-hander, and you're not over the crest, and it does get bumpy out there, and you've kind of got to have the confidence to let the car bump and ride. But sometimes it can be a bit of Russian roulette through there, because if you just put the wheel in the wrong place, all of a sudden you hit a nasty bump and whoosh, around you go. And the thing is, the walls are so close there that if you do lose it, often you're on a one-way ticket to the wall and race over. So it's a cruel mistress. I mean, for me, Road Atlanta to drive, particularly in a prototype actually, is just an utter joy. This place rocks. Particularly that opening section, it's got such a nice flow to it, and so fast in places. It's just a wonderful place. And it's always find this with racetracks that were kind of cut into the natural curvature of the land really make the best racetracks, and Road Atlanta is very much like that. It's the brainchild of three gentlemen, David Sloyer, Earl Walker and Arthur Montgomery, who cut into the red Georgia clay and cut this iconic shape of racetrack which we know today as Road Atlanta.
Sean Ambrose likes to call the pork chop that shape, but yeah, that was interesting coming through the chicane this last time as we rode on board with Hugh Barter. He had one of our LMP1s just dash by there and barely sneak through. Thankfully did not cause an incident. We come back to battle on screen, and this is that one that we were watching just a bit before. Hingston has caught up to Prevost, And suddenly it is alive, even though it seemed to be spreading apart. And they're hitting traffic. Will the Simufy number 22 get out of the way? He does. That gives them just a little bit of space. Now they come upon the Maratness car, who's a lap ahead, along with the Williams Esports Pit Fit machine. That's our 4th place car, and that holds them up. Or at least it holds up Prevost. He's going to have to get out of the throttle as he almost gets into the back of the 19.
Amazing that the drivers are prepared to put 2 wheels on the grass, perfectly comfortable doing that just to make sure they squeak by. Real bravery and real commitment through traffic, and it's just full risk all the time, because unlike the outdoor Petit Le Mans, which was held last weekend, there are no safety cars here, so we do not reset the field. There is no opportunity to get laps back. If you lose time, you lose time, so the drivers are much more aggressive in the earlier stages than they would be in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship race, where they can be a little bit more relaxed in those opening hours, and knowing that as long as they stay on the lead lap or close to it, they're going to be in the fight towards the end. And then it gets aggressive in the last couple of hours. But here, it's completely different. It's aggressive from the word go, and that's why we've seen quite a high rate of attrition, but amazing commitment from those LMP2 drivers cutting through the pack. And it's even more difficult through traffic for the LMP2 guys, because yes, they've got power, but they don't have the explosive power that the GTPs do with the hybrid assistance, and the combination of the petrol engine and the hybrid power unit, which gives just around 670 horsepower or so, whereas the LMP2s they've got a little bit less than that. So it's definitely handy when you're in traffic, when you've got that GTP power, to be able to squirt past slower traffic, whereas the LMP2s, they don't quite have as much luxury as that.
Battle for P6 in the LMP2s, the number 17 of WSR Esports butt kicker, with Phelps in that one. Fiallo in the BS competition, number 95, giving chase. They're going to get interrupted by Gustavo Ariel, 3rd place in the GTPs, at least temporarily. He gets 1. There's that difference in the power underneath them that you were talking about. And look at that. Phelps tried to kind of cover things off initially, did not want that car to try and overtake, and that's why. Look at how much that allowed his rival to close back in. Now he's going to try and have to protect into turn 1 maybe, unless he gets a good run, which he does, and that will keep the 95 at arm's length for the time being. More traffic sneaking off to the side. Talvar and the Mall of Racing team number 10 allowing them through. But that just shows you just how quickly things can change in this race.
Yeah, it can in the blink of an eye at Road Atlanta. And yeah, it just takes a little bit of disagreement, a little bit of confusion through traffic, and that can make or break your race just like that. And quite remarkable in certain parts of the circuit, the LMP2 cars are right on the case of the GTPs. It's only really when you get onto the straightaways when that hybrid power unit kicks in, which just gives that extra boost of about 70 horsepower or so. That's then when the GTP cars start to go away. They are quite a bit heavier, the GTP cars, so through the twisty stuff, the LMP2s can keep a good pace there. And of course, the GTP cars, in essence, the spine of that car is based on an LMP2 chassis. So it's an LMP2 chassis with obviously different aero, but similar numbers in terms of the aero. But it's the power unit that makes the big difference. It's that extra horsepower that really gives them that extra grunt out of the slow corners.
It makes sense then why they're just a little bit better only in the straights. Whoa. And again, they're making ambitious moves. Fiallo follows through down into the S's, does not want to lose an inch on that number 17. It worked out this time, but definitely because that Williams Esports Pit Fit car gave just enough space for him to sneak by.
That was very, very tight there. Full risk going on here. And this is for your battle for 5th in class at the moment between these two Dallara LMP2 machines. And what a battle. There's just something special about two very well driven prototypes being driven through traffic all the time. It's like something out of a I was about to say well, no, I'm going to say it. It's like something out of a video game. iRacing is more than a video game. It's a simulator, but it's like something out of a 1990s arcade video game where you've got to dodge through city traffic. It's just remarkable to watch.
That is a good point. It's very much its own style of racing. It's why you see those specialists that are so good at sports car and multi-class racing in particular, because it requires a bit of knowledge, a bit of expertise, and almost a sixth sense to try and tell what everybody else is doing out on track. Again, having to make the dive to the inside compromised line for Fialo for BS competition, and that cost him a few more car lengths. This time it was Vecchio and the red line number 72 Mustang. There is the gap now between the two of them. That is why they are trying so hard not to give anything up to these GT cars.
And already, yeah, just a couple of car lengths, and that can make all the difference, because then if you lose the slipstream all of a sudden, it's it can then give some momentum the other way. So the big slide for the number 4 GTD of Ole Steinbraten for Team Redline in second place goes by. So bit of a battle going on in GTD then between the 98 Apex Racing Team car and the 169 Drago Lamborghini. Drago in 7th now with the Apex car in 8th. And this Mustang GT3, which came into the iRacing platform a few months ago, is certainly a popular platform here at Petit Le Mans. And will we see Hugh Barter come back here, going down into turn 10A and B? Yes, he does. Great move there on the brakes. Sets it up nicely, and the Lamborghini there of Manuel Troncosco didn't really have much to say about that.
No, looks like he wasn't going to fight that one too hard. And we got one car exiting pit lane. That was one of the Apex LMP2s. So that was either the 198 or the 199. It looks like that was the 198, and they're followed by the 199, who also just left. There he is right there, sandwiching between our battle. I always thought this pit exit is one of the more dangerous ones, at least in sim racing. I'm not sure if it's easier to kind of tell what's happening in real life, but I always feel so blind and vulnerable when I exit out and get ready for turns 2 and 3 there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Joe. I think when you're coming out the pit lane, if you get cars that are coming 2 or 3 in a bunch coming around turn 1, which is so fast in a prototype, yeah, I'm with you there. I think it is really quite awkward and quite tricky. So, and then if you're in one of the faster cars coming through, and there's a car coming out of the pit lane, you've got to trust that the car coming out of the pit lane is, is fully switched on and fully over to the side of the road. So, yeah, very, 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 very tricky for those GTDs at the moment. It's Apex Racing Team who lead at the moment. They've quite early on in their stint. They're 5 laps into their stint at the moment, so they're actually sitting in a really good place fuel-wise as well. They're 7 laps on the stint for the 2 Team Redline cars in 2nd and 3rd place. So strategy-wise, Apex Racing looking very, very good at this moment in time. We've seen them in several iRacing special events, really putting on such good performances, particularly in the GT or GT3 category, and no difference today. And the 98 machine, the other sister car of Hugh Barter, has made its way past the Drago Lamborghini and pulling away with aplomb.
Yeah, we saw that pass on screen a few laps ago, and is trying to stretch some distance. This slipstream down the backstretch, it is such a long run here that you can keep toe with that car ahead if your pace is close enough. And that seems to be what Troncoso has been trying to do, but he's been losing bit by bit each lap. This time, though, he might get a little help, as Torres and the Simufy Esports LMP2 is going to check him up. In fact, that might give an opportunity for a pass if he's ambitious, as he closes on the rear of that Mustang. But down onto the main straight, there's just, I'm not seeing enough of a run. I doubt he'll try anything into turn 1 here.
It seems that these 2 cars have their different different performance attributes in different parts of the circuit. It seems like torque-wise and power-wise, they Mustang's got absolutely no problem at all. That 5.4 litre Coyote V8 providing some great grunt to that car. It starts off life actually as a 5 litre street engine, the Coyote V8 street engine, and then it's bored out to 5.4 litres at Ford's Essex plant. Then it's sent over to the UK. It's sent over to a rally team actually, M Sport in Cumbria in the very north of England, where it's built by hand into a full race engine and then sent all the way back to Mooresville to be fitted into the car. So it's that engine has a bit of a journey before it makes it to the racetrack.
For a second, I thought you were going to also say who's in the mailroom to take it. You know the path of these things to quite a degree there. But yeah, it's interesting just how serious Ford was on the program. And I mean, great to see, honestly. I love this GT3 class Mustang that they've introduced. It's very cool looking and sounds great. It's been an awesome addition. And we're going to switch away from GTDs, though, because we got to fight for 11th in the LMP2s coming down into the chicane. This is PGZ 129 and 124. Prevost, who we saw in a bit of action a little bit earlier on chase with Nathan Olson. Excuse me, that's the Maradness machine. Actually just in between them at the moment.
Yeah, it's Williams Esports Academy trying to make up a place. But yeah, they do have the number 19 Maradness car, which is running in 7, sort of sandwiched in between them. So providing actually a little bit of this cover and disguise to the PGZ machine. The one, but it's got by now the 124. So there's only a gap of 1.4 seconds between them in that battle for 11th after 5 hours and 41 minutes of racing. That Maradness car looks fantastic with that red and black livery. Of course, Daniel Morad, the team owner, he's got quite a bit of experience around this place. Twice winner of the Rolex 24. I wonder if he wears both watches at the same time, just walks into the paddock with one on each arm saying, "Hi guys, yeah, no big deal."
I mean, what's the point of earning them if you can't show them off a little bit, right? Well, you know, a little bit earlier, we saw a few of our troubles with the run into pit road, and we're going to watch some of the other issues here. And that's usually what we more often see is drivers going in deep. The 3 also doing so in a 4-wheel drift. Wow. Great catch by the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. And we saw this one earlier with the 21 Redline car, just clipping the inside and spinning it completely around. Unfortunately, we're not able to completely turn it around in one go. They actually had to do a 3-point turn to get it the rest of the way around. But just really illustrates, we talked about the pit exit, how scary that can be. Pit entry has its own little perils, and Joey talked about it, Peter, that you know, you can't just go out there and practice laps. You have to practice everything as 2 teammates going at it on screen for last place in class.
Well, it's one of the main areas where you can gain time. I mean, at this level, the professional sim racers are so evenly matched that they're really fighting over thousandths of a second out on the track. So on the way into the pits, particularly the way into the pits, there is more time to be gained than anywhere else in the racetrack. And again, we don't, unlike you would see, you know, in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, where not always, but I would say more often than not, you'll be coming into the pits under a yellow flag, so you're not under that pressure. Of course, you do get green flag pit stops, but often they'll be doing it under yellow flag. So that's a really, really quite shocking example there of just how hard the teams and drivers are pushing on the way into the pit lane, because to see drivers of this caliber make those kind of mistakes is rare. So it just gives you an insight to how far to the limit they're going on the way into the pit lane.
You can't leave any stone unturned if you're trying to compete at the very top level. We have to remember this is the top of many splits. I need to check and see how many exactly we have, but it was more than a dozen, probably more close to 2 dozen that I saw on the list when I signed in here. So there's a lot of people, and when you get that many people competing in sim racing, you're going to get just the cream of the crop out here fighting one another. Even down here for, as we said, this is for last place in the LMP2s between Privot and Denoyers. This is 11th and 12th in this class, actually. They got a couple cars that have DNFs behind them, but last of those running. And yet, I'll tell you what, if I was out there and fighting for this last place, I would be in the mirror and then a spec almost immediately. This is 9,000 iRating drivers in these cars.
And their fastest lap of the race, the car that's running at the back of the class right now, is the Williams Esports Academy car, 109.2. The fastest lap of your 109.232. The fastest lap of the race leader in class, 109.190. So there is 0.042 between the ultimate pace of first place and last place. That gives you an idea just how tight this competition is.
Exactly. You cannot discount the incredible speed that you need just to compete here in the top split of endurance events here on iRacing. Manuel Troncoso, we were watching his fight a little bit earlier. He's not given up on this battle. Got to give him credit. He's been holding on to the back of Hugh Barter for some time. It's only about a second between them. They'll get interrupted just briefly by Jordan Johnson, 7th in our GTP cars. He's able to sneak underneath them through turn 5. Barter making sure to give him the space he needs. And it's just a constant stream of these cars. Once you get past, I'd say, what, like the second time around here, Peter, that you get lapped by the leaders, you have no respite. You have no chance to relax because they're all going to get so mixed up that you're always having to keep an eye on those mirrors to see when you're being lapped by the faster class.
Yeah, it's constant. It's just a conveyor belt of traffic here at Road Atlanta. It's what makes it such a special event. Been running since 1998, and it was the forerunner to the American Le Mans series, which then became a part of what we know today as modern day IMSA, or the reborn IMSA in 2014, when Grand Am and the American Le Mans series came together. And this race was really the brainchild of Dr. Don Panos, who bought the circuit in, I would say, not in the greatest condition back in the fall of 1997, and spent a huge amount of money developing it into the facility that it's grown into today. And quite scary to think that at that point, that was when they installed the turn 10A and B chicane. It used to be that there was no chicane there. You just kept on boogieing through and underneath the bridge. And Tommy Milner said that one corner, he said in an early 90s GTP car, he said that is about as scared as he's ever been in a race car coming through there, that turn 10 at Road Atlanta.
I mean, I can only fathom. It just, it seems incredible that it took until 97 or 98 for them to put that one in there, because, yeah, cars were going just majorly fast by that point. And it gives us an awesome, not only viewing area like we saw earlier in our broadcast, but a great place for overtakes now. So it changes the nature of it, and I don't think it removes too much, because honestly, it's still a long straightaway down into that chicane. So you get some speed over the course of this lap. And I'm very excited, honestly, to put this one on my list of visited race circuits pretty soon. Next year, I'll get my first chance to go there in person to call a race. So that'll be fun times. And for now, the drivers probably not caught up in much as the nostalgia and the history of this place. They are focused on the task that is at hand. And for Troncoso, that task is unfortunately getting farther away, because you can see that gap is now stretched about 2 seconds up to the Apex racing car of Hugh Barter. So traffic and pace has not been kind at this stage for the Lamborghini. He's going to have to get up on his horse.
I wonder if with the Lamborghini, it's very much it's a chassis car, isn't it? It's not really an engine car as such. It's because it's a proper mid-engine exotic car. Its engine gets really strangled a lot to balance it together with the other vehicles in the GT3 class. So it's not a car that you can nick through traffic really that easily. It's a tricky car sometimes. I mean, through the sweeping grids, it's a lovely balanced machine, the Lamborghini. But yeah, it's not. The traffic hasn't been quite so kind. Maybe got bullied out the way a little by those. Well, what's the guy? The name of the guy in Looney Tunes who was like those pesky webbits?
Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. So it was like those pesky prototypes.
I like it. Those prototypes, yeah, definitely are playing the hare right now. They're the rabbit in this situation, trying to run away as quickly as they can. Get a little bit of cloud cover as it's getting later in the day. Good news is we haven't seen any predictions of rain so far in this event. So it's just been just a bit of clouds that have cooled things down, and eventually we'll be off into the night, which will, of course, change the reference points of the visibility, but also very much change the temperatures on the track a little bit more dramatically than what we had here during the day. Up through the S's once again for the likes of Kevin Denoyer and the PGZ 129. There you can see, yeah, track temperature down to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I think about an hour ago it was about 88 Fahrenheit on the track surface. And it is getting cooler and cooler as the sun gets lower in the sky. The easy thing to think about it is, although we're kind of moving in reverse since our clock is counting down, but we're almost 6 hours into this, and we started at noon, so we're at 6 o'clock in the evening.
And it's the track is just coming to the drivers now. Is that one thing that took me aback is the sheer amount of pickup and marbles on the track off the racing line. Now, if you get onto those marbles, you are really you're a passenger in certain places, which is the little bits of rubber that come chunking off the tires. And the iRacing simulator is just remarkable, the way that it recreates that over the course of a race, exactly how it would happen in a real world event. And so you've got to keep it on the racing line as best as you can. And if you get off that line too much, you're gonna pick up tire clag and get onto the marbles, and you're then going to be really, really offline. So you've got to be careful of that. Great shot of it there in turn 7 too. What I like the word clag is a good word to say.
I mean, it's
formal.
Yeah. And this is our overall lead once again, Atti Kalpinen, that we've come back to on screen. I was honestly noticing all the marbles within like hour 3 or 4 about the time that I was tuning in. So yeah, they've been there for quite some time. So drivers have had to be oh so careful through these corners. If you do find yourself shoved offline by a car that's trying to lap you, then it's going to take you a bit to try and get the tires cleaned up and in a better condition. There you can see this is turn 6 up into 7, the uphill, and shows you offline all that dark area that's not shiny. That's the marbles, and like we like to say clag. There must be something about guys named Peter that just like to say clag, I guess.
Clag, yeah. It is getting a bit claggy. I have a pickup story. Oh no, that doesn't sound. No, rewind. I don't have many pickup stories. I have a clag story. That's why I use the word clag, because then you end up saying stuff like that live on television.
I was going to say, this is a family show, Peter.
Anyway, I have a clag story for you, if you like.
Yes, please.
This was at St. Petersburg in 2007. And Andy Wallace, multiple Le Mans winner and sports car racing legend, he was driving for the Dyson Racing team. And he was right there in the fight for a podium finish against the factory teams. He was in an LMP2 car, the Porsche Spider, and was up against the Penske cars and up against the Audi North America cars. And they're in line for a podium, and a safety car comes out late on in the race. And he said, you know, when you get pickup or clag, it gets on the tires, and he says sometimes it can feel like you've got a puncture. And when you're behind the safety car, you try and give it a big boot full of throttle to try and get it off the tires. He says it just felt different And he got on the radio, he says, guys, I think I've got a problem. I think we need to pit. I think there's something wrong with this car. And he goes, and the team go, no, don't pit. It's just pickup. It's just pickup. No way. No, don't pit. He says, no, I'm sure of it. There is something wrong with this car. No, don't worry. It's just pickup. We're going to be on the podium. It's going to be great. Everything's going to be great. No, don't pit. And Andy's saying, and he's giving it the big accelerations, trying to get the clag off the back of the tyres. And the car is just wandering all over the road, almost crashing into the barriers. And he's thinking, no, this isn't right. But he says, if I'm not right and it is just pickup, I'm going to throw away a podium for the team. And that was a big deal for him. And he gets round to the final corner ready, and he's got to make that decision, yes, no, pit, yes, no. And he decides to pit, and he comes in, and the team are like, no. And he says, look on the rear, there's something wrong with the car. And they take the rear section off, and there is a bolt that's come loose in the suspension. So basically the whole rear suspension is coming loose. And basically if he kept going, he'd have crashed.
Wow.
That's how odd clag can feel. That wasn't because of clag, it felt like it, and the team were saying, oh, don't worry, it's just clag. It wasn't, it was a loose suspension bolt.
I mean, good on him to trust his instinct. As we check out another battle for position, having just come out of the pits, Williams Esports Academy fighting for 10th place with another of our PGZ cars, if we'll go with Peter's pronunciation here. The 129 trying to catch up and overtake. But let me see, when was the last time they've had a pit stop? 22 laps ago. So in about 10 laps time or so, we should see Kevin Denoyers come in and have to give up this fight anyways. So how hard does he want to try and battle with Mark Tikainen, who is now in that Williams machine?
I think, my apologies, I should have fitted in with the local lingo since we're a stateside production and it's a PGZ. It's my apologies. Just
you can call it Zed. I know what you mean.
Nobody likes that foreigner who comes in and wants to talk about it their way. No, PGZ it is. My apologies. That's force of habit. Although it does sound, sometimes it sounds better than others. Like Z3, like BMW Z3 sounds strange. It's where Z3.
Z3 sounds like something out of a science fiction novel.
Yeah. I mean the Z. Oh no, it was Z4, wasn't it? GT3. Z3 was the bread van. That was a cool car. Did you ever get that car in America? The Z3M.
You know, I'm not sure.
It looks like some people called it the training chute or the clown chute. It was a two-door, almost like shooting brake kind of car. It's got cult status now in Europe, at least. I think it did go to America. The Z3M.
One thing I love about having broadcasts with Peter Mackay is we always get a history lesson whenever we do a show.
We always go off on completely irrelevant tangents.
I learn something new every single time, but we're going to continue to watch this fight for 8th up at the top, and then the fight for 11th at the bottom, which interestingly are very close to one another. Both are within the LMP2 class, so we don't expect them to wind up tripping over one another unless the battle ahead really slows one another up and does get into that battle in behind. But it's looking like it's tense moments here as we fight for the mid-pack in our LMP2s, coming down to one of the best passing zones here into the braking of the chicane, but no dice if you are Pytek and the number 16's not able to catch up to Prevost, who he's chasing.
You are right, Joe. The last Discord message I sent you was a picture of the Martini International Club tie, which was probably from the last history.
I have since had opportunity to tell that story.
Oh, I love it.
So yes, since I've been calling some real world Porsche races, there's been opportunity to bring that one up in relevance.
Nice.
Meanwhile, a lot of pit stops happening at the same time in multiple classes. Looks like both GTDs and GTPs pitting, including one of our front runners as the red line BMW comes on in.
Yeah, very busy down pit lane. The BMW making its way down there with the lights flashing. Really cool thing that BMW, based on a Dallara chassis, but they use the old Class 1 DTM engine, to go into it. 4-litre V8 goes in there. Very, very cool. Very, very cool machine. And now that's a program that's now starting to get some results. They've got on the podium in WEC. They're up there winning races in IMSA now as well. So it's good to see, because it's been tricky. It's been so competitive straight out the gate with the GTP category.
Got a nice little battle for 5th in class. This is LMP2s between Isaac Phelps and the WSR Esports butt kicker, along with the BS competition of Dion Follow. We've watched Follow be in the midst of these battles for much of our coverage here in the second half. We've only been here a little more than an hour as they weave their way through the chicane. They are both very much on the edge, but we're going to switch back over to our leader. The Chill Blast car is now pitting, and they have a long ways to go to get to their pit stall, because they qualified 2nd overall in this race. So they have to wait all the way till nearly the end of that stall. Back to that battle we were watching between the 17 and the 95. And it's going to be dangerous. And yeah, you can see Fiallo was not willing to risk it. He played the safer route and just waited behind the car of Sanchez.
Sometimes you got to pick your battles. Sometimes when you're in the bar and you're playing pool, and the guy comes over who's 7 foot tall and 400 pounds, you just let him play pool. You just wait till he's got bored with pool, and then you go back to playing pool. That is the metaphor of multi-class racing. Is sometimes you just got to go, no, I've got to back out of this.
Risk versus reward. Racing is all about that. What are you willing to risk, and what is it going to give you for what you put on the table? Meanwhile, checking in with the 11, it's a Williams Gaming Club car. This is when things are tight. Holy cow. And he barely threaded the needle between the cars. He was lapping. That's not for position in behind him, but sure looked like it, as Drago Racing GTP was also trying to kind of hurry through there. So we saw a car that's not willing to take the risk, and one that is. And that's actually going to bring us to our highlights in just a moment here, because we've had cars that have also decided to take the risk and some that have not. If we go to hour 2, they certainly make it tight sometimes out of the corners. Fortunately, a mistake for one of our cars down into turn 1. In the meantime, nice little back and forth battle happening between the Lambo and the Mustang. A little bit earlier, unfortunately, one of the Apex cars getting kind of unceremoniously punted off coming up the hill. And then, of course, the BMW Redline car might feel a little bit done wrong going through the chicane. That put them back from their teammate, although they still run in 3rd. You could tell how much they're pushing just by how much they take off of that turn 5. But the fight between the 95 and the 17 has been pretty good all the way through. Excuse me, that's a different 95, though. I have to remember, even though he's got 95 on the car, it's a 16 car technically. A little bit of a pass in our GTD battle as Drago gets overtaken as well. And then we start to get into some of our coverage here now, as it's been a tight fight up in these LMP2s here, Peter, for track position. We've often come to these LMP2s having to fight very, very hard, and of course the marbles have been a talking point.
Yeah, those LMP2 cars really have been the stars of the show since we went past the halfway point. And at this level, it's remarkable to see just the sheer level of dominance, actually, that we've seen between particularly from the number 3 Williams Esports Chill Blast car. I mean, really at this level, quite remarkable to see that. At the moment, after the pit stops, they are sitting just over a minute ahead of the BMW Team Redline car, but in LMP2, much tighter, Joe.
Yeah, you saw Chill Blast leading the way there in the GTP, with LMP2 having Williams Esports Academy leading. So Williams leading 2 of the classes, and then down in the GTDs, it is the Apex Racing team who leads that one. But much like we've seen, for Redline, they're a serious threat. They are sitting in 2nd place, and it is Josh Thompson who is trying to give chase on them. As here are some of our GTDs just now exiting pit lane as well. That seems to be Teeb in the Falcon Sim Racing Team number 44 Mustang, chasing on Ole Steinbraten and the Team Redline 71 Mustang. We've got more action coming up later this year for the IMSA Esports Global Championship. This is, of course, a standalone event that we're watching right now, but they have an actual esports championship where they'll be back for Road Atlanta on November 24th. Then they'll head off to one of my personal favorites on my birthday of all days at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for a race there. From there, Sebring International Raceway on January 5th. It will be followed up with Daytona, giving us our finale on January 12th. Not long before the actual Daytona 24. So a fitting end to the season, even though usually it's the season opener for IMSA. But that'll prep everybody for the excitement that is perhaps the premier endurance race in North America.
I think it is. It depends what flavour you like from your endurance race. I mean, the Rolex 24 Daytona just carries such a prestige, and you know, it carries that first day of school excitement. Or first day of a holiday excitement. It's just like the winter break is over, everybody's back, there's new teams, new cars, different drivers there, everyone just wants to get back going. Everyone's had their Christmas break, their festive break, and ready to get back going again. And it's as big a kind of festival of racing in the outdoor world as it is in the virtual world. It's one of the best attended events in all of the iRacing world as well. So it's Daytona 24-hour Rolex 24 is a great way to get the year started as the PGZ 124 car, getting very close to giving Lightning McQueen a slightly inflated dentist bill there.
He's chopped him off there. Well, didn't quite chop him off. Gave him just enough space, but had the better exit out of turn 7. And that's wound up working for him, but you can tell that Olivier Pitek is giving him everything he can to try and get this 8th place off of him. Thought maybe that traffic was the opportunity, but just wasn't going to happen. Yeah, it's this is one of the more prestigious races as well, but Daytona is the only 24-hour race in North America that's at the top level of sports cars. So that's why that one often finds itself very much touted as the one everybody wants to win. The 99 changing drivers, so Johan Harth is going to hop in for Alejandro Sanchez. That's our leader down in that GTD class. They're going to switch drivers out, and these two have been the two that have swapped back and forth since the beginning of this one. The actual 95 car, which is going to throw me off throughout all day long of BS competition, finally pits in. I said they owed us a pit stop, and now they've executed that.
Right, it's definitely getting me as well. The Rusty's number 95 is actually the 16. Yeah, that's thrown me off quite a few times. Big slide there for the 16 car, like the McQueen car, backing into 10A and B, but hangs on to it. Meanwhile, number 8, Williams Esports Machine in from 5th in class. Robin Glarham at the wheel of that beautiful dark purple BenQ back machine. I do like a dark purple car, not just a race car, just car. I think it's a great colour.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely more that I'd love to see utilizing that kind of a TVR color, I guess, if you're thinking, yeah. Maybe that's why you like it, I suppose.
Maybe. Yeah, the TVR, remember when they had those sort of fluorescent colours, the pearlescent, which sort of, it was called flip paint, which depending on which kind of light you looked at it, it turned into different colours. But I like the ultraviolet, Porsche Ultraviolet GT3 RS. Yes, please, Santa.
And man, just absolutely weaving through the traffic here is the LMP2, flashing his headlights. So we check in with the 66, our leader in the LMP2s, the Williams Esports Academy car of David Sobrero, who is going to hit his stall. Let's see if he hands it over. He's been in it for a little bit here, but I think only about 2 stints. So yeah, he's going to pop up on the jacks. He'll stay in the cockpit, and he won't hand over to Orjuela quite yet. And just sneaking by the 90, or the 16, gosh dang it, is going to get by the traffic of Johan Harth.
I think they've just done that to mess with us.
They absolutely did.
Yeah, and who doesn't love the Lightning McQueen car? And if you don't love the Lightning McQueen car, well, then you don't chew Big Red.
17, actually 17 down in pit lane, WSR Esports butt kicker LMP2, and Isaac Phelps is going to hop out of that one before we switch on over to another of our LMP2 cars. In fact, I think this might be the 16 that we're riding on board with, still giving chase on the car of Thibaut Prévost up and over the hill, back down into the start-finish line. This is now up to lap 307 that these LMP2s are running this stage. They're really ticking them off.
They go by quickly in an LMP2 cars. They go by even quicker in a GTP cars. The 16 of Olivier Piatek has to just give best to one of the Team Redline BMW GTPs coming through in the PGZ 124. That little phase of traffic has really played in the favour, and all of a sudden there's quite a big gap between them. So PGZ 124 of Thibaut Prévost is making the most of that in 8th position in that class right now.
If I don't mention that you say Z, then you won't mention that I say 95. How's that sound?
Got it. That's a good deal. That's a good deal.
Down the back stretch we go once again, and that was a costly lap for the Beckham Jasir Fan Club car. It's now up to 2 seconds to the 124, and it's got to have to make up that ground as the traffic was not kind, unfortunately, to Piatek that time. Less than 4 hours left to go in this race. Sun getting ever lower in the sky, getting more to the golden hour out here on this track. They have lit this thing up just a bit. There's a few kind of temporary lights that they've spotted around the track, along with the front straight being lit up because of pit lane, but otherwise it gets quite dark on this circuit. And the thing that I always find interesting on that is while you do have the relative box, Peter, sometimes unless you're really paying attention and know your headlights extremely well, you can't always know as well what type of car is coming up behind you. So if you're in that GTD class and you're watching, you really have to pay attention to make sure what class it is that it is approaching.
I do find that is a fun game on a long late drive on the highway to try and guess which car that's coming up behind you, or indeed the car that you're going to overtake. What, just by its taillights, what kind of car it is. You ever done that game before?
Can't say I have as much, but
give it a whirl.
Okay. I don't know how good I'd be at it. I find I tend to know what, there's a certain set of headlights over here in the States that you can tell they're police car headlights. So those are the ones that I look up and I go, oh, is it actual police car or is it just, another Ford Explorer?
Well, we have that here with Volvo estate cars, Skodas, which I don't think you get Skodas in America.
No.
Skodas, BMWs. If you see a grey BMW, it's maybe a good idea just to slow down for a bit. It's quite likely that it's a police car. Yeah, there's a few where you look at them and you're going, would someone order that spec of car in that colour with that? And you think, that's only got to be a police car, surely.
We probably shouldn't go down this road too far.
Not that we condone speeding on the public highway. Don't do it, kids.
Exactly. Keep the speeding on the racetrack. That's
keep it on the racetrack, particularly in the virtual form here on iRacing. 40% of new memberships today.
Exactly. And one of the things we can do fast is go through our leaders in each of the classes, starting off with the GTPs. Atti Kauppinen in the Williams Esports Chill Blast team has been leading for some time now. They're actually a full minute ahead, so they're close to lapping the next car back, which means when we switch on over to the number 20 car, it's not going to be that far of a leap for the camera operators to head on over there, because I think in about 4 more seconds up the road, you will see Diogo Pinto, who is running in P2, just behind Atti Kauppinen here in this number 3 machine. And we've got the 198 instead down in the LMP2. Stanley DeLandis is currently taking over a few stints ago for Gordon Mutch, who hopped out and handed that one over. So Apex Racing Team leading in our LMP2 class, and by about 14 seconds, much closer down in these LMP2s than what we saw in the GTPs. In fact, pretty much the closest class that we have at the moment. If you head on over to the GTD class, that one then has the Apex Racing Team number 99 of Johan Harth, who is up at the top of that one. But Stanley been running a good race so far up here at the front in that 198, and with his teammate behind him, you don't anticipate there's going to be too many dramas that he has to worry about. Although they do owe us a pit stop, and I think that's going to hand the lead back over to the Williams Esports Academy car of David Sobrero. There's Johan Harth in the number 99. Now this one is accurate, as they're on pretty much the same strategy, about 3 laps difference between themselves and Team Redline at 71. They started this one in lead of their class. They still sit in lead of their class, which is pretty close to what we've got for the GTPs. Really, it's the LMP2s that saw only sort of a major difference up at the front, having the 198 team coming from 4th on the grid there. But it's mostly Mustangs up here at the front of these GTD cars, as has been the whole race, with very few of the other classes coming in to compete. Definitely the car to have here today at Road Atlanta. So there's each of your leaders in the 3 classes competing all at once, sharing this track with 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. And I'm actually going to check here real quick, Peter. I want to see when sunset is scheduled for today.
Well, Johan Harth is one of the longest standing members of that Apex Racing team. It's a true story. He actually was racing for the Apex team when the first cell phone was actually released. True story.
Oh.
Yeah.
What was that, in the 80s, or did they have those?
He drove for Apex Racing team at that time. That's how long he's been there. That man's loyalty knows no bounds. It's true though. I mean, you do see all joking aside, we see quite a high turnover rate of drivers among sim racing teams. You see a lot of jumping back and forth and different teams, and Johan, he's been very much a long-standing member of that Apex Racing team, who have developed a lot over the years. They now have their own facility in Corby in the UK, so they have really come a long way as an outfit, and the performance is showing. Speaking of, their sister car, the 198, in from the lead of LMP2.
Alrighty, so they'll get their service. They'll send them on back out. I was able to find sunset is scheduled at 7:07 p.m. For this race. So they've got roughly 1 hour left to go. Let's see how these come out together, because these two are racing for the lead in the LMP2s. Is it going to be close enough that they can get out in time? And I'm not thinking so, because we're still waiting to see that car come down off the jacks, and already we're on the main straight for the Williams Esports Academy car, and easily on past. Now I saw a little bit of smoke on the inside of that corner. I'm trying to see if I can find what caused that. I think that may have been WSR Esports butt kicker had some sort of issue through turn 1. We'll see if we can find some more on that.
Either that, or it was a corner worker vaping.
It's some serious vaping. They might want to slow down.
Yeah, they've got another 3 hours and 42 minutes to go. They're going to run out of vapes if they keep on with that. Don't do that either, kids.
Yeah, may have been involved with the 12 car. So the 23 with some issues that sent them backwards, and not sure if they lost a lap, but they lost at least a little bit of time on this one. And every second counts in an endurance race, especially without those cautions to bunch everybody up. As soon as you have an off track, a spin, a mistake in pit lane, you're held up by traffic, you're not getting that time back, Peter. So it's it's kind of it's a constant rush. It's a 10-hour bundle of nerves.
It is amazing, isn't it, how it just changes the attitude, it changes the approach so much that when you have the potential intervention of the safety car, this, I believe, will be the look at what happened down there at Turn 1. Cadillac GTP coming through on LMP2 traffic as the WSR Esports butt kicker car show. It shows his intent and doesn't quite get it done in time.
He gets shot down. So unfortunately, his rose was rejected, and looks like they're not going to dance tonight.
No.
That was, they were going to the 10 car, though. In the meantime, one of our BMWs, and this is another replay, I believe, and does he save it? No, he doesn't, not in time. Hits the corner, coming into the tires. Doesn't look like it was major damage with that contact, so crossing fingers they can keep going. That's one of our few non-Mustangs left.
They've been bullied. I think we should stand up for Mala. They've been bullied about by those prototypes, those pesky prototypes. Yeah, they've had a couple of incidents with prototypes coming through, and I mean it's bound to happen eventually, because since we came on air, take over from Jake and Joey an hour and 20 minutes ago, we've seen, I mean, I can think of 10 straight away of really close calls of prototypes coming through on GT cars, and they all got through, but just by millimeters. That was going to happen eventually.
Well, and honestly, if the community here in these drivers is anything like the other sports car series that I've covered, I can only imagine the arguments post-race on this one, because the tensions are high, the stakes are high here for this event. So there's this top split, and while they do have a couple others over the course of the weekend, this is kind of the premier one since it's the broadcast one. Everybody wants to win this one, and they're all trying their darndest to come away with it. But at the same time, you got to share the racetrack. I like how Joey was putting it earlier on. You have to coexist out there. You have to learn to share and give each other a little bit of space, because drivers will remember next time you come by.
Oh, it is amazing how racing drivers have this database in their head of who's wronged them over the years, and it can go back as long as that, and they're just waiting for their opportunity to go, actually, no, I'm not giving you the chance this time, given that you did the same to me 3 years ago, Road Atlanta lap 612. Yeah, the racing drivers do have particularly long memories. As a race leader coming across a lot of traffic right up ahead past the PGZ 124 LMP2 car. Then there's a Mustang in there, there's another GTP car in there, so there's all going on, cutting through the traffic. One thing about the Turn 10 AB complex, it does make for a really good natural amphitheatre there to watch the cars coming through, and if you park up there with a cool box and some sandwiches, you're bound to see some action over the course of the race.
No doubt. In fact, let's get a look at what the fans see in one of the other corners. This is up through turn 5. So if you were sitting up there, this is the 10 getting kind of unceremoniously shoved off the racetrack and through the grass. And that BMW prototype is extremely lucky that car did not hit them on the way back through. He had about a foot to spare coming across.
Yeah, it's so tricky through there. It is really difficult to get prototype and a GT car, because it's just at the point where the difference between those two cars is at its most profound, because you're carrying big speed, but it's just the aerodynamic difference between a prototype and a GT is huge. So it's the closing speeds are massive, and yeah, it's so easy for that to happen. And poor old Mala, they really have been battered about in that BMW, and they were really the only real threat to the gallop of Mustangs. We're definitely running with that collective now. The gallop of Mustangs, which there's no fewer than 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Ford Mustangs leading. The next manufacturer is now actually the Drago Lamborghini, so the Bull is running after the gallop of Mustangs.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. I checked in. The Mahler Racing team has been sitting in pit lane for now almost 4 minutes taking repairs. So that hit to the corner, that's always your worst fear, Peter. You can hit broadside and maybe get away with things or hit the nose or the tail, but as soon as you come in kind of cockeyed and hit the suspension, there's always a great risk, and it seems that is exactly what happened. So they got a black and orange flag. They've been forced to take those repairs. They're not allowed to continue until the car is deemed safe.
That's so frustrating for them. So frustrating. Not really nothing they could have done in that situation. That's why Petit Le Mans can be a really, really cruel race sometimes. And as you get close to that, the closing stages of the event, it gets really, really fraught indeed. I mean, how many controversial incidents have we seen over the years in the Petit Le Mans? One I remember was 2 years ago with Earl Bamber and Renger van der Zande. Was that last year? Anyway, two Cadillac teammates took each other off at turn 1. It was last year, actually, yes. And can't imagine what that debrief must have been like in the truck.
Probably a little awkward. I'm pretty sure. Speaking of awkward, that was another one of our prototypes mowing the grass coming through turn 1. Not something you want to do too many times, as there's extremely little runoff to the outside there. And while they do have some tire barrier, you can wind up smashing into that concrete and have your day be over in a flash.
That's that was very, very close. This is an old school racetrack, isn't it? It's a brilliant facility. It's a modern facility, but in terms of the racetrack and where everything is laid out, if you make a mistake here, there's a consequence. And so many drivers you speak to who compete over in America, compete in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and they talk about not just this circuit, but circuits like Sebring and Road Atlanta and Road America, etc. Mosport is a good example, and they all talk about, say, if you make a mistake, there's consequences on these types of tracks, and they love that thrill. Let's get a look at them from the onboard view. It's almost as if the driver of the 21 there actually lined it up. It's almost as if Gustavo Ariel said, that's fine, I'll just go in the grass, no problem.
He had all the downforce he wanted and just kept his foot in it. Yeah, that was quite amazing. Yeah, that GTD car kind of started to carry their line all the way out rather late, so he had no choice. He was already committed to that line himself, and no lifting. You don't want to lose that lap time, so on he went. Meanwhile, back in our LMP2s, looks like this is the Williams Esports Academy car with the Apex Racing 199. Now, that's not for position, so Apex Racing's the 3rd place in that LMP2 class. They really have no qualms with this car and just want to try and get by cleanly. But as we've seen, Apex and Williams seem to be kind of the two main rivals in this one. So I doubt that we'll see Martikainen absolutely pull off to the side and lift for him. He's going to force him to have to do this on his own.
It's always nice to have friends out there on track. It's better to have allies than enemies, and that's why, again, if you're an outfit with such a depth of talent in your roster, the more cars you can have out there, the more friendly faces you've got there. Really, if you look at like the Apex Racing team, you've got a couple of cars in LMP2, cars in GTD as well, and look at Team Redline have got cars all the way through. They've got cars in GTP and in several in GTD. So, but you can only do that if you've got a huge depth of roster of really, really strong drivers, because to get into this top split, to even qualify for it, is really, really difficult. You've got to have such a high I rating, so therefore for a team to have several cars in an endurance race like this, it's a big effort, and you need a deep roster of talent.
So to give our viewers an idea, especially those who are on iRacing, the strength of field when I signed in was over 9,000. I'm not quoting a meme right now. It's literally over 9,000 I rating to be an average driver in here. I mean, that's, I'd say about 8 years ago, that would have been unthinkable that you would get an average of that. You had a handful of drivers that were that high, and then even a smaller handful that were over 10K. So this is pretty stunning what we're witnessing here today. And like you said, to qualify for that, it is based on your iRating. You sign up your team beforehand and establish who is going to be out there racing. So you can't fudge the system. You have to have the talent there ready to compete. And these teams really came with a roster ready to go. We're watching that fight for a little while as Bella Satois in the number 2 is chasing on the team red line number 72. That was for 3rd in that class. In fact, you can see them being overtaken just now by the BS competition car who we've caught up with on his own battle. That's Williams Esports Ben Q with Robin Glarum just in front of him. And WSR Esports butt kicker in front of them. And that's Ian Gagnon Renault who he's chasing.
Yeah, I remember when, speaking of iRatings, when it was 10K Beneke. Remember that, Max Beneke, when he was he was kind of out on his own by being 10,000 iRating. That was a great nickname to have at the time, wasn't it? 10K Beneke. There's been some great nicknames over the years. Do you know that actually Nick Tandy's old boss used to call him Crocodile Dundee, or I actually called him Crocodile Tandy, was what he called him. That was Franz Conrad who called him that when he raced for him in the Porsche Super Cup, and that's why Nick Tandy has a crocodile on his helmet, because that was his nickname, Crocodile Tandy, because he was the bravest guy out there.
See, this is why we need a petition to bring Bill Zahn back on the air, because he was the nickname Meister, just handing them out like candy. Would love to see what they would come up with in this field. But the number 8 still up here, Glarum, who I had mentioned, well, he's in his own battle. So yeah, it's a good thing I talked about Robin, because he's chasing on Vasquez. This is for 3rd, so for a podium spot, we're going to hop on board with the Duracell Williams and see if he can chase down Apex 199. Vasquez has the upper hand with track position.
So David Sobrero, is your leader in LMP2, but this is the number 8 of Robin Glarum, 4th right now, chasing down Aaron Vasquez. And there's got to be a Duracell Bunny nickname in there somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have to think about that. One of the drivers needs to claim that one. Now, much like in real life, you do have to worry about the sun. I will say it depends on the settings. I think you need to have HDR on to have the glare, because it's not as bad if you don't have that turned on. But you can see there's a couple spots here heading up into turn 7 where it gets bad. I gotta imagine through the S's up into turn 5, it's also probably pretty atrocious. And then on that note, I would think that the run into turns 2 and 3 probably. We're actually on board coming up to that point here soon. So let's see if we can hold on here till we head up through 2 and 3, see if it's just as bad. This is on board with Lewis Woods up through turn 1.
The lumberjack.
Now we're getting into it. Yeah, so we're not quite facing the sun off the corner though. Definitely going to be difficult as it continues to go down. The woods behind him, or in front of him really, are going to help. So his namesake coming to his aid. But through turn 5, it is horrible. Thankfully, his windscreen looks like he has done a pretty good job of getting that one clean. So it's not too bad trying to stare through. As soon as I say that, he seems to have trouble through 6.
The commitment level and the risk. The 114 driver, Lewis Woods there, Team PGZ, is running 13th in class, and he is running over every curve. Just maximum attack. Amazing to watch there in that Porsche. And is he running in the only Porsche? Certainly the only Porsche left going in the race. Yeah, the only Porsche that started in in GTD. So yeah, holding up the honour of Zuffenhausen single-handedly.
Down into the braking, and a nice little cutback as we get a fight here in the GTDs for a podium position. That is going to be Bellatois up into P3 as he demotes Gianni Vecchio in the number 72, but this one's not over, and they also have a lapped car in behind him, so don't think that that one is for position. And their same thing with Mag Performance Red with Kolnagi, who is also behind the trio as well. But as we watch the battle, Ford Mustang versus Ford Mustang, it looks like Vasilios is trying to run away, gets himself a decent gap now that he's made the pass.
Looking very strong. Yeah, Gianni Vecchio, I mean, one of the top GT drivers in the iRacing platform, just not quite, quite looking as quite racy as the number 2 Williams pit fit car in that quite striking sort of metallic blue, purple, and gold machine.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice little paint scheme he's got on there. It's eye-catching, which we always appreciate as commentators, as cars that you can tell apart from one another. As we come back to the Ben Q car, we keep poking in on this to see what's going to happen for the podium down in LMP2. Vasquez is on the back foot. He has to play defense, and he does not cover off the inside, coming down to the chicane, having to cut very far to the inside. Glarum, does he get a slowdown penalty for that? No. Thankfully, he was within the boundaries, but man, did he have to take a lot of curb.
And you never know with these prototypes, if you're taking a lot of curb, it can sometimes just pogo you off the line you want to be. They're very, very stiffly sprung, these carbon fiber spined machines from Dallara. The sole LMP2 car we have here on the iRacing platform. It's interesting how it's almost effectively single make in the outdoor world with the Oreca. The Oreca's been such a popular car that it's kind of made every other competitor obsolete. Everybody's gone for an Oreca. We do occasionally see Ligiers turn up. There was a Ligier running in IMSA this year actually, but really the Oreca's the car to have. Speaking to some of the guys from United Autosports who used to run the Ligier and now run the Oreca, I have done for a couple of years. They said the Ligier is a good car, but it was not. It's a very good endurance car. It was a durable thing, but just didn't quite have the absolute optimum performance.
That makes sense why so many have switched over then in that case. They're interrupted briefly by Nathan Moore from WSR Esports. He'll leave them be as he gets in front of Vasquez now. They can go back to their fight on track. Let's see if they got any other traffic coming up. Yes, they do indeed. Josh Thompson, who just ducks in front of Vasquez, and that brings them back together once again. But it's the run off the corner that matters, and that is what Vasquez nails. It's a battle for third. Trying to decide the podium here. Still 3.5 hours left to go. A lot that can happen, but having that track position can really be handy. And you can tell that Glarum wants it. He gets another run here coming down the back stretch. He'll get pulled in. They cut a big hole in the air to these LMP2s with all the aero bits on top of them. And down into the braking. There was a defense this time. Vasquez is going to cover it off. Just in front of them, though, look at this. We got a whole train of cars. In fact, I think this was our battle for position a bit ago. It's separated now at the state, but still 3 of them nose to tail. And Vasquez doing a magnificent job managing this traffic despite having to be the first one through. He's not allowed it to open the door for Glarum yet.
Not quite yet. He's trying to find every possible which way as they come down now. This is where it can get really fraught. Oh, it's the 199 Apex car gets through, and then the number 8 with Ben Q car, Ron Glarum, just gets held up that little bit behind that Mustang GTD, and that's just one bit of traffic going the wrong way, and all of a sudden it's 10 car lengths, just like that.
And ironically, that was another Williams car that cost him on that one. I tell you what, when we were riding on board with Robin through turn 3, you could see a whole bunch of opposite locks. So yeah, he's hustling still. He's not resting on his laurels. It just, unfortunately, was not enough. And now he's lost, about 1.2 seconds up to Vasquez. So this one has fizzled at least for a bit, but you never know when it can crop back up, because as we saw, lap traffic could just as easily cost that 199 car and push him backwards. Apex dominating the podium at the moment with 2 out of the 3 spots, but they'd like to keep it that way.
So it's LMP2 has definitely been the class that's given us the most action over the last few hours. There's several cars fighting over that podium fight. From Aaron Vasquez in the podium, you've got 3 cars within 10 seconds behind him, chasing him. So it's really, really tight right now. And Robin Glaren going over the curve at turn 3, the thing slipping and sliding all over the place. Great car control.
Yeah, he actually had 2 wheels up in the air on that one, so he clobbered that curb pretty darn hard. It's important for him to get by these GTD cars, which he does, because up in front of him still Vasquez tries to run away. Diego Pinto is in the BMW. He's our second place driver for the LMP, or excuse me, the GTPs rather. And he's going to easily go by. This is where maybe he could pull some slipstream. Clarium could. We're going to step away from that because we got a race for 9th place. So Williams Esports Academy car. Boy, Williams Esports has a lot of them out here. And is Grabowski, who is currently in that, trying to keep away from Steenberg in the PGZ 124. And they are not on their lonesome on track, as they do have those other classes once again playing a factor in this, but they're nowhere near anybody else in their class 4 position. So it is mano a mano.
Emil Grabowski, really strong driver, aggressive out on track. Christian Steenberg trying to chase him down. He's up through the gearbox. See the shift lights just dancing across that Cosworth steering wheel up into top gear, heading towards turn 1. This in a prototype, just bang down 1 gear, down 2 actually in an LMP2 car, and then back on the power again, just hoping that downforce keeps you stuck to the ground. Really special through there. In the late 2000s, when the American Le Mans series really went technology, particularly with the tyre, confidential tyre, not a customer tyre in those days, an LMP2 car, particularly the accurate LMP2 car through there, was near enough flat through turn 1. Just imagine that.
It's too scary for me, at least in real life. I don't think I could keep my foot to the floor. That'd be incredible commitment.
Yeah. Well, Marco Andretti, he was at Sebring, he was flat to the board through turn 1. Wow. In an accurate LMP2 car. But the tyre, particularly the Michelin brought in 2008, from the 2007 tyre, it was 1.5 seconds quicker around Sebring.
Jeez.
Just bolt on lap time.
Unbelievable stuff. Loved what we got with the onboard, though, with the 124 kind of scything through traffic, showing us the decision making that they have to do from their perspective. Because, you know, we can play armchair quarterback from up here, Peter, and say, you know, this looks ambitious, this doesn't, but it's always very different from when you're inside the car. As here is our schedule for the special events. Look at all the awesome stuff we've been able to do. This has been one of the most busy seasons we've ever seen for iRacing special events. But after Petit Le Mans, we kind of switch things up. It is the BRSC Seat Festival, of course, down at Brands Hatch. So with the Formula Fords, that's going to be a lot of fun. And then we'll be back to endurance racing with sports cars with the Fuji 8-hour. And then, one of my favorites, the SCCA runoffs. So many different types of cars competing in that one. And all of them kind of what are considered the slower cars, but honestly, I feel like take that much more skill to be fast in. It's easy to be slow in a fast car and hard to be fast in a slow car. As we also have the Winter Derby and then the Chili Bowl to finish it off with some oval racing at the end of the season. And there you got that FF 1600 Festival coming up November 3rd at Brands Hatch. The real-world counterpart for that one has brought us some incredible names and seen some of the top flight competing at Mark Webber. You think about Joseph Newgarden, Connor Daly's been a part of that. So some serious competition has come out of what are seemingly slower and smaller cars.
Oh, to win the Formula Ford Festival back in the day was, it really was, you were going to the big time if you won the festival. It actually started off at Snetterton before going to Brands Hatch. Yeah, I mean, the stories of that place and of that event are enormous. And you look at, you mentioned a few American names there. Forgive me for getting it wrong, at least 25 years, Team USA have put on a scholarship for a young American driver or a couple of young American drivers as battle side by side going on for this last spot on the podium as things stand with the 199 Apex Racing Team car holding off for now just the number 8 of Robin Glerum as they go side by side up through turn 1 around the outside. Surely not is Glerum. Oh, pass of the day, surely. Wow. Oh my word, what a pass. What a pass, Robin Glerum. Oh, but can he get it stuck down? No, he can't. He's gone wide. He's gone on the clack. Oh dear, but he's just hung on to it for now. Oh, that was a spellbinding move.
I mean, no quarter asked or given. They both held their ground, and Glerum came out shining. I agree with you. That is definitely one of the absolute highlights of this race right there. But he's not done with it. He's still trying to hold off Vasquez from fighting him back, and Vasquez is going to get the toe down the back stretch now. So what's going to happen once they hit the braking down into the chicane? They've got Tom Ryer just in front of them. That's going to put them slightly offline, and in fact, that might separate them. He pulls off to the side and lets the battle through.
Oh, that move from Robin Glerum, that's definitely the move of the day for me. To go around the outside at turn 1, that's really, really impressive. Really impressive. Brave and impressive.
Certainly is. We hop on board. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a few questions coming in on our YouTube stream about what the BRSCC Festival is. It's basically a virtual version of the Formula Ford Festival, which runs here in the UK. It's a really historic event. It's been going on for, goodness, over 50 years now, and for many years was really the place where you saw young talent emerging. So there's been a little bit of contact back and forth between the two LMP2 cars as they come side by side all the way through, but more contact.
Look at that.
Oh my word. Great shot from the drone cam there, and just toughs it out.
Can't believe he made that stick.
Superb. But yeah, the Formula Ford Festival, the organising club is the BRSCC, and they run the event in real life, and it's great to see an iRacing version of it, bringing talent on an even playing field from all over the world, which is exactly what the Formula Ford Festival has done over the years. And Team USA, the scholarship, have brought several promising young American drivers to compete in it, led by Jeremy Shaw, and well, you read a few of their names: Joseph Newgarden, Connor Daly, Connor De Filippi, Andy Lally, Patrick Long, etc. There's been so many Team USA scholarship winners who've gone on to great things in professional motorsport.
Indeed, and I mean, if I read some of the winners off, not just the Americans here, is Vasquez going to be lapped by Kalpinen there on screen. But, I mean, Derek Daly was a victor early on in its history. Roberto Moreno, Tommy Byrne. How's that for a name? You've got Johnny Herbert, Roland Ratzenberger, Eddie Irvine, Dave Coyne, Jan Magnussen. Just an incredible Jensen Button, another world champion right there. So it really has brought out the best of the best. It's lost a little bit of its prestige in recent years, but it's still massive in the number of drivers that it brings out of the woodwork to try and take a prestigious title.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of a victim of the way that the kind of single-seater racing has gone. The Formula Ford category has kind of been, I don't know how the word is sort of overshadowed by slightly more sophisticated machinery with slicks and wings. Now, it's up for debate whether that's a good thing or not. I'm not so sure if it is, because when you hear of the budgets required to run an entry-level single-seater racing car, it'll make your eyes water how expensive that is. And that was where Formula Ford always gave that look in to young drivers to prove themselves. And if you went and you could just about put a budget together with some friends to run a Formula Ford car, go and win the festival, and you never know who would pick up the phone to you, and you could then make a path to the top. Nowadays it's a little bit more difficult, so maybe with the inclusion of it from a virtual point of view, that might well change things. As number 20, Team Redline, in from second position in GTP overall.
Yeah, hopefully it'll put it on the map for a number of people here, I'll talk about in a second. But the 66 from Williams Esports Academy gives up the lead, at least temporarily, and will finish their stop. We've got about 10 more laps, I think, before the Apex 198 and 199 pit in. So we should see that switch back around. To your point about, what the effect sim racing can have on these events, for what it's worth, I didn't pay much attention to sports car racing until I started on iRacing and I started seeing the Daytona 24 and things like that. And I said to my dad, I said, hey, do you want to go check this out? This seems really cool from what I've seen on iRacing. Went to one, and next thing you know, now I'm hooked. Now I love sports car racing. So this the sim world has a definite big effect on racers and what happens out there.
And it's happened in the kind of the opposite way for me. I would say that the sports car racing love of that kind of got me interested in iRacing, and then iRacing opened up a whole other world of cars that I'd never really considered before, and then got more interested in the oval side and in dirt ovals and things like that, stuff that was pretty alien to this ignorant European over here. So it's it's just the sheer variety of stuff that you can do on iRacing is amazing. I came onto the service 4 years ago, something like that, and even since then the way it's developed, you've seen it develop far further than that, Joe, and you're much more experienced at it than me, but it's the rate that it's got to, with hundreds of cars to choose from, so many different circuits, and most importantly of all, beautifully scanned no-kill racing circuit as well.
Of course. And now you're making me feel like these last 4 years have been an eternity, because you said you joined 4 years ago. I was like, have I really only known Peter for 4 years now?
It's just felt like forever.
Yeah, exactly. Man, what a joy it has been to be involved in this sim, as we now watch our leader up at the top, the number 3 Chill Blast car, Kalpinen, up to a full lap ahead of the next car down. The BMW Redline number 20 with Diogo Pinto is a long ways back. If you're just joining us, I'm Joe Peak here with Peter Mackay, bringing you the last 3 hours of this 10-hour race. We're getting very close to sunset now, with about 30 more minutes here before the sun goes over the horizon.
Well, then we get into the fun of the darkness hours, which always can throw up some unpredictable action in these sports car races, particularly if you get teams where they're running 2 drivers. That's a lot of driving to do with 2 drivers. I mean, we used to see 2 drivers do the 24 hours of Le Mans until the mid-80s, but it's actually a little bit more common in the sim world, and that's when you sometimes see a little concentration just starting to break that a little bit more. So keep a watchful eye as we head into the final 3 hours or so. A little switch between the Team Redline cars. running in flying formation, 70 ahead of 72. They sit, where do they sit? They sit fourth and fifth in GCD at the moment. Josh Thompson in the 70, the front car, and Gianni Vecchio in the 72 in fifth.
Exactly. They've switched those two cars around. Didn't seem to be too much drama. We also saw the overall car, the Chill Blast car, pit in. They're still taking their service. In fact, I think they have traded drivers. Yes, Spets is now in that machine. So this gives Pinto his lap back, at least temporarily. And then he'll actually, no, I think he'll remain on that same lap because he just had his pit stop 3 laps ago that they had swapped around. I find it interesting that unfortunately with this being an F1 weekend, we're mysteriously missing a certain Dutchman from Team Redline here in the race, but that was kind of expected, as he was told by the team to stop that a little bit earlier on this season, even though it was fun getting to see him compete from all over the world.
Yes, it was certainly amazing to see that. I mean, you notice, you hear a lot of questions over whether, is sim racing the real deal? Is it worth it? Well, I think if you've got the multiple Formula One world champion, uses it as a massive part of both the recreation time, but also, mental preparation. I think that tells you all you need to know about the viability of the product.
Yeah, 100%. And there's a lot of real-world drivers that we come across, especially after we had the pandemic. It brought a lot of real-world drivers over to the sim that hadn't tried it before, and next thing we know, we're rubbing elbows with IMSA drivers, WEC drivers. We have IndyCar drivers on here, as you mentioned, Formula One drivers competing, and you just don't know who you might wind up against as we watch the red line car of Pinto carry on. We're going to switch back over to GTD. This is a battle for 6th spot between Hugh Barter and now Jaden Laddick, who has hopped into that Drago Racing Lamborghini. So a change of one of the competitors. Will this change the complexion of the fight?
Well, let's see. Let's see if it does. With just over 3 hours to go in this one. Nearly 7 hours of racing in the books. It's a tough event here, Petit Le Mans. 10 hours. It used to be 10 hours or 1,000 miles, but now we go to the full 10 hours. And always into the dark. And usually the curtain closer of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, and what a great way to do it.
We got about 20 minutes left before that sun officially hits the horizon, and that is it. We'll get a little bit of bleeds of the sunlight, but it's going to get darker and darker. And it looks like Jaden has decided now is a good time to pit, so the Lamborghini comes on in. That thing's going to look ever scarier in the dark with that front on it. And up on the jacks they go. Jaden is going to stay in the car.
Number 20 coming down through the final corner and around to start another lap. The BMW M Team Redline machine of Diego Pinto using all the room on the entry to turn 1 and just whipping that BMW M Hybrid V8 round. And then all of a sudden you've got to get the car moved around, and there's just not, apart from the back straight, there is just no rest around here. It really does put you under pressure, and really puts the vehicle through its paces as well. Quite high tire load as well through a lot of these fast corners. Makes it a very difficult circuit to set the car up for, because through that opening section you just want max downforce, as much downforce as possible. Don't worry about the drag, it's all about downforce. And then you get to the back part of the circuit and you want the minimum downforce and the minimum drag possible. So trying to get that compromise in the setup is very, very tricky.
Yeah, definitely a circuit of two halves, with that back straight really giving you a lot of speed, while the rest of it is all twists and turns that you want that downforce on. Kind of curious where these teams, which direction many of these teams have gone because we have a lot of teams that are sharing with one another, with Redline having a big presence, Apex, Williams Esports as well. So they could maybe split their approach, certain teams with less downforce, certain teams with more downforce, or they could all be going with one, who knows. As I can tell you that the Williams Esports Pit Fit car that we were watching, the Mustang, has finished their pit stop. They're back out on track while we continue to watch Pinto here come around up into turn 7 and onto the all-important backstretch, getting that throttle down and then blasting your way over the hills and down the back straight that isn't really quite straight, but it's still long enough that despite the turns in it, they used to land planes on there back in the 70s.
Yes, you could elaborate on that story, but it would take us down some avenues that maybe aren't broadcastable.
I don't know how Drew would feel about us going into that, but
look at, if you're curious, look it up.
yes. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, let's leave it at that. Well, although that back straight has seen a lot of stuff. You think it's straight, you think nothing exciting happens on the straight. Oh no, contraire. Here at Road Atlanta, as we mentioned, there's been planes landed on it. And back in the early 1970s, when Mark Donoghue was testing one of the early Porsche Can-Am cars with a magnesium frame, the bodywork decided to undress itself as he was doing nearly 200 miles an hour down the back straight and whipped him into a crash, and he was quite badly injured. It took several months to get back in the race car. And of course, in the very first Petit Le Mans in 1998, Yannick Dalmas in the 911 GT1 98, just as about our race, our number 20 second place car coming up to now, just as it went over the crest, it decided to, well, pretend to be an aircraft.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw Mark Webber do at Le Mans. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let's take a look at our highlights here most recently. Hour 7 saw a little bit of a change coming out of pit lane between our GTD cars, and then between our LMP2 and GTPs. Not quite the overtaking you want to do. Unfortunately for the 10 car, they ran into serious problems hitting the wall coming up the hill. No lifting for the 21 going around the outside and into the grass. They got away with that one. And we also got away with an amazing battle here for third in the LMP2 class. Williams Esports beating out Apex on that one. It just carried on back and forth between them, and even almost came to blows as they just about had the tiniest of contact coming through the final corner, and then an outside pass was able to give that BenQ Esports car the third position in the end. Everybody pushing as hard as you like, Peter, even some of them going up on two wheels.
Yeah, just right in the curbs here at Road Atlanta. But one team that are just riding on the crest of a wave right now, the number 3 Williams Esports Chill Blast crew, Alexander Spetz leading by 54 seconds with 3 hours to go. The race is very much in their hands, but one tiny issue, one speeding in pit lane, one silly mistake, and it's all on again. But in LMP2, Joe, much tighter.
Yeah, still only 16 seconds after 7 hours of racing just about between our top 2, being led by Williams Esports Academy in that class. Down in the GTDs, it's going to be the Apex Racing Team number 99 car, Johan Hart currently in that one. And it's even closer. 10 seconds between the two of them. I'm showing roughly about 20, but I think that's because Team Redline is actually pitting right this second. So the 71, number 4 technically, car is coming in and taking their service. So that'll spread it apart at least temporarily, but the 99 will be coming in for a pit stop within probably about 2 laps. And let's not forget, because we've got the regular IMSA Esports Global Championship also competing here on iRacing. They'll be back at Road Atlanta on November 24th. Then we head on up north to Indianapolis in December, and then it's back down south all the way to Florida for both Sebring at January 5th and Daytona 2 weeks later, or 1 week later rather, on January 12th for the finale for this series. So Barney's been out here this whole time. Unfortunately, I don't think we have quite the wherewithal that Barney has But we're trying our best, Peter. I think I can last about 5 hours. How about you?
Well, I'm hoping I can get through because I've just opened up a Terry's chocolate orange to not a clockwork orange, a chocolate orange to get me through the last 3 hours. I hope somebody's keeping Barney up with snacks. And yeah, that man is a machine. He is a master of human endurance.
He does all his best work from up there, so he does what he can to stay up there. So, there you go. There's the orange.
I have just opened it. They have cherry chocolate oranges in the US.
Oh yeah. Okay. Definitely did.
I think since we're on camera now, I might as well crack into it.
Well, you're making me wish I had one, because I was just thinking I should probably have some sugar next to me just to make sure I don't have a crash at some point on this one as we ride on board with the 7. So once you're done chewing, though, I do have a question for you, Peter, because we've been asked to make some predictions on how this race is going to go. So I'm gonna look down here, and I feel like, and this is a safe bet, and I know there's those who are going to say I'm biased because I've done work with Williams, but I think the Williams Esports Chill Blast is probably going to be our likely winner in the LMP or GTPs. But I'm looking up through here. It's a little bit harder for LMP2s. I'm gonna say that Apex's 198 has got a shot at this. So I'm gonna say that the second place car has got a chance at trying to jump them by the end. While down in the Mustangs, I think the 99 Mustang, I think they've got it. I think Johan Harth is going to bring this one home with the team. So tell me what you're thinking. 3 hours to go. Who's going to come home first in each of the classes?
I was hoping I would maybe get to at least pick one of the classes first, Joe, but clearly not. I'm going to go purely on the basis of that incredible move around the outside of turn 1. I'm going to go with the number 8 Williams Esports BenQ car for LMP2. I think the number 20 BMW M Team Redline, I think they're going to pull a surprise in GTP. Or I've not been given the option to go for this. Or GTD, I'm in a bind here with the way that the times look at the moment. So I'm going to go Apex 98.
Okay. Well, remember they are on the same pit strategy right now. So yeah, minute 13. That is quite far apart. But we'll see how this goes. I hate when they make us pick because I've stopped picking winners because we keep winding up cursing people. So apologies to all the people that we have picked now. Apparently 6 different teams are not going to finish well. Let's cross our fingers that's not the case.
They're in trouble now. We had a similar situation every round in the European Rally Championship. Our crew, we have a sweep where you have to pick your top 6 drivers and have to pick in order what you think the result will be. And the drivers didn't know that this existed. Problem was that one of the drivers came to work on our TV crew and then he went back to driving again. We thought he'd retired, but he'd come back to driving. And he gets to the end of the stage, Ivan Brynolfsson, and I open the door and I go to interview him. I say, Ivan, how was that? And he goes, oh, I'm so sorry, Peter. I've ruined your sweep. I'm too slow today. I'm so sorry. I know you picked me in the sweep. He says, I'm sorry, I'm too slow. So he wasn't slow at all. He was as quick as ever. But yeah, so there definitely is something about that, about being picked. There's this curse that hangs over you. I don't believe in that kind of thing.
I don't either, but it never seems to fit.
Eggs against curses, and it's Terry's chocolate orange.
Ah. Well, I don't have any in the house, so you got to mail me some.
Maybe my guys aren't cursed and yours are.
Okay, we'll see. Like I said, we'll do everything we can. I'm crossing fingers, toes, and eyes as watch on board and ride with another one of our Williams Esports cars. So less than 3 hours to go. We just about are into the night. From here on out, we're going to be racing in the dark, and the sun will leave us here for the top split of the iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. Looks like the 99 just pitted in off screen, so he'll be back out here in a moment. I'm sure the 98 is going to be joining him pretty soon. There he is, back out and heading into the racing line into turn 2. So there is our leader in the LMP2s with Orjuela inside that number 66.
If you are planning on making any predictions of your own, whatever you do, don't pick ours. It should have that disclaimer, like when you say, this is not, we are not a professional financial advice bureau, you must not follow a word that we say.
I'm sure the iRacing lawyers are on top of it right now.
Can you imagine how big their iRacing lawyer team is? I bet they're really scary. I bet they're very shiny shoes.
I mean, when I'm told to do something that it's from higher ups, I follow orders, because I'm not messing around with that. That's all I'm saying. But we come around here to the back stretch, and Orjuela is down into the braking zone behind Diogo Pinto, still giving chase on Spets. So can he catch up that 55 seconds to try and beat that 3 car? It's probably going to take some drama, if we're honest. And I think that's the other thing, that we're this far to the end as we follow Pinto here on our screen, is you've kind of made your bed. You know what your strategy is, Peter. You know what your pace is. I mean, you can maybe switch out for a hot shoe if they've got the energy and the flexibility here at the end. But if you're almost a minute away from your rival, you know that it's kind of out of your hands now. Yeah, I think for Williams Esports, Chill Blast and the number 3 car, the leader in the team room right now, they should have some Mary J. Blige on in the team rooms. No more drama. That's what they are. They don't want any drama coming to them. And you're absolutely right. The 20 crew at this level, with 2 hours 50 minutes to go, they know that at this level they can't run down the leader on pace. That's just not. It's just not possible without an error or something, because just the level of these guys at the top level, it astounds me every single time I call up a top split race in any of these special events. It's not just the speed, it's the metronome consistency as well that just blows me away every time. Same. I don't understand how they can just do that same amazing lap time after time. But you know, we talked about they can't catch them unless something happens. And yes, it would be something dramatic, but you also have to remember, we've seen teams earlier on in this race who make light contact. And if you bend something on the car that can't necessarily be fixed full 100%, and suddenly you're losing pace lap after lap, even if it's just a couple tenths, that can add up over time. So now, as we right on board with Sammy Matty Trogan in the number 8 car, this is a case where, you know, the crew chief needs to be on the microphone, Peter, and say, make smart decisions. You've got this gap. You don't want to damage the car. You've got this. You've got the pace. So let's not try and risk it and just bring it home clean. Yeah, that's where a calm voice in the on the team radio is so important. But Sammy Matty Trogan, he's of course competed a lot at the top level in virtual motorsport, but also in the outdoor world. He's done a lot of racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So he knows what it's like to have that voice on the radio saying, okay, keep it going, keep it strong, and keep in the fight. And every single corner here at Road Atlanta, you're under an exam. You've got to make these 50-50 decisions. You've got to be decisive but not too much risk. That tightrope is so important. I mean, other than a full-blown street circuit, which we don't really tend to race multi-class on all that often, certainly not with the full complement, I don't think there are really many other circuits more difficult for traffic than here. I think that's a fair assessment. It's such a short lap. There's so many few long straights, so it makes it a bit of a headache and can throw the cat amongst the pigeons as soon as you think you can relax. So the 8 car just keeping on and trying to see if he can catch up to Vasquez in that battle for a podium position. with Matty Trogan and Vasquez in that battle. Aaron hasn't hopped out, but obviously we've switched out Clarum, who we had in that Williams car just a few moments ago.
Imagine Robin Glenham is right now clipping that for his socials and his TikTok. I would think that out around the outside overtake move at turn 1. Are you on the TikTok, Joe?
I am, but not in a motorsports presence. I guess I should probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
I am not on the TikTok. I don't think I'm that cool.
One of the team does follow me on there. It kind of surprised me when he popped up, but I don't know how much he pays attention to it. We follow down into turn 6 once again, and around the corner, trying to get that throttle down and see if he can get that run on Aaron, but the Apex car is just always that little bit too far away. It amazes me how closely matched these two are after 7 hours plus of racing, and still separated by a few tenths.
So Gael Valero for the Apex Racing team. That's the driver's eye view of that Ford Mustang. Listen to that, just Detroit iron with a little bit of Cumbria in there as well.
What time is it over in France right now, actually? Because
10 o'clock.
Okay, not super late, but he's been at it for a while. Doesn't look too terribly tired, but let's see what happens 2 and some hours from now when he's past midnight, and if he still feels like he has enough energy, if he's even in the car as well. And I feel like this is definitely one of those cool parts of sim racing that has no comparison in outside racing, that you can have drivers that are there to get in the cockpit at a more ideal time. In real world racing, as we come back to that battle for the podium spot once again, in the real world, everybody is kind of, racing in the same time zone. So unless you're supremely jet lagged still, you're kind of all on the same page. But here, if you've got a 10-hour race and it goes well into the night, let's say for those over in Australia, it's probably not ideal. You probably want somebody here in the States to kind of pick it up for the last couple hours.
Yeah, you want to be at your absolute freshest for that push to the end and whatever that might be. I mean, although you do get some people who work better early in the morning, where they do their best work in the morning, and some late at night. Simon Cowell, he doesn't get out of bed until like 1, 2 in the afternoon, and then doesn't go to bed until like 5 in the morning. He's a night owl.
I didn't think I would have anything in common with Simon Cowell, but lo and behold. Although I say that now in my older age, my body wakes me up. It's
Well, I found out the other day that I've got something in common with double World Rally champion Marcus Gronholm. I am not a meteorologist.
I think you share that with a number of people, Peter.
Well,
just going to say.
That's one of his famous stage end interview lines, where he was asked, "What do you think the weather's going to do?" And he just looked at the reporter dead in the eye and went, "I am not a meteorologist."
Wonderful, wonderful words. I always appreciate somebody who's got a good comeback in an interview, even if they're taking the mickey on me a bit. But in the meantime, this is getting a little bit closer now between these two, so it seems a little bit threatening if you're Vasquez, especially now that we see those headlights on, and you can definitely tell, even though it's not fully dark, they are just glancing across the pavement and into the mirrors of the car ahead. So a menacing set of beams just focused on the rear view from the 199.
That's an ominous view there. If that comes up on your relative, Matty Trogan effectively plus 0, right in there behind, and close enough to get a draft now from the Apex Racing Team machine, the 199 of Aaron Vasquez. Down the gearbox, down to, just keeps it in second gear there through turn 10A and B, and a little bit of a slide on power, and then short shifting slightly down through the last couple of corners, through turn 11 and 12, absolutely flat through there. And then he goes down 2 gears, interestingly, there for turn 1. Really, really cool. And then before you know it, you're going down turn 3 and 4, just as quick as you say it, just boom, 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 straight through.
Tells you how close these gears are to each other. If he's going down 2 gears at a corner that fast, and how much speed they can carry. They'll have the BMW of Munoz overtake him, and does not open the door for Sammy Matty Trogan. But that's something that you got to watch out for if you're Aaron in that 199, is if that lap traffic is coming through and you have to let them take the apex away, then you have to make sure that your rival is not going to try to sneak down underneath you.
Great shot there from the back of Aaron Vazquez's car, looking back to Sammy Matty Trogan with a big correcting moment of oversteer coming out of turn 7, and Matty Trogan is right on the back clip now as they come past a little bit of GTD traffic, the Falcon Tire Mustang, and then Apex Racing Academy GTP car trying to make their way through, and splits in between them as they come through turn 1.
Yeah, it's Marshall Hubert who's at least temporarily splitting them. They're going to come across another of our GTD cars, and still he is stuck behind down through the S's. But look at how this has compromised Sammy Matty Trogan. He loses a ton of time, and it almost looked like he just nearly spun out coming off of turn 5, trying to get that throttle down as well. So the number 8 has lost tremendously, and he'll have to hope that the traffic will maybe redeem him, pay him back later on.
Sam Coiter, he had a big moment of his own in that Team Redline Ford Mustang. It just got a little bit squirrely and out of shape, but yeah, that just delayed Matty Trogan a little bit as they come down into turn 10A and B again, and yeah, he's lost a lot of time. Let's look at this lap times comparison. It's going to be fascinating to see just how much that loss was for Matty Trogan as they come up to the timing beam. Car 199 last time by. The car is chasing down Aaron Vazquez, 109.7, 111.4, so 1.7 seconds drop on that lap alone.
Got a nice little battle on screen for 10th, top 10 in our GTD. Gabi Montoro, and then that is going to be Tom Ryer who is giving chase. He has picked this one up off of Guy Levesque, excuse me, some time ago. We might see him swap out of the car pretty soon. Why don't we ride on board with these GTDs, the lovely sound of these cars, and listen with iRacing Full Throttle. Love to listen to the sounds, and also how distinct each of the cars sounds from one another. You could tell the Lamborghini different from the Mustang, the BMW different from, well, the lone Cadillac, sadly, still out there. But of course, the Lara that we have out there running also quite a distinct sound of its own. But for now, we ride on board, looking back off of one of our GT cars up the hill and towards turn 6. 2.5 hours left to go. I'm Joe Peak here with Peter Mackay to bring you the last bit, really, of the 2024 iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. On board with that Lamborghini that was fighting for quite some time. We saw a battle there between that Drago racing machine and the 98 with Gail Valero. They've been kind of at each other for quite some time at this stage, and they haven't separated yet. But for now, it is Lanich who is leading the pair, so he's managed to get by.
Yeah, kind of holding up the honour for the other manufacturers against the gallop of Mustangs that we see at the front of the field in GTD. It's the evergreen Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Been on the service for quite a while now. How long now? I would say, I'm going to guess 3.5 to 4 years. The Lamborghini Huracan's been on the iRacing for late 2020, I think.
Yeah. I think you might be right on that one. But we're checking a little bit behind them because we've had more than just that fight. I know we've given them a lot of attention, but back in the battle for 10th, Sunfy Esports with Montoro still in the car is trying to hold off Ryer. They're going to be interrupted by Ferguson and his WSR Esports GTP. So, well, actually not very long, because that GTP car just dove into pit lane. So that is good news for these two. They can just battle each other straight up from here. And coming down into turn 1 yet again. It rages on with still many laps and many stints to go, let's not forget. And this is where we start to see those who were able to save fuel see that pay off, Peter, because if we get to the end and you have either one less stop or you find yourself with a very short final stop, it will work a treat.
Yeah, that's where all that investment in fuel saving really comes to pay off as we head into these final parts of the race. And yeah, if you're able to gain a full pit stop at this level, it's absolutely enormous to be able to pull that off if you can. I mean, last time for a GTP car, time in the lane 1 minute and 12 seconds for an LMP2, 57 seconds for a GTD, just over 1 minute. So that's how much time. That's for a full fill, of course. It'll be a little bit less than that, but you're saving an enormous amount of time. I mean, just transit in the pit lane alone is about 22 seconds or so. So I mean, that's just driving through the pit lane. So you're saving a massive amount of time if you can save a pit stop and don't have to come in for that splash and dash.
Exactly. But the 97, unfortunately, just finds the traffic not working out for him. Ryer still not able to get up to Gabby as they get broken up by Rojuela briefly. Up next behind them, Leitonen, and the race clutch red car is the next to try and break up the battle, and that did not look good for Montoro that time. Gives up just a few more tenths to the number 97 right when he needs it as they come onto the back stretch. Now the Mustang tries to unleash the power underneath that hood to catch up to the Lambo. So yeah, I think that's where the Mustangs have got that little bit of an edge, is on that utility grunt out of the corner, that torque and power from that 5.4 litre Coyote V8. And of course, the way that the cars make their performance as well, the Huracan is based on a proper mid-engine supercar, whereas the Mustang's a little bit more
a little bit more basic in terms of its layout, a little bit more simple in terms of the base car layout, so it's going to make its lap time more with the horsepower. It's not going to have its engine as pared back because its chassis can't possibly be as kind of well suited to motor racing as the full-blown mid-engine supercar can. So inevitably you're going to see the Mustang be really strong coming out of the slow corners particularly.
And apologies, the Simplify eSports car is another Mustang. I got so used to them chasing Drago up with the battle with Apex. So different Apex car back here that is chasing on the same kind of car. So no advantage between them on that front other than the driver behind the wheel. And it does seem to be doing pretty well for Ryer as he's cut it down to 0.5 of a second now behind Montoro. What he needs maybe is a little bit of that lap traffic to kind of work in his favor. Let's see what happens with Munoz, who's now rocked up behind them, and he'll catch them just as they come to the front stretch.
Just and then dives into the pits at the last moment. Yeah, we've seen that a few times with the GTPs. It's obviously time for GTP pit stops, but that would mean that those GTPs have got 2 pit stops after this one to go for the end of the race. So they're kind of on a decent run. Would that be right? Yeah, 2 more.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Also, a big welcome to our Twitch viewers that we're back up live. Apologies. I'm glad to be back showing off this fantastic race. As Peter, we're here for the iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have so many watching all around the world of this great event. Of course, we had the Petit Le Mans outdoor race last weekend, and always provides a thrilling end to the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season, and then to have the virtual version here is just absolutely fantastic. And of course, it's not just for these elite sim racers as well. That's the beauty of iRacing. It's always great to revel in the very best in the world, which we're watching right now. But of course, you can take part. If you're an iRacing user, you can get a team together and take on this event, and your iRating is based upon your results in the open public races, and therefore then you are put in a race with people of a similar ability to you. So you can enjoy a race and enjoy the experience of competing in Petit Le Mans with people of your level. I mean, how cool is that?
Well, I think it's fantastic. You know, we've often talked about if you don't have, you know, the enormous budget that it takes to go racing at this level, let alone the skill and licenses to do so, this is the closest you can get right here, and it's 1-to-1. This is the laser scan track down to a millimeter. Same thing with all the cars, all modeled to be as close to the real thing as possible, and it's all real people competing against you at the same time. So iRacing, when you think about it in that context, is doing just an amazing thing, giving the experience of a lifetime to a lot of drivers. So can't thank them enough for what cool stuff they brought about with technology to race fans like us. So I highly encourage everybody to try and become a part of it. Wow, that was sudden coming through a part where usually it's a bit sketchy trying to overtake other classes.
Certainly is, yeah. That was one of the leading GTP cars coming through, just cutting through GTD traffic. Yeah, to give you an idea the level of detail that iRacing goes to, at my home track, Montkill, I'll be there tomorrow for the VTRDA Rallycross season finale. And there is an old trailer that's parked just outside the front door of the commentary tower. And it is the old, slightly tatty trailer is actually scanned in on iRacing as well. Every time I walk past it, I think, I've seen that. I can't believe that's been scanned in forevermore on iRacing. And the exact shade of just off blue of the inside of the pit wall is absolutely perfect. It's like being there. It's amazing.
I just want to know, when is iRacing going to get your voice in Knockhill in the sim?
I made the offer. I'm ready to record as soon as you want. Welcome to 93.7 FM, Knockhill FM. Live around the circuit and around the world on knockout.com.
There you go, race fans.
Bruce Springsteen and Hungry Heart.
There we go. We need to have the fans all petition to get you on there. But regardless, do love the other detail that they put into that, and also that they brought Knockhill. That's become certainly one of my favorites over time racing here in the Sim. 97 still chasing on the Simify 22 car, but they've lost a little time since we last brought you the gap between them. It's now up to 0.9 of a second, so that one is fading a little bit, unfortunately. Not a great amount. Could easily come back together, as that's only 0.3 more that they've come apart as we get more of our GTPs coming down pit lane. This is third place Team Redline, the number 21 car, who've had their fair of drama and actually started this from the pole, so they go all the way to the end and get their service, and now they are sitting in their stall as we come back to that fight in the GTDs.
So with 2 hours and 21 minutes to go, our race leader is going to be due a pit stop in about 5 laps time, so they're going to need, I think from all of the leading GTPs, even after they've taken this stop, there will be 2 pit stops to go. They pit just about, where are we, about just 52, 53 minutes thereabouts. So we will expect after these round of pit stops 2 more pit stops to go. I don't see anywhere where anyone's got a particular edge where they might be able to save a pit stop. Certainly in GTP, might well be in other classes.
Yeah, by this point, you know exactly what the car can do. You've got plenty of data, not just from your preparations, but from the race itself and the conditions that we're in. Speaking of which, down to 74 Fahrenheit, which is pretty close to air temperature. So once it gets down to air temperature itself, it's not getting any cooler than that. And this is getting hotter between Ryer and Montoro. Now he has made that back up. I told you it could change in the blink of an eye, and it absolutely has, but doesn't look like he's close enough off of the run. They are going to get run up to by the likes of Lehtinen and Hoffman here, along with, it looks like, Murdoch. So will this maybe change the complexion? None of them reach them by the chicane, but now they all have to try and scoot by before the final turn.
From second place, the number 20 of Diego Pinto comes in for a pit stop, and it's going to be a driver change there at the wheel of that BMW M Team Redline machine. Diego's been at the wheel of that car for a while, and Chris Lullen is going to take over, and I would suspect we'll take it to the flag with 2 hours and 19 minutes remaining, as both Apex Racing Team cars in LMP2 are in from second and third place.
Yeah, it's been all Diogo and Chris in this race, just a 2-person team for the 10 hours. So we watch the 97 continue to put the pressure on the number 6. Stays close, and my goodness, speaking of close, just about run into by Enzo Benito. The 21 we just saw take their pit stop as he took over for the likes of Gustavo Ariel just a couple stints ago. Down the back stretch, this is looking mighty close enough that Montoro goes defensive down into the braking of the chicane, but 10A doesn't see a swap of positions this time.
And this is your battle to get into the top 10 with coming up for 8 hours completed. We've had 7 hours and 42 minutes of action so far, and just to get in that, to try and get in that top 10 and in the top split is an achievement. In fact, actually getting the car to the finish in this kind of race is really quite an achievement in itself. We've seen a really quite high attrition rate. It had 13 cars out of a starting 49 have retired. That's a big old attrition rate.
Yeah, it is considerable, but it seems to have slowed down somewhat. And one of the drivers that we thought was retired, or teams, was Race Clutch Red, but they've managed to get back out on track impressively. So talk about them in a second, because we've said before that you got to just keep swimming and try to make your way to the finish, because you just don't know. And I love seeing that in teams that have that wherewithal, that they want the pride of just crossing the line and seeing that checkered flag, even if it's one of the lower positions, even if they're the last one running. So here it is, Team Race Clutch Red. We're unfortunately part of that massive accident that ran into another car. They're coming up over the hill. There they are, just caught up in something that wasn't their fault. Had to come in, take extensive repairs, and eventually there's the whole car now back out on track after plenty of time of work, because they're 275 laps down right now. So while it says about 18 minutes, there was definitely more than those 18 minutes of repairing, because here they are now, last car running, 37th overall. They're trying to catch the Mala Racing team, who are the next one up with Yuri Leitinen. So I want to give a tip of the hat to Race Clutch Red for sticking out there and taking it all the way to the finish.
That's yeah, spirit of the race. Take it to the finish. Always important. Race leader into the pits then. Looking good on a strategy point of view as well. They've got a couple of laps of an edge over the chasing BMW red line machines. So Alexander Spets has put in a good stint, and is he going to stay on board that car? It looks like he is. Yeah, so he's been in there a while, putting in a marathon stint. I can also imagine that there's just so much going on here at Road Atlanta, where I can imagine the stints just disappear in the flash of an eye, because you just don't have any time, with the exception of the back straight, sure, but any other part of the track apart from the back straight, you're just constantly under pressure.
Yeah, it probably makes the time go by quick, that's for sure. And honestly, in the prototypes, I have to say that it seems like the stints probably go by quicker as well, because the GTDs, you know, they can go roughly an hour around here, but the stints are much shorter. Since long ago here on iRacing, we had the HPD, used to be kind of the prototype that they ran in these events. Those things could go also about a full hour, and no matter which car you were in, it always felt like, oh man, he's doing a triple stint. That's 3 hours behind the wheel. That was a lot harder than a triple stint now.
My back just couldn't even contemplate that. My back's already starting to seize up sitting in this chair here commentating with you, Joe. But the tonic for that is thinking about that wonderful HPD. What a machine! For me, that's my favourite ever car on iRacing.
It was very popular.
Well, it's still, last season it was very popular, wasn't it, in the GT Proto series? It was a sort of renaissance for it, wasn't it? But and that car, of course, it was called an HPD, but it was based off the Acura ARX of the time, and yeah, really came through one of the most iconic and competitive eras of the American Le Mans series at the time. The car actually was completely done in CAD. It was not a wind tunnel car at all. So that's why it was, when you look at it, it looks quite fussy in its, you know, if you see it with lots of little aero strakes and lots of little bits and pieces, sort of little details, that's because it was designed by a guy called Nick Worth, who designed the whole car in CAD, and they were very, very good with that car on street circuits, because they didn't actually do a great deal of testing in between races, but they did a lot more work on the HPD simulator. So when they rolled off the truck in street races, but like what we see with Formula E now, they got right down to business, and they were quick in that car.
Again, I learned something new today. I liked our shot there looking into the chicane as we were kind of watching cars go by. It definitely showed you how dark it is, because we see these camera shots with the headlights as we follow the cars. It makes it look a little bit brighter than it actually is. Once you kind of watch from a stationary shot, you can see just how dark it gets as soon as the car is gone. And there's just these few lights kind of positioned off at the side of the track to help light up a few areas. And all you're going by is the headlights on the front of your car to try and see, which helps you see the track. Doesn't really help you see the side of the track quite as much, and you need all those things along the side of the track to pick your reference points.
Shows you how important the muscle memory is when you've been putting in the practice for a race like this and you've been competing, but all the way through, and having that almost instinctive muscle memory to know where you are on the track. So important, and nothing to separate between these two Mustangs battling over 10th place in GTD. Wasn't it the Mustang GT3 car released for competition this year, and it's and of course competes in the GTD Pro and GTD category in IMSA. But they've also made I believe it's track only, I'm not sure if you can drive it on the road, the Ford Mustang GTD car that can be bought by customers, and it looks an absolute beast.
Has someone shown a spotlight on the iRacing blimp? Because I wouldn't think it'd be that lit up.
Well,
oh, they put LEDs on the blimp. Okay, that's why it's lit up.
Okay. What is going on board that blimp right now?
A party, I guess.
Yeah, a big party. Big party.
Best view in the house, I'm sure.
I don't know if I'd want to go up in a blimp.
It was amused me though. One of the series I call in the real world, they had some drones so we could get some really cool air shots, because it's a small budget team, but they insisted that we called it a blimp. But then the graphic they put up for it was of a dirigible, a Zeppelin. So
I like that. That's very cool.
I pointed it out, but they didn't. Apparently, that's too nerdy for them to care. I was like, but it's not a blimp; it's a Zeppelin.
They're like, yep, got it. The Ford Mustang GTD is road legal. So not the car that you would race with in the IMSA Championship or in the World Endurance Championship, or indeed here in the iRacing Petit Le Mans. But it's basically it's the GT3 car, but with the restrictors taken off, and it's road legal. Just reading this, the Ford Mustang trademark GTD is a road legal track ready supercar, supercharged 5.2 litre V8 engine, targeting over 800 horsepower. Wow, goodness me! And
you said one of the prototypes had 600. So
yeah, a GTP car is 670.
Oh, that is just bananas.
8-speed dual clutch transmission, and you can drive it on the road. So
I'm actually getting to commentate the Mustang Cup next year. That's a new series that's going to be starting, and I'm kind of curious now if those cars will also be street legal, and if instead of us getting a rental car each weekend, if maybe they could loan us one to get to and from the track now, because that sounds like a good plan.
That seems very logical. Is that the Dark Horse series?
It is the feeder to the Dark Horse series.
Okay, I see. Wow. Well, I think we've got to get you in a Mustang GTD with 800 horsepower, Joe.
I think so too. I'll talk to my boss. I'll see what I can pull here.
If you are given the keys to one, looking at the rear tires on it, maybe when it's dry, if it's wet, just go, I'm not feeling it today. Those tires, I think I've got more tread on this desk than these tires.
I'll put your desk on the rear of the car then, in that case.
Yeah, I think it would maybe get more grip than in the wet than those tires. What a cool thing to own, though.
Yeah.
A road legal, unrestricted GT3 car.
Well, I haven't been given a Porsche yet, so I don't know how likely it is that I'll get a Mustang in my driveway any day soon. But I can dream, so we can...
it's all about activation, Joe.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm seeing what I can convince people of letting me do for marketing purposes, but so far no luck, because we get a few more of our stationary views around the track at some of the more iconic corners here at Road Atlanta. This, however, is a battle for position, and this has been going on for quite some time between Apex Racing's 199 car and Williams Esports' 8 car. Right now it's Zivi Szabo and Trogan that are in each of them, and it's looking very close, closer than we've seen before, forcing Givijabo to cover off the inside, and he'll hold on to it for now. Now he's got to try and go past the number 2 Williams Esports GTD car, which he thankfully is able to traverse past without much drama. But boy, has it suddenly ramped up.
Yeah, it's like someone's put in a fun grenade into the middle of this battle here. Is it just all of a sudden getting frantic? It's simply look at the clock going, oh, it's 2 hours, 7 minutes to go. Right, okay, pin out, let's go. The 199 of Daniel Givijabo has got his mirrors full of the number 8 BenQ Williams Esports car of Sami Matti Trogan. The number 2 car is sort of in the mix there as well. It's another LMP2 car right in behind them. I don't think it's running on the same lap though. Can't pick the number on it, but it's sort of in there for the fight as well. In fact, I know it's the, excuse me, it is car number 5 which runs in 8th place, excuse me, Kamil Grabowski, who's got an absolute grandstand view of this battle for the podium.
And could play a little bit of help for his teammate if need be, I suppose. But right now he's behind both of them, so he's going to have to get some track position. That's getting to be a little bit cramped in here, too. Look at all the cars that they're having to navigate, all 3 classes in one spot there. They'll go by the red line, number 71, just behind them. Race Clutch Red trying to stay out of the way, considering they're more than 100 laps down on this battle. So let's step over to the onboard of this LMP2 fight between the 4th and 3rd place drivers being led by Apex. See how much he has to fight the wheel up through there.
Busy, isn't it?
Hold on.
Very, very busy at the wheel of that Dallara P217. Constructor of so many cool racing cars. In fact, Dallara built the car that won the first Petit Le Mans.
Oh, interesting.
Ferrari 333 SP, driven by Wayne Taylor. Yes, the same Wayne Taylor of Wayne Taylor Racing, Eric van der Poel and Emmanuel Collard.
Surprise Fry was willing to hand it over. Oh, I thought that was an opportunity from the Williams, but it's not to be. And just in front of them, I think that's Leitonen right now. Yeah, Jari Leitonen in the Race Clutch, again, trying to make up time and gets past them. It was ambitious from Trogan, but didn't quite work out. And now, Team Redline's 21 car, which is in a different class, has made himself a bit of a pest in this battle. He's part of neither team. Probably doesn't have anything to do with either of them in terms of caring who wins and who loses, but he is on his own mission and he'll blast on past, and now he's allowed to let them be.
That's that's all that the red line car there in the GTP class cared about, is getting out of that big gaggle of LMP2s. I mean, that is your nightmare scenario if you're a GTP and you see 4 or 5 really quick LMP2s ahead of you, because you know there's only certain parts of the circuit you can get past. Because aerodynamically and cornering speed-wise, there's not a great deal of difference. It's just on the straights where the GTP car uses that powertrain advantage with a boost of hybrid power getting through, which makes the big difference. But Sami Matti Trogan looking really, really racy here, right on the back of the 199 of Daniel Givijabo. As they come up through 1, 2, turn 3. I mean, how good is Road Atlanta? I mean, can we just say that for the 53rd time today? How good is Road Atlanta? It's just one of the coolest circuits you'll ever drive.
Yeah, you're not making Drew Adamson disappointed at all, as I know that is his personal favorite. I have to ask, in your time down there, did he try and barge into the commentary booth? Did he try and weasel his way in, or was he well behaved?
At Daytona, yes, Drew came to join us at Daytona. I was actually, I will apologise on air to Drew. I'd actually just been for a nap, and I was sort of half asleep when I came through, and Drew's sort of standing there, and he's looking at me, and I hadn't quite clicked. Here comes Matti Trogan. Backside of it last minute, and then it sort of registered that it was Drew standing in front of me. So Drew, I'm sorry, I was half asleep. And then we had a nice chat.
Yeah, Peter talking about Daytona, his meeting with Drew. I can understand because, I mean, we work with these people all the time, but we don't see each other face to face all that often in the sim world, to be honest. The real world races are usually about the only time, but man, things, I can't believe this fight that we're seeing. I thought that they were actually going to make contact down to the chicane, so Trogan doing a good job keeping that from becoming a horrible incident, but now he's got to make up the time once again to see if he can attack on Jiffy Jumbo.
Also, it's very important, we must say, our producer Drew, also he completed the game show that is trying to make it to the commentary booth at Daytona International Speedway. That is, it is a game show. That place is the most complex building I've ever seen, built into the grandstand. So, great effort, Drew. Well done.
Now that you say that, I need to add that to my list of tracks that I want to get to commentate at eventually.
It's so cool. It's very cool. It's,
one day.
Yeah. One day. Yes, it's very, very cool. It's the fact you need a golf cart to get around. The facility is just so big.
That's a lot of facilities, honestly. We'll check out the 98 car here as they are working to see whether or not they can battle and fend off the Williams Esports pit fit car of Parker White back into it, our current reigning champion in eNASCAR, who we've been making a big deal out of that, but we have to remember, before he went to eNASCAR, he was racing in PESC, so he comes from the roadside. This is where he's at home. He's just an incredible all-arounder, and if he can manage to make this pass on Gil Valero, then he can at least move into the top 5. Hasn't been quite what they wanted so far in this race, because I'm sure after you get a championship, if you're Parker White, all you want is the wins.
Is he the Shane Van Gisbergen of sim racing? Well, maybe Shane Van Gisbergen is the Shane Van Gisbergen of sim racing.
I mean, he kind of is.
Yes.
Yeah.
That man can. I mean, that guy must just nail his toast in the morning, just absolutely perfect brown every single time. It's that golden brown, just every single time he nails it. That guy does no wrong.
We've got that battle for 5th on screen. They've got one of our overall leader going to go by, and that's perfect timing. Does not interrupt either of them down into the chicane. White on the right-hand side of your screen, Valero on the left-hand side of your screen. As focused as you like. And I don't know if this is how I look when I'm sim racing, but the more cameras we get at this level that we've called on over the years, Peter, the more I'm convinced that when we call these guys aliens, I think the term should be more robots. It's the way that they can just blank out the world and focus on this racing amazes me.
They are. It's an amazing level of concentration. But interesting, Valero, he goes for the mouth open look, and his mouth widens slightly as he turns into a high pressure moment, and Parker White, he actually purses his lips, so they do the exact opposite. I've always found whenever I'm doing something where I'm concentrating, my tongue starts to come out and it just sort of creeps around the corner of my mouth, whether I'm hitting a golf shot or a pool shot or something like that, and I presume driving on the simulator as well.
My mouth is usually saying words that I can't say on here when I'm sim racing, so... But that's another problem.
Funny that, isn't it? It does bring out a new vocabulary that you didn't know you had.
What I find interesting is neither of them have the sim racer lean, which is usually, even at the top level, you see it a lot.
The Villeneuve, the Gilles Villeneuve style. Yes, I like that.
Not seeing either of them kind of easing themselves into the corner. For those that don't know, the sim racing lean, many sim racers will actually lean into the corner, even though there's no G-forces to fight against. But we do it anyways. But I also have been curious, because I noticed this since very early in the broadcast. There's a stack of 3 oranges, and I don't think they're chocolate oranges, behind Valero. I mean, do you have any idea what's going on? Do those do something special with the PC tower?
I don't know. Maybe or are they miniature pumpkins and because it's Halloween?
That could be. That could be. I like that theory.
And they're pretty big oranges.
They are. Maybe they're tangerines or something.
Could be. Maybe. What's the name of the tangerine company that sponsor the car in Porsche racing? Oh, what's it called? Peels.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe sponsored by Peels.
We have one of those in Sprint Challenge, actually.
Yes, it's so cool. It's so cool. I've seen all kinds of odd things in the back on onboard cameras in sim racing. I did one driver I have seen have a roll of toilet roll in the background in their bedroom.
That raises question.
Apparently they had a cold.
Oh, okay. That
he literally had a cold, so he needed the toilet roll.
yeah, that makes sense. That just I wonder if he knew.
Free pass, isn't it?
I wonder if he knew the imagery that would evoke, and he did it anyways, or if he just didn't think about it. So it sounds like we're going to try and get a better view of these oranges / pumpkins / tangerines / who knows what they are. Here we go. That definitely oranges. Definitely oranges.
Oh, they're huge.
Oh wait, we're hearing apples. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Abdu on our YouTube stream. He says apples.
Okay, so theory here, and this is where I get to pull out one of my favorite facts that I like to unload on people. Apparently, an apple will wake you up better than a cup of coffee. So maybe he's thinking, I run the late at night stints. I got to have one of these at the ready. Keep him awake.
The thing is, an apple is he able to chomp the whole apple while he's in the pit stop? And that we have to be on board for. To watch him just destroy an apple in the well time it takes to fill it up with fuel and tires.
I feel like we would have seen that by now, so I don't know if he's doing that.
We can't miss it if that is the case. We just can't miss it.
That would be on an iRacing not top 10 in a heartbeat if that happened. So I kind of hope that it does. I'd love to see what Gale does when he comes in a pit stall. Oh, there's another rabbit hole for us. This is what happens in these races.
Down.
Oh, we've had contact. The 70 car we're hearing. So where did this happen? That would be red line, and that's third place. Luke Bennett currently in that car, in that Mustang. So I'm checking on my sim to see if I can find where this happened. And that was coming out of pit lane with Gale Valero, actually. Oh, wow.
Okay.
So that must have actually happened just as we were watching this.
Well,
here we've got the replay. Let's spool it up. And this was coming into turn 3, which can honestly be a race ender sometimes. I've seen so many cases where a car gets bumped on the entry and they're on the outside of turn 3. And there's very little grass. It's concrete to the outside. So watch. Yeah, you'll see Valero there. They're coming up. He's getting up to speed. Just bumps him. Yeah, Valero is extremely lucky. If he hit the grass there, he'd be sailing off to the concrete.
that was close. That was close. Well, if the race had ended there, he would have had plenty of time to eat his apples. So,
I'm learning things about our crew. Apparently, Josh Lee knows his apples well enough. He's sent us a specific type of apple called a Cox's Orange Pippin that I guess is more of a thing over on your neck of the woods.
I've never heard of one of them. I've never paid that much attention to apples. My money was on miniature pumpkin, but seemingly not.
I can pretty assuredly say that they didn't look like pumpkins. I think I'm with them that they looked like apples, but I'd never heard of this type. I've heard of like Fuji and honeydew and all kinds of.
Smiths?
Yeah, exactly. Gala apples, not this one. Anyways, we are getting distracted once again. Let's focus on the racing. The number 8. Let's talk about these apples as we go back to the highlights with the start of the race being certainly frantic as you would expect, but it cooled down for a bit until we got to hour 3 where we got some action down into turn 6. It has been a lot of battling between those two cars, the Duracell Williams as well as one of the WSR cars. Meanwhile, on hour 8, the sun starts to finally hit the horizon, and we go into the darkness as we watch the 124 come up over the hill. Some slicing through the traffic as well. Certainly makes life interesting, especially when you can't quite tell who is there. The 8 fighting with the 199 pretty much the entire time. They had been glued at the hip, but he has not been able to make his way by, in spite of stuff like this happening, where there is just traffic galore, but nothing quite allowing them to interchange hands. The 98 and the 2 swapping around as the Apex Racing team takes 4th off of the Williams pit fit car. And so there's a quick update. Here's your order out on track with Williams Esports. Chill Blast currently leading the way, and it remains a huge gap now back to over a minute between themselves and the red line at number 20. Meanwhile, down in the LMP2s, Williams Esports Academy is going to be your leader on that one, and it is separated somewhat. It was as close as 16 seconds, but it has gone up to about 27 seconds, and I think that's more down to pace and the traffic, as they're on a pretty similar strategy, and they're actually going to change those positions once they switch around, because it'll see the Williams car pit first with about 10 laps difference. We get down to the GTD cars, and Apex Racing team finally gets the lead one this time. The 99 car with Alejandro Sanchez actually just got in there for Johan Harth and is now your top spot. And I think they're going to meet up with the Team Redline 71 out on track relatively soon, although the gap's looking like that's going to be roughly about 20 seconds, so that has grown since we last looked at it. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta holds another round, but this one in the official IMSA Esports Global Championship next month. And then we've got Indianapolis in December, following the month after. Another bit of a wait before we come back January 5th for Sebring International Raceway, and then we wrap up only a week's wait to have the season finale at Daytona International Speedway. For what has been an awesome series here in iRacing is built up, and it's proven to be just as tough to be at the top spot in that style of racing, as you just can't predict a lot of things that happen here in multi-class. There is the view, just shining the lights on the fans as they go by here in the darkness with less than 2 hours left to go, and it is fully dark now.
Yeah, we're into the very much the business end of this 2024 iRacing Petit Le Mans. The race that was the brainchild of Dr. Don Penoz, who loved endurance racing over at Le Mans in Europe. Thought we could do something very similar here at Road Atlanta. And of course have an American Le Mans series, have not just one race, have an entire series, and that's what this race is a really significant event in sports car racing history. It really did kick off, a series which truly matched up with what was going on. It was the first real proper convergence in categories between racing in America and racing at Le Mans, and joined it up and really reached a hand across the Atlantic. Really the first major endurance race though in America was Sebring, of course, 12 Hours of Sebring back in 1952. Amazing the history in that race.
Yeah, endurance racing has definitely been around for a good while now here in North America. And what amazes me is the prominence that this race has established in such a comparatively short time. Because we talk about Daytona, we talk about Sebring, but like you said, they've been around for quite a while now, more than half a century easily. In fact, now we're coming up on 3/4 of a century for them. But this is only a quarter century. Where we just did, what was it, year 26 this time for this race, I think? Or was this the 25th? I can't remember.
The first race was 1998. So this would be 26th or 27th.
Yeah. So in that short amount of time. Okay, so we're hearing 27th from Drew. I'll trust his opinion on it because I think he knows his Road Atlanta. But yeah, I mean, and it's been a major race since even before, recent years. It's really held in high regard. And it didn't take very long for this to become an established and sought-after event.
No, it didn't. No, it was almost it was instantaneous, I think, where, having some of the greatest sports car racing teams and drivers together on an incredible circuit. What is not to like, really? You look at some of the cars that took part in that opening race, and some of the best sports cars that have ever been driven have competed here at Petit Le Mans. Of course, the Audi prototypes dominated it for many, many years. The Peugeots, or the Peugeots as they were referred to at the time, the 908 Peugeots, they competed here. Porsche RS Spider, Acuras, etc. They're all here. But first one, Ferrari 333, for me, one of the coolest cars ever built.
Yeah, gotta say that I was so glad when I heard that Ferrari was getting back into prototypes, because they hadn't been around since I was young, honestly, in terms of that style of racing. Did I just hear that you have a book in the works? Which, if that's the case, I'm not surprised.
I do, yes, I do. Yeah, next year I have a book coming out about the Porsche RS Spider, which won its class several times here at Petit Le Mans. Yeah, so it will be launched at the 24 Hours of Le Mans next year. It's been a real joy to write it. In fact, I don't know if I can reach in the broadcast booth here. If you give me a minute, I can show you something very, very cool. All
right, I'll fill for you for a second here.
Fill for time. This, you're getting a real behind-the-scenes view here, folks.
This is, for those that don't
live
know,
television.
For those that don't know, Peter is an encyclopedia about all things Porsche, and I actually work a real-world series called the Porsche Sprint Challenge, and I so desperately wish we could get him on the mic for one of those, but I think they would have trouble flying him over because he is obviously a wealth of information. This is a battle for 7th and 8th that we're watching on screen in the GTD, so apologies to those who are wishing we would talk about the racing as watching Hugh Barter, and now it's Kate Kashuba, but instead of the Drago Racing team, it's Apex versus BS Turner. And so it looks like Peter's back. Okay, Peter, do you have something to show us? Oh,
this is a visor from a helmet, an RI helmet that was worn by Marino Franchitti, fellow Scotsman, and he very kindly helped me with my book because he drove for the Dyson Racing team, but also drove the Acuras that raced against the RS Spider. And this is one of his visors from the RS Spider that he very kindly gave to me. Wow! So this sits on my sim. Just to remind me that I will never be this good.
See, you gotta get like me and get the trinkets in the background instead of the green screen, so that you can show that off.
The green screen's hiding everything, but it's I thought it would be professional. But anyway, but it's So that's the book comes out next year. Can't wait for it to come out. It's been a 4-year project. And some cool stories in there, which I don't believe I've seen the public light today yet. So
I can say that one thing that saw light there was a pass for that 7th spot. BS Turner and Kate Kashuba are up into that P7 now, so they've gotten by Hugh Barter. Boy, Hugh has had no relief on this race, and we're going to check in now with our leaders up in the GTPs. It is Alex Spetz back in that car ahead of Chris Lullum. It's back to about 57 seconds, so it's gone down actually quite a few seconds, but I almost wonder if this goes back to what I was talking about, Peter, that those working for the 3 have told the drivers, you know what, just bring it home. If you lose 10 seconds when you're behind lap traffic, better than throwing the race away.
Definitely, and you've earned that comfort, if you like. That it's been 8 hours and 17 minutes of hard grind and perfection to build up a gap of this magnitude, and therefore when you get to the business end of the race, you then don't have to be taking crazy risks because you've got that time in hand, and not those sort of 50-50s. You can just go, I'll just breathe out of it and get back on the power. So it's a little bit different. In the LMP2 category, nobody has that level of comfort. There's just 11 seconds between number 198 Apex Racing Team car and the 199. Now, being teammates, that does add a little layer of comfort, of course, but only 16 seconds further back, you've got the Williams Esports Academy 66 car, which you cannot write off.
Absolutely. I think that amount of time could get eaten up, whether through traffic or, let's not forget, if you get a little bit of damage, and that isn't just from touching other cars. You could maybe clip a wall somewhere. You could strike a curb a bit bad. You do have to watch out for a few of the curbs here, as some of them are a little tall. And if you damage the aero bits on the car, you're definitely going to lose time on those prototypes, especially the LMP2s. Alejandro Sanchez, our leader in the GTDs. That gap getting a little bigger, but definitely not fully comfortable. It's better than what we saw in LMP2s, but it is about 20 seconds, 21 seconds really, down to Team Redline. And very similar to what we've got in the battle for third in the LMP2s. There's still the battle between Williams Esports Pit Fit and Team Redline 70 that are separated by all of about 4 seconds. So that one could be an interesting one. As we come back to Kashuba and Barter once again.
Very, very tight between two stalwarts. Kai Kashuba has been he's been with the BS competition team for a very, very long time. And will have quite a few miles under the wheels of that BMW M4 GT3. You think that was, that's a car that's been with us for a long time on the iRacing platform, and that really broke a mold, didn't it, Joe, when that was a car that came on to iRacing before it made its international racing debut.
Exactly, and we're seeing more and more of that, of teams realizing the value of working with a sim like iRacing. The level of detail they go into the cars can help you develop that machine. And how, it was so new that when it was released, it was named the M4 prototype in the sim. It wasn't a prototype class car, but it was a car that, they said, this isn't done. We're still working on it, but we're happy enough that we'll let you guys get in it and have some fun out there, which was really a treat to know that we got to enjoy a race car before it got released on real world competition. Is that the 199? Yes, it is. The 199 is in pit lane.
199 in, one of our front runners in LMP2. It's just dipped back to third position while it's pitted. Now, that could be right, sort of. I should be able to just get home on one more stop after this, but that might be quite tight, actually.
Yeah, so LMP2, 33 to 35 laps. So yeah, that would be right up against it. Otherwise, they're going to have to make a splash and dash, which is not ideal, as we covered earlier in this race. Love this Turner Motorsports paint that we've got coming down into turn one. The 96 team out there representing what few BMWs that we have out of the GTDs. While they're popular in the GTPs, don't see as many of them here. And other than the Lambo in front of them, they're one of the highest outside of the Fords that we've got right now. Shube in this number 96 car, trying to outrun Hugh Barter after he's made that pass. Has got the gap just about to half a second, but hasn't been able to shake him fully yet.
Have I ever told you the story about where the Turner Motorsport colours came from?
No.
Yellow and blue. So the yellow and blue of Turner, as we see our leader in LMP2 come into the pit, so they're going to be pretty tight on the fuel as well to get it home on just one stop. So the LMP2 is not only are they in the most close battle, but they've also going to have to keep a close eye on the fuel. Yeah, so the yellow and blue on the left-hand side of driver's side there of the Turner car, and you'll see their cars at IMSA painted up like that. Will Turner, the team founder in the 1990s when he set up his business. He wanted to try and get a really eye-catching colour scheme because he thought so many race cars, they look so similar. So he wanted something that would really stand out. And he saw the Williams Renault Laguna touring cars in the British Touring Car Championship, and they had a bright yellow and blue livery at the time, and he thought, yeah, I think those colours look pretty cool, and he incorporated it into his livery, and so that's where the Turner yellow and blue come from.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, they are contrasting colors, so they definitely help, and they've become very iconic. And when you see a yellow and blue BMW, you pretty much immediately know which team that is at this stage. He's, like I said, unable to shake Hugh Barter, who is running one of the Fords, but is not giving up quite yet. Still behind them by about that roughly half a second. Not willing to give up on a chance at a 7th place. There's no points here. There's not a championship that they're fighting for. This is all down to pride of finishing as high as you can against the best of the best. If there's one thing that will motivate a driver, it is their own ego.
They're not typically egotistical, are they, racing drivers? Never seen that before. I just thought they really liked sunglasses and hair gel.
One of the drivers I talked to, very first race of the season at Sebring this year, he was brand new to pro racing, but he had come from the sim racing side. His name's Ian Porter, and I asked him when he was first in practice, after the first practice, you know, we all sat up and said, wow, okay, new to real racing at this level, and he's immediately fast. I said, what do you think about that? He said, I could have gone faster. Like, what a competitor. You're the fastest of anybody, and you still weren't happy with your results. So
it's so typical, isn't it? It's so typical that I go quicker. Yeah, they are a different breed. They're a different breed to us that talk about them. We just sit here in admiration.
Absolutely. I enjoy it regardless, as the 11 is going to enjoy a brief break. Jaden Munoz. Now, will we get a swap out? Because it's been a long couple stints here for the number 11 of the Williams Gaming Club. Whoa, and we got problems on the main straight. That is the Turner BMW into the wall, along with what looked like one of our GTPs. Parts flying everywhere. Oh, and the car is crabbing, and they're all the way at the start of the lap. That's going to be hard to bring back around. They run it into the wall. That may be day done.
Oh, that might be it. Yeah, they're an 8th in class at the moment. That's big damage with an hour and 35 minutes left. Heartbreak for BS Turner. No.
That was the 20. That was the number 20 of Team Redline. They are in second. What kind of damage is on that car? Because they had a pretty big hit with them. Now, it looks like the GTD car got the worst of it, but Chris Lullum is not going to be too happy, and neither will his team, if he's hurt their pace, because it's not done that they've got this second place wrapped up. It's about 30 seconds down to the next car in their team.
Well, he was really flying on that previous lap. He had a 106.932. Comes through again. It's a 108.1. So 1.2 seconds slower than the previous lap. But that could well, just downbeat to that incident. It's not a million miles away, given what happened. So I think we'll need a few laps to keep an eye on Chris Lullum and that number 20 to see how much he's been curtailed, if any. I don't see any damage. It's hard to tell, but I don't see much anyway.
I mean, we're in the darkness, so that's going to make the difference there, is not really being able to see the details as well until they kind of go underneath one of these spotlights or maybe come down the main straight. But I was taking a look myself to see if I could spot anything on the front, and I didn't see anything. So maybe they got away lucky on this one. That said, I can only imagine the conversations that'll happen between themselves and Kei Shube post-race. So this lap by, which is their first one that will be unhindered, as we got replays now Looks like a 108. That is a bit off of their usual lap time.
Though. He had traffic though. Yeah, he definitely had traffic. Just strange. So
I think I think this is just what we saw earlier, where the GTD car wanted to track out, and the GTP was not expecting that. There he goes, around the outside.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, I don't think Kashubi really followed any different of a line, really.
Yeah,
and if you're Chris Lolland, you're watching him thinking, yeah, got it.
Yeah, he was going to drive into a narrowing gap. I kind of put that a little bit more on the 20. I almost feel like they should have communicated with the 21 team, because it was the 21 car that pulled that move around the outside through the grass. If they had just done the same thing, they probably would have been okay, but they tried to hold their ground on the pavement, and, well, that didn't work.
So that time by a 107.8 for Chris Lolland. It definitely was in the 106s, but again, traffic can make such a difference here at Road Atlanta. It seems like he's got a bit more of a clear run on this lap, so let's keep a close watch on Chris Lolland and see what this lap is going to be coming up through turn 6 into turn 7. A little bit of GTD traffic here, but not a big deal. And then on to the long back straightaway. And we'll keep a close watch. I mean, at the end of the day, he does have a good gap back to the 21 car, to his sister car. It was always going to be a big ask to run down the number 3. And anything could, that same situation could happen to the number 3 easily, to the race leader.
Yeah,
so
this is what we've been talking about.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. After how many of the... Oh, no, he's due a pit stop, actually. 42 laps. He's maybe a couple of laps early, but let's see.
I checked, and there was no black and orange flag, so he wasn't forced to come in. This was by their own volition, or at least by their own strategy, I guess we could say, as the Chill Blast car will go by them once again. That's our overall leader we're following on screen. The other thing that occurred to me is we have to remember that now iRacing has incident limits in these endurance races. You get a penalty at a drive-through at 50 incidents, and then every 20 incidents you get another drive-through. And for those not familiar, an incident point is basically kind of a way of measuring the safety of a driver, and it also counts track limits, however. And if we're this late in the race, you've probably started to get a few of those over time. But a car contact is worth 4, and that's not good. So if you're starting to get close to it, you have to be doubly sure that you don't make car contact like that, because that could give you a drive-through penalty.
Across 10 hours, that's not many. That's not many incidents.
You got to be clean.
Yeah, you got to be very clean, because just one little disagreement in traffic, that's 4 incident points. That can come together so easily. Chris Lolland's back out on track. He's taken his pit stop and back going again. So if there's damage, they've just decided just keep cracking on, keep on trucking, and that will be one stop to go for home for that crew, all being well.
Sounds like we had a penalty for the 22 car. That's a Simify Esports number 11. Vergara in that car, so they've served that black flag, likely from that incident limit. Otherwise, the only way you can wind up getting those here is if you cut the course and don't give enough time backs. And I doubt anybody would have really had a spot where they did that and not give it up at this stage. So that's the status of that. We're at 440 some odd laps into this, and I'm doing the math real quick here. So yeah, you get an incident every 8.8 laps, essentially, up to now, I should say, and that would put you at 50 incidents. You were right. That's going to be pretty difficult, because remember, if one incident for every fully off-track moment out there, which can happen a little bit easier than you'd think. Not necessarily for drivers of these skill, but I know that I would be just reining it in to about 95% instead of pushing it 100%.
always solid as a rock, Joe. I've heard that many occasions, that you were the guy to put in for that. Just solid, keep it going, keep the wheels turning.
Fast.
Doesn't matter. Just keep the wheels turning, keep it going. But I don't know how many times I've done iRacing endurance events where your quickest driver goes out and tries to win the race in the first hour and puts it halfway up a tree. Too many times.
I actually did find out, you joke about putting it halfway up a tree. Called a race yesterday with Michael Johnson, who's done some coaching at Summit Point. I asked him if they had put in walls yet there, because you have those embankments. He said no, that he actually saw a Viper launch over one of those embankments and up into the tree. So that's literal. That can happen in racing.
We did say Peter Dumbreg went right into the trees at Le Mans in
True.
the Mercedes CLR. Yannick Dalmas did as well, 1998. 911 GT1, 98. Wow. Now there was one Porsche that should have raced here, but never raced anywhere, that was reawoken this week.
Oh?
So there was a Porsche that was internally known as the LMP 2000. Have you heard about this car?
No.
So basically when the 911 GT1, when they won Le Mans in 98, they thought, we've got to go open top and we've got to go big capacity, naturally aspirated engines. So they put a big 5.5 litre V10 in the back of an open top prototype. But before they could run the car out for the first time, the boss of Porsche at the time cancelled the programme because they needed money to develop the Cayenne. And also he thought, well, do we need to win Le Mans another time? Do we need to win it a 19th time? Or at that time, actually no, at that time it would have been 17th time. And so we cancelled it. And so it simultaneously said we need the money for the Cayenne, but we need to build a hypercar or a supercar to compete with the Ferrari Enzo and the Pagani Zonda, etc. So that was where the Carrera GT came from. But the LMP 2000, they did get permission to run it once. There's only 2 people who have ever driven it. Bob Wallach, sadly passed away shortly after that, and Alan McNish. And the car has sat in the Porsche Museum collection with a cover over it for nearly 25 years. And Alan McNish was brought back to Weissach this week to drive it. Wow. And that would have raced here at Petit Le Mans for sure. It would have been the rival to the Audi R8.
Whew. That would have been something to see, for sure.
The sound of it must have been incredible, because the engine had a lot of XF1 dimensions to it and attributes to it, and it was bored right out. And actually that is the engine that inevitably went into the Carrera GT road car, so that's why a Carrera GT sounds a little bit like an F1 car. So we've got Redline back out there. Chris Lullum, I guess not too damaged, as it was a pretty standard pit stop, and they're still running in second place. But much of the Redline team has been in some action out there. The number 4 still running in second. So let's take a look at what they've all been involved in. A number of different cars out here have had all kinds of things happening. There's a big hit down into the chicane early on in the race, unfortunately. And then coming up to turn 6, things getting tight. Also down into pit lane, not the place we expected a team like Redline to have trouble. They lost control of the car after a little clip of the inside, unfortunately, and around they go. And that wasn't the only bit of problems out there, as unfortunately lap traffic was not behaving. 21 car with more trouble sending them backwards. And then came this moment I was just talking about. They kept the foot in it. That one worked out for the 21. Oh, and really barged out of the side there, the 70 coming out of pit lane. This is the one that didn't work through there, as the 20 car got involved in a big accident with B.S. Turner, unfortunately, and that took them out of the race. So each of the Redline cars have had their own little bits of problems all throughout. In fact, the only one I didn't think we saw in that was the 4 Redline Mustang. But Peter, it's
This, it looks bad when you show that, but I mean, we have to remember a 10-hour race. You're gonna have hiccups and problems.
Oh, of course you are. Of course you are. And it's the fatigue can set in, and this is a seriously fierce racetrack. It's under the radar. It's, everyone talks about Nürburgring, Bathurst, etc. It's seriously difficult around Road Atlanta. It's so easy to make an error, and errors are punished here. The walls are close, so any little spin or just even slight disagreement in traffic, and bang, you're in the fence. It's not just a fence, it's hard wall in a lot of places. So this is a track that punishes mistakes.
And we do like those tracks here in North America. They tend to be pretty punishing when you have an off somewhere. I got some information I just sent you from a good friend of mine, Michael DeTurk, who usually does stats for me. Apparently, the car was called the 9R3 internally, it sounds
right.
like.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They displayed it at Goodwood. They didn't run it there, but they displayed it. That's
right. Yeah, they basically weren't really allowed to acknowledge its existence for many years. But it's sort of over the last few years, the cover sort of slowly come off it. But yes, that's right. It's the 9R3. The RS Spider, which superseded it, was the 9R6. And the 919 is the 9R9.
But having now worked for Porsche, I mean, that sounds very like them to say you cannot acknowledge that it existed.
It's controversial at the time, shall we say.
Yeah. Oh, this is back to our leader, Kalpinen, once again up over the hill. Again, the gap is continuing to creep downwards. It's down to 49 seconds. We're not panicking, because we do believe that this is pretty much them managing the race from here. Kalpinen has just hopped in from Spets, their pit stop 2 laps ago. So another driver swap in recent time. They've been well in control of the race with nearly a lap's worth ahead of their rival. We expect this is a bring it home sort of situation. So we'll watch this space just in case, because we do love a little bit of drama. We love a good storyline, and if that continues to fall enough that it could be a problem, that could make for an exciting end. But don't think it's anything to panic about.
No, don't think so. Don't think so. Hour and 20 minutes to go for the LMP2 cars. You're sort of getting to that point now, that point where if you stop now, you just have one more left to go. Yeah, they're still a good way away from that. So I think our LMP2 cars will be two stops and not 2 full stops either left to go. So they can see the finish line now of this 10-hour epic, and in that LMP2 category, the gap, it's just slowly crept up, hasn't it? The Williams Esport Academy team have been pretty relentless in this last couple of hours, growing the gap up to 30.4 seconds.
Man, it's just been stretching apart and stretching apart. Just not what you want to see if you're the car behind. That has got to be demoralizing, and that's the other thing that we have to talk about, and why we're so impressed, Peter, by these drivers at this pro level of sim racing is maybe a lot of people don't realize how psychological racing is. To be able to compartmentalize things, to be able to repeat the same tasks over and over again and do it consistently, and to be able to hold up in the face of competition like this and say, okay, the race is going away from us, is we got a problem with the 70 here, and
big problem.
That's red line. I think that was one of our drivers in the podium, or were they farther down?
Yes.
They were in the mid pack, and well, the 70 who did bang into the side of the 98 at one point now finds themselves out of this event from all appearances. But I was going to say, before we had that news flash there, Peter, is just how much it takes to stay steely in the face of what has got to be surely difficult, knowing that you're not going to catch that car.
Well, I remember speaking to Kevin Ellis Jr. about this, and a top level sim racer. He told me that when they had Adam Smalley, who's now a McLaren GT driver, but came up through the Porsche Carrera Cup system, he came and spent a lot of time with them to prepare for a sim racing event, and what they commented on was that the actual mental concentration required in the sim is actually greater, because you don't have that stimulation, if you like, of the noise of the car, the movement, particularly the G-forces is the biggest thing, and that's what actually keeps the body stimulated, keeps the mind stimulated particularly. So when you're in that static environment, you're having to you're working your brain so much harder to actually keep that concentration up, particularly in a situation like this towards the end of the race. So yeah, it is really demanding.
Sounds like we've got what happened to 70 pulled up, and it looked like it was pretty major, because the front of that car, even in the darkness, you could tell it was completely missing. Well, because it didn't have headlights on, for one thing. So here we go. This is the Mustang coming up the hill. Oh no, did someone bump right back into them too? No, oh, they go off. Okay, this is mysterious. This looks like maybe a hardware problem. It just goes straight suddenly.
Oh, no. That's not what you want to see.
This has all the hallmarks of something going wrong with the equipment, whoever's in the car, and it hit the wall. And the front was still on for a while, interestingly. But so they must have hit something else later after we were shown that replay. Whatever the case, I can pretty solidly say that they're out for at least a little while. So we were talking about Gail Valero, who I believe was part of our Apex team.
Yes.
So we're going to hand off to Peter to talk to Gail Valero and see how they're handling this.
Gail, welcome to the iRacing commentary booth. Tell us how your Petit Le Mans has been here in 2024.
Hi folks, yeah, it's an experience with this multi-class. You got the opportunistic, you got the careful, and sometimes the two clashes, and it clashes in the bad way, obviously.
Now, one question that is on everyone's lips and everyone wants to know, you've got 3 pieces of fruit behind you. Are they apples? Are they mini pumpkins? Are they oranges? Tell us, we're desperate to know.
We can reveal that it is indeed apples. I can bite into it with vigorous force.
I love it. Thank you for clearing that up, Gail. It's very much appreciated. We've just seen an issue for Team Redline there with a hardware issue. Tell us what it's been like for you guys trying to get through this last couple of hours and keep concentrated.
Well, we know our strategy is pretty much good, so it's about surviving and keeping it clean. The other worry is actually the penalty, the incident point, which can be tricky, I guess, for some teams. We are a little bit on the limit, but we are managing through. Yeah, well, for the 99, it's about bringing it home after the last pit stop. For a couple of teams, they have a little bit of a split in the strategies, so we are kind of looking after that. So we'll see where we end up at the end. We made 90% of the race, just have to end the last 10 and up done at the work.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck with the last hour and 14 minutes. Thank you for coming to join us and have a chat there, Gail, and also enjoy your apple, and thank you for clearing that one up for us. We can rest easy now.
Thank you.
Well, Peter, with that, we can wrap the broadcast now. We finally know it's an apple. That's all we need.
We can all go to sleep now. I can lie in my bed tonight and go, now I know, it was an apple after all.
It was indeed. It's not a mini pumpkin. I'm sorry.
I thought that would be in keeping with it being 2 weeks away or so from Halloween.
I'm with you. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see some more teams kind of going for that. We've got the Lambo from Drago Racing getting in the spirit with their spooky paint scheme that they've got on their car. but otherwise not seeing anybody else. Down in LMP2s, we've got a little bit of a battle for 8th. Now, this is Williams Esports Academy. Kamil Grabowski currently in that car with Team PGZ and Thibaut Prévost out there once again. They are only separated by less than half a second, so it has gotten tight up in this group.
We appear to have kicked off a bit of a riot talking about the 9R3 LMP 2000, Joe. It's calling for it to be raced in historic racing. We might have, I think Porsche might want to build a replica of it because it's only one of one. That would be awesome just to see that.
Surprised it isn't fans asking for it to be added to iRacing, which I would love that.
Oh my word! Oh my word!
Pretty sure the iRacing execs are now mad at me for even bringing that up.
That would be amazing. Multi-class with the HPD. Too good. This is the time of night where we come out with our best ideas.
We can daydream, we can hope, night dream, I guess in this case. We still have an hour, more than an hour to go in this race, so there's still a lot of time, and at least every class has one more pit stop to go at the very least, though we may see the GTD class come and try and pit early. So here's a question for you, Peter. Let's say you've got the car, set up so that it's, your pit stops could happen later. You've got a wide open window. Do you bring it in early so that you pit the first one to pit last, like they usually say, or do you try and burn it dry and then pit?
I don't know, actually. I wonder if the driver's comfortable and in a groove and the car's good, unless you need to come in to change the tyre, I think you just keep on trucking, actually. I think it really comes down to the tyre, and also, as the track's got cooler and cooler over the last few hours, the tyre's going to be having an easier and easier time. So, yeah, I wonder what we'll see, whether we'll see some GTD teams back timing it from that kind of 55-minute to go mark, but let's see. I don't know. I think it very much depends on how the tyre's feeling underneath each specific car.
Oof, that was a bit ambitious there. That was, I think, an attempt at a pass there from Thibaut, but just didn't work through turn 1. It's very tricky to try and make your way through there. Down the hill they go as Grabowski holds on to that 8th position for the time being. He's a full lap behind BS competition, so his focus can be fully behind him. Not really worried about who he's going to catch at this stage. Just has to try and hold off what seems to be quite a fast 124 car.
Yeah, PGZ, they've come on pretty strong in this second part of the race. Trying to keep the pressure on as best as possible. Their leading car is the 124, chasing down the number 5 of Kamil Grabowski. Meanwhile, 66, race leader in LMP2, into the pits for their penultimate stop. David Sobrero stays on board.
Actually hopped out. It was...
he hopped out, okay.
Yeah. Orjuela hopped out and Sobrero hopped in, excuse me. So we changed drivers in the lead car. I have to imagine David's going to take it home to the finish from here, because if it's only 2 stints, that should easily be doable, and he should be pretty fresh even by the end of this with only an hour and some change inside the cockpit. We come back to that fight for P8 with Grabowski leading on Prévost up into turn 7. Can Thibaut get himself the launch here? Off of the right-hander and down the back straight. Does look like a pretty decent one. I don't know if it's enough.
You do get a good draft, though, of these LMP2 cars if you want to try and make that move. That number 5 car under pressure now from the PGZ 124. Has a little look in the mirror just to try and upset the rhythm, but that isn't going to work at this type of level. So Grabowski hanging on for now in that number 5 Williams machine. Over the line they go. their eyes set on that fast rip through turn 1. It's actually surprising me that most of the LMP2 guys are going down 2 gears through there rather than just 1.
So we're trying to do some math in the background, which thankfully it's not us doing it because commentators are horrible at math. It sounds like the 66 might have the winning call here because we're looking at the timing of the 198 and 199. I don't think they can make it to the finish in the same amount of stops as the 66.
Well, that's looking like, well, they're already looking strong, but yeah, it does appear that way. So very much in their control.
Drew's asking me to do math here. I feel like he should know better by now to ask that of me. But we watch this fight down into turn 1 between this pair. Still, he chops him off, not letting him through the 5, just denying him each and every time that the 124 is showing his nose, although he goes a little wide there. You can see him just high centering the curb as the sparks fly off of turn 3. And he's hustling as much as he can and looking like he's struggling in that dirty air.
The virtual chiropractors will certainly be busy after this one with, imagine hopping over the curbs in a fully carbon chassis LMP2 car. You certainly would know about it. You'd be sore the next day with that. They really do ride the curbs in the simulator pretty hard. Can't imagine what it's like ripping around here in a proper prototype. The bumps and the undulations, it must just be an assault.
Really, I agree. And I recently watched, the driver that I mentioned earlier, Ian Porter, recorded himself getting an onboard lap with Lonnie Unser, of all people, doing a little ride along with her. And I just told him I'm so jealous, not only for getting to ride with Lonnie, but like to just get to experience this track. I'm hoping I get to do a ride along that sometimes some of the drivers will get to take me out there, but not always. And this is high on the list because, I mean, it's even referred to sometimes as a roller coaster ride, which, I mean, that says everything you need to know, Peter. It sounds like it's fun just to be on board the car, let alone driving yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I would always go to, if there was the option, drive the circuit myself, or go shotgun with proper racing driver in a proper car. I'd go for the passenger ride every time.
Well, then that begs the question. Then have you ever heard of, with all of your incredible racing history knowledge, heard of Elliott Forbes Robinson?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
he's the one that usually drives me around. And
that's quite the taxi driver.
Oh my goodness, for his age, you would not think that he's getting as old as he is, because he still absolutely whips the car. And that's on street tires, because it's usually in the pace car, frankly. Wow. So yes, it's a joy and a treat anytime he asks me if I want to hop on to get to know the track a little bit better. And worthy of sitting down just to listen to the stories that he can tell. Whenever he holds
racing days.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
the names that he spouts, that he says, oh yeah, I worked with this person and that person. Your jaw hits the floor because out of jealousy every time.
You have to ask him his favorite James Weaver story.
Oh, okay. I will jot that down. I will ask him that next time I get to see him.
Not on air.
Most of the things you talk to Elliott Forbes Robinson about can't be on air. We got drivers pitting in now, and this will say a lot about our strategy. So a few laps later, in fact 4 laps later than the Williams Esports Academy car, we've got the 199 pitting in. The 198, however, stays out 1 extra lap.
Still will need 1 more stop though for an LMP2 car. And is that where the 66 comes in? Because the 66, they've got
66 has gone by, so they've overtaken them. So here's where it gets interesting, is this has been a shorter stint than usual for them. I wonder if they're banking on the last stops being shorter, helping them out. I'm not sure. If they do have an extra pit stop, it won't help them that much, but if it's the same amount of pit stops, that could bring them forward.
I think the 66 are looking in the LMP2. They're looking in the right place strategy-wise, because I think they've got to have. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be one. I think they're one more stop, whereas the 198 Apex car, they would have to do an enormous fuel save to get home on just one stop. I think they might have to do two short ones, but 2 stops nonetheless. So I think the 66 Williams eSport Academy car is in the pound seat right now.
So we follow that one.
I think's in there.
Yeah, the 198 here still owes us that pit stop, lap 30, so they still got 3 to 5 more laps before they're likely going to have to pit in. And they've got 20 seconds ahead of Williams eSports, so they're definitely not going to get in and out in that amount of time. The gap between the 66 and the 199 right now is about 32 seconds. That's a pretty wide gap to make up in just an hour's time. Even if they had a shorter pit stop, probably not going to be able to cut down on that. But you never know what can happen out there as we just wait and keep our eyes on the 66 who have pitted and the 198 who has not pitted to see when that 198 comes in, and it's not going to be this lap. They go around for another.
Well, they carry on as we approach the final hour here in this 2024 iRacing Petit Le Mans. Nearly 9 hours in the books. All comes down to this. I wonder if Gordy Much in that race, class leading number 198 car, I do wonder if they are going to try and fuel save and try and get it home on one more pit stop, or do they know that their bed is made and they just got to push it? I may be able to tell from the onboard if he's heavily fuel saving or not. But that's the question. Do Apex think that they can stretch it?
Well, they're going to at least stretch on by Sammy Matty Trogan, who's the other Williams car, so that's putting a lap on them. That's not competing for position. And they go on by. Will they pit in? Nope, they're going to stay out yet again. Like we said, the numbers we've been told is about 35 laps is the max. And this is lap 32 now that 198 is on. 3 more laps. That's only going to take them to about 55 minutes left to go or something like that.
Get home on that. No way. So yeah, I think they're going to have to do 2 short stops, whereas the 66 in second, the Williams Academy car will, I think, just need just 1.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But they are still 21 seconds in arrears, so there is some time in that. I think this LMP2 battle is going to go right down to the wire, actually.
It's been one of our closest battles in this race for a majority of the time, so I think that's a good call. It looks like it's been very difficult, which makes sense because it's the only spec series that we've got of these 3 classes where everybody is in the same car. Now, granted, we have a lot of BMWs in the GTPs and we have a lot of Mustangs in the GTDs, but there are still differences between various cars competing, and that can always throw things for a loop out there. Not pitting in this time. Now on to lap 33 for the 198 team. Trying to push probably as far as they can. And I can almost be certain, because these teams have a lot of smart people helping behind the scenes, that they're aware of that situation and probably going to try and push this car until it's on fumes.
Yeah, you've got to try and make the absolute best of it. Try and stretch as far as you can go. And how far can Gordy Much go? And that number 198, a driver who's got real-world driving experience, racing experience. Raced in the Praga R1 sort of baby prototype, if you like. and it's certainly very, very quick in these LMP2 machines. Braking hard for turn 10A and B, leaning on those carbon brakes on that Dallara P217, and into the pits he comes yet, so that's 2 stops from now.
Well, that answers a big question that gives us time to go over some highlights here while they finish their pit stop. In fact, probably be right about the right time once they leave. Looking at hour 9, down into the braking, a nice pass for position from the Turner Motorsports car, but it wasn't meant to be, as we'll see later, where things kind of went awry for them. Up and over the crest into the darkness for the Apex Racing team. And traffic. We said that was going to be a talking point. It has really played major factor in many different battles, including the 20, and that is what ended the race for the 96 car, unfortunately. Getting the worst of it, smashing into the wall, and they are done. That red line prototype is still going. Mysterious happenings for the 70 Redline Mustang. We still don't know exactly what took them out, but the car seemed to have some sort of hardware issue. Meanwhile, watching on board as the battle between the 8 and the 198 has just been raging on, and they cannot seem to get away from one another. Williams Esports Chill Blast is your leader in the GTPs, with the BMW Redline 20 still chasing back there, and they're currently 52 seconds behind, so some time has been gained back by the 3 car to pull themselves away. It's looking pretty solid on that one. So nicely done by the Chill Blast team as we go to the LMP2s, where it's much more open, but we believe that Williams Esports Academy, now that everybody has taken their latest stop back to the front, has this under control. But we've got some differing strategies between the 66, the 198, and the 199. Watch that space. And then, of course, we head down to the last of the classes here of our 3 competing at the iRacing Petit Le Mans, and it is Apex Racing Team 99 still at the front. And in fact, no, they are not a full lap ahead. They still need to take a pit stop, but they should be easily ahead of Team Redline 71 by the time they get back out. It's been separating somewhat since we last looked at them. And more racing coming your way after we're done here in a little less than an hour. November 24th sees the Road Atlanta round for the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Qualifiers for this opening this week. If you want to try and compete in these 4 races you see on your screen, you too, if you're on iRacing, can try and jump in and see how you compare to some of the best sim racing sports car drivers in the world. You can see there on the bottom right, you can even sign up now, get 40% off if you get a new membership today. I always love seeing this coming up and over turn 3 down the hill. Really shows you the elevation change, because look at this. They head across and then they disappear before they show up again. That's how steeply it drops there, Peter. So 54 minutes left on the clock. So what was that last pit stop like for the 198? That was a shorter stop. Interesting. Okay.
Well, when you know you've got to do 2, you might as well.
So they're going to try and split it up more evenly, it sounds like then. And we may see them in a little bit sooner than the 33 laps that we were expecting there. For more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today and sign up. And it is very easy to get going, I can tell you. Once you've got the computer all set up and ready to go, you don't even necessarily need a wheel, although it is encouraged. You can race with a gamepad as well. It is capable of taking that, and very much encourage everyone to get on board. I tell you what, Peter, when I joined, a friend encouraged me and said, you know, they got a deal where you can get 3 months at, you know, a really good price here. If you don't like it after 3 months, you can always stop, you know, because a lot of people get kind of turned off by the idea of the cost of it. And I said, yeah, you know, that's right. I guess I can just stop. Well, that iRacing account has not lapsed since then.
Yeah, it's once you try it, it's tough to be without it actually. Yeah, it's really, and it's amazing the people you meet actually through it. If you get involved with it and go league racing, and yeah, I think it's the people you meet through it is really, really cool too. As Alejandro Sanchez brings the 99 car in from the lead of GTD, and that will be the last stop. That's right on cue. All looking very, very strong for Apex Racing Team. Alejandro Sanchez brings the car in, hits the marks, up on the jacks. So that'll be 4 new tyres. Now, I wonder if the number 16 car, the Lightning McQueen car, has had its last stop. It won't have actually. It will have 1 more left to go, and then finally Guido can sit and have a rest.
Yeah, they should technically have very, very quick pit stops, right? That comes with the paint scheme. Is that how it works?
It does. Yes. Beat stop.
They currently sit in 9th for fans of the Beckham Jasir fan club car, who has got the Lightning McQueen paint scheme we've been referring to. They're about 20 seconds off Williams Esports Academy's number 5, so not completely away from potential battle, but they're going to have to hustle if they want to catch up and give us some action on that one. Like you said, maybe the difference in pit stop strategy could help that one out. Yeah, we can't really appreciate it here at night, but it does have lights that are not just stickers on the car, so thankfully that works well.
We need to pick out in the crowd his fan cheering him on.
Exactly.
Lightning McQueen!
And also,
if you're trying to be cool and tough and say that, oh no, that's yeah, how could you like that film? Well, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're not cool. You're not clever. If you
I'll make you feel old. That film is about 20 years old now. So there are full-grown adults born after that movie came out.
It's timeless.
Well, things are tight here with a 12. Gives them enough space. This is not for position. 12 trying to get a lap back and having a bit of trouble doing so. Casey Kerwin, honestly, is the one that's most known for driving this paint scheme. He races over in eNASCAR, or used to. Is he still competing over there? I'm trying to remember. There's a lot of pro sim racers, unfortunately, and now I have to mix them up with the real world racers. So apologies if I'm.
Guido, get ready.
Here we go.
Guido's ready for pit stop.
So let's see if he hits his marks. Prepare to see all 4 tires tossed up in the air at the same time that he changes them all.
That's the absolute OG move, isn't it? Just to throw them up in the air and have the other done, and then catch it and just push straight in.
I wonder why NASCAR teams haven't hired him more.
I know.
Yeah, this is that 98, or excuse me, that 99.
Ferraris.
Yeah. See, there's
an exception for Dallara's, given that Dallara built the Ferrari that won the first Petit Le Mans, but that he only makes that exception.
I love the lore that you are bringing into all this, Peter. We have built a real canon out here for our viewers to follow who watch the 99, try to stay out of the way of some of our faster prototypes. In the meantime, it has been nothing but smooth sailing here for the 3 car for a good chunk of this race. Still 48 seconds ahead of the red line. Number 20 machine, Antti Kauppinen, has been sharing with Alex Spets, and it's just been a 2-driver team for that pair for the course of this race. You can do that. Now, if you missed last year's race, we've got some highlights from that one. I think we're going to take a look at what happened last year in the race, coming down to start it off for our GTP cars. Just like we saw this year, it's a lot of BMWs out there with the LMP2s as well, getting a nice clean start across the line. And then, of course, our GTDs with a slightly different complexion of cars. We've had a couple added since then. Traffic management, as always, is a key factor in that one. And unfortunately, for three of our drivers even up through turn 3. It did not go well when one got a little too ambitious. And I tell you what, that corner has not been good for that Turner Motorsports BMW. Had a big moment there, but it was unfortunately down into the S's that undid things for them last year. So that kind of ended their day. The VRS car from Coanda gets spun a full 360, and a similar situation, just managing to stay off the wall up and through turn 3 for a few of our other GTPs there. 3 wide coming down through the back stretch, and you get a change for position with one of our Williams cars. Unfortunately for the 98 Mercedes, they lost the rear wing a bit, and that will cause them to lose the plot late in the race. Back to this race here, to this year with the 71. And this is one of our few no, excuse me, we're still on last year, apologies. I was going to say, I didn't think we had any Ferraris in this race. Coming down to the end of it, into the darkness, as the 2 takes the win, the 71 taking victory down in GTD, and then the 5 is going to take the win in your GTP class to wrap it up. The Mala team have a little bit of a better time there in the GTPs last year compared to the GTD effort this year, which is sadly already out of the race. We'll call it 46 minutes left to go on the clock, and still ticking on down. We've been talking about that attrition in this race quite a bit. We're down to 33 left. I'm seeing still running 34 if Race Clutch Red returns to the track. They've stopped in pit lane. I don't know if this is due to a scheduled stop or if they've had more trouble. Hopefully they'll be able to get back out there. They've trudged on so well up to this point. I don't want to see them not be able to finish. So as we check back in with our overall leader down the back straight, just another GTD of many that they've lapped. That's Sam Ward in the PGZ 114 car, just letting them through.
So just a little bit more respect being given this stage as teams and drivers just wanting to get it home though, but still really tight in LMP2 between the 66 of Williams Esports Academy and the Apex Team 198 and indeed the Apex 199 team, which you can't really write off either. Williams Esports Academy, they've still got another 20-ish laps left on their start that again. 20 laps or so left on their stint, so maybe call that 25 minutes or so they could pit with just 20 minutes to go here if they just keep on going, and we expect the Apex Racing team to pit around that time as well. So how is it going to shake out? I think that gap could even come down a little bit. It could be very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, they're both going to have a shorter stop, but it's 23 seconds between them, and I don't think there's that dramatic of a difference. In fact, I'm not sure how long it takes to fully refuel the car, considering they've only been stationary about 35 seconds. I don't think it's going to be that far apart between them on the less amount of fuel. So, yeah, I still believe the winning strategy is the 66 team at this stage.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree on that one.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Race Clutch Red seems to have had problems. Oh, they spun it. Oh, and they hit the wall. They hit the wall and take a tow down pit lane to their stall. Does this mean they are actually done? Because that was into the gearbox.
Could be after that big repair. Oh no. Into the pits from second place now is Team Redline number 20. That will be their last stop of the race with just 43 minutes left on the clock. So just one more stint between now and the checker flag for them.
Yeah, still need another stop for the Chill Blast car. They've got maybe about 10 more laps before they need to come in. There's the 20 up on the jacks taking tires. No limit on your tires in the virtual series here. So every time the drivers stop and get fuel, they put on some fresh rubber. But the question is what he can do with that once he gets back out on track, because as we said, it'll take some drama for the 3 car for them to be able to catch them up. It's almost a full lap difference between themselves and Chill Blast. You got to think as the 21 also comes in and takes their service, you got to think that at this point the goal for the 20 teams probably to stay on the lead lap at the finish.
With such a short lap here, or short amount of time anyway, it is an achievement to get home on that lead lap. So congested and tightly packed together here at Road Atlanta. So
got another replay coming our way. So this is the other of the race clutch cars, and instead of spinning around and hitting the back, they hit the front earlier on this afternoon. So both of them having trouble on the pit entry. I guess on the post-race debrief, top of the list is going to be practice pit entry next year.
I am absolutely flabbergasted, totally flabbergasted that we've seen so many incidents of people crashing into the pit wall. I'm totally perplexed by it.
To be honest, from my years of calling races here, I'm not too surprised. I think at this level, it is a bit unexpected because you'd think the drivers would have practiced that. And maybe they did, but they're just pushing it so hard to get in there. And the other thing we have to remember is that they're coming in on old tires, so they've lost a lot of the grip. And these GTPs are kind of known for the heavy braking, the brake-by-wire being a bit finicky. So as we saw, at least in 2 cases, cars have spun around on their way in, just trying to stab on the brakes as hard as they can.
Yeah, even then, it astounds me. It just shows you how close to the limit they actually are in that scenario, coming into the pitch, trying not to lose any time on their rivals and sort of dilly-dally into the in and out of the pit lane and giving away time unnecessarily. It's just so competitive in these top split races. Well, we'll be getting very close now to when an LMP2 car could get home with just 1 more stop. So where is the 66, the race leader in LMP2? It's only 14. I need to refresh my timing screen. 24 laps into the stint, so maybe minimum of 8 laps through. So yeah, they're definitely 1 stop to go. The question is, how long is that stop compared to the Apex Racing Team's last stop of the 198, which we will see at some point between now and the end of the race.
Whoa, did you see them pop over the curb just now, though? That car almost looked like it was 4 wheels in the air when it launched over, so they're not resting on their laurels despite being in the lead. Maybe they do feel like they're not safe from this point, despite having pulled a nice gap and having a good pit strategy to only have 1 more left to go. We're on board with that Williams Esports Academy car now down into the braking. Let's watch and see if they elect to come in now or if they're going to try and go a little longer before they pit in. They're going to stay out, so they carry on. I also want to give a little bit of love to Drago Racing's other team that's out there competing. They're in the GTPs. The 069 is multiple laps down from the next team up ahead. I think about 20 laps down from the nearest team to them, Apex Racing Academy 298. But they're sticking with it. They're taking their pit stop right now. And they're also not giving up. And Race Clutch Red is still in pit lane, but there's nobody in the car. Now, that doesn't mean they've retired it, but it's not a good sign if they don't even have somebody sitting and waiting for it to finish.
Drago Racing, they are still trucking on in their number 69 GTP machine. So that's good to see them go to try and get it to the end of the race. I mean, for Williams Esports, if they could, I mean, at the moment they're looking in a good position to win both prototype categories. It'd be very, very impressive if they could manage that.
Okay, Peter, hopefully this helps clear things up for you on what's so difficult for these drivers. We've got an entire reel of problems in the pit lane. Even our overall leader, look at them sliding it in there.
I'm still perplexed. I mean, at this level, I'm really astounded.
Maybe.
I mean, at our level, shall we say, totally expected, but not at this level. I am really, really surprised.
Wonder if maybe someone spilled some peach juice down there. Just
maybe
too
it was
much
Kyle
peaches.
Valero's. He's the fruit man. He's the fruit merchant.
There you go. Yeah, no,
That's his nickname. We've got him.
I'm pretty sure that it is a brake-by-wire thing for these cars. They're notorious for being finicky. They're a little better now than when they were first released upon the worlds, both in the sim and in the real world. But they still can be an issue if you don't quite have it down and mastered. And I think that's what we're seeing with so many of them, just not anticipating what it's going to give them. I do like that, by the way, Peter. The fruit man, the Gail Valero needs to do something to. If he doesn't want that nickname, he needs to give himself something to be known by.
The fruit merchant.
Fruit merchant, I love it.
The fruit merchant. Yeah, I think it's him. Yeah, that's got to be. He could have a helmet that looks like an apple. Just one big apple helmet.
Apple away keeps second place away.
That's right. And he played to the crowd and had the full-on bite out of the apple as well. I hope they were pre-washed.
Don't think they quite work like I'm trying to remember the NASCAR driver that smashes watermelons.
Oh, Ross Chastain.
Yeah, Chastain. There we go.
Melon man.
Don't think they'll smash quite like those will. In fact, they might hurt if they hit anybody. Honestly,
you're gonna have to throw it really hard at the floor to get it an apple to smash. Yeah, it just seems like the watermelon, they just explode on impact, don't they? Have you ever seen a hippo devouring a watermelon?
Yes, it's scary.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
Meanwhile, the hippo in the room is that Williams Esports Chill Blast has pitted one last time, and we're expecting they're going to be easily in the lead by the end of this race. This will give the lead lap back to the 20 car, but from there, will we see the 20 car also have to pit in from here? They're 6 laps into the stint. They might be able to get to the end, but they're only barely going to be on the lead lap from here, so it's just not looking good if you're Team Redline for this weekend. Maybe they need Max Verstappen back if they want to try and challenge for the win.
Potentially, you might have to have a chat with the team and say, "Come on, this one's not even late. It's not past my bedtime."
Yeah, I mean he's on Central Time right now.
He's on the right time zone. Yeah. Of course, at Formula One at Kota this weekend. I haven't seen the sprint race. I don't know what happened.
I haven't either. No spoilers, anybody.
No spoilers. Hashtag no spoilers.
I'll check it out a little bit later. This is the perils of working this job. There's races you want to watch and you can't because you're working. As we continue to watch some of our LMP2s, including our leader, who will sneak around the side of Jaden Ladich. Here's some of our special events that we've got. And one of them, of course, earlier in the year included races at Indianapolis, races at Spa, and all kinds of fantastic road courses. But we've also got oval races coming. And after Petit Le Mans is over, we go road racing again. And in April, we had... it was described to me as the Peter Mackay Special. So Road America 500, is that one that's particular to you, Peter?
I guess it used to be known as the Generac 500. It was a longer race in the American Le Mans series, but that one is it's the Camel GT series basically.
Now called the IMSA Vintage Series officially.
IMSA Vintage Series,
yeah.
Excuse me. Other brands of Anyway, I'll back that one up. That one is the Nissan GTP and the Audi Quattros. The GTO Quattros.
Yeah, that one also special to me. Of course, the channel that I helped found, Global Sim Racing Channel, has been covering the IMSA Vintage Series now for, gosh, probably about 7 or 8 years. It's been a long time at this stage. And the driver's very important. It's a very close-knit community. I'm hearing from my previous business partner that it was 8 years ago, which is absolutely insane to think about that it was that long ago we started covering them. Regardless, we do love seeing all the vintage cars show up in any of these special events, and I highly encourage anybody to participate. This is modern IMSA. The old IMSA cars, they had a lot of character.
I think we could have. We've got IMSA Vintage. We need IMSA Modern Classic. So we've already got the HPD sorted, done. GT1 Corvette done. Aston Martin DPR9 done. All we need to add into that mix, well, there are 2 cars. One, Porsche RS Spider, and second, Audi R10 TDI.
That is your ploy to just get the RS Spider in there, isn't it? That's the only reason you want it.
Basically.
Yeah, I knew it.
I've seen that secret document of it being scanned, and it's definitely going to come out next week.
Right.
So,
along with the tractor, right?
Along with the Porsche tractor, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody knows that we're being tongue-in-cheek.
We are kidding,
comment.
folks.
Yes.
Just for clarity, we are joking. Yes. Although I'm deadly serious, we need to have a Porsche RS.
Our crew behind the scenes on this broadcast is getting nervous and biting their nails because they're afraid the iRacing community is going to riot and show up at the doorstep of iRacing, unfortunately. But we got the 8 car at the doorstep of his pit crew and taking tires and fuel. So Williams Esports Ben Q looks like they are going to have their final stop and then be back out. They've been fighting for a podium all race long, but they haven't quite been able to get into that spot.
Yeah, not quite. They've been on the fringes, haven't they? Just waiting to pick up a scrap, but not quite.
Sounds like we've got another of our drivers that's been in the car. We'll talk to him in a little bit, but excited for that once we get around to chatting with some of our drivers. I feel like, Peter, we always get more information when we actually get to speak to the drivers who are there, in the trenches and fighting this battle, because we can base this on our experience as much as we want, but it just doesn't compare to actually being out there.
No, definitely not. It's always good to get the first-hand account of what's what, and hear from the drivers. Out of quite a few have been kind enough to come and join us, and particularly Kyle Valero to, put our mind at rest of what was, whether it was a apple, a mini pumpkin, or an orange, and it was indeed an apple. Johan Harth joins us now. Johan, welcome to the iRacing commentary booth. All looking good at the moment for the 99 car. How's the race been for you guys?
Yeah, so far so good, as you're saying. Been pretty quiet, although we've been nursing a slightly damaged car for the first 4 or 5 hours. We had a bit of contact with one of the GTPs coming down the S's, so we were nursing a bit of wheel damage, but now it's all repaired and we're sort of cruising to the end, although Alejandro is pretty quick right now.
If this is cruising, this is a pretty fast cruise from Alejandro, you're right.
Yeah.
Tell us why we see that the Mustangs are dominating today. Why is it that this car's the car to have at this event today?
I'd say fuel. It's really been the biggest talking point so far in this race. It's pretty important to go 46 laps for pretty much the entire race, and I think it's the only car that can do it comfortably. Could maybe do it with the Lamborghini. That's where we've been seeing a few people begin it, but it's too hard to do it consistently, especially at night when the temps are down and you're consuming a little bit more fuel.
Okay, that's very interesting. It's not often we talk about a Ford Mustang being the frugal choice of car. Now, thank you for sharing your onboard camera with us. I'm very jealous of the seat. That looks like an enormous lazy boy of a seat as far as a racing seat is going.
Yeah, I've fallen asleep in it a few times already.
I bet. Now, final question for you, Johan. We were wondering earlier, you've been with Apex Racing Team for a very, very long time. How long is it exactly you've been with the crew?
I joined the team in February 2019, so 5.5 years.
Okay, so that is for sim racing. That is a long stint. Well, here's to many more years with you guys together. Sorry, Johan, say again.
To many more, hopefully.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much for coming to join us. 27 minutes to go. It's looking good right now. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, guys.
All right, love hearing from Johan there. And the most important thing is he's got his bed made. Otherwise, we'd be hearing conniption fits from Drew Adamson behind the scenes. But he's handing off the baton on that one, saying it's Sean. I don't believe that for a second. Riding on board with the 99 of Alejandro Sanchez, sharing that one with Johan Harth. Now, man, there's multiple people saying that they've complained. This must just be a thing when you join iRacing, that they must make you make your bed. I would not be able to work there if I'm honest, Peter.
No, neither would I. My wife came home from a 10-day work trip the other day, and our bed is since then has been made beautifully every day with nice cushions on it and everything. And I was like, I said I have done this every day. This is exactly what a bed looked like. This is absolutely exactly what it looked like every single time. Every pillow in exactly the same place.
Sure, I completely believe you.
Oh yeah.
Well, as they're yelling at us. They're yelling at us now. I can't believe this.
Bullying in the workplace.
I'm comfortable. It doesn't need to be made. You just need to pull the sheets over you. Anyways, neither here nor there. Let's go back to the racing on the track as we go side by side into turn one. In fact, a couple cars trying to sneak through Sammy Matty Trogan. And that is not a battle for position, but definitely cars trying not to lose time, because it includes our leader, the Apex Racing 199, who still need to give us a pit stop before they're done here. David Sobrero is behind them by about 20 seconds. We're lap 32 for that 199 car, Peter. We're close to where we expect they have to come in, and they're absolutely not stretching it to the finish from here.
They are close. Yeah, they are very, very close. And we've seen the 198 take its last stop too. My timing screen is not leading me astray, which it can do from time to time. Yeah, so they are fueled up to the end of the race. They are 22 seconds back on the Williams Esports car. So they've got to try and run down on pace, and that's going to be near enough impossible over 24 minutes. They will need a mistake from the Williams Esports car. And of course, we're waiting on the 199 coming in. Oh, big move there going into turn one. Did they both get through? It did. It was one of the red line BMW's GTP cars. Really putting a brave move on there into turn one.
Got Parker White back in the car, racing the number 2. And they've since moved up to 3rd. Now, they last pitted 30 laps ago. This might be a bit tight, but I think they should be able to get to the end. Let's see, 44 to 46 laps for the GTD cars. It'll be tight, but they're in a podium position, and they've got about 7 seconds up to Florian Bigre in the number 4 red line Mustang. So this car has been hovering around 5th for much of the time. I'm kind of surprised that it has jumped up onto the podium now. I'm trying to figure out how this happened. Well, we're thinking over that and see if we can figure that out. If you missed just a few weeks ago, this man was not in a sports car. He was in a NASCAR stock car, winning the highest level of eNASCAR racing in the virtual world. 199 is pitting, and they're going to find their stall and hand it over to Williams Esports Academy. Now, how long is this pit stop going to be is the question. They're definitely going to lose the lead, but where will they come out in relation to the 198? And still taking fuel for some time here. The 198 was in for 48 seconds. We're up to 33, 34, waiting for them to finish taking the fuel. And, no, excuse me, 22 seconds. It was 27 seconds for the 198 car.
Oh! That was a heart-stopping moment there for the 66 Williams Esports Academy car, which has gone into the lead of the race. My word, at turn 5, that could have easily just caught the wrong side of a bump and pogoed them into the fence, but that was really running it out wide there.
So the 199 did come out ahead of the 188, and it's about 4 seconds. As we were saying, the highest achievement that you can reach in eNASCAR. He claimed the title back at Homestead, Miami, and technically he was racing from Charlotte, as they had all 4 championship drivers all there. But Dale Jr. there to help him lift the trophy. It is the Dale Earnhardt Jr. Championship trophy, named after him. And he's always been a big supporter of sim racing, is actually now a part of iRacing itself, as one of the staff members here in the sim, to tell you how invested he is in this. And we can't thank him enough for all he's done. Big congratulations again to Parker White. Can you believe as well that, Peter, that was the sophomore season for Parker in eNASCAR? A sophomore season, and he took the title. Just unbelievable.
In a category of racing which is so nuanced and so particular, that's just remarkable, absolutely remarkable. It's also one of the biggest trophies I think I've ever seen. That is enormous. Look at it, and to get to be presented by none other than Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's had so much success in his career at the top level of the NASCAR Cup Series. What a cool experience. And yeah, Dale does an amazing job to link up the the outdoor and virtual worlds of NASCAR. There are many series, there are many brands that have really embraced the world of virtual motorsport, but NASCAR and Coke, do they lead the way? They're certainly one of the real leaders in that movement, I would say.
I would agree. I mean, you think about $100,000 just to the winner. That's just to the winner. There's, I think, more than 300,000 prizes total that are handed out over the course of the season. And the title for the champion, a huge chunk of that. So it's a serious prize, and it has brought out the competition in droves and has become quite the feature here in the sim world. I'm Joe Peak here with Peter Mackay to bring you to the last 20 minutes now of the iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. And you've got Williams Esports Chill Blast number 3 car leading in our GTP class. Williams Esports Academy's number 66 car leading in the LMP2s. And then Apex Racing's number 99 Mustang leads in the GTD. It's coming down to it. You have to hope that your driver is focused, that he's not going to make a mistake at this stage. You're so close to the finish line. The last thing that you want to do, Peter, is trip as you approach the tape.
It's what everyone has nightmares about when you're in the middle of a nice dream, and you're just at the finish line, and then you trip over it. Well, hopefully there's none of that today. With 19 minutes left on the clock for these crews. It's been a big effort, and the thing is, it's not just the 10 hours of racing. In fact, that's just the start of it. Actually, it's the preparation time which always just blows me away, of how much effort these teams put in collectively before you get into the race. And there's so much going on in the sim racing world and sphere that you've got more than one event to be preparing for at any one time. So this is just, the culmination of all that hard work.
100%. It's been invested in by every single person that's been in this race, that's been a part of this race. For those that are new to sim racing, this isn't just the drivers at their computer. They have a team behind them most often. They have a crew chief many times. They have a strategist as well. Sometimes those roles are shared. It's not as big as many outdoor teams, but once you hit this level, you cannot do this alone. That's why you get these teams like Williams Esports, why you get Team Redline, why you have BS Competition, Apex Racing as well, with such a huge swath of drivers and of knowledgeable people behind the scenes. And what I love about this is I feel like we've been seeing a lot of people use this as a launching board, not necessarily to become a racing driver, Peter, but if you have someone who's very good at setups, that leads someone into engineering and various fields such as that, where this can be such a great preparation for you with how much iRacing, everything you can do on the real car, you can do in these cars. As we watch the 17 run down the 8 for 4th position.
Yeah, Isaac Phelps is paddling hard for WSR Esports butt kicker, but comes across a little bit of Corvette traffic there. It ducks past just before turn 7. This is game on. This is your battle for 4th position right now.
So Williams Esports BenQ has lost, they've gained that 4th position, because I think they were in 5th when we've been watching. No, they were fighting for 3rd. Okay, I'm getting my story straight at this point, but they've fallen off by 24 seconds. So Apex has run away from them, and it's no longer a fight to get to the podium. It's a fight to just be in 4th for them. And let me see what the last couple laps were looking like between them, with Trogan in the car. 110 flat, 110.1 for the Williams car. WSR with a 195, 198. So yes, they are really the men. And with only 1.3 seconds between them, that's plenty of time to make this a fight. But Peter, we always say, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass.
That's true. That is very, very true. But if you've got the speed to run down the car ahead, it's the momentum's with you. Then the psychology benefit is with you. So let's see what big move there again, coming down into turn 7, and then a little bit of a flash from the Team Redline Ford, just to display some displeasure. I'm sure that registered for, I don't know, about 0.1 of a second.
If at all, yeah. Just putting it out of your head. I'm sure every one of these drivers has had somebody flash their lights at them, so it's probably one in eye and out the other for them on this stage of the race. It's hearing that Parker White, who's sitting in 3rd, just finished his final pit stop, and it was a very short one, 15 seconds. That will bring him out in 3rd place. And we've got 2 cars that are close to it, but probably able to make it. So I don't think he's going to inherit any from those in front of him. The good news was for Parker and Johan is that they were far enough away from Redline 72 car, they weren't able to catch them. Getting word that P2, that's the Redline 71, does need a stop. They're 32 laps in. Interesting. Okay, so they might still get a position here.
This is where it all extrapolates out, and those strategical calculations that have been made become reality. And as Johan Hart mentioned, that the Mustang, the only car really that could do 46 laps consistently. And I tell you what, that was not the answer I was expecting. Exactly why we appreciate getting the chance to speak to the drivers, because I was not expecting the answer to be, what's the reason the Ford's been the car to have? Fuel economy was not something I expected.
It's that EcoBoost, I guess. It's working out pretty well for it. But as they carry on, so 32 laps in, if they can make, he says, consistently 46 laps, then that means they've got 14, 15 laps to go. Assuredly, they should be able to get to the finish.
Yeah, with 13 and a half minutes, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Okay,
Full
so
wrench, as they say.
yeah, so definitely not going to be seeing any sort of change of position due to fuel between those two. Now, anything else can happen in these last few minutes of a 10-hour race. We must remind you, if you've just joined us recently, these drivers have been out there for a long time. This is a team event. They have a minimum of 2 drivers competing in this race, but even with 2 drivers, that is swapping back and forth a lot, and you're going to be tired. And you touched on it earlier, Peter, more than just physically tired, it's the mental exhaustion by the end of this race.
I think that is the big thing, and that's where the mistakes and the errors can come in if you're really not careful, and that's why it's such a such a mental strain on the teams and drivers trying not to make that error. Sammy Trogan, who's had the duty of taking this number 8 Williams LMP2 car to the flag, sitting in 4th right now, holding off Isaac Phelps for now, but Phelps in that number 17 WSR Esports butt kicker car looking strong, and in terms of fuel strategy they're pretty similar as well, just 2 laps between them. Sammy Trogan just carrying 2 laps of fuel more, but nothing major.
What it really comes down to between them is the pace difference. It's maybe about 3 or 4 tenths per lap sometimes less than that, because it looks like Trogan has been trying to pick it up. He's hit a couple of the 109.9s, 109.8. Traffic has played its part in that as well, and that's kind of been plaguing Phelps to keep from catching up to him. And I said it, the one thing to catch, another to pass. He's still that 1 second behind. He's been so tantalizingly close. He can see him up there, but he's got to get within striking distance now.
Yeah, last time by it was 4/10 of a second in the favour of Sammy Trogan. So yeah, it does depend on the traffic. Guido has been called to action for the last time. The number 16 Beckham Desir fan club car is in the Lightning McQueen car. So Guido is running around throwing tyres in the air and landing them perfectly on the axles of that Dallara P217 for that last pit stop. Guido, we salute you.
And they're going to have a close fight, it looks like, with the 124 for that 9th place, because they're going to come out very close. I think the 129 will pass them. Indeed, they just went by in front of us here on the main straight. They are now on their way. Meanwhile, as we come over, is that the 124? No, this is the 17 that we're watching now. This is WSR Esports, who are also close to the Williams Esports BenQ cars we've been covering, but still stuck at that 1.1 seconds back. And the laps are ticking down, unfortunately, if you are Isaac Phelps. Each time they go around, that is one less opportunity he's got to try and attack and get by that 8 car. He's got to get up on the wheel.
Yeah, he's on it. It's a number 17 car. Very, very close indeed at the moment is the 17 of Isaac Phelps. A little bit of GT traffic to negotiate, and Phelps is maybe just going to get a little bit held up here behind the GT traffic. No, not too bad. Not too bad. Manages to make his way through. And it's a 109.293 last time by. 109 flat for Sammy Trogan. So Sammy Trogan actually on the complete lap, he is pulling away.
That was the previous one. This one was a 109.6 for both of them. So they were within a tenth of one another. It was pretty much dead even around on that line. My goodness, the way they bounce these cars over some of these curves always scares me, especially up into turn 5, and how dangerous it can be to have a car that's unsettled into there. But they've managed it for, let's see, how many laps are we up to? 494 laps for these two that we're watching battling.
So just under 9 minutes to go then. And in this LMP2 class, Williams Esports Academy looking strong. 17 seconds to the good with all of the pit stops now done and in the books. But who is going to take this fourth place? Can Sami Matti-Trogan hold on? And that's never, that gap was always coming down. Oh dear me. Oh no, no, no. So the Lamborghini was coming into the pits there, and yeah, that gap was always shortening. You had to go around the outside there, surely.
That cost Phelps. It's now up to 2 seconds between them. Hopefully no damage on the nose of the car as well. And this is Olivier Piatek and the Lightning McQueen machine just behind him, so that's not racing him for position. Let's take another look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you can't always expect because you don't know if that other car is going to be pitting in, and the racing line takes you across there, across that pit entry.
Yeah, again, it is awkward. It is very awkward, but yeah, that could make the difference. That really could make the difference in that battle, because I don't know if he'll have got away without damage either.
It'd be a real shame if it all fell apart. And we're hearing there is a black flag for the 169 car. That is Drago Racing, which is the car that made contact with the WSR machine. So, consequences, but not quite for the team that we anticipated.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. LMP2, it seems like in the second half of the race, LMP2 has just been absolutely bringing the action.
I was trying to see if we had a closing gap for third in GTP, but it looks like that's not really the case. I think that's going the way of Team Redline. It's about 3 seconds apart, so it's one of those things where at this stage, 3 seconds is pretty darn close after 10 hours, so you kind of keep an eye and see what's going to happen there. But it doesn't look like that's closing in with one another. And now it is about 3 seconds apart between the 8 and the 17, but we know that the 17 can be faster. Question is, once we see them come around for a full lap here, what's it going to look like? As our overall leader gives a wide berth to some of this traffic. They're taking no chances. That was actually going by the car that just had their penalty, and they haven't served it yet, interestingly.
That is odd. Yeah, well, they've only got 5 minutes and 46 seconds to come in and get that sorted out.
They would be allowed to finish with the black flag, but they get a maximum of 4 laps before you're actually disqualified. And I'm pretty sure they have more than 4 laps that they're going to have to run before the finish of this race. So I don't think if they're trying to see if they can go to the finish and just take a time penalty, it's not going to work.
Yeah, strange one that. Strange one. He's still carrying on right now. So
Director described it as going for the Robbie Gordon strategy. And that also didn't work out for Robbie Gordon, unfortunately, if he's referring to what I think he's referring to. But coming down into turn 6 once again for Atti Kauppinen. Just a small handful of laps to go. You've built up a gap of 50 plus seconds. It's been around this gap for now multiple hours. You know you've got this one under control. This has got to be a good feeling, but at the same time, you always know that it is not over until you cross that line with that checkered flag.
No, it isn't. So Atti Kauppinen got 4 laps to go.
Perhaps that's
yeah.
Going to try and do the math on that and probably fail. And man, every time we get on board these GTPs, just the closing rate on these GTD cars really astonishes me, especially through the twistier portions. And the GTD cars have a lot of aero downforce themselves, so that just tells you how much has gone into these prototypes and how quick they are.
They're remarkable machines, absolutely remarkable machines. They are quite heavy with the hybrid equipment and rear-wheel drive, but they do make fantastic performance as the Draco racing car serves its penalty with just a few minutes left on the clock. But for Williams Esports Chill Blast, they've just been imperious today, flawless.
Doesn't seem like they can be caught, at least in today's race. And they've got just a few more laps to go. Now with about 3 minutes left, almost exactly when they cross the line here. We come back to David Sobrero in the 66. This is the Williams Esports Academy car, leading in the LMP2 class as well. Now remember, it won't matter when they cross the line so much as where the leader crosses in relation to them. And in fact, leader is catching them, but I'm not sure if they'll get to them in time before this is over. So they'll get almost a full extra lap to go around.
So David Sobrero for Williams Esports Academy in the car, that they got the strategy just right. It was so close in LMP2, it was always going to come down to, you know, pit stops. Didn't seem like anyone was going to blink, and Sobrero has got, will be 2 laps to go thereabouts.
Exactly.
Almost
2 laps
home.
left.
Almost home.
So we're looking at 519 laps total, I think, come the end of this one.
For our leaders.
Yeah,
it will be.
Curious what the mileage is on that. We'll have to plug the numbers in. 2.54 miles. And yet Sobrero's not holding up. He's still risking the car at times going past that Mustang down through the S's.
Coming out of turn 5, the amount of liberty they're taking over the curb is quite remarkable. It's like a tarmac rally car, the way they're going, just jumping over there. Just almost like the curb's not there, just riding it out. Got the car just dialed in perfectly to deal with that big compression, big jump.
I guess that's one of the advantages to this being sim racing is, unless you got a motion rig, I mean, you don't have to worry about your spine over some of these bumps. So you can, I was told by a pro driver that you always want a stiff car, no matter the bumpy surface, because usually the stiff car, or the softer car, is we get the white flag for one to go, is for the driver to be more comfortable so that, you know, you're not ruining their back. And here, yeah, you got to imagine that you're full send, you are Hail Mary.
Yeah, I think it's it depends on in rallying. It depends very much on the which tarmac rally you're going to. But there's certain tarmac rallies where you actually want the car quite soft, because it's just the sheer amount of bumps is it's just so hard to manage. But sports car racing prototypes, totally different kettle of fish. It amazes you as well the damper technology that these cars need to have to handle all that punishment and speed. It's just another world from a car you would use on the street, even a high performance model. On to the start finish, up to the back straight for the final time. Absolute perfection from Williams Esports.
And they're going to get a photo finish with Williams Esports Academy, the sister car. They're not going to finish on the podium, but I don't think they mind too much, because after 10 hours, it will be Williams Esports Chill Blast who is your winner of the 2024 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. We'll get an extra lap for the Williams Esports Academy car and for Apex Racing Team 99. Both of them actually very close together. You can see now as we come over to the Mustang, he was leading by about 36 seconds over Redline. Going to be a bit of a disappointing day for Redline, not able to take victory in any of the 3 classes. And if I know them, they settle for nothing less than the best.
That's a rarity, isn't it, in an iRacing special event? Redline have really made these endurance races their own over the years, and we're always having cars across multiple classes. And yeah, already the 66 LMP2, the Williams Esports Academy car. I don't know if they've taken the checker flag yet.
No, they haven't. They definitely haven't.
Okay.
This is going to be it. They're celebrating slightly prematurely. Now they are finally victors here at Road Atlanta for the iRacing Petit Le Mans. Still wiggling in celebration is behind them. Apex Racing Team 99 with Alejandro Sanchez behind the wheel wins the GTD class. And the 3 is going to burn it down, and they have earned this celebration, Peter.
Those tires are, you're not going to use them again, so yeah, definitely burn them up and do some donuts. And I don't think there's many more cars more suited to doing a donut than a Ford Mustang.
Indeed. They're reveling in it. A great job here from Sanchez to really show what you can do in this car, both in the competition and, of course, in the jubilant celebration here at the end. Apex Racing Team wasn't able to get Williams today in the first 2 classes, but they got him in the GTDs. Got a nice little replay here. The finish and interesting celebration there. Oh, a little bit too much celebration for the Academy car. Glad to see they are enjoying themselves out there today. We did it, Peter. We called it for 5 hours, half of this race. So it took 4 of us on the commentary team, even more behind the scenes, but glad that we were able to cover the 2024 edition of this race. And I have to say, I don't think it disappointed at all.
It didn't, no. Road Atlanta, Petit Le Mans never ever disappoints. So no, definitely a really fun thing to be a part of. And we put in a little bit of story time in there as well. You got to when the sun comes down on an endurance race.
Agreed. And here's our results, starting with our GTPs. With Williams Esports Chill Blast, your victor. Only other driver on the lead lap was going to be BMW Team Redline number 20. Then you've got the Redline 21 first one, a lap down in third. Off the podium, we go to Williams Gaming Club, BS Competition in 5th, and WSR Esports Butt Kicker in 6th. Apex Racing Academy in the 7th position. From there, Drago Racing was the last one to see the checkered flag, sadly. And Race Clutch Red, BMW BS Competition, and those beyond them, unfortunately, were a DNF in the GTP class. What about the LMP2s here, Peter?
LMP2, what a category that was today, particularly in the second half of the race, just close all the way through. Williams Esports Academy take the victory from 2 strong efforts from the Apex Racing team. Williams Esports Bank, they just missed the podium in 4th, holding off a late charge from the number 17 WESR Esports Butt Kicker. Then it was BS Competition, Maradness, Williams Esports Academy, Team PGZ, and Lightning McQueen, Beckham Jasir Fan Club rounding out the top 10. Simify Esports running 4 laps down, PGZ 129 5 laps down, Delatraz Automotive not making it to the flag, neither did Delont Esports or Effect Simulation.
So there's your LMP2 class, the middle class on this one, and of course the lowest class but not the least class is our GTDs, and Apex Racing Team was your winner. Only one to finish on their lap because of just where the overall leader was. Team Redline gave them a run for their money and came home in 2nd in the 4-car. Williams Esports Pit Fit did get themselves a podium in the end after running in 5th for much of the day. Redline number 72 was P4 with Apex Racing Teams 98 in 5th, and then Drago Racing 169 in 6th. Falcon Sim Racing Team managed to bring that recognizable livery home to 7th, and there you can see from there on down. We did get a few DNFs farther down the grid around 16th and 17th on down, as well as the 15 DS Turner car, unfortunately. One of the biggest fields that we had with 21 cars competing in these GTDs, much like we see in real life, a very popular class here in the sim. I'm super happy that they invited me on for this, Peter. Like I said, and excited for the remainder of our IMSA Esports Global Championship. We can see here on the screen 4 more races to decide, or 4 races rather, to decide that title, Peter.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that championship start in, goodness, just over a month's time, and to kick off here at Road Atlanta. Fantastic, really fantastic. You got 4 of the best circuits in North America there to go in the Indianapolis Road Course too, which we had just in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship a couple of weeks ago. Sebring, can't do it without Sebring. And then a finale at Daytona just a couple of weeks before the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona goes live. Can't wait.
And here is the other special events, as this is what we were competing in. It was the Petit Le Mans. Here we can see in October, just after we finished up the Bathurst 1000, with a couple left to go in November, and then one in December with the Chili Bowl. But lots of fun stuff that you too can compete in if you join iRacing, including the BRSCC iRacing FF 1600 Festival. That is essentially our version of the Real World's Formula Ford Festival that takes place at Brands Hatch every year on November 3rd here in the Sim World. Well, Peter, the unfortunate thing is that maybe there was just a bit too much Georgia moonshine to go around, and the driver's a little too caught up in celebrating to come talk to us. So it looks like we might have to wrap up here.
Well, we'll just have to drink all the Georgia moonshine that they've left behind. We had it laid on for them. Yeah, the drivers, I'm sure they'll all be debriefing and doing that thing that drivers do when they just got out of the car and talking away with one another. And did you imagine when this happened and then this happened? So yeah, they've earned it, and yeah, we've earned it too. It's been a long and hard race, 10 hours of racing, but very exciting as well. Great to be a part of it.
It was absolutely exciting. We had the nail biter of whose strategy is going to win as well. So we got a little bit of everything out there. And thankfully, we did see plenty of cars at the checkered flag, which is what we want, is a lot of satisfied people be able to enjoy and say they made it for the 10 hours here at Petit Le Mans. But that's going to wrap things up for us here on iRacing. We can't thank you enough for joining us. And, of course, a big thank you to our team behind the scenes, as well as Jake and Joey, for bringing us through the first half. I'm Joe Peak. Until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.